The Snow Mountain commander was about to speak. However, they found that Su Ming had already arrived in front of the crystal coffin indifferently. They looked at each other, and everyone knelt down in front of the crystal coffin and Su Ming again. Results on the other side. The blood spurted out by tens of thousands of figures, even dyed the sky covered with ice and snow red. The sea of fighting spirit there collapsed directly. The leader of the Snow Mountain spurted out blood, and together with the ice and snow dragon beast at his feet, his body was shot out violently, smashing, entering the huge snow peak. Life or death is unknown. The Snow Mountain commander's heart trembled when he thought of that kind of outcome. The Snow Clan had been planning for so long, and now the Snow Emperor's plan is about to be completed. When the time comes, he will be promoted to saint and recreate the Snow Clan's peak time. Su Ming's eyes were indifferent, and his palms suddenly waved down. Poof! One move, rout. At the moment of impact, indescribable violent energy swept across the world. The terrifying impact sound shattered the eardrums of all the ice and snow dragon guards. The extremely amazing power formed ripples that spread from the sky. The surrounding space was all here. It collapsed under the cover of ripples. The green fierce dragon beside him rushed down with a majestic force that could tear the world apart, and wanted to collide with the ocean of fighting spirit they had condensed. The peak combat power of the 9 levels God Emperor. Think of this. But if you confront this demon lord, what will happen? All the ice and snow dragon guards felt deeply shocked from the depths of their hearts. Even thousands of years ago, they had never encountered such a terrifying person. With just one move, they defeated them all. And wait for everyone to react. Su Ming lowered his head, looked at the crystal coffin, hooked his finger, and the crystal coffin slowly opened. Amon. Chapter 293 I Don't Want Your Heart. Buzz. The biting cold wind swept out from the coffin, blowing up Su Ming's white clothes. A burst of biting cold air invaded, allowing everyone in the entire space to instantly feel the extremely amazing ice properties. Spiritual power fluctuates. In the original plot, the Snow Emperor, who had used the art of refining gods to sacrifice tens of billions of living beings in the entire Dongshuan snow land, was now lying quietly in the crystal coffin like a young girl. But Su Ming knew. Snow Queen is not in deep sleep, but uses ancient forbidden arts to practice in her long sleep. She has a pale white barrier on her body, which is a defensive barrier when she is practicing. Once someone wants to touch the barrier and threaten her, the attack mechanism of this barrier will be activated instantly. In Su Ming's arms, Bai Junyi saw the stunningly beautiful woman in the ice dress in the crystal coffin. Her eyes seemed to be glazed over for half a second. This woman looked to be about the same age as her, but even though she was asleep, her cold and arrogant temperament still made her heart tremble. Su Ming put down Bai Junyi and looked at her limp body. Then he put his arm around her waist and said calmly, "The woman in the coffin, what she has on her can save you. You helped me, and I will also help you once, for the last time." Hearing this, Bai Junyi suddenly raised her head and looked at Su Ming. She couldn't understand the expression on Su Ming's face, but it didn't mean that she couldn't understand the meaning of Su Ming's words. "So you mean this is just a transaction between us?" She stared at Su Ming, her voice trembling slightly. "You think I'm with you because you can save me, because you can keep me alive. So that's what you think, right?" Su Ming shook his head. "It's not important. It really doesn't matter whether this is the case or not. Now that he has made his choice, Su Ming will finish his own journey. He has saved many people in the past, but those who were saved by him, due to various reasons, turn your back on him. Su Ming, you are a bastard." Bai Junyi punched him hard with red eyes. This man took advantage of her innocence in her heart, but turned around and told her that it was just a transaction between them. He is a bastard. Su Ming grabbed the cold little hand in front of him and frowned slightly. Spiritual energy surged out of his hand, and then he patted it gently. Bai Junyi passed out and fell into his arms. Su Ming turned his head and glanced at the Snow Emperor in the crystal coffin. Then he pushed it with his palm, and Bai Junyi's body flew out. Wrapped in spiritual power, it floated quietly in the air. But the next second, the moment Su Ming lowered his head, the spiritual barrier on the Snow Emperor's body in the crystal coffin shattered. Then, the Snow Emperor's eyes, which had been closed for thousands of years, suddenly fell into pieces. Then she suddenly opened her eyes, and the first person that appeared in her eyes was Su Ming's face. Boom! At this moment, the entire space seemed to be completely frozen. Su Ming was a little surprised that his face was actually reflected in the Snow Queen's deep ice blue eyes, but there was no sparkle in her eyes, and it was obvious that she had not woken up. But this time, the space around Su Ming began to blur, and then he seemed to be pulled into a mysterious space. The sky was filled with ice and snow, but in front of him was a courtyard standing in the heavy snow. Behind the courtyard was a winding path. Next to the secluded snowy path, there is a clear lake without ice. Su Ming raised his head and scanned the area, and found that behind the lake, there was a snow building made of ice and snow. Suddenly, Su Ming's gaze turned directly to the front of the snow tower, where he saw a beautiful woman in an ice skirt, sitting quietly on her knees. Her skin was as alluring as white snow, and her beautiful eyes were particularly quiet, except for the dark eyebrows. Wanwan, exuding a cold and arrogant aura that would repel people thousands of miles away. When Su Ming saw her, before he could speak, the woman in the ice skirt glanced at him coldly, and then said in a cold voice, "Do you want my heart to save that woman?" Su Ming stared at her. Although the spiritual aura of this place was extremely real, he still couldn't be fooled. This should be the spiritual illusion created by the Snow Emperor using ancient forbidden arts. Cultivating in the illusion, the Snow Emperor's soul power may have reached the level of the Holy Realm long ago. In other words, in today's illusion, even if a powerful person from the Holy Realm comes, he will not be her opponent. Su Ming smiled slightly. He did not speak. Instead, he walked up to the woman in the ice skirt, sat down slowly, and stared at her slowly with a pair of deep black eyes. In his eyes, the woman in the ice dress kneeling behind the tea seat was wearing a long skirt to cover her slender figure, with loose black hair. There was a faint aura of indifference emanating from her extremely beautiful face, letting people know that she was not a good person. Such a close woman. Seeing that Su Ming didn't speak, the woman in the ice skirt frowned, and then ignored him. She picked up the teapot in front of her and bent her white wrist slightly. The tea fell into the cup, and a burst of mist rose up in the snow-covered building, of heat. Su Ming reached out, took the teacup, and said lightly, "Thank you." As he said that, he took a sip and found that the taste was pretty good. The woman in the ice skirt stiffened her hands, raised her beautiful ice blue eyes slightly, glanced at Su Ming, and said pointedly, "You still haven't changed at all." She put down the teapot and said to herself, "That's right. How will people like you change even after thousands and tens of thousands of years?" Su Ming was surprised. "I am like me," he asked with a smile. "What kind of person is I? Are you not afraid at all?" The woman in the ice skirt was bland, and it seemed to be in the slightest in my eyes. "In this place, I can kill you at any time." Su Ming spread his hands. "Just come to you to do a deal, there is no need to fight and kill." Hearing the woman with the ice skirt laughed, "This says this from your mouth, it really makes me want to laugh. I can't think of it. Lengao is like you, one day I will ask me for a woman." Su Ming noticed that there was something wrong. The conversation between the two was as if the woman in the ice skirt knew him before. He didn't think much about it, just shook his head and laughed. "It's not asking you, just come to you to take something." The woman in the ice skirt held Su Ming's teacup, and then took it in her hand to play with the delicate jade cup. She looked lightly and said calmly, "Why should the Emperor's heart give you?" The atmosphere in the air was silent for a moment. Su Ming squinted and smiled. "I can't get what I want." The corner of the ice skirt seemed to have a smile at the corner of the lips. She stared at Su Ming's face with Zhang Qingjun's face, holding the palm of the jade cup slowly, and her fingertips pressed the cup edge, which actually brought a trace of pain in the pain. But she seemed to have never noticed it, just put down the jade cup in the next second, and waited for the painful pain in her heart to endure, and then looked at Su Ming calmly. "Since ancient times, if you want to get one thing, you need to exchange another thing." She smiled. "Remember this sentence, you said to me. Su Ming, if you want the heart of the Emperor, then use your heart to exchange it." Su Ming stretched his waist. "It seems that we can't talk about it." The woman in the ice skirt glanced at Su Ming deeply, and then she got up. The white skirt wrapped in a long and exquisite figure, with a ray of fragrance, walked straight to Su Ming, and then she supported her hands on the edge of the teahouse and sat in front of Su Ming. Unexpectedly, looking down at him, "I don't want your heart, I just need to do one thing." Su Ming was surprised. The corner of the woman's lips was lifted, and she was sitting lazily in front of Su Ming. Below the white gauze skirt, because of the lapse of shoe and socks, a pair of crystal, jade and moral snowfall, she explored it. Then, slowly, 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 slowly. Put it on Su Ming's knees. I want you to lower your proud head, help the emperor. Su Ming. As soon as his mouth was pumped, his face turned black instantly. If you don't guess wrong. This woman wants to let him. What is this Snow Emperor? I am afraid that it's not a female pervert for thousands of years ago. Intersection. Chapter 294, Don't Move and Obey. In Su Ming's memory, in the background plot of this fantasy world, the Snow Queen was the first Xuanzang of the Snow clan to be promoted to saint in this era. In today's era, when the powerful people in the Holy and Imperial realms are completely blocked by the God realm, she was able to plan for thousands of years and eventually reach the Holy realm. Her talent was absolutely terrifying. Moreover, she is the only descendant of the Snow clan's imperial lineage. She was born noble, cold and arrogant, and has the perfect domineering royal sister personality. According to the information provided by the system, after his death in every life, even though the Snow Emperor is promoted to saint, he will become the enemy of the destined hero. But secretly, the fateful male protagonist turned into a licking dog and wanted to lick her crazily. Unfortunately, he failed to lick her in the end, and he felt jealous, and then he and the Snow Queen became life and death enemies. But at this moment, Su Ming looked at the woman in the ice skirt in front of him. The latter was staring directly at him, her black hair spread out in the wind, but the look in her eyes was cold enough to intimidate. Why, you don't want to? The woman in the ice skirt joked. Su Ming. He was speechless. This is the Snow Emperor who is noble, cold and arrogant, with the persona of a domineering royal sister. Are you sure she is not some pervert? He shook his head lightly, change the conditions. Hee. The woman in the ice skirt looked at Su Ming coldly, and in those breathtaking phoenix eyes, unforgettable hatred suddenly came out. Deceive a woman's feelings and make her give everything to you. Do you think you are amazing? That's right. How can a superior person like you care about a woman's feelings? People like you deserve to die. At the end of her words, her voice became extremely cold, and in the void behind her, terrifying ice spiritual power surged out, and layers of spiritual power intertwined to condense into an ice crystal phoenix. The icy phoenix eyes were ferocious, and the terrifying aura lingered in front of Su Ming's face, while the woman's black hair gradually turned into snow white, and finally her white hair danced without the wind. Seeing the hatred in the woman's eyes, Su Ming felt a little confused. He thought that the woman in the ice skirt was talking about her cheating on Bai Junyi, but he cheated on Bai Junyi and had anything to do with this woman. A scornful smile appeared on the corner of the Snow Emperor's lips. Do you think I don't dare to kill you? Su Ming's expression changed, and then he slowly shook his head. You can't kill me. You Snow Queen's pretty face was angry, but there was a trace of panic that could not be concealed in her heart, because as soon as she uttered a word, she saw Su Ming stretch out a hand and gently tease her. Snow white hair. Although the techniques you practice are overbearing, they absorb half of the life force in your body, turning you from black hair to white hair in an instant. They say girls cherish their appearance. Aren't you afraid that you will become old and ugly in the future? There seemed to be a trace of warmth in his voice, which actually made the Snow Emperor in front of him froze, and Feng Yu looked at him blankly. Looking at Su Ming's handsome face, the Snow Emperor's heart trembled violently, but then he thought of something, and the look in his eyes quickly turned cold. Bang! She kicked Su Ming hard. Su Ming grabbed it with one hand, and spiritual power surged out of his hand, making the Snow Emperor's body seem to be stunned, making it difficult to move. The next second, a low and somewhat gentle voice slowly sounded in her ears. Don't move. If you don't obey, I don't know what will happen next. Hearing Su Ming's gentle voice, Snow Queen unexpectedly stopped struggling. She stared blankly at Su Ming's face. At this moment, she seemed to really feel the man's aura, and also felt his a touch of tenderness. Buzz. The spiritual power in the body is faintly turbulent. Now, she could clearly see inside that the poisonous veins from which she had derived highly toxic spiritual power due to her cultivation of the exercises, which originally invaded deep into the bone marrow of the spiritual veins and tortured her to the point of death, were actually being destroyed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The man's palm sucked it out, and then jumped into his body. PFF'd. A mouthful of purple-black spiritual blood spat out from her mouth, staining Su Ming's white clothes with some purple-black color. The face of Snow Emperor's cold and noble lady became a little red. She slowly raised her head, stared at Su Ming with her phoenix eyes, and opened her mouth slightly. You are seeking your own death. Her poisonous spiritual power has been infested for thousands of years and is so overbearing. As a result, this guy inhaled it directly into his body without even thinking. He was simply looking for death. Su Ming said nothing, but the movements of his hands still did not stop. As all the poisonous spiritual power that penetrated into the bone marrow surged into his body, the aura on his body began to become somewhat disordered. Half of the snow-white long hair of the Snow Emperor was silk also began to slowly transform into blue silk. This discovery made the Snow Queen even more stunned. She stared at Su Ming and saw that on the palm of Su Ming's hand holding her ankle, evil lines filled with poisonous spiritual power were intertwined. Thinking of the pain and torture caused by those poisonous spiritual powers, the Snow Emperor panicked and finally regained consciousness. "That's enough, let me go." She angrily scolded Su Ming and was about to use all her strength to break free. However, the next moment, the most critical spiritual acupuncture points in her body seemed to have been violently impacted, leaving her unable to exert any strength at all. Immediately afterwards, the poisonous spiritual power in the acupuncture points left the body along the spiritual veins and quickly jumped into Su Ming's palm. Snap! Su Ming let go of her foot and squeezed it lightly with his palm. Suddenly the whole palm was filled with poisonous blood. This spiritual power is really overbearing. He exhaled a filthy breath, but as soon as he lowered his head, he saw the Snow Queen's cold eyes, staring at him with overwhelming anger. Her eyes were red, and she instinctively roared. "You're an asshole." There seemed to be a look of sadness on her pretty face. She had reminded herself many times not to come into contact with this person who she hated so much, but every time, it was this person she hated so much that hit her heart. That only touch of softness. Su Ming sat down calmly, took a look at the evil lines on his arms that were filled with poisonous spiritual power, and then reached out again to tease the fragrant black hair of the Snow Emperor. Looking at it this way, it's much more pleasing to the eye. Feeling the gentle movements on Su Ming's hands, Snow Queen actually forgot to resist. She stared at him blankly and just let Su Ming's palm caress her hair. In mind, the Su Ming in front of her and the figure deep in her heart gradually merged together, and a glimmer of crystal clearness and pain flashed through her eyes. Chapter 295 I am still suitable to be a bad guy. In the short moment of viewing with the man in front of him, in the mind of the Snow Emperor, there were countless dusty memories. Qing Longzong, evil Yaogu, Snow, and that man, the indifferent back. It seems that the time and space seems to be extremely long at this moment, and deep in her heart, she is also suffering from the pain that buried for thousands of years. Directed by the painful memories, her eyes became indifferent instantly, and she pushed Su Ming in front of her, and her tone was cold. "Do not need your false care, this emperor is dead or you, and you nothing to do." Quote. "Su Ming is so strong, I offend you. Also, why do you feel so wrong in this tone?" The Snow Emperor took a deep breath and looked away from Su Ming's poisonous arms. However, her trembling eyes exposed her emotions that were not peaceful at this moment. The cold snowflakes on the sky fell down. Su Ming reached out to catch a piece, and the snowflakes fell in the palm, and a cold feeling came. He nodded. "I have stayed in this place for thousands of years and replaced by anyone. The spirit will be a bit abnormal. I can understand it." You Snow Emperor's face was hated, and Feng's eyes swept coldly to Su Ming. Su Ming smiled slightly and reached out to catch the snowflake that was about to fall into the horns of the Snow Emperor. "I mean, a person has stayed here for so long, and he must have experienced many pain that others can't imagine." He eyes deeply, and stared at the Snow Emperor in front of him so straightforwardly. "Anyway, you can't wait for me." Snow Emperor frowned. "What do you want to say?" Su Ming got up. And when the Snow Emperor was puzzled, his voice came in his ear. "If you are willing, I will take you out." This sound, as in her memory, warm, and led her nostalgic, it seemed to cross time and space, and touched her heartstrings again. Su Ming smiled. "Maybe something has happened, let you keep yourself in this place for thousands of years, but those things have long passed. As long as you think, I will take you out." He saw that the Snow Emperor had a heavy heart in his heart. And if you want to get the heart of Snow Emperor, maybe he will help her unbutton some knots. Moreover, isn't it just a woman? In this regard, Su Ming has long been handy. Only, hearing Su Ming's voice, Shui Huang's body was slightly shocked. She really stunned, and then her eyes seemed to be colder. "I said it, you don't need your false care, you can forget everything in the past, because you are a cold-blooded person, but I can't do it." Quote. Su Ming, such a big hostile. I owe you in my last life. He squeezed the palm of the poisonous pattern, shook his head and sighed, sure enough, I am still suitable to be a bad person. Next second, boom, a suffocating horror coercion instantly shrouded the whole space. On the sky, the falling snowflakes stopped. Space solidification. However, Shui Huang's heart was trembling slightly. This man was even more scary than 1,000 years ago, but it also made her heart hurt, and the hatred of the past was vivid. Seeing Su Mingna's face that became indifferent, somehow, she suddenly raised an inexplicable anger in her heart. At this time, I couldn't wait to put this bastard thousands of knives. Su Ming stared at the Snow Emperor, his fingers stroked the face of the blown bomb. He said lightly, tolerance, it doesn't hurt at all. Hearing. On the cold cheeks of Shui Huang, there was a flush of blush. Her plump and proud breasts kept undulating, and her eyes condensed. Su Ming let go of her face, her fingers slowly down, and gently placed in the position of her breasts. The fingertips suddenly came a little cold and soft. I feel good. Su Ming smiled. The Snow Emperor's expression was cold. Su Ming's fingertips gently scratched. With the blood glow passing by, a crystal-like blood drip, so she shot out of her body. In the blood drip, she condensed her almost half of the spiritual power. That was the blood of her heart. Puff. The essence of blood was forcibly drawn out, and the heart of the Snow Emperor suddenly suffered severe pain. She spit out of blood, her eyes suddenly red, and she stared at Su Ming with hatred. Deep in my heart, but a sad smile. This man, he still hasn't changed at all. What is he thinking about? The damage he had brought to himself was all behind his head, right? How can a person like him change? Snow Emperor endured the tears in her eyes back, she covered her heart in pain, and said coldly towards Su Ming, you can get rid of it. The moment the words fell. Handle. The horrible ice of the ice rolled up, and the scene in Su Ming's eyes began to change quickly. When his sight returned, he found that he was still standing in front of the crystal coffin. As for the Snow Emperor, she was still lying in the crystal coffin, but when Su Ming looked down, she found that although she closed her eyes tightly, the delicate cheeks were flowing from the corner of her eyes. Tear. Su Ming's palm spread, a drop of crystal-like blood, quietly hanging in his palm. He is a little speechless. Before you finished speaking, you caught someone out. Although he is indeed not a good person. I do know why, thinking of Snow Emperor's eyes full of pain and hatred, he always had some uncomfortable in his heart. He obviously had no intersection with this woman, but always made him feel restless. This is what has never been before. Essence. Demon Lord. The leader of the Snow Mountain flew over and saw that Su Ming had not harmed the Snow Emperor. He was relieved in his heart. However, when he saw the drop of crystal blood in Su Ming's palm, he was suddenly shocked. That is the crystal blood that Master Snow Emperor has practiced for thousands of years. The essence and blood just condensed. Bang! The leader of the Snow Mountain suddenly knelt down with a sad look on his face. Please ask the Demon Lord to return the essence and blood to the Snow Emperor. She was seriously injured thousands of years ago. If the Demon Lord takes the essence and blood, she will never be able to wake up. The Snow Clan will surely perish. Please show your support to the Demon Lord. Hear this. Su Ming turned his head and looked over, seriously injured. The leader of Snow Mountain nodded hurriedly and said sadly, Sir Snow Emperor was once deceived by someone and gave everything for that person. But in the end, that person not only took away her bloodline, but also destroyed her cultivation foundation and abandoned her in the demon cave. In the past 1,000 years, essence and blood are the last chance for the Snow Emperor. Hear the words. Su Ming was silent for a moment. Only then did he take a closer look at the woman in the crystal coffin. At this time, he finally understood what the woman said to him in the space. He also took advantage of Bai Juni's feelings. And this Snow Emperor, maybe he feels the same way and is hostile to him. There was a moment of silence. Su Ming's eyes flashed, and he suddenly reached out and grabbed one of the Snow Emperor's palms. Demon Lord. The leader of Snow Mountain was shocked. But then, he was so shocked that he couldn't speak. I saw this notorious Demon Lord grabbing the Snow Emperor's wrist, and in his palm, strands of pure blood surged out, following the spiritual veins on the Snow Emperor's arm, and seeping into her body. That is, the Demon Lord's own essence and blood. Chapter 296 Qinglong Mask, The Last Trace of Attachment. Bang! Not only did the Snow Mountain leaders, even the tens of thousands of ice snow dragon guards outside the palace looked at this scene with shocking face, and then knelt down, his eyes, there was extremely hot emotion surging. How miserable and pitiful Lord Snow Emperor was 1,000 years ago. They were the most experienced people, and the man who had hurt the Snow Emperor was a hateful person in his life. How profound hatred is. It was also from that time that they had never seen any smile on the face of Snow Emperor's face. The Snow Emperor entered the demon, and they followed the demon. But what makes them most uncomfortable is that the Snow Emperor has been unreasonable since then, and his personality has changed greatly. Their snow was regarded as a magic barrier by the outside world, and they were rebelled. There was no one who really cared about her around the Snow Emperor. Except for the subordinates of these Snow tribe, it has been thousands of years. No one really cares about the Snow Emperor. Now, looking at the tall figure in front of the crystal coffin. For the first time, they really kneeling this demon. As a demon, evil is against the sky. He is qualified to stand beside the Snow Emperor. If it is possible, in their hearts, in the world today, only this demon can cover the wind and rain for the Snow Emperor, and even avenge the Snow Emperor, find the man who hurts her thousands of years ago, and kill it. At that time, Master Snow Emperor will definitely be very happy. Call. Su Ming exhaled a turbid air and looked at the woman in the coffin. The white hair turned back into black. He released her hand. He didn't plan to let this woman die. After all, it was the enemy of the Destiny male lead, or the first woman in this era. It is still useful to keep her. Mazen Snow Mountain shook his voice and called him. You know, if you cultivate the realm of Demon Zune, any drop of blood is particularly precious. It is the condensation of all spiritual power and loses a drop of sperm blood. It takes at least half a year to recover. At least dozens of drops of sperm's blood. Among them, only a drop of sperm blood flows out. I am afraid that it can instantly attract the crazy sake of countless 8 heavy and 9 gods, and he can't help but feel excited. Unfortunately, he did not know that Su Ming had a systematic, nor did Su Ming's strong physique, dozens of drops of sperm blood, could recover in less than half a day. However, at this moment Snow Emperor is still sleeping. Su Ming estimates that even if she just instilled her sperm blood just now, she would take at least several days to wake up. Placing his hand towards the snow mountain, Su Ming's palm was fishing. Bai Juni's Zhao's body fell into his arms again. Looking at the woman in his arms, his fingertips played, and the crystal blood dripped suddenly into her body. Su Ming did not take the heart of the Snow Emperor. Just take a drop of heart blood, so that although she cannot completely repair Bai Juni's heart, she can also allow her to inherit most of the spiritual power of Snow Emperor's blood. The spiritual power of cultivation is enough to protect the heart from damage. Although he did deceive Bai Juni. But compared to the miserable ending of the first 5. In this life, at least she would not die so miserable. Bang! Crystal coffin is restarted. As soon as Su Ming turned around, he saw tens of thousands of ice snowlords, and was staring at him with a hot look. The respect in his eyes were better before. Demon Zune, if there are instructions in the future, I will wait for the ice and snow dragon guards, and die. Looking at this for thousands of years, the first man who really treats the Snow Emperor so sincerely, they are deeply moved. The Snow Emperor was painful for thousands of years. At this moment, such a domineering and unparalleled man was good to her. They really hope that the demon can stay and lead them to the snow. When the Snow Emperor wakes up, he should completely forget the thousands of years. The man who brought her pain in the front. Su Ming's face was faint. He grabbed his palm. Alas! The void collapsed, a spiritual array filled with a fierce rune, and directly torn the space to tear the space, slowly pulling up the crystal palace deep in the bottom of the ground. And he himself stepped on, appearing outside the void, leaving only a shocking back. Snow Mountain leaders inhaled deeply. The spiritual power of the magic Zune is too much tempting for practitioners, and if the outside world knows, dozens of devils are flowing in the body of the Snow Emperor's body. The strong people of the family will stab their Snow clan. It wasn't until Su Ming's figure disappeared over the Crystal Palace, and the Snow Mountain leader put his eyes at the crystal coffin deep in the palace. Looking at the shadow lying in the coffin, he sighed deeply. As a person who has followed the Snow Emperor for thousands of years, how could he not know? Don't look at the man of the Snow Emperor being hurt by the man of Qinglongzong. But in fact, in her heart, there has always been a touch of expectation, and I look forward to that man can give it to it. She explained. He shook his head. It's been 1,000 years. When the Snow Emperor was the most painful, the man didn't come to her, and explained what. At the beginning of that, the Snow Emperor didn't want to forget the guy completely. Very nice. On the background, he was Hearings, holding the royal temple, not worse than the Qinglong Zong in the 1,000 years ago. In terms of appearance, although he has never seen the true face of the senior brother of the Qinglong sect, thinking about it, he will definitely not be able to compare with this demon lord. At the same time, in the space where snowflakes are falling all over the sky, the woman in the ice skirt had blank eyes. She looked at the place where Su Ming disappeared, and her heart ached. At this moment, she didn't know that Su Ming had instilled his own essence and blood into her. She exhaled deeply, then turned around, with an indifferent expression on her face. Return to the snow tower. Push open the door of the room deep in the snow building. The house is spotless and very simple. However, there was a Qinglong mask hanging on the wall of the room. The mask was covered with traces of ferocious spiritual power, and a ferocious aura slowly emitted. The Snow Queen approached the room and stared blankly at the mask. In her phoenix eyes, there was a change of confusion. She seemed to be recalling some painful experience. Finally, she endured the heartache and exhaled, and her body fell limply to the ground, covering her heart with her bare hands. Her black hair spread all over the floor, making her already slender figure look even thinner and desolate. Boom! The next second, ice spiritual power swept out. The Qinglong mask suddenly shattered. In the cold eyes, only the surging murderous intent remained. Since then, the last trace of attachment deep in my heart has also been completely shattered. Chapter 297 Can You Not Hurt Me? Dongshuan Snow Domain, Chenshui Tower. Su Ming's figure fell from the towering and quiet roof, and the closed door in the attic quietly opened. Inside the room, a woman in a red dress was holding her fragrant cheeks with her jade hands, playing with a strand of green silk with her slender jade fingers. Feeling Su Ming's breath, her smart eyes instantly raised and looked out the door. When she saw the rosy Bai Junyi in Su Ming's arms, the cold look on her pretty face softened a little. Humph, you have some conscience. Sun Shuiyan glanced at him and said calmly. Su Ming ignored her. He walked straight into the house and put Bai Junyi back on the bed. Sun Shuiyan stood up and leaned lazily against the bedroom door, looking at Su Ming with her cold and beautiful eyes. Why, I just rescued her, so I don't plan to take care of her anymore. She is your woman. If you don't take care of her, who will take care of her for you? As he spoke, he curled his lips and wrapped his slender jade fingers around the green silk, letting it spread out and fall from his chest. When she looked at her like this, Su Ming had no expression on his face. He just glanced at Bai Junyi's plump and proud breasts, then looked back at Sun Shuiyan and glanced up and down. His eyes went down the jade neck, and the meaning in his eyes was self-evident. Su, what do you mean? Sensing where Su Ming's gaze was lingering, Sun Shuiyan's pretty face suddenly turned red, and then she glared at Su Ming with shame and anger on her face, gritting her teeth and said, "This girl I haven't grown yet." Although there is indeed a slight gap in scale between her and Bai Junyi, but it's not as unbearable as this guy thinks. Su Ming shrugged, there is no proof for what you say. Let me see. Go to hell. Sun Shuiyan gave him a big roll of her eyes. Shut the bedroom door with a bang and walk out. Not a moment. Su Ming followed and walked out. Before he could speak, Sun Shuiyan, who was sitting by the window blowing the cold wind, said first, let's talk first. My time is precious and I will not take care of your woman anymore, so don't even think about it. Quote. Su Ming also came to the window sill, stretched out his hand to pick up a snowflake on Sun Shuiyan's forehead, and said with a smile, she no longer needs to be taken care of. The essence and blood of the Snow Emperor's heart will not be life-threatening for the time being. Besides, I still have need her. Sun Shuiyan looked wary, what else do you want her to do? Su Ming moved closer to her. What do you want to do? Sun Shuiyan's face suddenly blushed, breathing in the cold masculine breath of Su Ming, and then looking at the handsome young face so close at hand, her heart actually thumped a little unsatisfactorily. Jump up and down. Su Ming exhaled, why are you nervous? I'm not nervous. You're thinking too much. Sun Shuiyan hurriedly pushed Su Ming away and jumped out of the window. This scene made Su Ming want to laugh. You're laughing your ass off, I'm warning you not to come near me again. Su Ming nodded, I can't help myself. Sun Shuiyan's pretty face turned red again. This guy is simply a bastard. Su Ming stopped teasing her, straightened his face, looked back at the snowflakes in the sky outside the window, and said softly, tomorrow's matter is very important to me, but now, there is still one thing missing. Sun Shuiyan was confused, you don't want to deceive other women, do you? Su Ming looked at her. How about I lie to you? Bah, get lost, I don't like you. She said seriously, is it because you are missing the Holy Spirit pill? Seeing Su Ming looking over, she explained, my grandfather told me, but the Holy Spirit pill is a truly God-level pill, and even the top alchemists under your command may not be able to refine it. What's more, refining the Holy Spirit pill requires the heart of the Snow Emperor as a medicine guide. You have refined the essence and blood of the Snow Emperor's heart to Bai Junyi. Is it possible to use her to refine the pill? Speaking of which, Sun Shuiyan's pretty face suddenly changed, and her beautiful eyes stared at Su Ming coldly. You can't really think like this, so you just want her to help you transfer the essence and blood of the Snow Emperor's heart, and wait for her completely fuse the essence and blood and use her to make elixirs. It is not unprecedented to use people to refine elixirs before, but most of those people refine evil elixirs and use them to do evil. If Su Ming really thinks this way, then he is simply more evil than those evil alchemists. Seeing the anger in Sun Shuiyan's eyes, Su Ming was quite speechless. He spread his hands, am I like that kind of person? Sun Shuiyan's face was full of vigilance, you can't even bear to deceive a woman who is so infatuated with you, what else can't you do? Su Ming, there are some things you don't understand. He walked up to Sun Shuiyan and stretched out a hand towards her, give me your hand. What do you want to do? Sun Shuiyan glared at him. However, when she saw the calm and serious expression on Su Ming's face, she hesitated for a moment, and finally gritted her teeth. Then she took a step forward, stretched out her palm, and placed it on Su Ming's hand. A wonderful soft touch came. The girl's hand in front of him was like mutton fat white jade, glowing fluorescent white on his palm. As Su Ming activated the spiritual power in his hand, a crystal-like spiritual power surged out from his arm. Like a swimming dragon, it wrapped around his arm and slowly poured into the palms of the two people. Finally, it actually little by little, it blended into Sun Shuiyan's palm. Sun Shuiyan was stunned. This fluctuation of crystal spiritual power gave her a particularly strange feeling. Is this the spiritual power extracted from the Snow Emperor's essence and blood? She looked at Su Ming with a shocked face, did you kill the Snow Emperor? Su Ming. He withdrew his palm and said quietly, now that spiritual power belongs to you. Why should you give it to me? Sun Shuiyan has beautiful eyes and complex eyes. If an ordinary person had kept such pure spiritual power for herself, how could she give it to others? Suddenly thinking of Su Ming's actions just now, she suddenly realized and snorted, I have told you a long time ago, you are not my girl's type, don't waste your efforts on me. Ding, Sun Shuiyan's favorability towards the host +2. Su Ming. I've seen women who say what they mean, but I've never seen anyone who can pretend like she does. He joked. Now besides Bai Junyi, you can also refine the Holy Spirit pill. Sun Shuiyan was stunned. Then she said with a shy and angry face, I have helped you so much, but you want to burn bridges, right? Su Ming lowered his eyes and looked at her slender and delicate body wrapped in the red dress. Then he smiled softly and said, I know a woman. Like you, she also likes to wear red dresses. He stretched out his hand. Sun Shuiyan took a step back in fright, what do you want to do again? Su Ming flicked a speck of dust on his fingertips and asked narrowly, am I a bad person? Are you so afraid of me? Sun Shuiyan hurriedly stayed away from him, her pretty face full of resentment, don't come near me, why don't you let me help you refine the Holy Spirit pill? Can you please don't hurt me? Su Ming nodded, you agreed. Sun Shuiyan stared at him coldly, you have made it so obvious. If I still don't agree to you, are you going to eat me? Su Ming thought for a moment and smiled. I don't eat people unless in bed. You are just a scoundrel. Sun Shuiyan's face turned red. She couldn't scold or beat him, and she wanted to bite this guy to death. Chapter 298 The Tribulation of Three Spirits, the leaders of all forces gather together. Hey, scoundrel, there is one more thing I want to tell you. The appearance of the Snow Emperor's palace is not only known to people in the Snow region. At least half of the power lords in Xuanbei continent have come to Chenshui Tower. Although they don't have the Snow Emperor's token, they plan to forcefully break the entrance to the palace, seize the resources of the Snow Emperor's palace, and seize the Snow Emperor's inheritance. The Snow Emperor's palace was inherited from ancient times, and contained the Snow clan's heritage for thousands of years. Those cultivation resources were so terrifying, which also caused the originally ordinary Snow land to be transformed by the palace from thousands of years ago. The terrifying spiritual power of heaven and earth in it is isolated from the outside world, and no one dares to break into it easily. However, this isolation began to weaken as Su Ming forcibly broke into the underground palace, causing the spiritual power inside to be exposed. This moment would also be a grand event for the top of countless forces on the Xuanbei continent. Because in the Snow Emperor's palace, there is the Holy Spirit Heart, buried by the Snow Emperor thousands of years ago. It is the core of the entire underground palace and is the most heaven-defying opportunity for all those who have reached the 9th level of the God Emperor. As we all know, the realm of the God Emperor is divided into 9 levels. After the 9th level of the God Emperor, there is the Holy Realm. However, for those strong men with low cultivation level, few people know that after reaching the peak of the 9th level of the God Emperor, it is not if you take one step forward, you will be able to enter the Holy Realm. The real situation is that before reaching the Holy Realm, you still need to experience the most terrifying 3 catastrophes in the God Emperor realm before you can truly break through to the Holy Realm. This is the 3-spirit catastrophe that is enough to frighten countless 9th level divine emperors. From ancient times to the present, countless talented and evil geniuses have finally stopped in this 3-spirit catastrophe. In such a terrible 3-spirit catastrophe, if one is not careful, even a strong man at the peak of the 9-level God Emperor will be reduced to ashes, and even the soul cannot escape. However, the Holy Spirit Heart, buried by the Snow Emperor thousands of years ago, can be consolidate the soul and enhance the success rate of overcoming the 3-spirit catastrophe. Even if it fails in the end, with the protection of the Holy Spirit Heart, it can still preserve the soul in the 3-spirit catastrophe, thereby gaining the opportunity to rebuild the physical body. To put it simply, it means getting a second life. It can be seen from this that many powerful people who want to attack the 3-spirits catastrophe will definitely seek this kind of shelter at all costs. Therefore, for those forces that have a strong 9th level God Emperor sitting in their place, who would not be moved by the so-called Holy Spirit Heart. Once a strong 9th level God Emperor in the clan, even just survives the first spiritual catastrophe, that the combat power he possesses is comparable to that of 100 ordinary 9th level divine emperors at their peak. On today's Xuanbei continent, among the many lords of forces, the number of peak 9th level God Emperors who have truly survived the first spiritual catastrophe can be counted on one hand, while those who have survived the second spiritual body catastrophe can be counted on one hand. In the hearts of everyone, the 9-level God Emperor is probably the only one who has the big devil in the Yudian palace, the Yudian demon lord. This is also the reason why Yudian temple scares everyone. Not to mention on the Xuanbei continent, even in the entire northern spiritual realm, the 9th-level God Emperor who can survive the second level of the spiritual mansion tribulation is a rare existence. If not, there will not be even a strong saint realm in this era. One was born. As far as people know, only the saints and a few transcendental forces in the Zhongzhou continent have the 9th-level God Emperor strongman who has survived the Spirit Mansion tribulation. As for the powerful God Emperor who has survived the last level of spiritual God tribulation, now Beibei in the spiritual realm, people only think of one person. The majestic figure who slaughtered the entire Tianyuan sea demon and suppressed Tianyuan with one man and one sword. The sword fairy in white. Each of the 3 spiritual catastrophes is 100 times more terrifying than the previous one. Correspondingly, after each catastrophe is overcome, the combat power possessed will also undergo earth-shaking changes. Therefore, when the Holy Land of Taichu knew that Yudian Demon Lord wanted to destroy the Xuanbei dynasty, it first thought of asking the Sword Immortal Pavilion in Tianyuan Sea for help. Because the 9th-level Divine Emperor in their Holy Land, Taichu Patriarch, was just an ordinary 9th-level Divine Emperor, and he did not even survive the first difficulty of the 3-spirit catastrophe. Among the powerful God Emperors of the Xuanbei dynasty, there was only one ancestor who had survived the first level of spiritual body tribulation, but compared with the Yudian Demon Lord who had survived the spiritual body tribulation, he was not enough to be slapped in the face. Therefore, if you want to fight against the Yudian Demon Lord and completely eradicate the Yudian Palace, even if the saints of the Zhongzhou continent take action, they may not be able to do it. But for the white-clothed sword immortal who has survived the 3rd level of the spiritual tribulation, this Yudian Demon Lord is in front of him. I'm afraid I have to lower my head and be a human being. In today's northern spirit realm, only those powerful God Emperors who have truly embarked on the 3 spirits tribulation can be called the overlords of a party. As long as a force has a god emperor who has survived the first level of spiritual calamity, the status of this force will definitely instantly surpass other forces. That kind of status may even reach an extremely terrifying extent. No one dares to easily provoke such a force. As for the Snow Mountain commander who fought against Su Ming in the underground palace, in his peak state, he was a 9th level god emperor who had survived the first level of spiritual calamity. As for the Snow Queen, she had passed through the 2nd level of spiritual calamity 1,000 years ago. She had slept for 1,000 years and practiced for 1,000 years. In the end, she still needed to use the god-refining formation to refine the spiritual power of countless creatures in the snowy land before she could survive. Past the 3rd spiritual tribulation. From this, we can know how terrifying the last catastrophe of the 3 spirits tribulation, the spiritual god tribulation, is, and we can also know why the white-clothed sword immortal is respected by countless powerful men. So, in order to obtain the Holy Spirit heart, many powerful forces in Xuanbei continent were naturally jealous, and even fought with all their strength for it. Unfortunately, they did not know that this Holy Spirit heart was prepared by the Snow Queen for herself. Now, of course, Su Ming could sense that the entire Chenshui city seemed to be at its most lively in the past 1,000 years, with powerful men from countless forces coming from all directions in the Xuanbei continent. This is all because when he took the Snow Emperor's heart, he lifted the Snow Emperor's palace from the depths of the ground. Originally, he needed the Snow Emperor's token to find the palace, but at this time, the underground palace appeared on its own. Such a chance, it was enough to make countless powerful 9th level god emperors lose their minds. On the towering Chenshui Tower, he could see that there were streaks of light and shadow in the sky all around like locusts passing by. The scene was quite spectacular, and most of the people here had powerful cultivations, including even the powerful ones of the 9th level god emperor. On the Xuanbei continent, it is not the top forces that are truly powerful on the surface. Even though many forces usually remain invisible, once there is such an opportunity to compete, the hidden and powerful forces of all parties will be exposed. It will surprise people. Su Ming raised his head and glanced at the sky outside the window, and then looked at the top of Chenshui Tower. He narrowed his eyes slightly, obviously feeling the strong fluctuations there. It seemed that some old guys hidden in Xuanbei continent had also taken action. "Hey, are you listening to me?" Sun Shuiyan stared at him with some dissatisfaction. "I heard from the master of Chenshui Palace that the supreme elder from their Chenshui Palace has already arrived and is currently entertaining the leaders of all forces. We will attack the Snow Emperor's palace soon." Su Ming leaned against the window and let the cold wind howl. A few seconds passed. He turned back to look at Sun Shuiyan. "So." Sun Shuiyan pouted, "Aren't you afraid? You stole the Snow Emperor's token and even went to the Snow Emperor's palace. If they join forces to deal with you, I'll see what you will do." Su Ming smiled. "Are you worried about me?" "Bah, no one is worried about you." Sun Shuiyan said bitterly. "It's just that if you want to refine the Holy Spirit pill, I need the families, Xuanxinyan, to refine it. Now that Xuanxinyan is in a person I hate, I don't want to go to him to get it." Su Ming stared at her and smiled lightly. "It seems that you hate a lot of people." "Yes, you count as one." Sun Shuiyan snorted coldly, then sniffed, gritted her teeth and said angrily, "That man is my uncle, he is hundreds of years old. Because he is not related by blood, he turned out to be a member of my family. The elder said he wanted to marry me, and he even forced grandpa to marry me to him. He is simply a pervert." Quote. "Marry you?" Su Ming had a strange look in his eyes, looked her up and down, and said amusedly, "Is there anyone who wants you like this?" Sun Shuiyan was angry. "Why is this girl no longer wanted? Can you be more serious? Although that guy is perverted, his cultivation talent is unmatched by anyone in my family. Even the ancestor of the 9th level god emperor is no match for him. If it weren't for hiding from him, I wouldn't leave my family and come to Dongshuan Snow region alone. Also, he is here tonight. He is in Chenshui Tower. If you have the ability, grab Zan Xinyan for me." Su Ming looked out the window at the snow-capped mountains with wide eyes, not interested. Sun Shuiyan was stunned for a moment, and then stared at this guy with gritted teeth. She didn't know why, but seeing Su Ming's casual attitude, she felt a little inexplicably angry. But he didn't wait for her to speak. Su Ming looked back at her again. Sun Shuiyan snorted coldly and turned her head away from him. "Su Ming is funny. Then let's go and have some fun with you." He patted the snowflakes on his clothes. Hear the words. Sun Shuiyan was happy, but she was still angry with this guy. Even if she was happy, she didn't show it on her pretty face. Humph, love or not. In Chenshui Tower today, all the masters from Xuanbei continent came to discuss the Snow Emperor's inheritance, resource allocation, and the ownership of the Holy Spirit Heart, after opening the Snow Emperor's palace. That kind of atmosphere was obviously not suitable. Some young people. Although this is a top-floor residence, there is a higher-level reception building above this residence. It is a place that will not be easily used. But today, after receiving the order from Chenshui Palace, this place was open to entertain all parties. The Lord of Forces and the top geniuses among these forces. Sun Shuiyan followed Su Ming towards the top floor. There were many guards with powerful auras there. However, when these guards saw Su Ming's young face, they were slightly startled, and then they broke out in cold sweat. Hurriedly bowed and saluted, not daring to stop him in any way, and allowed him to go upstairs. Chapter 299, I have seen the prince. Are the so-called dragon demon palaces of the three forbidden tribes in the Xuanbei and the eastern wasteland just bullying others like this? Even if you take over the Sun family and have the support of the Sun family's god emperor behind you, so what? I, the Taishuanman, will not agree. If you want to monopolize the Snow Emperor's inheritance, you Dragon Demon Palace don't have the qualifications yet. In the splendid attic, two angry shouts came. Dozens of power lords. They all looked angrily at the man in gray who was sitting in the front seat with a nonchalant look on his face. The man in gray is named Sun Daopeng. He is the helmsman of the Forbidden Sun family and the chief elder of the Dragon Demon Palace. He is extremely powerful. While several people were talking, Sun Daopeng tapped his fingers lightly on the edge of the chair. His somewhat gloomy and turbid eyes were directed at a woman in Xingyi with a wife's bun, plump figure and proud breasts. Go. He smiled slightly, his thin lips parted slightly. Mrs. Han, what do you think? While speaking, his eyes opened and closed, and a ray of breathtaking golden light surged out. The look in his eyes was very dull, but underneath that dullness, there seemed to be an extremely terrifying aura. As soon as he spoke, the entire attic instantly became silent. Hear the words. The beautiful young woman known as Mrs. Han frowned slightly and glanced at the man in gray with cold eyes, suppressing hatred in her eyes, and said coldly, since ancient times, any opportunity in heaven and earth has been given to those who are capable. Quote. What a capable person to live in. Sun Daopeng grinned and stared at the young woman in green with his dark eyes, his burning eyes seeming to penetrate her whole body. Your husband, Han Jojo, died in my hands. Your Jojo Chamber of Commerce now only has one 9-level God Emperor left to survive. Does it mean that as long as I want, the Jojo Chamber of Commerce is mine, and even you are mine? There was no hiding the strong possessiveness in his eyes. Hear this. The woman in green squeezed her hands tightly, and she glared at Sun Daopeng with gritted teeth. Unless I die, don't even think about it. Haha, I can't bear to kill you. He didn't know how long he had been thinking about this virgin wife, otherwise he wouldn't have killed her husband in name only. Sun Daopeng smiled jokingly and glanced at the masters of other forces, now in the Dongshuan territory, the Xuanbei dynasty, Tiandao Academy, and Taichu Holy Land are about to start a war with the Yutian Palace. After excluding these four major forces, I want to take a look. Who else here dares to steal things from the Dragon Demon Palace and the Sun family? Having said this, he turned to look at the white-haired man on the far right, Palace Master Chenshui, am I right? Dozens of power lords were all silent. Palace Master Chenshui coughed slightly and couldn't help but said, after all, the Snow Emperor's palace has not been opened yet, so there is no need for everyone to harm the peace at this time. Sun Daopeng sneered, I didn't ask you to come. The faces of the leaders of many forces darkened and they were sullen. However, when they felt the vague and terrifying aura in Sun Daopeng's body, they did not dare to say anything even though they were angry. This guy relied on the 1,000-year foundation of the Dragon Demon Palace and the Sun family, and even possessed the strange fire, Xuanxin flame. He spent an unknown amount of resources and finally forcibly passed through the first spiritual body tribulation. The average 9th-level Divine Emperor was strong. The person in front of him was really not enough. Some time ago, the Jojo Chamber of Commerce offended him for some unknown reason, so he brutally killed the president, leaving only a poor wife to support the Nuo Da Chamber of Commerce. Now that they heard his words, these people understood. He actually fell in love with the wife of the president of the Kyushu Chamber of Commerce. The heads of many forces looked strange. Mrs. Han was indeed graceful and beautiful, but she directly killed her husband. I am afraid that only the Yutian demon lord who slaughtered the Tianwu dynasty could compare with him. He was called the first person under the demon lord. Yutian Mazan slaughtered the Tianwu dynasty and imprisoned the Tianwu emperor's queen and daughter for fun. But this guy was thinking about the wife of the president of his chamber of commerce. They were both in the same boat. Palace Master Chen Shui thought for a while, and when he saw Sun Daopeng's joking eyes, he suddenly said, "Palace Master Sun, we are not the only ones who have come to this snowy area now." "Oh." Sun Daopeng was curious, "Besides you, who else is coming?" "The Su family from the 9 domains, or the ancient Phoenix clan from Wudong Plains." Palace Master Chen Shui all shook their heads. Sun Daopeng sneered, "Even if the people from Yutian Palace come, I'm not necessarily afraid of them. It's not the Royal Heaven Palace, it's the Black and White Demon Palace." Wow. A moment. All the leaders of the forces looked at Palace Master Chen Shui. Even Sun Daopeng's expression changed slightly. He couldn't help but frown and repeated, "Black and White Demon Palace." He shook his head, "Impossible, how could the forces outside Xuanbei continent know about the snow region?" Everyone looked up and took a look at Sun Daopeng. There was even a trace of ridicule in the beautiful eyes of the woman in green. "Why, do you get scared sometimes?" Sun Daopeng's forehead was beating wildly. He gave the woman in green a cold look. "I'm warning you, don't push me. Otherwise, if you go back today, no one in your Jojo Chamber of Commerce will be able to survive. I will even let you know that you are crying under me. What does it feel like to beg for mercy? You." The woman in green scolded him angrily through gritted teeth. Snap. Sun Daopeng slapped her, and the terrifying spiritual power swept through the air, hitting the woman in green directly on the face, causing blood to flow from the corner of her mouth in an instant, and her delicate body trembled violently. "Oh." A moment. The air was silent. The faces of the leaders of many forces were not very good looking. Chen Shui Palace rushed to the woman of Xing Yi, "Mrs. Han, okay." Xing Yi's mouth spit out a bite of blood and sneered, "It will only bully the waist of a woman." Sun Daopeng's eyes are yinny. However, when he was about to teach the woman again, he suddenly felt like he hurriedly looked up at the corner of the window outside the attic. "Who?" When he heard him, everyone was shocked, and then his eyes were all projected. "I saw the window beside that window. A seat of white clothes, sitting indifferently, drinking tea quietly, and by his side, the red-skirt woman watched his teacup empty and poured tea for him. The space seems to be silent." Sun Daopeng stared at the white figure, and then fell on the red-skirt woman. His eyelids suddenly jumped. Seeing that the red-skirt woman poured tea for the man, his heart was furious. "Shui Yan. He gloomy, come here." Hearing him, Sun Shuiyan looked up and glanced at him, his eyes were full of disgust and disgust. "You don't even listen to me." Sun Daopeng looked gloomy. Although Sun Shuiyan was his junior, he had seen her physique from a long time ago. If not, he would not force Sun Shuiyan's grandfather at first, and let the old guy marry his granddaughter to himself. Now seeing Sun Shuiyan staying with other men, how could he not be angry in his heart? But from beginning to end, Su Ming's eyes were leisurely, he just stared gently, blowing the tea in the cup. But then, at the moment of raising his eyes, those deep dark eyes glanced at Xing Yi women. Next second, boom, the space of Sun Daopeng is broken. The shocking spiritual power made everyone feel cold. Then, under the gaze of everyone, I saw the master of Chen Shui Palace full of panic. He hurriedly got up and hugged the white clothes and respectfully, "The subordinates, I have seen the prince." God. Intersection. At this moment, everyone was stunned, and his heart was rolling up. The master of Chen Shui Palace is so respectful. Could it be? Black and White God. Intersection. Chapter 300 Black and White Magic Palace vs Yutian Temple. But the Black and White Demon Palace is a force in Zhongzhou continent, how could they know about the snowy region? Although the reputation of the Black and White Divine Lord is not as shocking as that of the Heavenly Demon Lord and the White Sword Immortal, among the top forces in Zhongzhou continent, the Black and White Demon Palace has almost replaced the 10,000 Dao Demon Palace that has been passed down from ancient times. It can be seen from this that even though this Black and White Demon Palace is somewhat different from forces like the Saint Clan and Sword Immortal Pavilion, but their palace master, Black and White God Lord, is definitely not much weaker than Yu Tianmo Zun, but he acts relatively low-key, and it is said that he also likes to wear a mask. This is the first time that he has exposed himself in front of so many people's true face. The face of such a young evildoer made everyone here unable to react for a long time. After Sun Daopeng reacted from his initial surprise, Su Ming's attitude of not taking him seriously made him instantly angry, and then he clenched his fists in anger. With one punch, the space in front of him was blocked. He snorted coldly, "The black and white demon palace is millions of miles away. This is my territory in Xuanbei continent. Even if I, the King of Heaven, come here, it's not your turn to have the final say here today." Su Ming looked lazy and didn't even bother to look down. How presumptuous, Sun Daopeng. Even Chenshui Tower is now the property of the Black and White Demon Palace. This palace master has given you enough face, so don't be shameless. A loud shout came from the side, the voice was cold and full of anger, and there was a strong pressure. It is the palace master of Chenshui Palace. Although his strength is no match for Sun Daopeng, now that Su Ming is here, it is his time to show off. When Su Ming arrived at Chenshui Palace, if Su Ming had not said something about promoting him, he would not have become the new master of Chenshui Palace in such a short period of time. Therefore, in addition to respecting Su Ming, he was also deeply grateful. And until this moment, only then did the leaders of many forces realize that Chenshui Palace had actually climbed up to the Black and White Demon Palace. No wonder their ancestor, the 9-level god Emperor, who had been silent for hundreds of years, had recently made a high-profile appearance. With the backing of the Black and White Demon Palace and the support of the Black and White God Lord, the cultivation resources and background may be enough for the ancestor to survive the first tribulation of the Three Spirits tribulation. At this moment, many power lords showed a hint of deep envy in their eyes. Compared with a transcendent force like the Black and White Demon Palace, Sun Daopeng's Dragon Demon Palace and the Forbidden Sun family are obviously more than a little behind. There is simply no comparison. Within everyone, the woman in green clothes looked at Su Ming blankly, her cold gaze seemed to be a little distracted at this moment, and deep in her eyes, a memory gradually emerged. Is it him? Not long ago, the Wanzhou Chamber of Commerce and several other large chambers of commerce discovered an ancient secret realm. In that secret realm, there was news of the appearance of ancient imperial soldiers. But it is in this secret realm. No one could subdue the ferocious ancient imperial soldiers, and they didn't know what a heavy price they had to pay for this. But in the end, it was this man who astonished everyone. He appeared so quietly. The cruel and ferocious ancient imperial soldiers were like an obedient child in his hands. She knew it then. This is a man that none of them can even imagine. In his eyes, this world may be nothing, and what he pursues is something that they can never touch in their entire lives. But she never thought of it. The man who originally thought they would never have any interactions with each other, actually saw him again today. It turns out that he is the leader of the Black and White Demon Palace. The Black and White God. Thinking of this beautiful wife's beautiful eyes glazed over. When she saw Su Ming's glance over her, there was a slight blush on her absolutely beautiful and seductive face. Aware of this scene, Sun Shuiyan, who was beside Su Ming, glared at Su Ming secretly, feeling quite unhappy. No matter where he went, this guy attracted women so much. He even didn't spare the married women. It was simply disgusting. And that woman, you are already married, why are you still staring at him? You are shameless. Su Ming didn't know what Sun Shuiyan was thinking. Seeing the resentment on her face, he put down the teacup and said with a slight smile, "Let's make a deal first. I will help you get the flame. If you can't refine the Holy Spirit pill, you will be finished in your next life." Sun Shuiyan puffed her lips and hummed, "Why, you still want to eat me?" Su Ming smiled and said, "You can try it." Snap. He snapped his fingers lightly. As the voice fell, the space above the head of the Chenshui Palace suddenly fluctuated, and then two figures landed from the space. They were two men in black and white clothes, one fat and one thin, both of them had particularly young faces. On their chests, there was a badge of alternating black and white, which was like the rising and falling of yin and yang, and the alternation of the black moon. This badge, it is the symbol of the Black and White Demon Palace. Anyone from Zhongzhou continent who is familiar with this badge will know that only the top 8 demon generals in the Black and White Demon Palace are qualified to wear this alternating black and white badge. And these 8 demon generals, each one of them is a super strong person who has survived the first tribulation of the 3 spirits. For ordinary forces, a powerful god emperor who has survived the first calamity is enough to become the king and hegemon in a region. This is the case with Sun Daopeng's Dragon Demon Palace. And there are 8 people in the Black and White Demon Palace. With such a background, who is not afraid? When these 2 people appeared, the majestic and vast aura made Sun Daopeng's face turn green in an instant. He glanced at Su Ming with a dark look, then at Sun Shuiyin next to Su Ming, and then gritted his teeth and said, "This in Xuanbei continent, it's not your turn to run wild in the Black and White Demon Palace. If you make a fuss here, and when the Yutian Palace receives the news, even you, the Black and White God Lord, will be in trouble against that Demon Lord." Oh. Hearing this, Su Ming glanced at him in surprise. "Do you know anyone from Yutian Palace?" Sun Daopeng sneered, "More than just knowing each other, our Dragon Demon Palace has long wanted to join the Yutian Palace. The Holy Spirit Heart from the Snow Emperor's Palace this time is the gift I want to give to that Demon Lord. You Black and White Demon Palace, if you dare to interfere, do you not take Yutian Palace seriously?" Su Ming smiled. "So, do you still know that Demon Lord?" Of course. Sun Daopeng thought that Su Ming was afraid, and he said with a sneer, "The Demon Lord has the most disgusting eyes. If he knows that my opportunity in Xuanbei continent has been robbed by your Black and White Demon Palace, when the time comes, these things are not resolved that easily." Sun Shuiyin took a deep breath, frowned slightly, and whispered next to Su Ming, "Yutian Temple is the most powerful demonic force on our Xuanbei continent, and that Yutian Demon Lord is even more cruel and ruthless, and his cultivation is as high as the sky. I don't know how this Sun Daopeng could be related to Yutian Palace, otherwise." Su Ming looked at her. "What else?" Sun Shuiyin spoke up and said with some worry, "Otherwise, forget it, I have other ways to refine the Holy Spirit pill, and I don't want you to offend those people because of me." Because of her grandfather, she knew the identity of Su Ming's Black and White Demon Palace very early. However, Su Ming's power was far away in Zhongzhou continent. There was only 1,000 Snow Palace on Xuanbei continent. How could it fight against Yutian Palace? Chapter 301 by Junyi. Since then, we have not owed each other. Moreover, even if Su Ming is not afraid of the imperial monster, but the Xuanbei mainland is the site of the imperial temple after all. Once it is related to them, it will definitely be troublesome. Sun Shuiyin's worry is not unreasonable. She knew that Su Ming was very powerful. With the mysterious and powerful practice of this guy, I am afraid that even Yutian Mazan could not recite the benefits in front of him, but at that time, it was the grievances between the 2 forces. And Su Ming's urgent wanted to make the Holy Spirit Dan, indicating that the next thing must be important for him, and she didn't want to let Su Ming's festivals be born on this section. Su Ming stared at Sun Shuiyin. He didn't speak, but waved his hand towards the 2 figures in black and white clothes. The 2 received orders, and the figure disappeared instantly. Sun Daopeng was happy, and thought that the fierce name of Yutian Temple bluffed the Black and White God, but then the space was crushed directly. Tick him into the space fiercely. As soon as the scream of screaming came out, it was completely loud. Among the attic, everyone looked at the figure of the white clothes and was stunned. Sure enough, at this level of Black and White God, how could it be bluffed because of a word from others? I am afraid that even if the people in the imperial temple came today, the god monarch would not have the slightest timidity. In the faint, everyone in the hearts of the hearts came out of a strange idea. I don't know who is better when the Black and White God Jun and Yutian Mazan are really facing. Sun Shuiyin was a little annoyed, and she knew that with the character of this guy, he would not take it in Wat Yishan Temple. I knew it a long time ago, so I didn't call him. Su Ming's palm gently pulled from the space, and a ray of light red flames rose from his palms. This kind of world is indeed the best alchemy. He reached out and covered Sun Shuiyin's smooth forehead. The strand of flames entered her eyebrows very smoothly. When Su Ming's palm was loosened, at the heart of Sun Shuiyin's eyebrows, there was a pale white flame mark. Feeling the temperature of Su Ming's palm, Sun Shuiyin's cheeks were slightly flushed. The expression on her pretty face became a lot gentle, and she reached out and touched her eyebrows. "Give me this, do you feel bad?" Quote. Su Ming smiled, "If you are willing, you can give it to you." Hearing, Sun Shuiyin stunned for a long time, and reacted to her blush and glared at Su Ming with a fierce face. "Oh, the ghost only wants you." Speaking, say so. But she was a little ecstatic in her heart. I do know if it was because of staying with this guy for a long time. Originally, his face that made her a little nasty, now it seems that it suddenly feels much pleasing to the eye. Look like this. This guy is still very handsome. It is rich, beautiful and powerful. No wonder you can seduce so many women, hum. On the other side, seeing Sun Shuiyan's relationship with Su Ming's slightly intimate relationship, many masters of unknown power are shocked. Medical Emperor Sun Shuiyan, the young daughter of the band family, even with this black and white god, and this special relationship. Among them, the Lord of the Holy Land in a certain area hurriedly laughed at Su Ming, the god of God's holy tribunal, that Sun Daopeng deceived people. I dare not say anything. Quote. I don't know if the God of God has time to let us do our best to the landlord. The first thing I welcomed the God of God in Juqing. My daughter Juqing Sage, pregnant with Juqing Zan body, just half a month ago. Once this says. The masters of many forces glanced at Taiching Lord weirdly, and then hurriedly attached to peace. On the mainland of Xuanbei, it can be said that it is the only one of the royal temple, but the people of the royal temple are evil and want to put everyone in their eyes at all. He warned that they dare to say. Now that Fang Fang wants to communicate. No wonder in such a situation, Chenshui Palace is still like the sky. It turned out that they had climbed the black and white magic palace. They had complaining about Yudian Temple in their hearts. At least you don't have to be so afraid of Yudian Temple. It was Su Ming. Holding these guys, his eyes were a little weird. Then shook his head faintly, no need. He was together. The minds of many forces shocked, and hurriedly bowed their punch. At this time, everyone's eyes have changed to the master of Chenshui Palace. If there are some power lords before the Chenshui Palace, at this moment, Chenshui Palace has become a force that they must make associative and not offend. Su Ming looked at the woman in Xingyi. He thought about it and laughed. The girl is familiar, have we met before? Girl. Sun Shuiyan's heart was suddenly angry. She glanced at Su Ming fiercely, and she was resentful. Is this guy blind? People have already married, and the girl farts. Woman. When Su Ming spoke, the Qingjun's face just showed a gentle smile on the right. And his words also made the Xingyi woman froze. For a while, the woman's face was reddish, and some little deer bumped in her heart. Even when she was facing her husband, she didn't feel this. This made her a little ashamed. In a hurry, he lowered his head and didn't dare to look at Su Ming. Su Ming's eyes were deep, and his eyes were obviously funny. This villain is used to stir up women, but it is very good. Of course he was intentional. After all, a woman can also increase the villain, and he does not dislike it. And on the other, after the Xingyi women, they also followed the elders of the two Kyushu Chamber of Commerce. When the two were just in the insulting women of Xingyi and Sun Daopeng, they did not dare to put a word. At this moment, they saw this scene, they were all happy in their hearts. Although this Xingyi woman is their main mother, they have died. Now, there is one orphan woman, and there is no son under her knees. But if their mother-in-law can be seen by the black and white god, no matter if she can be a woman of the prince in the end, it is a great opportunity for the Kyushu Chamber of Commerce anyway, and it can even surpass their president in charge of the Chamber of Commerce. The scale. That is, the president may be a bit green. Compared with the future of the Chamber of Commerce, it's nothing. If they grow up, it is estimated that they will be angry with blood, but whoever calls the president is dead, then don't blame them for the future of the Chamber of Commerce. Seeing his own mother and mother did not respond for a long time. The two were anxious. Su Ming glanced at the two and returned to the woman in Xingyi again. He suddenly laughed. The night tonight should be good. If the girl is interested, she can come to me to narrate the old. After speaking, he left straight. Sun Shuiyan glanced at the woman in Xingyi, and then she squeezed her hands, and she was having a sip of Su Ming's back, and then followed. Su Ming said this, of course, joking. And tonight he will not stay in the snow area. He didn't know that his sentence directly let Xingyi women stand in place, and the beautiful eyes looked at the back he left deeply. The original one of the deserted and quiet heart, but at this time, for the first time, because of a man, for the first time, because of a man, and there is a little ripple. On the other side, when Bai Junyi was awake, when Su Ming returned, she saw that she was slightly curled up the seductive legs, put her white chin on her knees, and stared blankly at the ground. Even Su Ming came in, and she ignored it. And Su Ming was able to clearly feel that Bai Junyi's attitude towards him was much colder than before. Wake up. Su Ming walked into the bedroom. Bai Junyi slowly looked up, and the pair of cold beauty reflected Su Ming's figure. She was expressionless and said faintly, "You give me back to Bai's house. From now on, we do not owe each other." Her heart was faintly painful. But at this time, she still wanted to give herself and leave the last decent. Su Ming's face was bland. What to do? Bai Juni exhaled gently. What do I do? It seems to have nothing to do with you. Su Ming, you said before, we are just trading between us, now the transaction is completed, and I should go back. From then on, I will not disturb you anymore, and I hope that you will not appear in front of me anymore. She looked up and looked at Su Ming calmly, as if there was no trace of nostalgia in her eyes. Instead, she was as cold as a stranger. Chapter 302 I Hate You. For Bai Juni's cold attitude, Su Ming didn't say anything, just glanced at her gently. The scenes of the brain vaguely emerged when they captured Bai Juni's god body not long ago. Seeing Su Ming's unhappy eyes, Bai Juni gritted his teeth and stared at him aggressively. Did you hear what I said? Su Ming shook his head. No. You Bai Juni was angry, you are a rogue. Su Ming shrugged, what do you say? He walked into the bedroom and carefully looked at the beauty on the bed. At this time, he could obviously feel that in the cold temperament of Bai Juni, he was mixed with the charm of a mature woman, as if exuding a more seductive charm. Well, there is a taste of a wife and beauty. In addition, she only wore a white gauze small coat on her body, and her full and proud figure was even more at a glance. Such a scale is indeed not comparable to ordinary girls. Among the women Su Ming have seen, they can compete with her. I am afraid that only the Snow Emperor and his own teacher Bai Qingshan. Su Ming picked up the scattered clothes aside and handed her one white dress. Put your clothes and send you back. Su Ming said calmly. Bai Juni silently. Su Ming frowned, want me to help you? No, I'm here. Bai Juni looked at him lightly, pointed out outside the door, you go out. Su Ming didn't move. She gritted her teeth, my body, only my husband can see, you go out. Su Ming's lips, I haven't seen it before. Bai Juni was squeezed gently, and her heart was a little stuffy and uncomfortable. Then her eyes turned red slightly. She suddenly glanced up and glared at Su Ming. I hate you. Su Ming. When Bai Juni dressed his clothes, he instantly restored the cold and indifferent appearance of Su Ri. Su Ming felt the spiritual power in her body, and surprised, the spiritual power is fused so fast. Boom. Bai Juni raised his hand and blasted him. The crystal spiritual power exploded in front of him. Although he was okay, the airwaves produced by the explosion still made his face slightly tingling. This Snow Emperor's crystal spiritual power is really not ordinary. Moreover, he always has a weird feeling. The constitution of Bai Juni seems to have become a bit different. It merged the Snow Emperor's blood and blood. Now her cultivation is more than twice higher than before. Perhaps, even the cultivation speed will it double. With the cold eyes of Bai Juni, Su Ming touched his chin, and then laughed, the speed is enough, the power is almost. Bai Juni converged his spiritual power, his face was indifferent, and he didn't even want to take care of Su Ming. He directly bypassed Su Ming and walked from him. In this place, she didn't want to wait more for a second. Snicating Bai Juni's seductive fragrance, Su Ming didn't speak, but just lifted her palms, the space in front of her slowly fluctuated, and then a space vortex appeared. Then, a long palm stretched out and grabbed her wrist. Bai Juni frowned, you let me go. However, when she turned back, the white chin was directly pinched by Su Ming. Woo, oh. Bai Juni widened his eyes and looked at Su Ming's face close at hand. She stared at him with resentment. Have you played enough? Do you think anyone will play this kind of boring game with you? You think you deceive me feelings, are you very amazing? Quote. Su Ming. Is this really angry? He let go of his palm. Slap. Bai Juni slapped his hand directly, and the beautiful eyes were cold. However, deep inside the cold eyes, a touch of pain appeared. Since merging Snow Emperor's blood, she did not know why, and she would care so much about Su Ming's feelings, and she would be driven by this emotion, struggling and contradictory. One time, the room was silent. When Bai Juni's eyes were slightly lowered, Su Ming reached out and stretched out a strand of hair on her forehead, and then said calmly, just fusion of the spiritual power, calm down first. If you really don't want to see me, I will send you back. Bai Juni lowered her head and didn't dare to look at Su Ming's eyes. She took a deep breath in her heart, but the inexplicable emotion suddenly rushed to her heart again, making her struggling, and finally looked up slowly, staring at it. Staring at with Su Ming's eyes, I was silent for a long time, and nodded softly, okay. Exit. She regretted it instantly, but when she saw Su Mingna, she gradually became dull. Her heart suddenly suffered a burst of pain. That kind of heartache seemed to belong to her, and it seemed not to belong to her. Like another soul deep in her heart, she was uncomfortable. She was a little pale. Zhao's body suddenly stunned. That is the emotion that belongs to the Snow Emperor. But why, when facing Su Ming, Snow Emperor would have those heartache like her when facing Su Ming? Chapter 303 Don't let your master know. This emotion is like the Snow Emperor who lived thousands of years ago. What happened between Su Ming and Su Ming made her unable to release it for a long time. I do and think about Bai Junyi. Anyway, after today, she and Su Ming will not meet again. He is an apprentice of Bai Qingshan, and Bai Qingshan and her have a ray of blood. So she and Su Ming are together in themselves. She cannot care about the eyes of others, but what would others think of Su Ming, what would Bai Qingshan think of her? What's more, Su Ming did not like her from the beginning. Between them, it was just a deal. Think of this. Bai Junyi endured her heartache, and she looked up at Su Ming deeply, as if trying to remember the face firmly in her heart. From today, she lives only for revenge and cultivation. As for this man, perhaps every day in the future, she will think of him, but she will restrain herself and don't bother him anymore. But, why did she think of this? She was very stuffy, and the emotion in the heart of her heart came again. This time, she stepped forward without controlling it, slowly stretched out the jade hand, and sorted it out for Su Ming gently. Large. When Su Ming was a little puzzled, she looked up, looking at Su Ming with tears, but whispered to himself, "Can you finally hold me, just?" What? Su Ming looked at her side. Bai Junyi stunned slightly, and then she pushed Su Ming and shook her head and said, "Nothing, it's okay to hear it." Su Ming looked at her calmly. Shen Yanzong. Bai Junyi froze for a moment, and then the killing intention of the cold beautiful eyes, Lin Changfeng is there. Don't wait for Su Ming to answer. She took a deep breath and stared at Su Ming and said, "My relationship with you, don't let your master know." What is our relationship? Bai Junyi gritted his teeth. Su Ming, I tell you seriously, and I am your master and I belong to the same pulse. According to the generation, I am a generation larger than you. Since you don't like me, then we should be regarded as what we do. None of it happened, and later. Hearing, Su Ming was silent, then raised his palm, slowly slipped from Bai Junyi's smooth forehead, and his fingertips touched her soft white and tender cheeks. Bai Junyi didn't know what he was thinking. Resistance, let Su Ming touch. Su Ming had originally wanted to say something, but thought of her ending in the original plot, and finally to her mouth, she only turned into a faint sentence, "Let's go, I'll give you back." Feel a cold attitude of Su Ming. Bai Junyi said that it was not uncomfortable. She couldn't understand why Su Ming did not like her, but she had to do such intimate things with her. After these contacts, she could feel that Su Ming had something in her heart. Hidden her, and that thing may be the reason why Su Ming didn't like her. But she didn't know what exactly she did to make Su Ming suddenly cold and hot. She was a little stubborn and wanted Su Ming to tell her the truth. One time, the room was silent. Su Ming looked at Bai Junyi, and his eyes flickered slightly. After thinking about it, he said slowly, "Everyone in this world will change." Bai Junyi was puzzled. Su Minggen laughed. Not only will people change, but their feelings will change. Bai Junyi reacted. She looked at Su Ming with a stunned manner, a little uncomfortable. "So, you think I like you, you are lying to you. You think I give you the most precious things of a woman. You come to save me." Su Ming. Bai Junyi stared at him with red eyes, "You are a bastard." Boom. She slapped Su Ming as soon as she slapped her, and her body was directly turned into lumens, and she did not hesitate to enter the space vortex in front of her. Su Ming. Is it so irritable? What about the gentle and obedient white? Watch Bai Junyi to leave. Su Ming looked back at the back of the sky, and then a touch of spiritual power popped up at the fingertips, and a purple puzzles came out of the void. Immediately afterwards, a light curtain screen is refracted in the Lingju. In the center of the picture, it is a purple-coated man. I saw that his royal sword was empty and moved forward quickly, and his speed even torn the space around him. And the destination of men's marching is the northern wasteland. Su Ming stared at the purple man. Judging from the avenue of this man, he should be a decent forces. The main thing is that on the sword behind the man, he also followed a beautiful and anxious woman. It is the young master of the Taichuan Holy Land Ji Yuyan. Su Ming squinted slightly. Ji Yuyan was originally going to Tianyuan Sea. I did not expect to meet the person who was like Lin Changfeng with the fate. If it is according to the original plot, Lin Shui is Lin Changfeng's sister with a hint of blood, and this purple-coated man is Lin Shui's destiny, which is commonly known as the dog. After Lin Shui and Lin Changfeng recognized each other, he had helped Lin Changfeng out of numerous dangerous situations, and also allowed Lin Changfeng to join the temples to cultivate smoothly. Lin Shui has not been able to watch it for a lifetime. After all, although Lin Changfeng and Lin Shui had a trace of blood, but as a destiny male, he did not intend to let go of this beautiful sister. And if Lin Changfeng and the man in the purple clothes know, Lin Shui, who worshipped the goddess in their hearts, had already been given by Su Ming. Still in that case, I wonder what they feel. He didn't want to be a good person in this life. Think of this. He pinched his palm. The picture in Lingju was suddenly broken. It's okay. It can also harvest a wave of villains. Now Sun Shuiyan is using Chen Shuiluo's alchemy furnace to help him refining the Holy Spirit Dan. With the mysterious flames, the Holy Spirit Dan should not be a problem. As for Qin Ru, an apprentice from him to Shuiyu, Su Ming is temporarily in mind it's right. The system task is naturally unwilling. In his heart, he was still a little hesitant. The prediction of the mirror of the ruling is absolutely impossible to be groundless. After all, even if it is the system in the body, the immortal king is highly evaluated. In the original era, the brutal rule of the Juyu emperor was able to end. Absolutely farewell to the last generation. Juyu emperor. Ju Tian Xuano. According to the system, today's ancient phoenixes are the most pure ancient emperor's pulse in the 9 female emperors. So, the Emperor Juyu is likely to be the people of the Feng family, although no one knows her real name, but Su Ming speculated that she should surname Feng. And the younger sister Feng Qingling, she is also surnamed Feng. There are also rumors. It is said that the female emperor of Juyu was a female apprentice adopted by the immortal king since she was a child. She was miserable and pitiful. Unfortunately, she later liked her master. She just wanted to take advantage of him alone, to deceive the teacher, and to kill the immortal god. Wang was imprisoned in the emperor's palace. Su Ming substituted himself. I felt a little bit as suffocating instantly. Isn't this a proper sickness? Fortunately, there is no such person around him for the time being. Although Tang Qingyan has a strong possessiveness, he can't reach the level of sickness, and other women can still be determined. The taste entangled by illness is really uncomfortable. Chapter 304 Su Ming, I am not a thief. The refining of the Holy Lingdan cannot be completed immediately, and Su Ming is not in a hurry. At least he must ensure that everything will be lost before he will hit the Holy Realm. In the present world of the Snow Palace, the masters of the forces want to snatch the Holy Spirit's heart, and he does not stop it. It is just the strategy of the Snow Emperor. Of course, the Holy Spirit's heart was left for herself. Snow Emperor is not a good man and a woman. She is a woman who can be desperate for cultivation, but not anyone can surrender. Even if it was the destiny male lead, Lin Changfeng, in the later stage of the plot, she raised her crazy in the plot, but she was from licking the dog to the clown, and then to love instead of her hatred. Such a woman is really not easy to conquer. If it weren't for her, there was someone in her heart. That is, she doesn't like men. Su Ming feels that it should be more biased to the first one. After all, Snow Emperor had seen it. The eyes that hate showing that she was likely to be deeply hurt before, and even maybe, this Snow Emperor was still sick. This is really the case. Su Ming mourned the guy. Irify the taste of sickness, alas. What's more, this is still a sickness that is immediately promoted to the Holy Realm. Moreover, she didn't know how many people killed thousands of years ago. Now these guys are a sacrifice for her, and she is naturally not polite. On the snowy side, Su Ming did not intend to intervene and let those guys toss them by themselves. Anyway, they were all cultivated by the Snow Emperor in the end. At that time, he might also cooperate with this Snow Emperor. After all, it is the first woman who has been promoted to the Holy Realm for thousands of years, or the enemy of the destiny male, at least it can make a little trouble for those guys in the gods. With Sun Shuiyan's cultivation, it takes at least a day to refine the Holy Spirit, and then come over and take it again. Su Gongzi, someone wants to ask outside. At this time, the maid outside the door suddenly reported. Hearing, Su Ming returned to God, and he said casually, let her come in. The door opens. Under the guidance of the little maid, a beautiful wife wearing a tulle blue skirt, holding a young woman, and a variety of styles came slowly. She seemed to be dressed up deliberately, and the makeup on the pretty face was more beautiful and seductive. The phoenix eyes were affectionate. After seeing Su Ming's Zhang Junhe's unparalleled face, her face was ruddy, a pair of rich and lips was slightly opened and closed, and she was gorgeous. Essence. Yun Jun, I have seen Su Gongzi. Su Ming, how did this beautiful young woman come? More importantly, she changed a long tulle skirt with a full-bodied scenery with the ups and downs of breath, so that she had a glance at a glance. On the side of the skirt, a pair of beautiful and white legs, rubbing gently with the pace, from the thighs to the beautiful calves, as well as the beautiful feet wearing Lingyu high-heeled shoes, all exudes attractive atmosphere. Su Ming frowned slightly. However, after the little maid closed the door with a red face from the outside, the shadow was boldly approaching him. Breathe short, some pathological flushing on the cheeks. This is poisoned. Su Ming was stunned. He obviously felt that the woman's breath was a bit wrong, and her body seemed to be desire, and once this poison was onset, she was afraid she couldn't control herself. Is this the poison of the ancient poison Zhongguanzong? Once this poison broke out, there was almost no solution. Unless, double repair with men. Otherwise, once the drug breaks out, it is unable to survive, and you can't. Su Ming is speechless. This Han Yunjin is not the daughter-in-law of the president of the Kyushu Chamber of Commerce. In the original plot, Lin Changfeng was exposed to the Kyushu Chamber of Commerce, but she did not describe it. Husband and wife then evoked some bad thoughts of Lin Changfeng. And she just stunned her just now. Is this looking for it? However, he can also see that the poison in Han Yunjin should be under others. It may be the elders who followed her just now. These guys can really do it. She came to me. Aren't they afraid that they will grow green and turning green? This properly lost my wife. Su Ming coughed. However, the woman stared at him with a scorching look, her mouth was like orchid, and the woman's fragrance came. See Su Ming stepped back slightly. The wife in front of her face resentful, as Su Gong just disliked me. Su Ming. His eyes looked at the woman with a charming face in front of him, and his cheeks were red. However, Han Yunjin saw this gentle and elegant man again, but she was also domineering. She only felt that her heartbeat accelerated, and her heart trembled. Under the roll of poison in her body, her cheeks were hot, her heart dear bumped, and she stared at him so frustratedly. Essence. After a while, Feng's eyes flickered, and said obsessively, since I came to the Kyushu Chamber of Commerce, I was unhappy every day, but when I saw your figure in the mystery that day, did you know what I was thinking at that time? I was thinking, if I could follow such a man in this life, I would like to let me do what to do. Later, Sun Daopeng bullied me, everyone was watching my jokes, only you came out to protect me. Su Mingma was silent. He didn't know what to say. He is not a South thief. What do you like? Han Yunjin looked at Su Ming with a pair of bright phoenix eyes. As a married young woman, at this moment, she was like a girl with a love sinus. She knew she was poisonous. But if this man is not Su Ming, then she would rather die without doing such a thing. After a while, her eyes gradually became blurred, her cheeks were full of morbid blush, a pair of chocolate opened slightly, and her throat seemed to make a painful groan. This is a poisonous attack. Then, Su Ming saw this woman slowly remove the Lingyu high-heeled shoes on her feet, revealing a pair of beautiful jade feet, stepped on the floor, and then her face flushed, slightly bowed her head, and said to Su Ming's astringent statement, Su Gongzi, you can rest assured although the body has become a relative, he never did that kind of thing. She was afraid that Su Ming would abandon her. While saying this, she blushed so blushing. Su Ming was silent. It is undeniable. The beautiful wife in front of her body is perfect and beautiful, and most men will definitely feel excited when they see it. Even maybe countless dog-licking dogs want to kiss fangs. But this detoxification, it's not a general way. This kind of detoxification method hurts the man's body very much. Fortunately, he has a strong physical fitness. It should not have any impact on him. If ordinary people, I am afraid she will be squeezed to her. However, he saw Su Ming's indifferent look. Han Yunjin's eyes were suddenly red. The next moment she stepped forward, but Su Ming was calmly avoided. Chapter 305 Mistress, this is all for the Chamber of Commerce. Seeing a bitter face on the woman in front of her, a bit of suffering. Su Ming did not expect that this lust was more poisonous than expected. Han Yunjin's face was full of morbid blush, she also wanted to approach Su Ming. The white greasy skin is particularly tempting, the waist is slender and narrow, and it is extremely tough. The plump curve reveals the soft beauty of women. But Su Ming deliberately kept a distance with her. I'm so hot. Han Yunjin's seductive and rosy mouth spit out a blurred voice, but saw Su Ming's indifferent expression, and she laughed in her heart. Sudden. However, when she saw Su Ming sighed lightly, she raised her palm, and she had a spiritual power into her body. The spiritual power with a cold breath made her instantly comfortable. Su Gongzi. Han Yunjin froze for a moment, then looked at Su Ming obsessively, with a touch of obsession with his eyes. From the day of birth, Yunjin is destined to become a tool for family marriage. Want to live for yourself. This is why she will be so crazy. In this era, there are still many women of large families who can only be reduced to the victims of marriage between two forces. Su Ming is the first man to touch her heartstring. She does not regret all this today. Although she was calm because of Su Ming's spiritual power, the stubbornness in her eyes was even more stubborn, because after today, she didn't want to leave any regrets. When I was a kid, I worshipped those real strong men and looked forward to a romantic love, but when I grew up, I found out that it was just her extravagance. The pain. Although married is a woman. But her body was clean and did not let that man touch her. When she was young, she was now in front of her. It was such a domineering strong man. When she was most helpless, she protected her so gentle. Such a man was not her girl. Weichun is the most perfect figure in the sleeping dream. Unfortunately, Su Ming did not let her touch it at all, and it was obvious that she had a precautions to her, which also made Han Yunjin a little uncomfortable. Su Ming said lightly, there is not only one way to detoxify, don't worry about it first. But I have no choice. Han Yunjin's eyes were red, and there were 2 lines of tears in his eyes. Nympho. Outside the room, the little maid listened to the sound inside, the white tender little face was instantly red, and her breathing became unconscious. Then she hurriedly reached out and covered her ears, and dared not listen again. And under the top floor of Chenchuelo recruitment area. In a room, 2 men in robe were crossed back and forth anxiously. How about, the master's mother hasn't come back for so long. Is it our plan to play a role? The black and white god monarch is obviously interesting to the main mother, and she will definitely accept her. You are in a hurry to have a fart now, and the poison is the 2 of us. If the god monarch is pursued, no one can run. I am all considering the Chamber of Commerce. The chairman is dead. Our Kyushu Chamber of Commerce has become a laughingstock in the eyes of others. If the prince accepts the master and mother, even if it is the imperial hall in the future, I am afraid that we have to do it to our Kyushu Chamber of Commerce. Gen. Indeed, since the death of the chairman, I don't know how many people remember the mother and mother. She also knows the relationship with the president. Well, that's what you do. Some are sorry for the chairman, but we are all for the sake of the Chamber of Commerce, and the president should be considerate. Although the 2 were anxious, they were obviously calm after the conversation, and then, when they saw the time over a minute, their mother and mother had no news. The last 2 could not help but worry. Their mother Bing Qingyu Jia was given to the prince today by them. If the main mother would really investigate in the future, they couldn't eat it. Afraid of fart. We are all for the Chamber of Commerce, she will understand the main mother. Yes, it's all for the Chamber of Commerce. Soon. 1 hour passed. In the bedroom, with the dissipation of poison in her body, Han Yunjin really became awake. She stared at Su Ming in a stun. In the last beautiful eyes, she shed crystal tears and slowly scratched her still red cheeks. Why? Su Ming sighed lightly, looking at the tears on the opposite side. The poor woman, he stretched out his palm and played the dust on the clothes. Restraining this poison will not recur in the future. Quote. I couldn't help thinking about the plot of the Kyushu Chamber of Commerce. In fact, the wife was also very miserable. She was forced to marry a person I didn't like by the family. When I went to a certain Wanzong to be a substitute maiden, in fact, I was given to others to be a double furnace. In the end, she seemed to be on the way to Huanzong, committed suicide, and she was incense. After hearing the news, Lin Changfeng, a silly male lead, regretted that he did not start with the wife earlier. Therefore, in the original plot, Mrs. Han is just a marginal figure, and the probability of being affected by heaven in the future is very low. Thinking of this, he couldn't help shaking his head and said faintly, poison has been solved. If you don't want to stay here, or you don't want to stay in the Kyushu Chamber of Commerce, you can leave at any time. No one dares to stop you. The woman in his arms had red eyes and just stared at him with a resentful look on her face. Su Ming also looked at her. Why, you don't want to? If he incurred another love debt, he felt that his waist might not be enough. After all, love debts had to be repaid. Han Yunjin looked at the man in front of him with resentful eyes. In the end, she had the courage to step forward, grab the Divine King's hand, and bit him hard on the back of his hand. Hiss. Why do women like to bite so much? Finished biting. Han Yunjin stood up and looked at Su Ming deeply with his beautiful eyes, as if he wanted to remember his face forever in his heart. The seductive fragrance of this woman was filling his nose, and Su Ming had a strange expression. Why does this situation feel so familiar? At last. He just stretched and stood up lazily. Chapter 306. I just want to make up for the mistakes I made. At the same time, Shenyang sect, facing the cliff. On top of this towering and dangerous peak, there are 4 giant swords made of high-grade spiritual iron suspended in midair. The 4 giant swords surround a young man in black, forming a sword formation. The sword intent is filled inside, and the sword body buzzes. At a certain moment, the young man in black suddenly opened his eyes, and his whole body was suddenly filled with sword energy and sword light shining. There's still one step left, and the 4-spirit sword formation is ready. Lin Changfeng's eyes were filled with surprise, and then he shouted loudly, the 4 spirits came to the world and formed an array. This is the ancient sword formation left to him by the sword master. As long as you practice to a great extent, you can transform 4 spirits with one sword and split the sky and sea. This was also the skill that made the sword master famous in the first place. Now he is finally close to succeeding in practicing it. Ever since the 3 envoys issued the Queen Mother Emperor Zhao's order, he knew that his opportunity had come. The Queen Mother Emperor Zhao's order meant that the Xuanbei dynasty would intervene in the affairs of the Northern Wilderness Territory. Of course, it also means that the opportunity for him to rise appears again. First of all, his talent is not weak, he is invincible. Secondly, it is said that the Queen Mother is very fond of cultivating geniuses. If this is not his opportunity, what is it? Although the Queen Mother may be hundreds of years old. But, he doesn't care. Suddenly, Lin Changfeng's pupils shrank. While he was practicing, he just casually glanced to the right and vaguely saw an old man. The old man was holding a wine gourd in his hand. He was lying on a boulder without any image. He lifted the gourd and poured himself wine with a smile on his face, stared at him. See the smile on the old man's face. Lin Changfeng felt a chill in his heart. Bang! A giant sword exploded above his head, and the spirit formation failed. Fuck me. Lin Changfeng was angry. Not only did he know this old man, but he had also seen him. When he first met Su Ming, he had seen this old guy holding a gourd to drink wine. At that time, he also drank the wine Su Ming gave him was full of praise. Now suddenly appeared to disgust him, right? Lin Changfeng gritted his teeth. The old man clicked his tongue and saw that Lin Changfeng's whole body was covered in blue and red, and even his face was bruised. There was no good place. He shook his head and said, "You have a destiny, but you have been so miserable. You are also it's just an individual." Lin Changfeng's face was dark. Old man, everyone can make sarcastic remarks. If you have the ability, come and give it a try. Haha, I don't have such a fate. The old man laughed and raised his eyebrows at Lin Changfeng. I have calculated on my fingers that tomorrow will be your fate. If you survive it, your destiny will continue in the future. Otherwise, I'm about to take away your destiny. Hear this. Lin Changfeng was terrified. His master had also said before that he was supposed to have destiny and luck, and opportunities were endless. But since he came to Shenyang sect and met Su Ming, everything began to change. As long as it was a woman who was related to Su Ming, they all wanted to kill him like a madman, no one was normal. Now that he heard that he was about to suffer a fatal disaster, he immediately broke out in a cold sweat and couldn't help but ask, "Senior, what you said is true. Is it true that as long as I survive this fatal disaster, Su Ming will be killed in the future?" I was completely crushed under my feet. After the old man was silent for a short time, Yu said, "If you can survive this catastrophe, people from the Saint clan will come to you. From now on, there will no longer be the person you mentioned in this world." "Is it Su Ming?" Lin Changfeng looked excited. As long as he survives the disaster of tomorrow, there will be no more Su Ming in this world. Doesn't that mean that Su Ming will die tomorrow? This is not his destiny. It's obviously Su Ming's fate, right? Immediately, Lin Changfeng gritted his teeth. He knelt down directly and said, Senior is here at this time, naturally not to watch Junior's jokes but also to ask Senior for advice. I will be very grateful. The old man was slightly startled. Seeing Lin Changfeng kowtow 3 times, he immediately smiled and said, You are sincere, but I can't help you. The people who can help you are here. He pointed to the sky. Lin Changfeng looked up with a confused expression. Do you understand? The old man looked at him. Lin Changfeng stared blankly at the sky, then turned his gaze back to the old man. What did the senior say? However, the figure of the old man was nowhere to be seen in his eyes. There was nothing on that boulder. Lin Changfeng shook his head. Could it be that he was hallucinating during practice? But that old man was clearly on the stone just now. The next second, Lin Changfeng's spirit was shaken, and he seemed to sense something. He hurriedly turned his head to look behind him, and saw 2 delicate figures in his eyes. They were 2 girls. Although they were not very old, their appearance was impressive. One look at it and you can't help but be moved. Ning Xiaoxiao, Feng Qingling, aren't they the people around Su Ming? Lin Changfeng's hair stood up all over his body, and he was so frightened that he broke into a cold sweat. He was afraid of avoiding these women, as well as Mu Qingyan, Mu Wan, and those crazy women like Bai Qingshan. You, what are you going to do? Lin Changfeng shivered and backed away. Feng Qingling glanced at him, then looked at Ning Xiaoxiao, frowning and said, Are you really sure that he can help us stop senior brother? Ning Xiaoxiao nodded. He said with some discomfort, He is the only one who can stop master. Are you sure? Feng Qingling was a little confused, then arrest him first. Lin Changfeng's face twitched fiercely. He hurriedly said, You two, this is all a misunderstanding. If there is anything, let's talk it over and don't be violent. He felt the pressure of spiritual power in Feng Qingling's body, which made him a little unbelievable. This girl who was not yet an adult had such terrifying cultivation. If we ask him for help, will Master know about it? Will he be angry with us? Ning Xiaoxiao thought for a while, then asked worriedly. Feng Qingling's icy lake-like eyes glanced at Ning Xiaoxiao. Anyone can lose senior brother, but I can't. Because she had already lost him once. And this time, she will do whatever it takes to keep him by her side. Ning Xiaoxiao opened her eyes wide. She always felt that Feng Qingling seemed to be different, especially her eyes, which looked cold and scary. Feng Qingling raised her hand, and a spiritual chain flew out, tying up Lin Changfeng directly. Lin Changfeng's face instantly turned green. He hurriedly used his spiritual power to break free. But the more he struggled, the tighter the chains became. What do you want to do? Lin Changfeng backed away in horror. Feng Qingling glanced at him, and then the spiritual power chain sealed Lin Changfeng's mouth. She raised her eyes slightly and looked at the sky in a daze. Are you okay? Ning Xiaoxiao looked confused. During this period of time, she could always feel that Feng Qingling was a little uneasy. Many times, she looked a little dazed, and her eyes showed a hint of deep guilt, as if she had done something terrible. She has suffered a lifetime of pain, and now she wants to repent. But how old is she? About the same age as yourself, right? Feng Qingling shook her head, smiled bitterly, and murmured, You don't understand. At first, when she was the same age as Ning Xiaoxiao, at that time, she had not left the Taixian sect, and she was not the cold and ruthless Nine Heavens Zan Empress in the future. She was just a little girl who would hide in the arms of her elder brother and act coquettishly to him. Girl. But it's this little girl. In the end, she deeply hurt the person who loved her most. For her, the senior brother even lost the chance to resist destiny and left his most precious road to immortality to himself. But the first thing she did when she returned to the lower world was I am going to completely cut off the relationship with my senior brother. Because of the few words of the senior brothers in Taiching Palace and some unfounded misunderstandings, she personally pushed the people who loved her most into the abyss. It was she who ruined the senior brother's life. She still remembers the look of shock and disbelief in his eyes when she returned to the lower world to see her elder brother, when she pointed the tip of her sword at him, and when she spoke those cold words. Now, she just wants to make up for the mistakes she made. As long as her senior brother can forgive her, she is willing to do anything. Then what are we going to do? Ning Xiaoxiao was a little unsure about paying attention, and was afraid that Su Ming would find out if they contacted Lin Changfeng privately, and then punish them. But she does. It was all for the master. She didn't want the scene in her dream to happen again, she didn't want to see the master in pain, and she didn't want to see him turn into a cold-blooded and ruthless devil for Tang Qingyan. Chapter 307 Tang Qingyan, I never care about the death of others. In the maple forest, there is a clearing in the forest. As the spiritual power fluctuated, the old man holding the wine gourd in his hand and a slender woman wearing a black dress slowly appeared beside him. The old man took a sip of wine and looked at the woman. Are your Shira lineage also planning to interfere in the affairs of the northern spirit realm? Hear the words. The woman took a step forward, her long hair sloping down. Her face was particularly delicate, but her eyes were pure black, with unusually deep pupils. The woman frowned slightly and said in a calm voice, I just came to visit someone on the order of the Empress. Her eyes scanned the world, and when her eyes scanned the 7 peaks of Shenyang sect, her cold cheeks finally showed a trace of ripples, and a ripple also flashed in her black eyes. The old man's face changed slightly when he heard the Lady Emperor mentioned by the woman. After receiving the news from Kangming sect, the Empress also learned about some situations that happened in Bailing realm. The old man frowned suddenly. Is it because of that bloodline? Others may not know it, but he knows very well that almost 20 years ago, it was the woman in front of him who came to the northern spiritual realm with an infant baby in her arms. And when she left, she was alone. Everyone thought that at the time. She has already dealt with that bloodline. The old man suddenly smiled. It seems that your Shira lineage is playing a big game of chess. The woman glanced at him and said, there are some things that you shouldn't know, so it's better not to know. The old man smiled faintly, and then nodded slightly. The next second, the woman's figure disappeared. The old man looked at the position of Kaifeng and sighed secretly. He couldn't afford to offend the Shira clan. He can't afford to offend the Kangming divine sect even more. On the top of Kaifeng mountain, on the edge of the cliff in front, Tang Qingyan was sitting on the grass, holding her chin in her hands, looking blankly ahead with her beautiful eyes, not knowing what she was thinking about, and she looked particularly absent-minded. Ever since I read Su Ming's blood-refining emperor's manual, her heart became very confused. At a certain moment, she suddenly turned her head and looked at the towering dark mountain peak behind her. That is the heavenly peak of the Shenyang sect, and it is also the place that best fits the blood sacrifice mentioned in the blood-refining emperor scripture. Immediately, she gritted her teeth slightly, stood up and left Kaifeng. At this moment, facing the cliff, Feng Qingling stared at Lin Changfeng. The look in those cold phoenix eyes made Lin Changfeng's whole body go hairy. I don't know if it's an illusion. From Feng Qingling's eyes, he actually saw a chill that penetrated into her bones, and this chill seemed to be something she was born with. Call out. The spiritual chain directly swept Lin Changfeng's body into the air, and then the surrounding space changed, and a dark and towering black peak came into view. This is the forbidden area of Shenyang sect, Tianfeng. Boom! A deafening sound came, and Lin Changfeng saw Feng Qingling forming an ancient seal with her hands, and then the whole sky began to turn dark. There was even a strong fluctuation coming from the top of Tianfeng. The next second, dark ripples swept down from the top of Tianfeng at a speed visible to the naked eye. As the ripples spread, the space in front of them began to distort. Even Lin Changfeng could notice that in the distorted space in the middle, countless auras of different strengths and weaknesses suddenly emerged. Lin Changfeng opened his eyes wide and stared blankly at the sky, where the dark spiritual power gathered. The last of those dark spiritual powers seemed to form an indescribably huge cauldron. This dark furnace is guided by the huge altar in the sky, and all of them seem to be in this furnace. Lin Changfeng took a breath of air. His eyes were full of shock. This huge dark furnace seemed to swallow up the entire northern wilderness territory. Ning Xiaoxiao stared at this scene in a daze. How could she forget the scene in front of her? Isn't this the scene that appeared in her dream? She turned to look at Feng Qingling, only to see the latter's cold phoenix eyes slightly raised, looking quietly towards the place where Tianfeng was sealed. I saw a figure sitting cross-legged on the most towering dark mountain peak. Master. Ning Xiaoxiao's pretty face was suddenly startled when she saw that figure. But then she sensed something was wrong. This figure was dressed in black and had the same aura as her master, but she couldn't feel a trace of life from him. He seemed to be just a puppet. Don't be afraid, this is the burning sky puppet made by senior brother. It is in charge of the burning sky cauldron for senior brother. Feng Qingling's eyes were complicated. I didn't expect that the ancient imperial soldiers of ancient Emperor Fenshen would end up in such a place and be taken away by senior brother. Come and sacrifice the living beings. The former one of the 9 ancient emperors has probably already fallen into the long river of time, and his burning heaven cauldron has now fallen into the hands of his senior brother. Sudden. The figure on the mountain opened his eyes, slowly lowered his eyes, and his eyes passed through the space, finally stopping on Feng Qingling. Aha! A terrifying black light suddenly appeared, filled with the terrible smell of death. Feng Qingling swept his hand, and an ancient magic harp appeared in his hand. The sound of the spiritual harp swept out, blocking the black light. What are you going to do? Ning Xiaoxiao seemed a little overwhelmed when she saw this scene. Feng Qingling gritted her teeth and looked coldly. The burning sky puppet is suppressing the Tianfeng seal. We have to open the seal. There is an ancient imperial weapon inside. Only Lin Changfeng can take it out. Lin Changfeng looked at the lifeless black-clothed puppet with murderous intent on his face. His face instantly turned as black as the bottom of a pot. If this were to happen, he would die immediately. He won't do it. Feng Qingling's figure appeared in midair. Her cultivation has not fully recovered now. Otherwise, if it were in her prime, she would have taken action and taken her senior brothers away so that no one could find them, but that was not possible now. No one knows the terror of the powerful men in the God realm better than her. Even the 9 ancient emperors did not dare to confront the God realm. Those powerful men who once tried to break the shackles of the God realm, including her, none of them ended well. Now, she will not let her senior brother make the same mistake again. At least, not now. She can sense that the rules of heaven and earth have been modified by the God realm in this place. If all the powerful God emperors who have survived the tribulation of 3 spirits want to become saints, the God realm will definitely notice it, and her senior brother himself is contrary to the destiny. She didn't want to lose him again. No one could understand that kind of pain. Senior brother, I'm sorry, Lear just doesn't want to lose you. Feng Qingling looked at the black-clothed puppet, and as she formed seals in her hands, she saw that the space behind the black-clothed puppet was somewhat distorted, and in the distorted space, an unusually large palace appeared faintly. That palace was extremely old, and an air of vicissitudes of life seeped out and filled the entire space. Burning Heaven Ancient Palace. Aha! The figure of the black-clothed puppet appeared in the air, and his deep and hollow black eyes looked at Feng Qingling. The next second, black light flashed across, Feng Qingling's delicate body trembled, and blood suddenly flowed from the corner of her mouth. Ning Xiaoxiao and Lin Changfeng it was even blown away by that black light. And just when the black-clothed puppet was about to take action again to kill these people, suddenly another aura broke into the space. He directly pressed down with his palm, and the terrifying dark spiritual power suddenly rushed towards the aura. But the next second, when he saw the figure clearly, a wave of emotion suddenly appeared in his originally empty eyes. Other side. Tang Qingyan looked at the black light that rushed towards her. She was stunned for a moment. By the time she realized what she was doing, it was too late to take action to resist it. But then, the space in front of her suddenly distorted, and a figure in black suddenly appeared in front of her. His palm was held behind his back, crushing the black light. You shouldn't be here. A hoarse voice came out of the black-clothed puppet's mouth. Tang Qingyan stared at him blankly, her eyes suddenly showing endless distress. Her eyes were slightly red and she murmured, "Su Ming, why didn't you tell me when you did these things?" The black-clothed puppet was silent. Tang Qingyan gritted her teeth, "How long do you want to lie to me? I have read the blood-refining emperor's scripture. From the beginning, you only wanted to bear it alone, but do you know that I will feel sorry for you? I have never. I don't care whether others live or die, I only care about you." Chapter 308 It turns out that she is his biggest life robber. The gaze of black clothes stayed on Tang Qingyan. He seemed to want to say something, but after a long time of silence, his lips just moved, but there was no sound. And Lin Changfeng fell into a pile of gravel. When he got up with wounds, he was all cold sweat in his palm. Suddenly, he saw that the black puppet did not seem to fight Tang Qingyan. He gritted his teeth and hurriedly opened it. Slip. However, just running out of the spiritual power, a fox tail suddenly stretched out, directly wrapped his feet, lifted him up, and smashed into the ground. I am which bastard is? Lin Changfeng was completely angry and scolded while vomiting blood. In the void, A touch of gangster Chenying came out. Beside her, curled up a nine-tailed fox, staring at her with a vigilant look. The black eyes of the woman in black stared at Tang Qingyan below, deep in the bottom of the eyes, and there were some fluctuations. The sound in the mouth came, is it her? It really looks good and the talent is okay. If Ming'er likes it, although he can't be a wife, he can stay with him, but it is a pity. Maybe this is her destiny. The nine-tailed fox is vigilant. Who are you? I. The woman in black slowly swept her to her. You also have a reincarnation atmosphere. Although you don't know what's going on, you must have come into contact with him. Help me be busy, and wait for the opportunity. You want to know, 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 you want naturally, you will know. What do you help you? The vigilance in the eyes of the nine-tailed fox was not relaxed. Women in black raised the jade hand and gently space. The space in front of it was instantly distorted. Then Tang Qingyan's figure emerged so much, but just when her face was blank, a touch of spiritual power rushed into her mind, and her head suddenly became particularly dizzy, and then slowly passed out. Her body was caught by a woman in black. Nine-tailed fox eyes are cold. If you hurt her, that guy will not let you go. The woman in black blinked and suddenly laughed. Are you talking about Su Ming? When that guy was young, I didn't know how troublesome it was. Now it makes me a little disliked. If not, I won't go here. Nine-tailed fox's face was surprised. Little small time. The woman in black smiled lightly, staring at the nine-tailed fox deeply, and then stopped talking about this, but looked at Tang Qingyan in her arms, stretched out her hand gently, and slammed the green silk of the horns for her, with some waves in her eyes. Being able to sacrifice for Su Ming is also the last meaning of this woman who exists in this world. Then, she took Tang Qingyan to the top of a mountain peak. The fingertips were gently put in Tang Qingyan's eyebrows. Crystal-like spiritual power flows in with the fingertips. The nine-tailed fox looked slightly stunned. The reaction came, and when she saw the woman in black look up at her, she gritted her teeth, and the fox's paws suddenly revealed. A touch of mysterious light immediately shrouded Tang Qingyan. Tang Qingyan in the coma suddenly groaned in pain, and then her eyes trembled slightly, and she couldn't help opening her eyes. However, what appeared in her eyes was a picture. The scene in the picture was Shen Yanzong. Tang Qingyan was blank. But as Su Ming appeared in the picture, when she saw the young man with a white coat and a full face, he suddenly stunned. But next, seeing that Su Ming was misunderstood by the elder disciples of Zongmen, punished by his master, he was suffering from the white eyes of everyone, and the young man with a storm was becoming more and more dim. Unable to control emotions suddenly burst into heart, her eyes became cold, and her eyes had an unspeakable killing intention. Although Su Ming in the picture will be misunderstood and betrayed by the closest people around him every time, he still has a good heart and still uses his own efforts to change the views of others. Seeing that Su Ming was abolished and expelled by Bai Qingshan, a person was lonely and out. Tang Qingyan didn't know how distressed, he couldn't wait to rush in, and killed all those people. Until the next second, she froze. In the picture, Su Ming met her. With the rapid transformation of the picture in front of her, Tang Qingyan finally knew why when she saw Su Ming at first glance, she determined this person from the bottom of her heart. It turns out that all this is the arrangement of God. It turns out that she and Su Ming have always had a red line of destiny. The encounter between the two seemed to be destined by God. She finally understood. Why did Su Ming find himself in advance? Why would he be with himself in advance? Because he didn't want to be favored by God anymore, and he didn't want to let the fate of the two play the same again as in the picture. See in the picture. In order to save Su Ming, she died under Wanjian. In front of her tombstone, Su Ming was depressed and bearded, and the pain in her heart could not be appreciated. Extremely. Her feelings for Su Ming may be influenced by God, or maybe God arranged it, but she is not a puppet, and she is also attentive. And her heart is telling her that her feelings for Su Ming are from sincerity. She likes Su Ming, who is meticulous to her and protects her gently. Without Su Ming, she is around. The most important thing is, and she will also lose her soul. God is not universal. It makes itself feel good about Su Ming. But I couldn't let myself really fall in love with Su Ming. What really made her fall in love with Su Ming is the meticulous care of Su Ming every life. It was the gentleness given by Su Ming when facing her. The love between them started to meet. The love between them finally died. It is precisely because of the love that God cannot affect. She is willing to die for Su Ming. Regardless of whether it is the first life or life, she is willing to die for him. All of this, it has long been separated from God's control, which is her own choice. In the picture, at the end of each life, Su Ming died in Lin Changfeng's hands. The dim eyes, her heart was like a knife, and her eyes rolled down. She finally understood. In this life, why did Su Ming become different? Why did he practice the blood-purple emperor scripture? And why did he want to drive her away and prevent her from staying with him? Is this the fate of God's Lord? Tang Qingyan's tears slowly raised his palms, and in her palm, she could see a spiritual light slowly emerging. This is her destiny line. She and Su Ming had fate for a lifetime, but her existence would entangle Su Ming's fate. That is, she is the biggest life robbery in Su Ming's life. Tang Qingyan reached out and wanted to wipe off the tears on her face, but the tears became more and more. At this moment, she finally knew how to help Su Ming get rid of the control of God. But why? This is obviously a good thing, but her heart is so painful. Wait until the screen in front of the front disperses. Tang Qingyan regained the light in her eyes, and she stood on the top of the peak. The nine-tailed fox stared at her with a complicated face. The woman in black was gone for a long time. All of this is true, right? Tang Qingyan turned back, and her eyes looked at the nine-tailed fox. Nine-tailed fox hesitated. Actually, there are other methods. Tang Qingyan shook his head. Smile with a smile, the smile was beautiful and moving. Thank you for telling me this. She and Su Ming have been with Su Ming for so long, how could Su Ming know that she was the biggest life robbery in his life? If she did not die, the life robber could not be faked, and he could never be sanctified. But he protected her well in this life and never told her that. Tang Qingyan looked up at Kaifeng, and his eyes were full of deep nostalgia. At a certain moment, she broke her tears and laughed. When I really leave, I don't know if you will remember me in the future. She was so scared in her heart, afraid of that fool, and would really forget her in the future. Nine-tailed fox sighed, I didn't want you to know these. She was a little panicked in her heart. If Su Ming knew it, would I hate her? But if you don't do this, once those guys in the gods come, no one can live. Tang Qingyan shook his head, no matter what, I thank you for Su Ming. Don't tell him this matter, if he knows, he will definitely be angry. The nine-tailed fox's face was bitter. How could he not be angry? Tang Qingyan was the life of Su Ming. He did not see him in order to protect Tang Qingyan, and even urged the burning of Tianding. He wanted to refine the countless creatures of the whole piece of heaven and earth to try to break through and cultivate sanctification. If not, as long as Tang Qingyan's life is not existed, with his current cultivation, he can survive the heavenly robbery and advance to the sanctuary. Why should he make such a big movement? Chapter 309 You promised me and will take me away. Su Ming won't let you do this. As soon as the nine-tailed fox finished speaking, she suddenly turned her head to look at the sky in the distance. When she sensed a familiar aura appearing there, her face changed. That guy is here. I'll leave first, you can tell him yourself. After saying that, the fox's body jumped directly into the space behind him and disappeared in a flash. Tang Qingyan also noticed it and looked up in that direction. When she felt the familiar aura, for some reason, a trace of nervousness and panic flashed across her eyes. The next second, as expected, Su Ming's figure appeared on the mountain peak, his deep black eyes resting on her, and then he strode towards her. When Tang Qingyan saw this, she felt a little nervous and couldn't help but take a half step back. Su Ming came to her and looked at her with a smile, do you see me so nervous? Tang Qingyan shook her head, her beautiful eyes flickered slightly, and she didn't dare to look at him. This was the first time that Su Ming saw Tang Qingyan dodging like this. In the past, she was a little witch who was not afraid of anything, but today she was a little different. Then look up at me. Su Ming reached out and gently lifted her snow-white chin, slowly raised her little head, and looked at each other. Are you scared by the thing on Tianfeng? It's a puppet. When I'm not around, he can also protect you. Tang Qingyan was suddenly startled. She looked at the face in front of her that was deeply buried in her heart, and saw the warm smile surging in Su Ming's eyes. Such a scene seemed to make her heart a little painful. She suddenly felt so reluctant to let go. Why are you crying? Su Ming stretched out his hand to wipe the tears from the corner of her eyes, and couldn't help but laugh. Are you so unhappy to see me? Tang Qingyan shook her head, her eyes suddenly staring at him with resentment. What's going on with your two junior sisters? Su Ming. It turned out to be jealous. He suddenly reached out and grabbed the slender and soft jade hand of the girl in front of him. As a result, a biting cold air came from her wrist, making Su Ming's palm tingle slightly. Su Ming frowned, and his eyes suddenly became gloomy. He stared at Tang Qingyan, and there was some anger in his voice. Did you secretly practice the cold spirit forbidden curse? Tang Qingyan's physique is a rare ancient Tianyan demonic body. During the course of cultivation, she can activate the cold spirit physique by practicing the cold spirit forbidden curse. However, the reason why the forbidden curse is a forbidden curse is because it will have a negative impact on the body of the practitioner. Irreversible effects. The cold spirit forbidden curse is even called a method of sacrifice. With Tang Qingyan's current level of cultivation, it is impossible to come into contact with it. That is, someone deliberately activated the Tianyan demonic veins in her body and then awakened her cold spirit physique. Tang Qingyan bit her silver teeth lightly, her pretty face full of stubbornness. She turned her head away from Su Ming and didn't speak. Su Ming could be ruthless to all women, but he felt very sorry for the girl in front of him who had died 5 times for him. Who activated the demonic veins in your body? Su Ming's eyes already had cold murderous intent, and he said indifferently, is it the 9-tailed demon fox, or the saints of Zhongzhou? No one is responsible for it. I did it myself. You like to do everything alone, but have you ever thought that when I see the things you do for me, I will feel sorry for you? This is the first time Tang Qingyan has met. When Su Ming got angry at her, she couldn't help but feel a little aggrieved, gritted her teeth and spoke out stubbornly. Su Ming was silent for a moment. Then, he slowly said, from now on, you are not allowed to practice spiritual power. Tang Qingyan held her jade hand tightly and stared at Su Ming. What I do is my own choice. Let her watch Su Ming being killed by those in the God realm because she was imprisoned by this world. She couldn't do it. At this moment, Su Ming was really angry. He grabbed Tang Qingyan's arm and ignored the latter's struggle. He said in a cold tone, I can handle my affairs myself. Now, go back to Tianqimen immediately. Tang Qingyan's delicate body suddenly trembled. She stared at Su Ming closely, her body trembling slightly. The next second, her eyes turned red and tears fell down her cheeks. I don't want you to take care of my affairs, even if I die. Tang Qingyan shook off Su Ming's hand. How could she not know that Su Ming wanted to protect her, but at the same time, she also felt sorry for him. Su Ming looked at her gently trembling body and the tears falling down her cheeks. At this moment, no matter how angry he was, all the anger in his heart disappeared in an instant, leaving only a lot of heartache. He stretched out his hand again and moved toward the girl. He grabbed it with his jade hand, but Tang Qingyan stubbornly avoided it. Su Ming didn't care. He grabbed her hand domineeringly and pulled her into his arms, letting her cold body press tightly against him. Can you please stop being so willful? Su Ming leaned against her crystal clear ear, took a bite, and couldn't help but sigh. Tang Qingyan didn't speak, but struggled slightly in his arms. Su Ming was angry. Don't move. Do you still want me to drive you away? Tang Qingyan was not afraid of him and raised her head to look at him. Su Ming lowered his head and kissed the soft and rosy spot fiercely. The slightly cold yet hot touch made Tang Qingyan pause. Looking at Su Ming's face so close with her cold and beautiful eyes, she forgot to resist, and an intoxicating blush slowly emerged on her cheeks. On the mountain peak, the breeze blows. For a long time. Su Ming slowly let go of her. Tang Qingyan came back to her senses and glared at Su Ming aggrievedly. They were still arguing, but this guy just kissed her. He was a scoundrel. Su Ming stared at her deeply, then hugged the girl in his arms tightly, smelling the intoxicating fragrance on her body. He took a deep breath, and finally lowered his head and bit Tang Qingyan's earlobe. Said softly, then you promise me that you are not allowed to leave Shenyan's sect during this period. When my affairs are completed, I will take you away, okay? Tang Qingyan leaned gently into Su Ming's arms and felt the warm breath on his body. She nodded slowly, but there was water in her eyes again, and she whispered softly, you promised me that you would take me away. Su Ming hugged her tightly, yes, I promise you. Tang Qingyan smiled slightly, leaning her delicate cheek against Su Ming's chest. While listening to Su Ming's heartbeat, she looked up at him, with a deep attachment and love in her eyes. Only, where Su Ming couldn't see, there was a hint of bitterness deep in her smiling eyes. Of course she knew what the outcome would be. However, with Su Ming's words, she was already satisfied. Chapter 310 Master has never really distressed them. On the top of Tianfeng, spiritual power surged all over the sky. The black-clothed puppet sat cross-legged under the burning heaven cauldron again. The entire sky was instantly enveloped by dark spiritual power. Wait until the spiritual power gradually dissipates. Su Ming raised his head and looked at the place where the nine-tailed fox had left. There was not only the breath of the nine-tailed fox, but also a particularly obscure spiritual power fluctuation. That kind of fluctuation gave him a faint feeling of familiarity. He even suspected that this person was the one who activated Tang Qingyan's cold spirit physique. In the void, along with the fluctuation of spiritual power, a woman with black eyes wearing a black dress and a mysterious aura emerged, followed by the old man with a wine gourd. The woman first glanced at Tang Qingyan, and then at Su Ming. A wave of emotion surged out of the depths of her cold, pure black eyes. She stared deeply at Su Ming, as if she wanted to remember that face, and then she restrained herself. Emotions, but he hesitates to speak. Seeing that the noisy little guy now looked so young and handsome, she felt a little touched in her heart. The Empress was ill at the time, and she had hugged this little guy the most since he was born. Thinking of that time, as long as I am hungry, I will keep digging into my chest. Comparing that childish little face with the youthful and handsome face in front of her, a blush appeared on her pretty face. The old man Ju Gourd had a strange look on his face. He coughed lightly and said, "My lady goddess, what should I do next?" The woman looked away, her eyes returned to coldness, and she said coldly, "What happens next has nothing to do with your holy clan." Even she had to suppress part of her cultivation before she could enter the northern spirit realm. This shows how strong the Kangming divine sect is in restricting this world. It is said that among the tens of thousands of other lower realms they control, they have cultivated at least 100 people with destiny, son. After every son of destiny enters the world, he is a peerless evildoer who dominates the past and the present. Even the sons of some ancient imperial clans are not as good as those who have climbed up step by step from cruel wars and the bones of countless strong men. Guy. And those. They are all the foundation for the Kangming divine sect to strive for supremacy in the world. This northern spiritual realm is a lower realm that those guys are quite interested in. Once the sons of destiny trained here leave the northern spiritual realm, they can be considered to be at the top level among the hundreds of monsters. However, the fate of this world has been suppressed by another destiny, which is also the reason for angering the Kangming sect. The old man Gourd smiled bitterly. When he was young, he heard an elder in the clan say that things like the struggle for hegemony among all clans were simply beyond the reach of people like them, that is, the top experts from ancient times. Be able to access some of its secrets. When the figure of the woman in black disappeared, he shook his head. The saints did not dare to interfere in these matters now. According to his calculations based on the heavenly evolution technique, tomorrow's fateful calamity might be very cruel. Below, Su Ming looked at Tang Qingyan's moving and beautiful cheeks. He was in a daze for a moment, and then said with a smile, "No matter what someone told you, if you don't listen to me again and you are caught by me, I will spank you." Tang Qingyan's pretty face was instantly ashamed and angry, and she glared at Su Ming. How did this guy say such childish words? But even if she was angry, her appearance and charm were particularly touching. Su Ming looked at her and smiled, then turned his head and looked at Tianfeng. Now the burning heaven cauldron is ready. However, in the final refining process, the body of Lin Changfeng, the son of destiny, was still needed as a blood sacrifice, otherwise it would be difficult to activate the true efficacy of the burning heaven cauldron. Being able to die in the burning heaven cauldron and use it as a blood sacrifice material can be regarded as Lin Changfeng's good fortune. Seeing Su Ming's malicious gaze, Lin Changfeng shivered all over. He crawled out of the rubble. There was no intact part of his body. His clothes were in tatters and covered with blood. The son of destiny has mixed up to his level. What a talent. Su Ming, you want to kill me? Lin Changfeng said that he was not afraid, which was a lie. He couldn't beat Su Ming again and again, and he couldn't run away. The sword master was asleep again, and he could only rely on him for anything. Of course he was afraid of himself. Su Ming smiled and shook his head. "No, I won't kill you." "Really?" Lin Changfeng was suddenly overjoyed. He thought about it carefully, and it seemed that Su Ming was indeed quite good to him. During the time he had been in contact with Su Ming, although he had been tortured a bit miserably by Su Ming, he had never treated him badly. She never thought about taking his life. On the other hand, the women around Su Ming were all like madmen. They not only tortured him severely, but also wanted his life. After such a comparison, Su Ming was good to him. Lin Changfeng's eyes were a little red. Thinking of his tragic experience during this period, he couldn't help but pointed at Feng Qingling and Ning Xiaoxiao who had landed from the side, and strongly accused him. Senior brother Su, I swear that I am Mianbiya was concentrating on repenting, but who would have thought that these two lunatics showed up and tied me up, and even brought me to this forbidden place. They forced me to do so. Please ask senior brother Su to take me back to Mianbiya. Mianbiya has not repented yet. It's over, how can I leave? He looked sad and angry. On the contrary, Feng Qingling and Ning Xiaoxiao were stunned for a moment. Ning Xiaoxiao glared at her angrily, you are shameless. Lin Changfeng glared back, you have no shame in forcing me to be tied up. Ning Xiaoxiao's pretty face turned red and she looked at Su Ming anxiously, Master, there is a reason why we do this. Lin Changfeng squeezed a lot of salvation and cursed, the reason for shit, you just want to harm me, and you want to kill people. Su Ming's eyes fell on the two women. Ning Xiaoxiao saw his calm eyes, and his heart jumped suddenly, and he was afraid to shrink his body and hid behind Feng Qing's body. Feng Qingling has to calm a lot. Seeing the eyes swept by her brother, her mood was a little disordered, but when she saw the face that made her soul, she had never been able to bear the ancient well. Live in the ripples. Feng Yan couldn't help staring at Su Ming, rosy his mouth, and gently spit out his voice, brother. The emotions in her heart were surging, and her long memories were echoing in Feng Qingling's mind. In her clear eyes, she eventually had a deep love and softness. In that long painful memories, she once looked at her own eyes that her favorite brother died in her arms. The painful pain, she never wanted to experience the second time. Su Ming stared at them and said nothing. Ning Xiaoxiao was so scared of heart. She thought of the cold-blooded master in the dream, and after the big demon head, the blood sacrificed the master of hundreds of millions of souls, and even the two of them did not let go. Thinking of that picture, she was cold, and the whole person was scared. Su Ming stared at Ning Xiaoxiao and his eyes were bland. I'm terrible. Ning Xiaoxiao bit her lip, and the look in her eyes was a little painful. She still knew what happened through a dream. From the beginning, Master did not trust them at all. The sacrifice, what he cares, only the woman next to him has never really distressed them. Chapter 311 The Magic Demon Girl, the most playful. Although deep in the heart at this moment, there is a trace of sadness, but Ning Xiaoxiao can't help but be lucky. As long as they stop Master, Master will not become the cold-blooded big devil. Lin Changfeng's eyes saw that the atmosphere in front of him was wrong. He looked around for 4 weeks, and his eyes suddenly brightened. There was a path behind him to let him run. As long as he burned blood, in the state of blood, even Su Ming couldn't catch him even if he couldn't catch him. Essence. If you think of it, he is not an indecisive temperament. He can escape and never hesitate. Bite the tip of the tongue directly. Blossom blood. Xiao Yi won't play with you anymore. Burning the red spirit on his body, stepped on the ground, and retreated. However, in the process of retreating, he raised his hair and turned his head in a hurry, and saw the place where he could see. I didn't know when the peaks there were in white. Woman. But Lin Changfeng recognized her instantly. Bai Junyi. Intersection. The woman who had been worn by her sword at first. Bai Junyi stood there quietly, but the next second Lin Changfeng felt stiff, and his body's spiritual power was frozen without controlling it. It was a strange way, staring at the woman with a shock. In fact, how could he take the initiative to hurt such a best beauty if he was not forced by others? When I saw Bai Junyi at first glance, like Bai Qingshan, who had just seen Su Ming, he had a strong desire to conquer these two beautiful beauties in his heart. It is difficult for him to imagine that when these two beautiful people are like icebergs, the ice in his heart is melted, how hot the ice is behind the ice. He once naturally fantasized that he was the only one that could cover the hot iceberg. Those who enjoy this kind of treatment and conquer them. Bai girl, that was all misunderstandings at first, and I had to be a last resort. Lin Changfeng explained in a hurry that he was afraid that Bai Junyi would also pull him up directly. But to his words, Bai Junyi ignored it. Her cold eyes just glanced at the white boy in the distance, and the cold and beautiful cheeks seemed to have some inexplicable emotions than before. However, this emotion was suppressed by her, and even Su Ming couldn't see anything. Aware of her cold eyes, of course, Su Ming knew that in fact, although Bai Junyi's temperament was cold, it was the most sincere fiery, and it could be turned into the beauty of this iceberg beauty, mostly because of him. The woman was taken by the god body, but she still couldn't hide her horrible cultivation talent. Now, the sperm blood of the Snow Emperor's heart is merged, and it is cultivated as a speed of visible to the naked eye every second. Su Ming coughed. As a result, Bai Juni looked slightly on his eyes, but turned his eyes into the beautiful girl behind him. The air seemed to solidify a little at this time. Neither woman spoke. However, Ning Xiaoxiao and Feng Qingling were sensitive to a little wrong. They looked at Su Ming, who were in the middle of the two women, and Feng Qingling frowned slightly. In the distance, at this time, many figures were brought up. It was Bai's ancestor Bai Lei and elder Qi Yuan. When Bai Lei saw Bai Juni, his old face suddenly froze. When he reacted, his heart was finally put down. However, the atmosphere suddenly realized that the atmosphere was a little weird. Bai Lei and Qi Yuan looked at each other, and then couldn't help looking at Su Ming. The weird atmosphere did not last long. Bai Lei's ancestor fell underground, and those turbid and old eyes couldn't help looking at Bai Juni. As a result, he felt the cold atmosphere of Bai Juni. This day, it's okay, as long as you are fine, I can rest assured. Quote. The rest of the people can also feel the horrible spirit of Bai Juni, and the spiritual strength of the spirit is not even weaker than Bai Qingshan. Now in the eyes of the entire Shenyanzong people, Su Ming's master Bai Qingshan forcibly activate the spirit veins in her body. Although she has become crazy, her cultivation is the strongest in the entire Zongmen. There is one more Bai Juni, both of the two women are Bai family, and they are almost the same cold. At this time, a elder behind Qi Yuan noticed Tang Qingyan, who was standing next to Su Ming. He looked at Qi Yuan a little bit suspiciously. Su Ming brought her back to Zongmen, what did you want to do? Quote. Qi Yuan's face was complicated. To be honest, since the order of Shen Yan's ancestor, he has dare not control Su Ming now. Now he can control Su Ming. I am afraid that only his master Bai Qingshan, the ancestor of Bai Lei, told Bai Juni the recent things that happened in the northern wasteland. Bai Juni looked slightly and looked at the dark altar on the sky. Bai Lei's ancestor sighed, if you come back, I can also feel more at ease. If it wasn't for Su Shaozi last time, we may have died in the hands of the corpse emperor. If you keep it, you must also thank Su Ming. Hearing. Bai Juni suddenly dismissed in his heart. When she heard the name, she couldn't help looking at the position in the distance again. There was no eyes that had so much emotional fluctuations. At this time, there was a little astringent meaning. In my heart, there is a faint tingling. What's wrong? Bai Lei's ancestor cared. Bai Juni shook his head, I'm fine. Although it was aware of something wrong, Bai Lei's ancestor didn't think much about it, but he said, you should also know this Su Ming. He is Bai Qingshan's big disciple, brother Shen Yanzong Kaifeng. After a generation, it can be regarded as your nephew. Taking advantage of this time, you can know it. Maybe he will take him to help you fight the devil. Quote. Nephew. Hearing this title, Bai Juni suddenly stunned, a little panic in her heart. With her relationship with Bai Qingshan, Su Ming did better than them, but she liked this nephew. Although there was no blood relationship, they were between them. Establishing ethics. Thinking of this, she was a bit bitter in her eyes, so she and Su Ming couldn't be together at all. However, she couldn't resist her heart. When she saw Su Ming and Tang Qingyan together, she didn't know how uncomfortable it was, and did not dare to show this uncomfortable emotion. Essence. At this time, the elder who just asked the question suddenly looked at Su Ming again. Su Ming, now the ancestor of Shen Yan, is our last hope. Since you can get the scroll of the ancestor, you must know his news. I don't want to see where I grew up, and the brothers in Zongmen, be slaughtered by that group of corpses. Quote. Many eyes were projected into Su Ming in an instant. Su Ming shrugged and smiled, then you can wait at your heart, you won't live long anyway. The elder's face was green, and he said to Qi Yuan, Elder, you see how he speaks to us elders, no matter what, our Zongmen can raise him where he raised him. Is there a little respect in my heart? Qi Yuan. The corner of his mouth was pumped lightly. Do you talk to Su Ming to respect the teacher? He seriously doubted that Bai Qingshan's madness was given by Su Ming's big disciple. You talk to him about respecting the teacher. Isn't that purely a bullish? Moreover, since Su Ming took out the order of Shen Yan's ancestor, he did not even dare to say what Su Ming was now. At the beginning, the ancestor of Shenyan was the first god general of the Xuanbei dynasty. The existence of the legendary purple and chess saint, founding the Shenyanzong, was just a moment of interest, even the Zongminmen Gate. I didn't care about it, they didn't know how many years, and they had never seen the ancestor. However, out of the mentality of the elders, Qi Yuan still persuaded himself with great heart. Su Ming, at this moment, the elders and disciples of our Zongmin should be more attentive. Elder Shi is also worried that you will be used by others. After all, we Zongmin is not the real magic sect. Those who are the magic sects are the most playful. Speaking of which, Qi Yuan sighed deeply. He was actually very optimistic about Su Ming. After all, their Shen Yanzong had never been a genius demon like Su Ming. And what he said was obvious, he was afraid that Su Ming would be deceived by Tang Qingyan. After all, these magic sects are smooth and cunning. No one knows what she approaches Su Ming for her. If she wants to harm Su Ming is in contact with her, and it will happen sooner or later. Chapter 312 was not so obedient before. However, Qi Yuan's words fell, but when he saw Su Ming's gaze look, he had no expression in his eyes, but Qi Yuan suddenly felt cold. In the next second, Su Ming looked at Ning Xiaoxiao and Feng Qingling. He was expressionless, but his voice was clearly introduced into the two women's ears. Go back to Qi Peak. Ning Xiaoxiao's face was pale. Feng Qingling took a sigh of relief and saw Su Ming's anger. Even if she was a little panicked. At first, her brother rarely became angry with her. She knew her brother's personality. Slowly converging, the soul of Xuano gradually silent, let the underage Feng Qingling in the body re-control the body. At the same time, on the other mountain peak, a charming figure in a red skirt quietly emerged. She was sitting on the jade on the cliff, holding the cheeks with her palms, and the beautiful eyes looked at Su Ming and Tang Qingyan below. But she was quickly suppressed. Elder Hongyu is here too. Many elders couldn't help but sweep away at her charming and seductive body when they saw this red figure. Red Young was the elder who was responsible for suppressing Tianfeng. Her cultivation was equally mysterious. After all, it is a special period after all. They need to integrate all the power that can be used to fight the corpse demon. Red quietly looked at Su Ming, the slim jade fingers lifted up the hair hanging into the ear, and the charming and seductive cheeks had little expression, but just looking from Su Ming to Tang Qingyan. Seeing this beautiful girl like Yulian, she couldn't help but raise her lips. Without talking, but her breath naturally couldn't hide Su Ming. When she saw Su Ming's glance, Hong Yusho glanced gently, reached out to pull up his long hair, then got up from the stone cliff, and his body was gently falling the ground. Since then, Bai Junyi, Hongyu, and the eyes of the two have fallen on Su Ming. Even in the dull person, at this time, they noticed a sense of wrong breath. Qi Yuan and Bai Lei ancestor did not dare to speak. Tang Qingyan frowned slightly and turned to Su Ming. Su Ming turned back, his face was normal. You pretend. Tang Qingyan couldn't help but glance at him, but even if he was angry, the style on the pretty face still made Su Ming stunned slightly, and then saw her Lu Mei gently raised and smiled. No, introduce it to me. Cough. Su Ming coughed lightly, feeling the dangerous atmosphere, and said, not too familiar. The two women's eyes were condensed, and her eyes were resentful. Tang Qingyan's red lips slightly skimmed, and then leaned his head, ghost can believe you. Su Ming laughed. He stretched out his palm and gently rubbed Tang Qingyan's head. There were some cold and soft touch in the soft hair, which looked a little comfortable. These people of Shen Yanzong do not need to be ignored. Su Ming made a voice. In front of so many people, Su Ming touched his head so spoiled. Even if he was Tang Qingyan's temperament, he couldn't help but sweep a touch of crimson, and then nodded well. Su Ming raised an eyebrow. I didn't have been so obedient before. As a Tiankui witch, Tang Qingyan's temperament is not the kind of obedient girl. It is rare to see her so obedient. Su Ming was a little surprised. Tang Qingyan's red lips pursed slightly and looked at him with a smile. You care about me. Su Ming nodded and hummed, I don't care about you, who cares? Then I want you to care about me for a lifetime. Tang Qingyan stared at him straight. Well, Su Ming thought about it, it depends on my mood. Tang Qingyan glanced at him and said, the mouth is right. Nympho. If there is no one of the love scenes of the two, for some elders who are still single around, they are undoubtedly a tonal crit, and Qi Yuan even pumped the corners of his mouth. He really did not expect that this Su Ming seemed to see who was not good, and even found a magic monster girl to fall in love. Kiki. He coughed heavily, and saw that Su Ming didn't ignore it, and couldn't help aggravating his voice. As a result, Su Ming glanced coldly. Qi Yuan didn't breathe in one breath, his face flushed instantly. Bai Lei's ancestor patted his back for him. The young people of the family are in love. What do you say, you cough? You don't know how envy I am. Junie has grown up since I was a child. I didn't bring me a man back. Others like me, even holding the grandson. Quote. Qi Yuan. Hearing this, Bai Junie, who was originally a little embarrassed because of Su Ming and Tang Qingyan, was suddenly disordered. She stared at Su Ming with a pair of cold and beautiful eyes and saw Su Ming's gentle attitude towards Tang Qingyan. My heart was blocked and envious. If Su Ming can treat her like this, it is not allowed to be indiscriminate by the world, and she is with him regardless of everything. Seeing Bai Junie turned away, the cold back made Bai Lei ancestor slightly froze, and then shook his head, couldn't help but glance at Su Ming again. How do you feel? Today Junie seems to pay special attention to that kid. This situation has not happened in the past, and how many days the proud disciples who had pursued her failed to let her look at it. Granddaughter, you can't go astray. Su Ming's kid is so much smaller than you. He hurriedly said, you just come back, where do you have to run? Now our palestanders are nourishing in a peak. Bai Junie didn't return, and he said coldly, I know, I'll practice. Bai Lei's ancestor sighed secretly. Sure enough, this is her granddaughter who is a crazy practitioner. Qi Yuan came up and asked mysteriously, does your granddaughter have a sweetheart? Ancestor Bai Lei was immediately alert. I'm warning you, don't try to take advantage of my granddaughter. Qi Yuan muttered, I think your granddaughter and Su Ming are more reliable together than that demon sect demon girl. Hey, I don't dare to care about that kid's temper. As for his elders, he never listened. Ancestor Bai Lei's face turned dark and he said angrily, you don't even look at how much older my granddaughter is than that Su Ming. She's playing the piano randomly. Qi Yuan curled his lips, I can't see. When the two old guys were arguing, it was Hongyu who took care of the rest of the matter. Tianfeng's loose seal was suppressed by her again, and Lin Changfeng was also imprisoned in Prisoner's Peak Prison with a look of pig liver. As for Feng Qingling and Ning Xiaoxiao, they were driven back to Kaifeng by Su Ming's sealed spiritual power, and they were thinking about their mistakes on the cliff. And when Su Ming brought Tang Qingyan back to Kaifeng, it naturally caused quite a commotion. After all, it was the first time that the senior brother of the righteous forces was with a demon sect demon girl, and this was the first time they had seen such a thing. The righteous disciple was also their senior brother from Kaifeng, and all the disciples from Kaifeng were shocked. Soon, the news reached the Peak Lord Pavilion. Bai Qingshan was bathing in the bathtub, suppressing the raging cold poison in her body. Her snow-white shoulders were exposed from the water, and her long, soaked black hair stuck to her crystal skin and hung straight to her slender waist. The delicate snow-white skin contrasts sharply with the black hair, and the mature and attractive figure is looming in the clear spring water, which makes the female disciple behind her who is pouring hot water on her feel hot in the face. This female disciple usually waits for Bai Qingshan to bathe. Every time she sees her master's perfect body hidden in the white dress, she blushes. She feels that his master's figure is so mature and perfect. She doesn't know what his master will be like in the future. What kind of man to be with? Master, people are saying outside that the senior brother has brought back a demon sect demon girl. The female disciple subconsciously glanced at her master, and sure enough, Bai Qingshan's eyes trembled slightly, and then she quickly calmed down. You go down first. A cold voice came. Although the female disciple was confused, she did not dare to disobey. Wait until she leaves the room. A dim look finally flashed across Bai Qingshan's cold eyes, and she murmured bitterly to herself, Ming-er, if that day comes, between master and her, who will you choose? The Tianfeng episode passed quickly. In the strange eyes of the disciples of Kaifeng, they saw their senior brother and the demon sect demon girl walking into the maple forest as if there was no one else around. All the disciples were shocked. This was their first time, in front of their senior brother. On his face, I saw such a doting smile. Especially many female disciples, they felt a little uncomfortable when they saw their senior brother and that demon sect demon girl together. Ever since the senior brother saved everyone from the corpse demon emperor last time, these female disciples in Kaifeng have long been unknowingly, I fell in love with the domineering and unparalleled appearance of my senior brother. Some female disciples wanted to say hello to the senior brother, but suddenly they thought of how they treated the senior brother before, and many female disciples suddenly backed down. Tang Qingyan glanced at the female disciples behind him in confusion. Many female disciples immediately looked away hurriedly, not daring to look at this devil sect witch. After all, they also knew that someone who could make the senior brother like him so much must have a very important position in the senior brother's heart. They didn't want to do that now. Disliked by senior brother. After getting away from the female disciples and returning to Maple Forest, Tang Qingyan smiled slightly and asked Su Ming to wait for her where she was, while she went into the room to get something. Su Ming asked her what she wanted, but she remained mysterious and silent. Su Ming shook his head, smiled, and sat down in front of the stone platform. The result is the next second. Suddenly there was a breath coming from behind, and something soft and waxy touched his back. A pair of snow-white jade hands hugged him from behind. Before Su Ming could speak, a seductive yet particularly resentful voice came to his ears. If you dare to push me away, I will tell her about our relationship. Su Ming. He turned back to look at the woman behind him. With such a charming and alluring aura, who else could it be if she wasn't Hong Yu? What do you want to do? Su Ming remained calm. Hong Yu was close to Su Ming's waist, with a hint of resentment on her bright and attractive cheeks. She didn't speak, but Su Ming could see that there was a hint of wetness on her beautiful face. Red phoenix eyes. I don't want to do anything, I just want you to love me. Su Ming frowned. Let go first. Hong Yu shook his head, staring deeply at him with her wet red eyes. I remember you asked me once, how far a woman can go for the man she likes, and now I can tell you. She leaned over and whispered softly into Su Ming's ear, I, Hong Yu, can give you my life. In an instant, Su Ming finally sighed in his heart. Chapter 313 The Demon Banquet begins. He turned back to look at Hong Yu with narrow eyes. Aren't you even afraid of death? Hong Yu stared at him. Even if I die, I will die in your arms. Su Ming. It's rare to see Hong Yu look so domineering and charming, which is quite charming. Only then did I notice that Hong Yu was only wearing an extremely alluring red silk dress, and her plump figure was particularly attractive. Su Ming's eyes moved, and the surrounding time and space froze for an instant. Hong Yu raised her eyebrows. Why, are you afraid that she will find out? As she said that, she looked at Su Ming aggrievedly. I won't make trouble with you anymore, and you can't chase me away. Hong Yu's voice was charming and soft, and her coquettish tone was almost the same as her cold and charming image in front of those people outside. Su Ming nodded, and just when he was about to speak, Hong Yu stretched out a finger to block his mouth, and said with a resentful face, I know what you want to say, don't you just want me to restrain myself and not be in front of her? Expose our relationship. Su Ming grabbed her hand and said, I want to say, don't mess around now. Hear the words. Hong Yu glared at Su Ming, if you don't make trouble, you won't make trouble. It's boring. Seeing her shy yet charming demeanor, Su Ming's originally calm eyes changed slightly. He took a breath. Picking up the embroidered shoes on the ground, he grabbed Hong Yu's snow-white and crystal jade feet, and then put the embroidered shoes on the 10 toes with coquettish red nails. Hong Yu looked at him blankly. Seeing Su Ming's gentle look, she felt so happy that her heart seemed to be filled to the brim. Seeing Hong Yu coming up to kiss him, Su Ming curled his lips, a little disgusted. It's all lipstick. I'll kiss you. Hong Yu snorted coldly, but Su Ming still avoided her. Hong Yu puffed her mouth. This aggrieved and coquettish look does not look like a woman in her 30s, just like a naive little girl. The misunderstanding between the two was finally resolved. Hong Yu looked at him with a smile, her eyes filled with sweetness and happiness. What man can stand this seductive look? Perhaps in this world, only Su Ming can enjoy the world-famous charm brought by her nightmare demonic body. In the past 5 lives, even the stupid male protagonist was killed because he couldn't conquer Hong Yu. That kind of charming charm that can make everyone confused, it is difficult for anyone to resist her charm. Su Ming stared at her and said, my plan has already begun. When the time comes, Tianfeng Summit will be a very important place. There will be a puppet there who can help you guard the seal. Hong Yu hooked Su Ming's finger with her jade finger and asked sullenly, are you in danger? Su Ming shook his head. Hong Yu pouted, I don't believe you. You never tell me anything. Su Ming raised his eyebrows. Hong Yu raised her head and glared at him, and couldn't help but hit him. Am I wrong? This guy has no pity for her at all. When the frozen time around him slowly began to flow, Su Ming was the only one left beside the stone platform. He looked at the silk stockings with red body heat and a wisp of fragrance in his hands, and then with an indifferent expression, he threw the things into the space ring. Middle. He definitely has no habit of collecting these things. They are all required by the system and can increase the villain's value. They have nothing to do with him. There is no misunderstanding between Hong Yu and this woman, but Bai Junyi seems to not want to see him. Su Ming thought for a while, looked up at the sky, and a black light flashed in his eyes. Buzz. Suddenly the darkness in the sky began to spread, and a wisp of black magic light cut from the sky and the earth. Then the world began to change rapidly, and then the black light flowed, as if it turned into a black hole, and countless demonic shadows emerged from the sky. Come, come. The spreading darkness was actually eroding away from the northern wilderness territory. The entire northern wasteland seemed to be experiencing violent turmoil at this moment. Outside the northern wasteland, countless strong men looked up at the sky, looking at the darkness that suddenly spread. Demonic energy rose in it, and countless demonic shadows floated out. What is that? Some strong men cried out in fear. The expressions of these powerful men from all sides who were originally attracted by the three yellow-clothed envoys of the Xuanbei dynasty to come to the northern wasteland to fight against the corpse demon clan changed drastically, and then countless eyes were full of horror. That's from the Yudian palace. 100,000 demon-loving troops. When everyone looked around, they saw that the demonic figures were somewhat dilapidated, but their bodies were extremely strong, and the aura on them was extremely evil. But what shocked them the most was the terrifying cultivation level erupted from these demonic figures. Is every demon-loving army a divine emperor? Damn it! Someone was completely stunned. In the next second, a broken and strong hand penetrated the space and strangled his neck. Jia Jia. Weird laughter came. They, the first batch of strong men who rushed outside the northern wilderness territory, were swallowed up bit by the overwhelming demonic energy. At the same time, at the Tiandao Academy in the East Zon territory, 15 supreme elders rose into the sky and looked at the huge black hole that appeared directly above their Tiandao Academy with shocked expressions on their faces. What? An elder shouted in panic. Demon addicted. An elder in green said in a deep voice. With his cultivation as a 5th-level god emperor, he could detect an extremely dangerous aura from these demon-addicted people. The space above his head was torn apart, and the huge black hole seemed to be connected to some evil place. In the heart-stopping darkness, a stronger figure appeared in front of countless demonic figures. It was a black armor man with a strange and evil smile on his face. He glanced at the 15 elders underneath, and then slightly tilted his head. The evil eyes looked below these elders, standing in the center of the square, and ignorant, staring at their young disciples. All elders have a dramatic face. It turned out to be a magic army. Their leader, that is more brutal than the evil 9 monarchs, one of the 9 major protection laws of the royal temple, the source of the 9 major princes. At the same time, not only the Tiandao Academy, but also in all parts of Xuanbei mainland, as long as the ancestors and forces with famous fame, there is a huge black hole over the head of almost every force, and then the shadow comes down from the black hole. The weird and evil eyes all locked the young disciples in these ancestors. Taichi Holy Land. Above the crushed protective array, Xie Jujun dropped his body lazily, stepped on a middle-aged head on his feet, and looked at the big sacred disciple of the humiliation and anger. Claim, there is no one who can fight. Behind him, the monster swept, a broken magic shadow, from it. Evil Jujun looked up slightly, and the evil eyes looked at the holy mountain in the distance. He felt the vast atmosphere. He shook his hands and laughed. These old guys, people are not finished, so fucking can be forced. Behind him, a wonderful man's shadow came out, and he glanced at him with a cold eyes. The smile on the face of Xie Jujun solidified. He turned back and said silently, "Can you say a few less words? You shouldn't come out with you, a cold woman, go to Tiandao Academy with my big baby. I don't know much more interesting than you." The woman sneered and her eyes narrowed slightly. Evil Jujun's body was erected. "Don't do it, can I still do it?" Speaking. With a punch, the horrible spiritual power directly torn the earth, cutting the huge holy mountain in front of him into 2 halves. Dozens of old atmosphere, with anger, suddenly rose from the holy mountain. Nympho. And when countless forces in the outside world felt the horror of the horrible world, in the northern wasteland, Shen Yanzong was calm. In the foggy bath, Hongyu slowly got up from the water, as if thinking of a certain picture in her mind. Her face was slightly ashamed, and then she put on a light red dress, wrapped in a plump figure, slowly walked out of the bath. "Elder Hong Yu, are you there?" A male voice suddenly came outside the attic. A young man was holding an elixir with a strong fragrance, standing outside and calling her. After a while, the pavilion door opened, but the man looked at the charming figure that came out of the room. Hong Yu was swept coldly. The man was deeply attracted by her charming and beautiful temperament. He hurriedly handed the elixir in his hand, stretched out his hand and scratched his head. The family who stayed in the family can quickly repair the damaged spiritual veins. He was reluctant to use it himself. I was stolen by me. Last time I saw you being injured, at that time, I was embarrassed to give you this. This is just my little heart. Hong Yu, if you remember correctly, this man seems to be the Bai family of the barren city. His grandfather should be a elder of the Bai family. Stealing the elixir for her. Hong Yu was too lazy to ignore it, and he was planning to draw him away. Oh. However, at this time, the bell of the Shofeng Hall was suddenly sounded, and a figure rushed from a distance, and his face was frightened. Elder Red, the elderly summoned. It's an accident in the entire Xuanbei mainland. Quote exclamation mark. Chapter 314 Demon Domain Overlord. At this time, the rumbling giant sound suddenly contained extremely violent energy fluctuations from the distant sky. The spiritual power rushed to the sky, and then the spiritual light formation covered by the entire northern wasteland was dispersing a little bit. The blockade of the northern wasteland completely disintegrated. This sudden scene made Hong Yu slightly froze, and then saw the moment when the light curtain of the spiritual power was disintegrated. A man's shadow flew out of the magic. Enter the earth and directly lose their vitality. At the same time, alas, countless people in uniform costumes broke through the air, and plundered to the first peak hall of the North Wasteland at an amazing speed. In just a few seconds, they fled to reach the hall. At the same time, I saw the sky in the north, where there was a huge waves overwhelmingly swept out. Those waves were all turned into spiritual power, and in the center of the waves, a huge whale, thousands of whales quickly passed through the sky, and finally appeared in the top of the first. On the peak hall, it turned into three figures. As the ancient magic whale of the demon domain. The first group of people who appeared first saw these three figures of the giant whale, and their eyes were shocked, and then they looked at each other. Is they also attacked by the demon whales? The moment the words fall, I saw another sky began to show dark white colors, and then the colorful light bloomed. Under the light, a huge 9-color phoenix torn space came, and finally passed through the wasteland, turned into a 9-figure, right? He is one of the 4 hegemon of the demon domain, a colorful phoenix. Subsequently, the other 2 major demon clans in the demon domain, the Lei Peng family, and the ghosts, all had several figures that broke the space. One time, on the sky, the people of the 4 major bullies of the demon domain looked at each other, and they all saw some traces after the fighting from their bodies. They looked like a bit like a hasty. In the 8 ancient races of the Xuanbei continent, there are 4 major hegemons in the demon domain, and the other 4 races are the North Sea region that borders the demon domain. Among them, the ancient crocodile family was forced by a mysterious purple clothes some time ago. The people gave the whole family, but at that time, it shocked the entire North Sea area. Are you here too? The 3 people of the demon whale clan and the strong people of the 3 races on the opposite side stared at each other. Then the elders of the demon whale smiled bitterly, and said bitterly, my demon whale encountered the Yuetian temple. The slaughtering method in the 9 major protection law, the woman's strength is simply horrible. The old man also spent the best of the whole family, and then brought these 2 juniors behind him. Quote. Behind him, a man, 1 woman, 2 young disciples were dull, and the bottom of his eyes was full of deep hatred and resentment. A flower skirt of the colorful phoenix made a bitter voice, my colorful phoenix, except for me and the disciples behind me, all the rest of the people have fallen into the hands of the imperial temple. Help, I will be afraid to escape from the magic. Quote. What do you want to do in this dog day? And the old demon head of Yuetian magic is still unable to fight with all the forces of the entire Xuanbei mainland. An old man in black in the ghost mint was resentful, and his eyes were all. It's cold killing. He is the elder of the Ghost Yao tribe, Ghost Yi, who was the first strongest who survived the first robbery of the Samsumi, but did not expect to meet the ghost sword protection law of the 9 laws of the royal temple. The Ghost Yao clan did not know how many Tianzhao evasions died in the hands of this person, and finally burned blood, and spent their spiritual power. This took the 3 most talented disciples. The rest were captured by Yuetian temple. Essence. The Lei Peng tribe of the four hegemon was the worst, and only one elder escaped with a disciple. Are you all encountered the three messengers of the Xuanbei dynasty? Lei Peng's elder Lele was puzzled. After leaving the demon domain, they met the three messengers, and then sent them to the north wilderness. Come to a small place in the name. I was still in doubt. Seeing these people opposite at this moment, he talked about what he faintly understood. The old devil of the Emperor Mazan did not follow the card. This time, there were so many forces that sneaked in. I am afraid that the Xuanbei dynasty would not be able to stand it anymore. Everyone's eyes were solemn. Eliminating the Yuetian temple, in fact, it is easy to say, but those who have really exposed this power know how terrible the heritage of the imperial temple is. It may be hidden before. Now the 9 major protection laws are exposed. He is the strong who has passed the second robbery, so fucking damn. Everyone's face was not very good. In the next second, the sky suddenly had a shattered spiritual power, and then countless light and shadow flashed out of the broken space channel. When one was one person, he was an old man in a bald clothing. Behind the old man, the dean of the Tiandao Academy, the old man, the void sword owner Shu Tianjian, and the other 3 major ancient races of Beihai region, each led the disciples to appear. Only, these people's faces don't look very good. Is it a person in the ancient Buddha and ancient Buddha doors? The ancient Buddha door has always been not contaminated with worldly cause and effect. I did not expect that this time it was also involved. The elder Maki of the demon whale was a little surprised. He looked at the old man in the bald head in Buddhist clothes, and the old man behind the old man with a bald disciple. Don't let go. So far, among the 6 major domains of Xuanbei mainland, there are already 4 domain top forces, ancient Buddhist gate. As for the other 2 areas, Xuanlong and Wilderness, Xuanlong realm is now the base camp of Yudian Temple. All of them have long been eliminated by Yudian Temple. Most of them. The old man in the sky saw that everyone looked quite embarrassed. He touched his big bald head and smiled bitterly. This time, the old man missed the calculation. I didn't expect that the appetite of the royal temple was so strong that he wanted to swallow the entire Xuanbei in one breath. Mainland. My Tiandao Academy also lost heavy losses. Some disciples who sent it into the north wilderness some time ago are even more unknown, but the old man can be sure that the corpse demons in the north wilderness must have a connection with Yudian Temple. Domain is also the only place where Yudian Temple has not been done. You may be puzzled, but the old man may know the reason. Quote. The elders of the 4 demon clan frowned together. What is the reason? The old man suddenly bowed his head, and the turbid eyes penetrated the space. He looked at the black boy who was detained in the prisoner's dungeon below. The cultivation wizard that is rare for thousands of years, the royal temple did not dare to do it at the north wilderness. It must be because of him, and he will be the key to our elimination of the emperor temple. Quote. The destiny. Elder Lei Peng, Lei, said, being off in the dungeon. The old man shook his head and smiled. Don't underestimate him. If we have our old guys to help him cultivate, he will surprise everyone. It's on him. Chapter 315 Different. At this time, Gui Yi, the old man of the Gui Diao tribe, raised his head and looked at the sky, his dark and turbid eyes flickering with spiritual light. This corpse demon tribe must be caused by Yudian palace behind it. His face darkened, and the space around him suddenly gradually distorted. Behind him, a huge black shadow condensed out, directly transforming into the true form of the monster. The arms soaked with purple-black mysterious runes directly shot towards the sky. He reached out fiercely. The ancient ghost mink was a peerless ferocious beast that could rival the dragons in the past. Boom! A huge spiritual shock wave spread from the sky. Gui Yi's arms filled with terrifying power shook. The runes on them seemed to become dimmer. However, the huge dark altar in the sky was not moving at all. So perverted. Layla was a little shocked. The old man Tianji also had a complicated look on his face. If you want to crack the corpse demon altar, only the ancient Emperor Fenshin Cauldron, the ancient imperial weapon, can refine all the corpse demon energy in it. Unfortunately, the burning sky cauldron has been used for thousands of years. No one has seen it. The ancient Buddha of the ancient Buddhist sect clasped his hands, Buddha light surged in his eyes, and murmured, Lao Na knows that there is an ancient imperial army hidden in the northern wilderness. Perhaps, this is the fate of the man of destiny, and also the reason why Yudian Palace does not dare to take action against Beiwang territory. He sighed. In the current situation, they were able to escape from the 9 guardians of the Yutian temple with more or less injuries. The Layla of the Lei Peng tribe was even burning their essence and blood. It would be impossible for a while, recover. Since the 3 envoys of the Xuanbei dynasty asked them to gather in the northern wasteland, there must be some arrangement. Old man Tianji led everyone to descend towards the summit hall. Half an hour later, the entire Shen Yan sect was put on alert, and Lin Changfeng was driven out of the dungeon by the Shen Yan sect disciples with a confused look on his face. Finally, in a huge mysterious formation, he saw the 4 great tyrants of the demon realm. The elder of the clan. Is this guy the person that old man Tianji was talking about? Why doesn't it look like it? Bad boy, I am the elder of the Ghost Yao clan. You are as weak as anything. Take off your clothes for me. Before the people from the Yutian palace come, I will help you put the pure clothes on first. The body of Yang is condensed and completed. Lin Changfeng, take off your clothes. The elders of the colorful Phoenix clan looked disgusted. I have no interest in you. It's just that your body is too weak and can't withstand the infusion of the demon clan's essence and blood. If you didn't believe in old man Tianji, you, the brat, wouldn't even let me see you. Not even a glance of interest. On the summit square, suddenly there was a rapid sound of breaking wind, and then countless disciples of the Shenyan sect saw with astonishment that on the square that originally belonged to their cultivation, they were led by those strong men from outside the northern wasteland, occupied by young disciples. These people looked as young as themselves, but the aura in their bodies was particularly terrifying, even more terrifying than when senior brother Su Ming fought against the corpse demon emperor. These disciples from the extraterritorial forces were sitting cross-legged in the square to recover their cultivation. Some of them opened their eyes and saw them. A few young men smiled friendly towards them, but although the smiles were friendly, they were innately the feeling of indifference and alienation cannot be changed. After all, the gap between the disciples of Shenyan sect and these people is as big as heaven. Even senior brother Su Ming probably can't stand in the eyes of these people. If it weren't for the sudden changes in Xuanbei continent, they would never be able to come into contact with these young and powerful people from outside the territory in their entire lives. Seeing these extraordinarily dazzling foreign prodigies being forced to such an extent by the Yutian palace at this moment, the fear of the many disciples of the Shenyan sect towards the Yutian palace seems to have increased. The figure of an elder from the Shenyan sect appeared in the sky. He scolded his disciples, especially the female disciples who were staring blankly at the young and handsome men in the square. No one is allowed to disturb them. These people, we are not of the same world. The elders knew this. These talents are the real geniuses and monsters on the mainland. In their eyes, Shenyan sect is not even considered an ant. If it weren't for Lin Changfeng's relationship today, I'm afraid these people wouldn't have this attitude towards them. According to the dean of Tiandao Academy, Lin Changfeng is the best candidate to deal with the heavenly demon lord. This shocked them. However, Tiandao Academy and so many powerful people from top powers have spoken. It's okay if they don't believe it. Among this group of young and powerful people from outside the territory, there are a few figures who are particularly eye-catching. Obviously, even within their respective clans, they are as dazzling as few and far between. Many female disciples of the Shenyan sect stared at the figure in the center of the colorful Phoenix clan. That was a young man wearing a purple-black robe. His appearance was particularly handsome, which made many of their female disciples' eyes shine. The prestige and grace of the young leader of the colorful Phoenix clan, one of the 8 major races in ancient times, is enough for these female disciples, who grew up in the northern wilderness territory, to truly see what it means to be a dragon or a phoenix among people. However, compared to their appearance, their senior brother Su Ming is better. However, the gap in status cannot be made up. Perhaps senior brother Su Ming is also mysterious and powerful in their eyes, but compared with the real people on these continents compared with Tianzhou, there is still some gap. Not only colorful phoenixes, but also the ancient magic whalers with a shirt, candidates for Ghost Yao tribe, Void Swordsman Sword Master, and the scriptures of the Tibetan Sutra of the ancient Buddha. The presence of well-known in the 6 major domains. It's just a pity. The last scholar of the Taichuan Holy Land, Wu Haoyong, Juju Mobi Road, and Lu Mushuang, the chief disciple of the Lu family, did not come. Otherwise, today they are the strong on the Xuanbei mainland China. In the square, although the Tianzhou outside the territory did not take Shen Yanzong's eyes very much, it was a little curious in the eyes, and they found a strange phenomenon. In that place called Kaifeng, there was a spiritual atmosphere on it. It is particularly calm, but that breath makes them very uncomfortable. It's like that when they encounter something inherently disgusted, they will have disgust when they are unconscious. Several fields outside Tianzhou asked the elders of Shen Yanzong to inquire, and they knew some of the situation of Kaifeng. Together, your Zongmen do not even clean up such disciples. The elders smiled bitterly. Before these people came, who was Su Ming's opponent? What's more, Su Ming also rescued them from the corpse demon emperor. Anyway, it was always a little emotional. It is strange to say that so many forces were attacked by Yudian Temple. Kuimin was nothing that day. I did not expect their witch to come to Shenyanzong. I had seen it once that day, but unfortunately, she was fierce, and she was too cold. It was not easy to contact. Harmful. Chapter 316 Why Don't You Hide? As the words fell, many foreign prodigies in the square suddenly sensed something and looked up at the looming training platform in the clouds. And just then, there was actually a melodious piano sound coming from the training platform. The piano music contained a touch of spiritual power. It spread throughout the world and made people unable to help but be intoxicated by it. It also calmed their somewhat manic spiritual power after the battle. Listen to this piano sound. The bodies of many foreign prodigies trembled slightly, and then they discovered with astonishment that the training platform was located on an ancient green pine that was slightly protruding from the cliff. A pretty figure was sitting quietly cross-legged. In front of her, there was a guzheng. The long hair as black as a waterfall poured down, and the black hair was flying in the breeze, which stunned everyone. The melodious sound of the piano spread, and the beautiful and soft music echoed between heaven and earth. Those foreign geniuses who were recovering from their injuries all gathered their spiritual power, and countless eyes looked at the beautiful figure in the clouds and mist, their eyes full of amazement. The young sword master of the Void Sword sect looked even more unbelievable. The beautiful figure in his eyes seemed to be that of a cold fairy with a peerless figure. She was dressed in a snow skirt and was unparalleled in the world. And on that mature and beautiful face, there was a kind of beauty that turns all living beings upside down. Where she was, even the sky was filled with snowflakes. Follow the sound of the piano. The originally melodious sound of the piano now actually contained a bit of loneliness and coldness. What made everyone confused was that the sound of the piano did not seem to be played for them, but rather seemed to be played by someone among the seven peaks. The sound of the piano gradually fell, and the pretty figure seemed to sense a certain fluctuating breath in the seven peaks. With a slight movement of her slender jade fingers, the strings stopped and the sound suddenly stopped. Countless people looked up in shock. Then I saw that the pretty figure suddenly raised her eyes, and her phoenix eyes glanced straight at Kaifeng. She moved and appeared in the sky, with the snowflakes falling from the sky, and the coldness on her body. The cold air made everyone below feel as if they were frozen. Only, in the stunned gazes of these people, the next second, crystal tears suddenly rolled down the beautiful face of the woman in the snow skirt, which was covered with cold air. Everyone was stunned. I don't know why this cold and fairy-like woman suddenly became like this. As for the gazes below, the woman in the snow skirt ignored them. Her phoenix eyes scanned the heavy clouds and mist above the seven peaks. Finally, she gritted her teeth and spoke with a cold voice filled with anger, which rang out in the world. I have been waiting for you for so many years. Do you think that giving me a few drops of blood will make me stop hating you? You dare to go to the snowy land to find me, but now you don't dare to come out to see me. Her voice resounded throughout the entire Shenyan sect. Even the elders of the four demon clans looked up at the sky in astonishment. Then, they saw countless breaking wind sounds, and then the old man Tianji from Tiandao Academy, the leaders of the righteous path, such as Hechuish ancient Buddha, appeared and stared at the mysterious woman in the sky with astonishment on their faces. What's going on? Which powerful force is this? Old man Tianji spread his hands. I don't know either, but the aura on this woman's body is a bit like the Snow Clan. What? Mu Salad looked shocked. That force that fell from the fairy clan to the demon clan thousands of years ago. Old man Tianji took a deep breath. It should be that the Snow Emperor fell from the immortal clan to a demon for a certain disciple of the ancient Qinglong sect. He acted unscrupulously and willfully, and became a monster that brought trouble to the world. If the Snow Clan was reborn, if we let them join forces with the Corpse Demon Clan and Yudian Temple, I'm afraid we won't have any chance of winning. When the time comes, I'm afraid that the white-clothed sword immortal from the Tianyuan Sea will come, and there will be nothing we can do. Old man Tianji's words completely shocked everyone. In this time, everyone suddenly felt that the temperature of the world dropped suddenly, and snowflakes fell overwhelmingly from the sky. The snowflakes actually contained a cold and terrifying spiritual power. Some disciples couldn't help but stretched out their hands to touch one, and were immediately horrified. His entire arm was frozen into ice, and the terrifying cold air even froze the spiritual veins in his body to pieces in an instant. "Don't touch these snowflakes," the great elder of the Lei Peng clan shouted in shock. Above the 7 peaks in the distance, Su Ming looked at the snowflakes falling from the sky. He couldn't understand why the Snow Emperor came to Shenyang sect to find him, but this did not affect his plan. He used his own essence and blood to save her, but it was not in vain. This woman has something that can break through the shackles of heaven and earth, and what Su Ming has to do now is to use her to open the way to sainthood for him. Then if necessary, this woman will probably die, but Tang Qingyan can survive, so for Su Ming, this is enough. As long as he becomes a saint, with the foundation he has accumulated, even the messengers of the gods can be crushed to death with one hand. At this time, there was a cold air coming from his body. It turned out that those snowflakes were floating on his body. He watched the snowflakes falling and melting on his body. The next second, he saw the sky full of ice and snow condensing in front of him. In the blink of an eye, a graceful silhouette appeared in front of him. Su Ming looked at the pretty figure and saw the somewhat familiar pretty face. He said nothing, but the Snow Emperor's ice-blue phoenix eyes filled with coldness were staring at him red, with murderous intent in their eyes. There is also a trace of nostalgia buried deep in my heart that I dare not touch. Don't you like to hide? Do you want me to kill everyone, just like before you were willing to come out to see me? The Snow Emperor bit his red lips tightly, but the cold eyes were red. His jade hand suddenly gripped, and the ice and snow gathered in the palm, which was directly turned into a crystal-long sword. There is the ability, you hide again. She was flushed, and her voice was full of anger. At the moment of the words, a long sword of the snow and snow stabbed the space directly, stabbing Su Ming's chest. Su Ming saw this. But I didn't plan to hide. He sighed. Puff. The ice and snow sword pierced into his chest mercilessly, and the blood flew. The Snow Emperor suddenly stunned, and the jade hands holding the long sword were shaking gently. In the end, she looked at Su Ming dumbfounded, with tears on her cheeks, and no one knew that when she learned of those things Su Ming did for her, the kind of tangles and pain in her heart, those almost made her completely collapse, and made her feel painful. Why don't you hide? Why do you treat me like that? Why come to Shuiyu to find me? She cried with tears and roared. Next second, seeing that Su Ming stretched his hand gently, grabbed her trembling jade hand, and stroked her pretty face with the other palm, wiped the tears on her face. Snowflakes are scattered. After a long time, the old man and the ancient Buddha of the Twissured Buddha arrived on the same day, and then he saw it shockingly. The woman of the snow skirt rushed into Su Ming's arms and slammed him fiercely. Tears couldn't stop it falling down. At this moment, the whole sky seemed to be quiet. Chapter 317 is a good thing for young people. The falling snowflakes gradually stopped. The cold body in Su Ming's arms slowly stopped trembling, and then looked up at him with tears. At this moment, the girl who was aggrieved and cried in her beloved man's arms. Although the cold wind whispered, she was chaotic, that her hair was chaotic, and it faintly covered a part of her beautiful face, but she looked like this, but made her look beautiful. You go with me. The Snow Emperor gritted his teeth, and his red phoenix eyes stared at Su Ming deeply. At this moment, in this man's arms, her inexplicable desire enjoys this warm embrace. Su Ming. He sighed and separated from the Jiao body in his arms. How do you find here? I want to see you. In her eyes, full of deep thoughts. I didn't wait for Su Ming to speak. Kiki. There were a few cough sounds in front of them. Qi Yuan and the old man and others looked at Su Ming in surprise. Qi Yuan even widened his eyes, glanced at the woman who looked unable to mess with Su Ming in front of Su Ming, and couldn't help but say, Su Ming, this is this. A friend. Su Ming said briefly. Friends. Qi Yuan blown his beard. Who is your kid flickering? Whoever meets when he meets, he has to tell by Qingshan. There is no truth. A pair of old eyes of the ancient heavenly whale clan stared at the Snow Emperor deeply. The place where the demon whale was located, which was not far from the Dongshuan Shuiyu. This woman must have something to do with that snow. Mu Yan looked at Qi Yuan. Is he Su Ming? After coming to Shenyanzong, they haven't heard Su Ming as a person, but a disciple of a border Shaosongman is not taken in the eyes. At this moment, when you see Su Ming, there is always a kind of invisible. The feeling of this guy. Qi Yuan nodded bitterly. The old ghost of the ghosts flashed, his eyes flickered, and he stared at Su Ming quietly, suddenly saying, "Such a pure blood, but a good seed of forging, but unfortunately, it will not be unexpected in the future." Quote. Qi Yuan's face was even more bitter. In Zongmen, Su Ming did what he wanted to do. He did not have the consciousness of being a brother of Zhengdao. Instead, he often came into contact with the demon girls of the demon Daozongmen. For this matter, Bai Qingshan did not punish him less. Unfortunately, Bai Qingshan ignored it. On the other, for these people behind her, Snow Emperor didn't even look at it. She reached out and touched the wound in front of Su Ming's chest gently. After a while, she looked up at him. Are you so angry?" Her voice was distressed, and her expression was anxious. Su Ming looked at it. This woman is really interesting, and there is no preparation in terms of emotion. No wonder it is so cheating. At this time, Su Ming discovered that there was something wrong. The Snow Emperor's body was much colder than usual. The cold iced air continued to emit from her body, but she was suppressed back. She was suppressing the practice and did not cross the robbery. Because even if he planned for thousands of years, and even got the Holy Spirit of the Snow Temple, no one could be 100% successful. If he was not careful, he would only die. And Shui Huang's heart was nostalgic for Su Ming. The first thing she woke up after she woke up was to see Su Ming, and she was afraid that she had an accident when she crossed the calamity. From then on, she couldn't see this man again. Once there is a concern in his heart, people will always lose that courage to desperate. That's it. In the past, he hated Su Ming and deceived his feelings by this man, thinking that the man had never had her in her heart, but now, although she still hates him, the kind of nostalgia in her heart can't hide it. Although Su Ming did not know what the Snow Emperor had previously, it did not prevent him from coaxing this woman. It can only be said that there may be some attractiveness between the villains. The robbery reaches the critical point of being promoted into the Holy Realm. As long as the hidden sanctuary in the Forbidden Tribe will not be born, the entire North Spirit Realm may be no one as her opponent. It is indeed a big villain booze in the original plot, but how do you feel like a love brain? It doesn't matter. Love the brain is so cheating. Su Ming turned his head to look at Qi Yuan and frowned. Then he asked, when did the elders have a relationship with these people? Today, Zongmen is too busy, and the elder still has leisurely retaining others. It is better to think about it. After the body of the corpse is lifted, how to wait for death. Qi Yuan immediately looked aggressive. This matter. These big brothers cannot offend anyone. Okay, people are coming, he can't drive people away from the iron, then fucking is not purely looking for death. Intersection. The old man and the face were slightly dark. They also needed this small Shenyanzong asylum. If it wasn't for Lin Changfeng here, and the guidance of the three messengers of the Xuanbei dynasty, who would come to this place intersection. Lei Peng's elder Lili's eyes narrowed, and the thunderous spirit flickered behind him, and he looked at Su Ming with a sense of oppression. Small Zongman is a genius. Quote. He pointed his hands and pointed to the disciples of the power outside the field in the distance. These people, just take one out, are all the gully that you can't surpass your life. Did you have that ingenious ability? Quote. Several elders of Shen Yanzong behind Qi Yuan nodded deeply. Su Ming was used to get used to the Zongmen, and no one dared to care about him. Even his master was mad by him. Now these big guys manage this guy for them, and let the boy know that he is arrogant. In front of these real Tianzhao disciples, nothing is. In the distance, the disciples of Shen Yanzong who were rushing over in the distance were stagnant, and at the same time turned their eyes to Su Ming. Many disciples did not know what to think of, and could not help but emerge in their minds that this Master Kaifeng had sighed at the time when Zongmen was arrogant. The most responded, Mu Qingyan among the disciples of Kaifeng. She followed her prestige and saw the face of the people opposite her brother. Then, the petite and exquisite body appeared in front of Su Ming. The old man who ran was shocked, Emperor's body. In a short time, the four elders of the demon tribe, as well as the void sword owner and the ancient Buddha of the Dharma, stared at Mu Qingyan suddenly. This emperor has never even appeared in their tribe. Mu Qingyan opened his hands and blocked in front of Su Ming. Brother, these people are all bad people, to protect you. The old man touched his big bald head and smiled brightly. Little girl, I'm not a bad person. Do you want to worship me as a teacher and go to Tiandao Academy to practice? Among these people, you are the worst. Mu Qingyan pointed at him, his eyes were cold. Old man in heaven. Qi Yuan's face was scared. The old man did not care about it, just shook his head and smiled. Today, Mu Qingyan and Su Ming and others are in his eyes, both of which have not grown up. The posture of Mu Qingyan's emperor is the highest plasticity. As for Su Ming, it is not suitable for accepting it as a disciple. His evil character must be indulgent from his master, that is, in the ordinary people of Shenyanzong the disciple is a bit superior to the disciples, and it is nothing. His character will hurt him sooner or later. Chapter 318 The Lord is too suffocating. I wanted to give Su Ming some advice, but old man Tianji and the elders of the 4 demon clans were indifferent to Su Ming. He just waved his hand and said to Qi Yuan. In these troubled times, if Shenyan sect doesn't want to cause trouble, then just do as I say. All disciples will concentrate on training. We will wait until we activate Lin Changfeng's physique. Then we can make plans. Qi Yuan hurriedly nodded in agreement and glanced at Su Ming and Mu Qingyan. This is the dean of Tiandao Academy. They are both your elders. Why don't you greet me quickly? Mu Qingyan gritted her teeth with a stubborn look on her face. On the other hand, the Snow Emperor next to Su Ming looked at Mu Qingyan in surprise, frowned at Su Ming and said, "Is she your current junior sister? She is poisoned. It should be caused by forcibly activating the Emperor's veins." Hear the words. A faint light flashed in Su Ming's eyes. He looked at Mu Qingyan's back. His gaze seemed to penetrate her body. Sure enough, he could see that in Mu Qingyan's ice-clear spiritual veins, there were some that were even whiter. His veins flickered, looking extremely strange. If he hadn't looked carefully, he would have almost missed it. Feeling the beating of these snow-white veins, Su Ming suddenly fell into a trance. He knew very well that this was the spiritual poison in the imperial veins, which was almost impossible to remove. So Mu Qingyan will die soon. The technique she practices, as long as one imperial vein is activated, spiritual poison will be produced in the body. She needs to continue to warm the spiritual vein for a period of time, and wait until the spiritual poison dissipates before she can activate the next imperial vein. Otherwise, the spiritual poison will accumulate and it will be over in the end. Even if a saint came to this world, he couldn't save her. Now the spiritual poison in her body has accumulated to a terrifying level, and even if Su Ming takes action, he cannot save her. Her current cultivation level has at least secretly activated the 6th imperial vein. It was precisely because Su Ming, the 5th generation, knew this that he took so much trouble to refine the elixir to warm and nourish her imperial veins. Unfortunately, his senior brother's kindness was ridiculous in Mu Qingyan's eyes. Just this life, Mu Qingyan has changed. Ever since the ancient soul awakened in her body, she has started to become crazy. In front of Su Ming, she is no longer the little junior sister who was like an iceberg for 10,000 years. Instead, she is very attached to him and is obedient. But only now did Su Ming know. It turns out that her body has been eroded by spiritual poison for a long time, and she will suffer from the heart-gnawing pain of spiritual poison every moment. That kind of pain is not something that a little girl like her can bear alone. But even though she was suffering from such pain, she did not show any signs of it in front of Su Ming. This moment, Su Ming's feelings towards Mu Qingyan were actually a little complicated. 5 reincarnations. In the first 5 lives, she was one of the heroines who completely fell in love with Lin Changfeng, the son of destiny. Because of her imperial body, she also became Lin Changfeng's protector and emperor in the middle and later stages of the plot. In the past 5 lives, due to various misunderstandings arranged by God, she had spoken harshly to Su Ming many times. Not only did she despise and accuse him, she even wanted to kill this senior brother, and she was extremely resentful towards him. But that was all because she was completely disappointed in her senior brother and believed that he was hopeless. In fact, a little girl of that age did not want to have an upright senior brother who loved her and could protect her. Unfortunately, various misunderstandings arranged by God made her once think that her senior brother was a terrible person. Over time, naturally, his attitude towards this senior brother will not be good. Thinking of this, Su Ming shook his head. Of course, only he himself knows the misunderstandings and sufferings in the 5 reincarnations. Even if the culprit is the group of people from the God realm. But now, it is impossible for him to turn back into the upright and selfless senior brother he once was. He lived in pain for 5 lifetimes because of people like Bai Qingshan. In this life, live only for those who truly care about you. Elder brother, Qingyan can also protect you now. With Qingyan here, none of them can hurt you. The imperial power that burst out from Mu Qingyan's body made old man Tianji and others look slightly sideways. She did not hesitate to suffer the heart-gnawing pain of spiritual poison, but also forcibly activated the imperial veins. Standing next to her senior brother, she undoubtedly put Su Ming's safety above her own life. See this scene. Su Ming was slightly silent. Old man Tianji instead smiled hoarsely, shook his head and said, "You girl, you really care about your senior brother. Who told you that I am going to attack your senior brother?" Mu Qingyan blinked her eyes, but her pretty face was still cold. "Don't even think about lying to me. You righteous people are the most hypocritical." Old man Tianji. Even if someone points his nose and scolds him, he is still such a little girl, doesn't he want to lose face? Qi Yuan had shrunk back and did not dare to speak. He couldn't help but pray in his heart that Bai Qingshan would come quickly and pull her, this crazy apprentice, and lock her up so that he would not be released to harm others again. Beside the old man Tianji, the eyes of the ancient Tuosh Buddha from the ancient Buddhist sect moved. He glanced from Mu Qingyan to the Snow Emperor next to Su Ming, and there seemed to be a Brahma light in his eyes. Su Ming raised his eyebrows. "Bald donkey, what are you looking at?" "Bald donkey." Qi Yuan's eyes darkened, and he was so frightened by Su Ming's words that his heart stopped. He was an eminent monk from ancient Buddhism, not a bald donkey. Tuosh ancient Buddha was also stunned for a moment. After reacting, his eyes jumped slightly, and he looked at Su Ming for the first time. Seeing Tuoshigu Buddha's reaction, old man Tianji wanted to laugh, but suddenly thinking of his bald head, he couldn't laugh anymore. The elders of the 4 major demon people admire Su Ming's courage. The ancient Buddha door is on the Xuanbei continent, but the first Buddha door, the name of the ancient Buddha in the Dharma, who dares to talk to them like Su Ming. The brother of this Kaifeng is really well known. Like him, in the face of so many top strong men on the mainland, people who can speak and do things are unscrupulous. Even the old man in the sky encountered the first time. If it wasn't for this kid, it would be that he had a problem with his mind. The elderly people even doubted that this Su Ming was really the son of destiny. How do you feel that his mind is a bit wrong? Amitabha. The ancient Buddha of the Dharma closed his hands, and the eyes rushed to Sato stared at Su Ming, slowly saying, "The old man is the Dharma, and the Lord is too suffocating." Under the Tibetan scripture tower, you can read the Buddha for 100 years before you can remove a suffocating anger, cross the Buddha, and convert to the Buddha. Quote. The words fall. The pale yellow figure of the ancient Buddha door flashed directly, as if surrounding Su Ming and it, all the young bald donkeys in the ancient Buddha door. The Sanskrit light was shrouded in the body, and the lowest was repaired. What do this mean? Qi Yuan was shocked. The ancient Buddha of the dragon smiled lightly. Your disciple is too suffocating, and then it will inevitably be affected by the corpse and the devil. The old man will send someone to see him first, and then bring it back to the ancient Buddha gate and cross the past. After 100 years, he must concentrate on Buddha. Quote. Qi Yuan. Chapter 319 Help bury your mother. He didn't know whether Su Ming would devote himself to worshipping the Buddha, but he knew that with Su Ming's character, he would probably have a headache even if the Buddha came to this world. Moreover, Qi Yuan couldn't understand why these bald donkeys targeted Su Ming as soon as they arrived. Even if Su Ming did many evil things in the sect, that was still the Shenyang sect's own business. These bald donkeys liked to meddle in other people's affairs so much. However, Mu Qingyan had been standing in front of Su Ming. After going crazy, she obviously regarded her senior brother very seriously, and those bald donkeys did not dare to act rashly because of the icy imperial power emanating from her body. Old man Tianji is a little puzzled. With such qualifications, this little girl will definitely become a female empress in the future. Although she is young now, she should not be so ignorant. Su Ming's luck was gloomy, and he was not a righteous person. It was a mistake for the Shenyang sect to train a disciple like him. According to his speculation, Mu Qingyan should stay with Lin Changfeng, the son of luck, as his Dao protector emperor daughter is right, and she is not here to protect Su Ming. But Mu Qingyan's meaning was also obvious. If you want to touch my senior brother, you must first pass her level. Tuoshigu Buddha hesitated. If he took action by force, it was not impossible to capture Su Ming and Mu Qingyan, but what really confused him was the woman in the snow skirt next to Su Ming. The woman's attention was obviously focused on Su Ming, so there was no action at all. But once they take action, she will definitely take action, and when the time comes, the situation will become even more troublesome. Mu Qingyan, who looks like an empress, is not easy to solve, and there is another mysterious woman who does not know the details. Is it really possible to take down Su Ming? Uncertain. Whatever. The most important thing today is not Su Ming. Even though he was born against destiny as predicted in the ancient pagoda, the son of destiny happened to be able to defeat him. Once Lin Changfeng truly awakened to his destiny, these people who hindered him in his destiny were just obstacles on his path of cultivation. Just experience. The most important thing right now is the son of destiny. Amitabha. The ancient Buddha Twasa clasped his hands together and said, "Retreat, Kutuo will stay." The disciples of the ancient Buddhist sect bowed respectfully to him, and then retreated to the summit square. Only one slightly younger disciple remained. Today's matter will be settled here. However, if Patron Su insulted my Buddhist sect, outsiders would probably say that I am bullying the younger ones. If Patron Su can defeat me, a young novice, I will not take the blame for what happened today. While speaking, his originally kind eyes suddenly showed a hint of sharpness. And under his sharp gaze, a terrifying spiritual pressure swept directly towards the opposite side. The vast aura caused the blood to surge in many people around him. At their status, it is obvious that there are very few emotional changes, but if a junior like Su Ming points his nose at him and calls him a bald donkey, even if he is the ancient Tuosh Buddha, he will naturally feel angry. Kuda. Yes. The young bald disciple immediately clasped his hands and replied in a deep voice. Capture him within 5 rounds. As soon as he finished speaking, Tuosh ancient Buddha looked at Su Ming. I won't bully you either. In the competition between juniors, he will push his cultivation level to the same level as you. The next second, just as the bald disciple took a step forward, Mu Qingyan stared at him with a cold face. Donor, you can rest assured that I will be measured in my actions and will not hurt anyone. The bald disciple said calmly. Mu Qingyan ignored him at all. The bald disciple smiled slightly and said nothing. He just stepped forward, bypassed Mu Qingyan and faced Su Ming directly. An astonishing aura emanated from his body, and finally stabilized at the level of the second-level God Emperor. Obviously, he also knew that Su Ming had fought with the corpse demon emperor who had cultivated the second-level God Emperor without falling into a disadvantage. Sense this momentum. The Snow Queen beside Su Ming frowned. She turned to look at Tuosh ancient Buddha and the others. You are looking for death. The jade hand squeezed. Above the sky, snowflakes were falling all over the sky. You just woke up from a deep sleep, and your spiritual power needs to be restored. Don't get angry so easily. Su Ming smiled faintly and reached out to suppress the spiritual power surging out of her body. The Snow Emperor was dissatisfied and snorted. If anyone dared to say that to you before, I would have slapped him to death. Before, Su Ming was stunned for a moment, but then he didn't think much about it. He just looked at Tuosh ancient Buddha and others opposite him, and said with a smile, a group of bald donkeys look down on people. The moment the words fell, behind the bald disciple, suddenly the Buddha's light shone, and in just one breath, a huge Buddha figure emerged, and the Buddha's voice murmured, rising in the storm. Boom. The Buddha clasped his hands together and stared directly at the bald disciple below with a pair of dazzling golden eyes. Enveloped by the Buddha's light, the bald disciple was completely shocked and murmured with a dull look on his face, Buddha came to this world. But the next second, the Buddha smiled strangely, and all the kindness on his face turned into a look of terror and anger. He slapped the bald disciple in his hand, and looked at the figure struggling painfully in his palm. The rolling Buddha's voice resounded throughout the 9 heavens. Old monk, whose name is Tathagata, loves to save lives. I am destined to meet you today, so I came here to give you a ride. The bald disciple looked horrified. Immediately, he saw the light and shadow of the Buddha directly transforming into a great spiritual power, leaping into his mouth. Buzz. The bald disciple was trembling all over. After a while, he suddenly raised his head, his eyes were dull, and his expression was in a trance. However, his eyes seemed to be filled with strange and evil energy. He suddenly smiled maniacally, turned around and grabbed the ancient Buddha Tuosh. The old man is buried in 3, and your mother is buried. Bald disciple seems to be completely crazy. The old Buddha and the old man who opposite the opposite side were stunned with a look of eyes. What happened just now? They saw Su Ming's words, and then the bald disciple stayed in place. After a while, he suddenly went crazy, and turned to rush towards them. The old faces of the ancient Buddha of the Tamshian are as dark as the bottom of the pot. Bald disciple laughed, regardless of his face of his ancient Buddha, grabbing his palm towards his big bald head. Boom! In the next second, he was hit hard by the ancient Buddha of the dragon. The position of his mind was blasted out of a huge blood hole. He fell to the ground and could not die anymore. The audience was suddenly quiet. Qi Yuan and others stayed with wooden chickens. After a moment of stunning, a pair of old eyes suddenly stared at Su Ming, a little unbelievable. Are you hazy? Su Ming laughed, spread his hands, and saw the bodies of the bald disciple. It was a pity. Well, people are buried in the three tuo, and I can help burial your mother. The ancient Buddha's old face was unique, and told him directly that it was certainly that this Su Ming had moved his disciples, but so many people watched here. How did this guy do it? Intersection. Chapter 320 Love Brain Snow Emperor, Frost Ice Prison. Shui Huang blinked and suddenly stared at Su Ming's side face. She just looked at him without talking. Su Ming turned his head and looked at her. She suddenly panicked, hurriedly looked away, and her face flushed with a flush. This guy is darker than before. The old man in Tianji stared at Su Ming deeply, as if he wanted to see the person who was against the destiny, but in his eyes, Su Ming was a disciple of ordinary and universal. There was nothing special. Old man, what's going on? The ancient Buddha of the Thami looked at the old man, and asked. The old man shook his head. This matter is weird, or the woman around Su Ming is engaged in ghosts. Now Lin Changfeng's affairs are even more important. The ancient Buddha of the dragon gritted his teeth. The bald disciple was the elite disciple. He had exhausted his efforts. He did not die in the hand of the devil head of Yudian Temple. Instead, he died in his own hands, which really made him hate. He snorted coldly, and glanced at Su Ming with cold eyes. The old thing today, the old man is remembered. Immediately, the spiritual power surged and turned away. Several times the old man glanced at Su Ming and the Snow Emperor around him, and then left the Chi Peak with the ancient Buddha of the Dest. Now it is the top priority to deal with the imperial palace, clear the corpse demons, and awaken Lin Changfeng's destiny. Qi Yuan finally breathed a sigh of relief after watching the group of big men leave. He looked at Su Ming with sweat on his forehead and said with a wry smile, Su Ming, do you know that you are in big trouble? The ancient Buddhism, but it is not what we can offend. Su Ming swept him indifferently. Is it over? Qi Yuan was stunned, and suddenly he hated iron and steel. He snorted, turned away and left angrily. Brother. Mu Qingyan came to Su Ming, and called him weakly. However, perhaps because of a sudden convergence of spiritual power, her face was suddenly white, and her heart felt a little painful. She hurriedly reached out and covered her. Live in the chest. Su Ming glanced at her. Mu Qingyan laughed, brother, I'm fine, but the practice time is too long, just slowly. Who cares about you, it's okay. Su Ming leaned his lips and laughed, stop the road, please let it go. Hearing. Mu Qingyan only felt painful, her eyes suddenly turned red, her fair cheeks were pale, and she finally gritted her teeth, but refused to move. The Snow Emperor seemed to see something, and Maiman looked curiously. Mu Qingyan's eyes were tears. Of course, she knew that she was about to die, and she knew that she was very sinful. She was not qualified to pray for the forgiveness of the Master, but she also wanted to do something for the elder brother at the last moment of her life. Brother, can you not push her away? She lowered her head and forcibly stopped the tears that might be poured out at any time, and then the slightly trembling body slowly moved aside, and the whole person seemed to be weak and pitiful. Until the younger brother passed by her, she slowly disappeared in her eyes, and the tears filled with her eyes finally fell. Why? With a sigh, it sounded in Mu Qingyan's ears. Mu Qingyan reached out and wiped his tears and looked back. Master, why are you here? Behind him, Bai Qingshan didn't know when it came. He looked at her complicatedly. The mature and beautiful face was helpless. Flat. Don't blame your elder brother. Bai Qingshan stepped forward, stretched out his hand and rubbed Mu Qingyan's little head, and said with some movement, what he experienced from a young age is what we can't appreciate. I know you. I want the warm and straightforward brother to come back. Similarly, Master also hopes that he can come back, but we all know that it is impossible. Quote. Mu Qingyan was silent. She shook her head gently, blushed, and said, Master, what should I do? The elder brother is willing to accept me. For the sake of the master, you can look out everything. Can you really get everything out? Bai Qingshan murmured, as if asking Mu Qingyan, as if he was asking his heart. Then, she had an answer in her heart. A gentle smile appeared on her cool and mature face. She held Mu Qingyan in her arms, patted her shoulders, and comforted her, your senior brother will understand you. One day, everything will be gone. I will return to the original look. Really, master? Mu Qingyan looked up, and a pair of bright eyes looked at her master. If she could return to the past, she would definitely keep the master regardless of everything, and she would definitely not make those harms anymore. Brother's stupid thing. Bai Qingshan stretched out her hand and scraped her Chong's nose gently. Go, and find your brother to drink with master. We haven't said anything for a long time. Mu Qingyan just nodded, but suddenly thought of the elder brother's attitude towards her. His face was sad. Brother, he will not see me. There is a master, he can see if he doesn't see it. After hesitating, I couldn't reach the impulse in my heart. Nympho. On the way back to Kaifeng mountainside. In the weird eyes of countless disciples, I saw her brother and the mysterious snow-skirt woman walking towards the maple forest side by side. They seemed to be familiar and unfamiliar, making a group of disciples surprised. Mowing. Su Ming slowed down, turned his head to look at the Snow Emperor next to him, and his eyes gradually fixed in her white neck, a place engraved with a certain name. What's wrong? Shui Huang looked at him with his head, always unconsciously passing through a panic, and she couldn't figure out why she felt this feeling. Su Ming shook his head, it's okay, this tattoo is pretty good. If I didn't guess, the tattoo should be the name of a man. Perhaps the man who had hurt her thousands of years ago. This woman was so cheating and was deceived by others before. Snow Emperor gritted his teeth and suddenly stared at him. Do you have nothing to explain to me? Explain. Su Mingxin said, don't be nonsense. He had no time to talk to this woman, and flickering is enough. At first, he was in the snow area, and he thought that he would be a little flicker in the future. This kind of woman is basically the same as Bai Junyi, he has played experience. To deal with this kind of woman, you can't use any warm men's strategy means. You have to be cold and hot, making her feel that you like her, but sometimes don't care about her, so that she can suffer time. Of course, Su Ming is not an emotional idiot. The words that said in Shuiyu and Bai Junyi at the beginning were also deliberately said. Otherwise, after the woman returned, she would definitely stick to him. At that time, Tang Qingyan would not explain it. By the way, you wake up from the fantasy field, should you get the Holy Spirit's heart as soon as possible? Su Ming deliberately cut off the topic. The Snow Emperor drumped, I cultivated for thousands of years before condensing one, and even a spiritual wisdom was born. Seeing that I had a trend of awakening, it ran to the underground frost ice prison. Quote. Hidden. Su Ming frowned. That's not okay. Is there a way to lead it out? The Snow Emperor shook his head, I can only go in the frost ice prison, but it is too dangerous. I dare not rush out for the time being and forcibly enter. Maybe, I have to wait for a while to get the Holy Spirit heart. Quote. Su Ming sighed. Seeing this, Shui Huang gritted his teeth, do you have to use the Holy Spirit? Su Ming looked at her with deep eyes, really need it, but you are in danger, even if you can't get it for the time being, I think other ways. What do you want to do with the heart of the Holy Spirit? The Snow Emperor stopped suddenly, the beautiful and moving face, and stared at Su Ming with his expression. Su Ming was silent for a while. Eventually, in the stubborn eyes of the Snow Emperor, he spread his right hand a little hesitated, and saw several black lines permeated in his palm, extending from his palm to the position of his wrist. Are you poisoned? The Snow Emperor was shocked suddenly, and his eyes suddenly murdered. Who did it? The Emperor killed him. After coming out of the snow area last time, I went to the restricted area of life. I wanted to find a way to crack the fantasy field. He looked at the Snow Emperor with a smile, but I saw that you had come out of the fantasy field, and I was at ease. Quote. Hearing. The eyes of Shui Huang's phoenix were suddenly red, and she looked at Su Ming in a stunned. You are for me, you fool, the fantasy realm I made by myself, can I not come out yet? If you care about it, it's messy. Su Ming laughed, I didn't think so much at that time, but you don't have to worry about it, you should live for a while. Snow Emperor grabbed his right hand, and the spiritual power poured into his palm in his body. He wanted to suppress the black lines that permeated the dead, and finally found that it was useless. Go and help you find the Holy Spirit heart. Quote. When he said, he suddenly rushed into Su Ming's arms and hugged him tightly, his eyes red, and looked up at him. You wait for me, even if you damage the spirit, you can do everything. Also help you find the Holy Spirit's heart. He leaned and kissed Su Ming and gently kissed Su Ming, and then suddenly pushed him away. His body turned into a touch of snow, directly into the sky, rushing towards the snow field. Su Ming looked up at the place where she left. The deep eyes were reflected in the figure of Shuihuang's departure, and then the palm of his hand was pinched gently, and the black line on his hand collapsed quietly. Shuihuang said yes, the cold frost, only she can go in, so only she can get the Holy Spirit heart. Even if Su Ming goes, it will not be able to get the Holy Spirit. The condensed world and the earth are the same as her heart. I just didn't expect. This woman is really Flicker, no wonder she was deceived before. Chapter 321 Blood Sacrifice Substitute Curse. After the Snow Emperor left, Su Ming was still thinking about things, but he didn't want a jade hand to suddenly stretch out from behind and pinch the soft flesh of his waist. Su Ming turned around and saw a delicate and beautiful little face staring at him full of resentment. I asked you to wait for me, but you ended up running out again. Su Ming stretched out his hands to wrap his arms around the delicate body in front of him. Tang Qingyan stretched out her hand to push him away and said angrily, I'm angry. Su Ming chuckled. Tang Qingyan squeezed him hard, and then put a particularly delicate crystal bracelet on Su Ming's hand. Don't take it off, do you hear me? Su Ming glanced at it and nodded slowly. Only then did Tang Qingyan smile, reach out and hug his arm, cling to him, and murmured to herself in a daze, it would be great if we could be together forever. But Su Ming suddenly discovered that something was wrong with the bracelet Tang Qingyan put on him. His soul was quietly released, and he could sense that in the bracelet, there was a spiritual rune condensed with blood essence, which quietly began to operate. Among the spiritual runes, there is a small reflection that looks like a soul, which is Tang Qingyan's spiritual soul. What does she want to do? Su Ming's eyes darkened. If he guessed correctly, this is an ancient forbidden spell of the demon sect, called the Blood Sacrifice Substitution Curse. It is a technique that uses blood sacrifice to transfer all the natural disasters and misfortunes of the substituted person to the secret technique that comes from oneself. In ancient times, there were powerful god emperors from the demonic sect. Through this blood sacrifice technique, they could transfer all the catastrophes caused by the tribulation of three spirits to other people, and let others bear the tribulation for them. Disaster. It's a pity that the reason why the forbidden curse is a forbidden curse is that using this kind of forbidden curse itself will damage your luck and have great side effects. Even if the blood sacrifice is successful, it will be abandoned by heaven and earth in the future. From now on, the path of cultivation will be completely sealed by God. Su Ming's face didn't look good. Tang Qingyan thought he hadn't noticed, so she leaned next to him and asked with a smile, you have so many things to do now, can't you just spend some time with me today? Su Ming said nothing. What's wrong? Tang Qingyan was a little worried. Su Ming forced a smile, shook his head and said, it's okay. Tang Qingyan hugged his neck with both hands, leaned up and blew gently into his neck deliberately, then you always have a cold face. I like to see you smile. What she liked most was Su Ming's gentle and doting smile towards her, the kind that she could never see enough in her life. Unfortunately, she would never have the chance to see it in the future. Su Ming reached out and gently rubbed her head. I'm not a child. Tang Qingyan glared at him, if you touch your head, you won't grow up. Su Ming was amused by her, it's already big enough. How about I touch other places? Seeing Su Ming's gaze moving downward, Tang Qingyan blushed and spat lightly, bah, you rogue. The breeze blew, and Su Ming stared at the girl in front of him, his vision seemed to be in a trance. Under the girl's tight-fitting clothes, there were full and attractive curves, the slender and soft waist and the delicate face, which were always so easy to let go. People linger and forget to leave. As the breeze blew, her long, dark hair flowed like a waterfall, and the alluring fragrance lingered in her nose, causing a soft smile to appear on Su Ming's face unconsciously. Su Ming reached out and touched the cold bracelet on his wrist. Perhaps, Tang Qingyan was just worried about him. As for the prophecy of the mirror of judgment, of course he couldn't let that happen. Su Ming reached out to hold his slender waist, but Tang Qingyan's slender, jade-like hands were blocked in front of his chest. When he looked down, he saw Tang Qingyan's big bright eyes looking behind him. Su Ming turned around, his expression a little unsightly. He saw several foreign prodigies who were originally in the summit square coming together and appearing behind him. Among them, there was also a bald donkey with a smile on his face, staring at him, and Tang Qingyan with a smile on his face. Brother, I am Su Kai, the third disciple of the ancient Buddhist sect. I just saw that you have Buddha nature in you, so I came here to get to know you and make a prediction for you. As he said that, he opened his palms, and several bronze hexagrams shining with golden light appeared in his palms. He said with a surprised look on his face, "It's strange. It's extremely rare for my brother to have such a fate. It's accompanied by bad luck and good luck. He has close relatives and loved ones. Can solve the great evil. I have never encountered this hexagram. My brother's destiny is not ordinary." Quote. As he said that, he glanced at Tang Qingyan next to Su Ming. He was about to make a divination for this woman, but as soon as the previous divination came out, there was no solution to the death divination. He was so shocked that he was stunned for a moment. Before he could continue the divination, a shadow suddenly passed in front of him, and Su Ming appeared in front of him with a gloomy face. The bald monk's expression suddenly changed. "Brother, listen to me first." Bang! Su Ming kicked him directly. The force of this kick was so strong that he was instantly kicked out. His body was like a cannonball, grazing the ground and shooting into the mountain peak in front of him. He didn't know whether he was alive or dead. Gulu. Looking at the huge black hole that suddenly appeared in the mountain peak, the faces of the few foreign geniuses who came with the bald monk turned dark instantly, and everyone was stunned. You must know that Su Kai is the third Buddhist disciple of the ancient Buddhist sect, with the peak cultivation level of the 6th level God Emperor, and the 19th ranked being on the list of geniuses in Xuanbei continent. But such a genius was actually kicked by Su Ming. Kicked out. This guy is simply more unreasonable than those demonic disciples. Su Kai kindly did divination for him to help him ward off evil spirits and avoid misfortune, but it turned out that he did it without any hesitation. Su Ming stood there, frowning slightly, and turned his attention to the other people. "You are simply hopeless." A disciple of the colorful Phoenix clan said angrily, "We came here with no other intentions, but you just did it without asking the reason, and you didn't take us seriously at all." "You're right." Su Ming turned a deaf ear, with an evil smile on his lips. "You're just a bunch of losers waiting to die. I really don't take you seriously." The faces of all the geniuses were as dark as water. Sensing Su Ming's full malice, they were speechless for a moment. How had they ever seen a guy like Su Ming who would do anything without distinguishing between good and bad? "Although the elders have said that you are not allowed to attack people here, you are just too arrogant," the disciple of the colorful Phoenix clan said in a deep voice, with spiritual power surging out of his body. To this, Su Ming just smiled faintly. The next second, bang! A shadow flew out and slammed into the mountain behind, and was kicked out by Su Ming. The corners of the mouths of the geniuses twitched. Su Ming looked at them indifferently. "Is there more?" Everyone looked at each other in confusion. For some reason, facing this senior brother Kaifeng of the Shenyan sect, they felt a sense of fear in their hearts. Is this a disciple of the Shenyan sect? How could a place like the northern wilderness cultivate a guy with such terrifying strength? His strength can at least rank among the top 10 on the prodigy list. All the arrogant people are thinking of quitting. Originally, they were just unhappy with Su Ming because of what happened just now, so they planned to test him and give him a good lesson in front of the woman in green. Who knew it would turn out like this? Everyone wanted to leave, but Su Ming sneered, "If you come to my place and want to leave, just kneel and crawl out." Hear the words. The bodies of all the geniuses shook violently, and everyone clenched their fists instantly. Even if they were suppressed by Yutian Palace, they never knelt down to others. "You are looking for death," a disciple of the Ghost Yao clan blurted out. Then, his body suddenly fell to the ground, and he knelt on the ground so strangely. His knees burst instantly. In pain, he was directly stepped into the ground by Su Ming. Open black lens bracket bite. The host's behavior conforms to the villain's settings and will be rewarded with 1000 villain points. The geniuses suddenly fell silent. I don't know how much time passed. There was a genius who wanted to send a message to the elders of his own power, but his head was kicked hard and he vomited blood. His whole body's spiritual power collapsed and he couldn't even say a word, let alone send a message. This moment, all the geniuses were frightened. They finally knew why Ku Tuo, a disciple of the ancient Buddhist sect, suddenly became crazy when facing Su Ming. The aura on this guy's body was particularly weird. He must have been up to something about what happened just now. Chapter 322 Cruel, Tiankui Witch. The surroundings had become a mess. Affected by Su Ming's evil aura, everyone raised their heads and glanced deeply at him. They discovered that the evil aura on Su Ming's body was exactly the same as the evil aura in the corpse demon altar in the sky. Has he practiced the techniques of the corpse demon clan? A genius exclaimed. After hearing these words, the other geniuses were shocked. The corpse demon clan's techniques are taboo for the evil clan. Once he practices such a technique, it proves that he has sold his soul to the evil clan. Although he is a disciple of the righteous path, he has already become an evil demon. Just thinking about it made all the geniuses shudder in their hearts. The situation just now proved that even if they were put together, they were no match for Su Ming. At this time, a genius from the Ghost Yao clan suddenly stared at Tang Qingyan. His eyes twitched slightly. This woman looks so familiar. Tiankuiman witch. He recognized it. She was the witch adopted by the ancestor of the demonic-powered Tiankui sect. A few years ago, his senior brother and several disciples of the Lei Peng tribe chased Wan Li from a secret realm in the demon realm, and finally seriously injured her at the exit of the secret realm. Unfortunately, they could not kill her, and she was rescued by a mysterious man. You must know that this woman possesses the rare Tianyan demonic body and is a descendant of the Xuanming demonic vein. Not only is her talent in cultivation unparalleled, her temperament is even crueler. If his senior brother and the other Tianzhao disciples hadn't destroyed most of her spiritual veins back then, she would definitely have a place among the top 3 in the Xuanbei continent's Tianzhao list. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look at Su Ming again and squeezed his hands tightly. Tang Qingyan appeared in the Shenyan sect, and as they were both demons, the corpse demon clan and the Tiankui sect must have colluded. Su Ming was now with Tang Qingyan, and they also practiced the corpse demon clan's forbidden skills, which shows that the relationship between him and Tang Qingyan, of which there is collusion too. This genius seemed to have discovered some huge secret. His face turned pale, and he suddenly pointed at Su Ming and shouted, "Now that the devil is rampant and the righteous path is declining, you are colluding with the evil spirits. You are simply calling yourself the righteous path." The other geniuses heard this. His face was shocked. But just when they looked up at Su Ming, they only saw a cyan light and shadow in their eyes. In a flash of sword light, a genius was cut in half, and blood sprayed everywhere. See this. Everyone was stunned. Tang Qingyan's figure appeared behind them at some point. She was holding an ancient green sword in her hand, the tip of the sword pointed downwards, and blood slowly dripped. Right way. Tang Qingyan's delicate and elegant face was filled with ice and coldness at the moment. She said in a solemn tone, "They are just a bunch of sanctimonious guys. They really think they are so noble. If it weren't for this group of so-called righteous people, Su Ming would not have lived in such pain in his previous lives." Whenever she thought of Su Ming's lifeless and painful eyes after her death, her heart seemed to be broken. The killing intent surged out of his eyes. At this moment, all the geniuses felt the tremor deep in their hearts. They couldn't believe that this demon girl from Tiankui sect could be so cruel. The smell of blood filled the air. Then, with the green sword light flashing, a bloody corpse emerged after each sword energy. Within a few minutes, all the geniuses fled in panic. A disciple of the ancient demonic whale was extremely tall and tall. His eyes were red. While Tang Qingyan was killing other people, he not only did not run away, but instead dodged directly behind her and smashed down his fists in a brazen sneak attack. And just when the fist was about to touch Tang Qingyan, the disciple's eyes were filled with ecstasy. As long as this punch hit, this woman would be seriously injured even if she didn't die. It's a pity the next second. A slender palm reached out and caught his extremely violent punch with one hand. The force coming from the palm was like an unshakable mountain, clamping him firmly in place. Poof! The ancient cyan sword came out from behind him, and blood sprayed out. Su Ming threw his body out and glanced at the fleeing geniuses, his eyes twinkling. Immediately afterwards, death energy suddenly surged out from beneath the ground. The broken bones originally buried deep in the ground seemed to smell the smell of blood in the air. They bared their teeth and let out weird laughter, crawling out from the depths of the ground. Out. Then, the eyes of these strange corpses glowed red, and they rushed up from behind the fleeing geniuses, strangled their necks, and lay on top of them. The corpse opened its bloody mouth, revealing a row of sharp teeth. The extremely viscous green saliva flowed down the teeth and just dripped on the cheeks of those talented people. Then, bite them hard on the necks of these geniuses. Laugh. Blood flew out instantly. Ah! The tearing pain and the feeling of the spiritual energy being forcibly sucked out of the whole body made these people scream. Tang Qingyan blinked, glanced curiously at the evil corpses, and then looked at Su Ming. Su Ming sighed in his heart. Seeing Tang Qingyan's blood-stained blue dress and all the foreign geniuses behind her dying tragically, he certainly knew that this was Tang Qingyan's character as a villain. She could be ruthless and ruthless towards others. But it is precisely because of this that the villain's destiny in her cannot be eliminated at all. This is what Su Ming is worried about. The more powerful the villain's destiny is, the greater the possibility of being targeted by heaven. Tang Qingyan wiped the blood on the ancient sword, then took the sword back, walked towards Su Ming, and looked at him with a smile. The two faced each other, looking directly at each other. Su Ming grabbed her hand and used his spiritual power to purify the blood stains on her hands. Tang Qingyan smiled with relief. From Su Ming's eyes, she could see the concern for her. Every time their eyes came into contact, it seemed that their souls were filled, making her couldn't help but smile. If I kill them, will it cause trouble for you? Tang Qingyan blinked her big eyes and asked innocently. But I just don't want them to say that about you, she added. Su Ming, who is familiar with the original plot, certainly knows Tang Qingyan's temperament. If she doesn't kill someone in this situation, then she is not the Tiankui witch. He knew that this was the character that a female villain would have. After all, this was the villainess arranged by God for him. But when he thought of the prophecy in the Mirror of Judgment, Su Ming couldn't calm down. The Mirror of Judgment was the most precious treasure of heaven and earth refined by the immortal God King. It is no exaggeration to say that a person like the immortal God King would not be able to calm down. In today's era, those are all peerless men who can completely subvert the rule of the God realm. After all, the original Empress Juyu ruled the vast world outside Bailing. Under such circumstances, her rule could be ended by the immortal God King. One can imagine what kind of legendary figure she was. System, can you detect the identity of the immortal God King? The system was silent for a while. Open black lens bracket byte. This system cannot detect people outside Bailing for the time being. Really? The immortal God King is not from the northern spirit realm. The system only said that it could not be detected for the time being, indicating that it would still be possible to detect it in the future. When he was in the judgment space, Su Ming naturally tried to control the Mirror of Judgment, but unfortunately he failed. He guessed that only those who inherited the inheritance of the immortal God King could control the Mirror of Judgment. And the level of this Mirror of Judgment is one level higher than that of the ancient imperial weapons. Chapter 323 I like you, and no one can affect it. Speaking of the ancient imperial weapons, Su Ming looked towards the top of the mountain and could sense the auras of the four demon elders and the fluctuations of Lin Changfeng's spiritual power. The ancient imperial weapon sealed in the Shenyang sect's heavenly peak is called the Ancient Demon Conquering Pagoda. It was left behind by the demon-slaying emperor who once entered the demon realm alone and killed hundreds of millions of demons. And this demon-slaying emperor was a native of the Bailing realm. The ancestor of Shenyang also took a fancy to the ancient imperial weapon he left behind, so he founded the Shenyang sect here. It's a pity that no one, including the ancestor of Shenyang, can control the ancient demon-controlled pagoda except the people of destiny. Precisely because after discovering this and not wanting to be too public about it, the ancestor of Shenyang sect directly left Shenyang sect and traveled around, leaving the current Shenyang sect in a free-range state. Su Ming took Tang Qingyan to a peak behind the first peak. They saw that under the peak, the four elders of the extraterrestrial demon clan, the old man Tianji, the void sword master and others were washing Lin Changfeng's tendons. Cut off the marrow and awaken all the destiny in him. Su Ming looked calm and stared at Lin Changfeng leisurely. After a long time, he asked Tang Qingyan beside him, if one day you find that all your feelings for me are influenced by God, will you regret it at that time? He seemed to be asking Tang Qingyan, and he seemed to be asking himself. It was more like he was murmuring about the girl who died miserably for him in each of her previous 5 lives. He wanted to ask her, was it worth it? Tang Qingyan stared at Su Ming, perhaps thinking of the time when the two were together in previous lives. That period was the happiest time in her life. She shook her head gently, why do you ask that? I like you, I just like you, and no one can affect it. If all this is really God's arrangement, then I might have to thank him for sending you to me. Quote. Su Ming shook his head and sighed, it's a bit silly. You are stupid. Tang Qingyan pinched him. Su Ming laughed and couldn't help but reach out and scratch her pretty face. He rarely showed such a smile in front of others. Only when facing Tang Qingyan could he truly let go of all his defenses. If God really arranged for me to be born for you, then without you, my life would be meaningless. Tang Qingyan raised her hand and touched his cheek. Maybe, I should resist God, but the person I like is right in front of me, and I can't bear to resist. If I lose you, I won't be able to live. Maybe you will live better without me. Su Ming grabbed her slender jade hand and said jokingly. His words may be a joke, but only he knows that if it were not for him, Tang Qingyan in the fifth life would not have died so early. At least she could still live without worries, instead of being raped by those so-called righteous people for her own sake. The strong man pierces his heart with thousands of arrows and dies miserably. Tang Qingyan shook her head and tried to smile. You know, when I was a child, I used to live in a very peaceful village. My father and mother are both very kind people. They were doctors and helped people in the village since they were young. At that time, I lived a carefree life. Every day I go to the mountains with my father to collect herbs, and at night I fall asleep with my mother's gentle coaxing voice. I have also longed for the beautiful world outside. At this point, Tang Qingyan suddenly fell silent, the smile on her face disappeared, and her mood became a little depressed. Su Ming pondered for a moment before answering. I've never heard you talk about what happened when you were a child before. No matter what happened later, at least at that time, your father and mother truly loved you. Yes. Tang Qingyan raised her head and stared blankly at the sky. After a long time, she said with red eyes, but I can't understand. My father and mother have practiced medicine all their lives and treated everyone truly, but in the end, because they saved the disciples of the righteous forces, they heard the news during the rescue. They had some insignificant secrets, and then they brutally killed my parents. I will never forget the figures of my parents lying in a pool of blood, and their aloof postures, as if they were killing not two people, but two inconspicuous ants. In order to cover up this incident, they were afraid that the people in the village would know that they killed innocent people indiscriminately and would be punished after returning to the sect. In the end, they brutally slaughtered the entire village, even the newborn babies. If the demon body in my body hadn't exploded at that time, maybe I would have died in the hands of those two people. Haha, this is the disciple of the righteous forces. Su Ming sighed slightly in his heart. At this moment he finally understood. Why did Tang Qingyan treat those disciples of the righteous forces so cruelly? Her childhood experience determined her character and left her without any sympathy. Because when her parents were killed when she was young, none of the disciples of the righteous forces sympathized with her. In the end, the demonic sect rescued her and brought her back to Tiankui sect so that she could have a place to practice. During that time, due to her experiences at a young age, she changed from the lively girl she was before to a cold and taciturn person. She only practiced hard every day. It was not until Su Ming appeared that her long-frozen heart became my heart gradually melted for him. Su Ming felt quite complicated. In the end, he just gently held her hand and said, after what happens tomorrow, let's go back to Tiankui sect, the sect where you grew up. In this life, you can meet a woman who is willing to pay for himself. This may be what every man's life will be. Women who are worth cherishing for a lifetime. What to do? Tang Qingyan looked at him in a blink of an eye. Su Ming scraped her Chong's nose. Of course, marry you home, so as not to find it after running. Tang Qingyan laughed, and his smile was beautiful and moving. I don't run, you dare to marry, I dare to marry. The two are doomed together, and no one can distinguish them, but Tang Qingyan still can't help but feel a little uncomfortable. Maybe she may not wait for Su Ming to marry her, but she is also very happy because Su Ming can be alive, which is more important than anything. Su Ming reached out and stood up the green silk on her forehead. What are you thinking? So enter. Tang Qingyan shook his head. She put away those bad emotions, and she didn't dare to let Su Ming know her plans, otherwise she would definitely be angry with her with Su Ming's temperament. Chapter 324 The Saint of the Lu Clan, Lu Muxian. Once upon a time, when Su Ming was still the warm and upright senior brother of Kaifeng, he told Tang Qingyan more than once that he should not kill anyone, but because of her temperament, she might listen to Su Ming's words, but because of her childhood experience, she had no confidence in the right way. The forces have long hated him to the core, and sometimes they would secretly go out and kill people without telling Su Ming. This also makes it impossible to erase her villainous destiny. But no matter what, her personality changed a lot because of Su Ming's appearance. At least there won't be any more situations where a city will be massacred and a clan will be wiped out if they disagree. While the two were talking, a burst of spiritual power suddenly rose into the sky from below. The spiritual power shot out like a beam of light, and finally shot towards the huge sky-high mountain of Shenyan sect. Boom! On the top of Tianfeng, a beam of light shines into the huge cliff hanging down from the mountain. Click! As the cliff fell off, huge boulders rolled down one after another from the mountain peak, and then the space there began to distort, and a huge ancient spiritual sigil appeared in everyone's sight. That's. The elders of the 4 ancient demon clans looked at the ancient runes hidden behind the cliff with surprised expressions. Buzz. The huge ancient runes suddenly burst out with dazzling light, and as the space there was distorted, the entire cliff of the huge sky peak began to fall off. A dark stone tower condensed from ancient rune stones was exposed from the sky peak. This stone tower is hundreds of feet high from the ground to the dome, and its majestic and vast aura makes everyone marvel. There was a flash of shock in the eyes of the old man Tianji, and then he laughed. I am indeed right, this kid is really the destined person. This giant tower is the ancient demon-controlling tower that once suppressed hundreds of millions of demons and made countless heavenly demon kings fearful. It is said that the legendary demon-slaying emperor spent thousands of years refining the ancient imperial weapons. Quote, "People who are not destined by fate cannot be controlled." Lin Changfeng opened his eyes and looked at the ancient demon tower with some palpitations. Is this the ancient imperial weapon? Just feeling the aura that suppresses the world, you can imagine how amazing the demon-slaying emperor was back then. Characters. You brat, I'm giving you an advantage. The old man Tianji pointed, and a spiritual light entangled Lin Changfeng in it. He smiled with satisfaction and said, with your current level of cultivation, it is not realistic to deal with the Yudian demon lord. Quote, however, there is still a remnant soul of the demon-slaying emperor in the ancient demon-controlling tower. It is the essence and blood of the great emperor that he left behind. If you can get it, you will not only be able to control the ancient demon-controlling tower, but also together with the remaining soul of the demon-slaying emperor, join forces to kill the demon lord. Lin Changfeng's breathing became rapid. After being targeted by those women in this bullshit sect for so long, it was finally his turn to rise up this time. As long as he used the remnant soul of the demon slayer emperor to kill the heavenly demon lord, from then on, he would be the leader of the Xuanbei continent. Savior. Senior, what should I do? Lin Changfeng asked in a deep voice. He rarely calmed down, because the mistakes he made due to his reckless impulsiveness would never happen again this time. The old man Tianji touched his bald head. An ancient existence like the demon-slaying emperor was the emperor who once shocked the world and commanded hundreds of millions of people. The things he left behind may not even be obtained by the Son of Destiny. Easy. Suddenly, his eyes moved and he turned to look to the left. There was a distorted atmosphere of space, and then waves of powerful spiritual power came from it, followed by a large number of breaking wind sounds. Wherever old man Tianji looked, he saw silhouettes of people rushing towards him, finally stopping in midair. Haha, old man Tianji, how can such a thing happen without the members of my Tiangong sword sect? In the Yutian Palace, I have long been unhappy with them. I heard that the Yutian Palace plans to occupy the Xuanbei continent. Since he won't give us a way to survive, I, the Tianxing sect, won't show mercy. This time, I have to kill that old devil, the Yutian demon lord. With the appearance of the ancient demon-controlling pagoda, our Xuanbei continent will surely have another demon-slaying emperor. I'm afraid that the demon-conquering demon lord will only be able to huddle in the Yutian Palace and tremble. Everyone laughed. This caused everyone below to look sideways. Even old man Tianji was a little surprised. He looked at the masters of forces in midair. These people were all famous figures in Xuanbei continent. It's just that their sect is neither a righteous way nor a demonic way, but practices on its own and maintains a neutral attitude, so Yutian Palace did not take action against them. Old man Tianji smiled hoarsely. It seems that the Yutian Palace has reached the point where everyone hates and despises it. I didn't expect that you, Jian Tiangong, can't sit still anymore. Jian Tiangong, the first person in the Tiangong sword sect, survived the second calamity of the three spirits' tribulation and even touched the third calamity. With one hand of the Tiangong sword, he shocked the mainland. He and the Void Sword Master of the Void Sword Sector, jointly known as the Great Sword Sects of Xuanbei Continent. Their swordsmanship is so divine that they can cut down the heaven and the earth. The elders of the 4 major demon clans also paid tribute to the leaders of these forces. Whether it was the Tiangong Sword Sect, the Tianxing Sect, and the other forces, they were all powerful reinforcements. They originally thought they would just sit back and ignore them. It seems that he is also extremely dissatisfied with the actions of Yutian Palace. This time, Yutian Demon Lord has finally hit the iron plate. There are quite a few people in this wave of people in midair, and the spiritual power fluctuations in each person's body are also particularly powerful. Obviously, a lot of money has been spent to come here to help them. The Tianzun Zhanzong and Tian Xingzong were all the strong men who passed the second robberies. In the Xingzong, there was also a red-haired woman who looked extraordinarily mysterious. Slim. Many strong people gathered. At this time, there seemed to be an amazing sound of the wind in the distance, and everyone looked at it, and I saw a huge spirit boat carved from white jade, followed by thousands of figures around, with a magnificent vastness. The momentum flew from the sky. In front of Bai Yufei's boat, there is 100 huge white jade dragons. The dragon pulled the spirit boat and hovered in the air, and a pair of dragon eyes exuded a powerful dragon. Liu Beilong. Is it a man in the Liu family? I did not expect that Liu's fairy dynasty was also here. Well, this white jade flying boat is the best spiritual weapon. It can use a white dragon to pull the boat with a Beilong of the 9 emperors. Someone in the air could not help but talk about. Didn't you find it? The royal temple dared to do it against the Tianwu dynasty, but he never conflicted with Liu's fairy dynasty. Obviously, he was also afraid of the strong heritage of the Liu family. I heard that some time ago, Liu Hanyan, the emperor of the Liu family, had inherited the throne of the Wei nationality and merged the immortal prison into the fairy of the Liu family. The top of the Tianzhou on the mainland, I am afraid it should be easy. Quote. When everyone sighed, a cold and touching sound came from the white jade spirit boat. The body of pure yang is inherently lucky. It seems that you are the destined person said by the emperor. This cold sound is extremely beautiful. If it is placed on weekdays, I am afraid that people present will speculate how beautiful she is. But at this time everyone widened his eyes brushed on Lin Changfeng, with a deep shock in his eyes. The ancestor of Liu's ancestors, it once opened the legendary figures of the Xuanbei continent with the other 3 ancestors. Even the Holy Realm strong in front of them had to lower their heads as a man. Unexpectedly, the ancestor was still alive, and he was still the fate of Lin Changfeng. If the old man said that Lin Changfeng was a destiny, they might have doubts, but if the ancestor emperor of the Liu family said, who dares to question? Chapter 325 The first person in Zhanshou. As this cold voice fell, Lin Changfeng took a deep breath, then he calmed down, slowly raised his head to look at the spirit boat in the sky, and said with a faint smile, thanks to the fairy for looking up to the boy, but this is just a fluke, I can do what I can for Xuanbei continent. Lin is very honored. A burst of laughter suddenly came from Lin Changfeng's mind. You brat has a good awakening. I made no mistake when I accepted you as my disciple. Once this Yutian palace is eliminated, from now on, you will be a dragon in the sea, practicing there are no more obstacles on the road. Master, are you alive? Lin Changfeng was stunned and shocked. Fuck your mother, I never died. Lin Changfeng's eyes couldn't help but turn red. No one knew how difficult it was for him during the days when he lost the sword master. He was even almost killed by those crazy women. He felt so miserable. Master, it's good that you are alive. In the days when you are not here, my disciple is like a rootless duckweed. Okay, stop talking nonsense. The woman in the spirit boat should be a close disciple selected by the Liu clan's immortal dynasty ancestor. With her help, the ancient demon taming pagoda will definitely be yours. When the time comes, my master will help you summon the remnant soul of the demon-slaying emperor. With the help of the demon-slaying emperor's remnant soul, those bullshit corpse demons will be no more than mediocre. Lin Changfeng cried bitterly, Master, you are still kind to me. The conversation between the 2 masters and apprentices ended quickly. And in the white jade spirit boat, there was also a cyan light blooming out, and then in the spirit boat, a figure with graceful curves slowly appeared in everyone's eyes. Although the cheeks were covered by a piece of gauze, a pair of eyes that were faintly exposed were as clear as crystal, making Lin Changfeng lose his mind for a while. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. What a beautiful woman. Even though this woman's cheeks are covered by tulle, with her almost perfect cheek curve, it's not hard to imagine what a stunning face she will look like behind the tulle. Lin Changfeng even wanted to rush forward and tear open the gauze to peek into the woman's mysterious and moving face. But he also knew what the scene was like now. Suppressing the throbbing in his heart, he couldn't see the slightest bit of a woman's softness in the woman's crystal-clear eyes. Instead, they were filled with a deep cold indifference that seemed to repulse anyone thousands of miles away. Such a woman, not easy to conquer. She is more difficult to conquer than a woman with a cold appearance, but if you can get close to her heart and tear open that cold exterior, maybe the fire she bursts out will make all men unable to extricate themselves. With a slight cough, Lin Changfeng looked at the woman, clasped his fists and said with a smile, "I wonder what the fairy is called." The woman frowned and said nothing. This girl has a lot of background. I originally thought that the Liu clan immortal dynasty would ignore the actions of the Yudian palace. It seems that this time it is because of you that I came here. The old man Tianji on the side intervened and said, "She is the direct disciple of the ancestor of the Liu clan, the biological sister of Liu Hanyan, the emperor of the Liu clan's immortal dynasty, born with immortal veins, Liu Muxian." Liu Muxian. Lin Changfeng muttered the name. The temperament of this woman is indeed like an immortal, which makes people can't help but imagine. Liu Hanyan is the prison master of the immortal prison and the emperor of the Liu family's immortal dynasty. Naturally, he has heard of it, but this Liu Muxian, before I haven't heard anyone mention it. The other leaders of the forces had complicated eyes. Every generation of saints and emperors in the Liu clan's immortal dynasty were extremely evil beings. Among them, the most outstanding emperor's daughter is definitely Liu Hanyan, but the most outstanding saint is naturally Liu Muxian. Like Lin Shui, the previous saint of Taichu Holy Land, she overwhelmed countless people as soon as she was born. The proud daughter of heaven, the existence that topped the list of dragons and phoenixes decades ago. Therefore, at the beginning, she and Lin Shui had countless suitors like crucian carp crossing the river. It's a pity that after so many years, she and Lin Shui have never been attracted to any man. In the end, Liu Muxian returned to the Liu clan decades ago and disappeared from sight, so few young disciples of Lin Changfeng's generation had heard of their original deeds. But until now, there are still many talented disciples from the previous class who can't forget Liu Muxian and Lin Shui, the two talented girls, and some even reach the point of being crazy. The leaders of many forces couldn't help but sigh. How long had it been since they had seen this fairy's peerless grace? Now that Liu Muxian is here, I wonder if Lin Shui from Taichu Holy Land will come. If I remember correctly, Lin Shui is now the senior sister of Taichu Holy Land. She is also rarely born, and not many people have seen her. But the Holy Land of Taichu was attacked by the Yudian palace. With the virtue of the old demon lord Yudian, how could he let go of the cold and immortal elder sister of the Holy Land of Taichu? I hope Lin Shui can also come to the northern wilderness territory. By then, they will have to completely settle their accounts with Yudian palace. The appearance of Liu Muxian from the Liu clan's immortal dynasty has undoubtedly given many powerful people here a lot of confidence. After all, Liu Muxian is a proud daughter of heaven and a direct disciple of the Liu clan's ancestor. With her status, I am afraid that even the heaven-conquering demon lord has to be careful. Not long after Liu Muxian appeared, a terrifying and earth-shaking sword energy suddenly came from the sky. I saw the space there tearing apart, and then a huge purple ancient sword broke through the air and appeared in the sky. In just a moment, the rich purple sword energy poured into the entire sky. On the ancient sword, a purple cloth stood up with a figure, and beside him, he followed the young master of the Taichuan Holy Land. As soon as Ji Yu Yan came out, the beautiful big eyes immediately looked at Lin Changfeng below. She hurriedly waved towards Lin Changfeng. "Brother Lin, Sister Shiyu was caught by the big devil. Once, we are going to save her." Lin Changfeng frowned. The purple coat man on the ancient sword said indifferently, "Little sister went to Tianyuan Sea to find sword fairy to save people, but unfortunately I couldn't see the swordsman. I met her halfway to Jianxian Pavilion and brought it back. It's..." Everyone couldn't help looking at the purple man. Feeling the horrible sword chi on his body, even if the void sword owner and the sky swords were swords in the swords of the kendo, the complexion was slightly changed. This person's kendo is extraordinary. I am afraid that he is also a peerless sword fairy. The old man hesitated. "Are you the people of the sea?" The man in the purple clothes smiled lightly. Once, I also went out of the Taichung Holy Land. Sister Shiyu was looking at it, and the Emperor Mazan dared to move him. Don't blame the sword in my hand. The elders of the demon tribe doubted. You went out of the Holy Land of Taichu. Hearing this name, the people in the scene were instantly widened, and everyone was deeply unbelievable in their eyes. Qin Wai, this name is too loud. It is said that Taichu Holy Land accepted a disciple decades ago, but it was a real natural sword repair physique. As soon as he came into contact with the sword repair, he showed his amazing talent. In the end, the ancestor of the Holy Land, even the old monster of the sword repaired for hundreds of years, couldn't help but teach him kendo. In just a few years, he grew up to the first person in the sacred land sword of the Taichi earlier. In the original generation, there were few people who could compare it with him. Unfortunately, I did not know why, and suddenly announced the withdrawal from the early Holy Land, and no one had seen him since then. Unexpectedly, he even joined the mainland of Zhongzhou and became the Holy People. Just now he heard that he was going to Jianxian Pavilion halfway to meet them at the early Holy Land. Is it possible that he still has the relationship with the White Swordsman? In other words, he is now the apprentice of Baiyao Swordsman. Maybe I saw what everyone thought. Qin Wai shook his head and said, actually, I have never seen swordsmen in white, but on the road of Kendo a few days ago, I met some crickets. Someone, but I didn't expect to meet the little sister first. Quote. Speaking, he reached out and rubbed his little head, and said warmly, how to say, I used to be a disciple of the Holy Land. Ji Yu Yan's little face was well behaved, and there was a little worship in his eyes. This brother Qin Wai, she listened to Sister Shiyu before that at that time, no one on the Xuanbei continent was his opponent. You can defeat the big devil and rescue Sister Shiyu. Chapter 326 The Supreme Qing Longzong, a blue shirt. The appearance of Qin Wai undoubtedly gave old man Tianji and the elders of the four demon clans a lot of confidence. Qin Wai looked at the mysterious ancient demon taming tower. His expression was a little complicated. After coming into contact with the secrets of the saints, he actually vaguely guessed something, but he didn't dare to confirm it yet. Then he looked up at the sky. He said lightly, I have looked up the secrets about the corpse demon clan in the ancient books of the Saint clan. It is said that they revived once thousands of years ago, but were killed by the mysterious senior brother of the ancient Qinglong sect. Force, suppress again. Everyone was surprised. Old man Tianji frowned tightly. Qinglong sect. The supreme Qinglong sect passed down from ancient times. He looked surprised. He knew a little about the supreme Qinglong sect. It was inherited from the ancient times and became extinct thousands of years ago. But about this Qinglong sect and the corpse he didn't know anything about the secrets among the demons. Qin Wai smiled and said, I also heard it mentioned by an old senior of the Saint clan. Speaking of it, the supreme Azure Dragon sect has long been reduced to an evil sect, and there is a particularly secret relationship between their senior brother and the corpse demon Empress. But I don't know what the specific relationship is. Qin Wai looked at old man Tianji. Now that the corpse demon clan has revived, I'm afraid it will also involve news about the Qinglong sect. The Empress has specially given instructions. If there is any news about Qinglong sect, no one is allowed to interfere. What is the Qinglong sect? Lin Changfeng looked confused as to why he had never heard anyone mention this force. It's better you don't know, you brat. Sword Master said with some sigh. The Supreme Azure Dragon sect was the only force in the entire continent that dared to defy heaven. That senior brother of theirs tisk tisk, just don't say anything. Lin Changfeng's face was dark. Master, can't you finish it in one breath? The Sword Master laughed and said, let me tell you this, in front of the senior brother of the Qinglong sect, no matter how talented or evil you are, you have to kneel down and behave like a human being. That guy is so evil and unruly. So powerful. Lin Changfeng didn't believe it. Master, have you ever knelt before? The Sword Master immediately faltered, his face flushed, and he said angrily, Fart, your master, I am also a world-famous sword master, and only others have ever knelt down in front of me. Even so. However, the face of the Sword Master's soul was obviously not normal. He seemed to have thought of some bad memories in his heart, and the look in his eyes became slightly strange. Who hasn't been young and frivolous? Once upon a time. When he was young, he also went crazy in pursuit of his true love, even though his true love was just a maid beside the senior brother of Qinglong sect. although in the end he knelt down in embarrassment in front of the figure in green clothes and was stepped on his head, looking at him like an ant. But those were all valuable experiences in his youth. Now that he is still alive, the senior brother of the Qinglong sect has long since died. In the final analysis, he is the winner. The Sword Lord shook his head and sighed. Thinking of the figure wearing the Qinglong mask and filled with evil aura, he always had an indescribable feeling in his heart. He admired his courage to defy the will of heaven, and also laughed at his stupid behavior. "Master, are you hiding something from me?" Lin Changfeng asked strangely. "Stop farting on me." The sword master's face turned red, and immediately all his spiritual energy poured into Lin Changfeng and took over his body directly. Qin Wai walked up to the crowd, stared at the ancient demon-controlled tower, pondered for a moment, and then said, "There is a space of its own in the ancient tower. There seems to be a very strange aura there." As he spoke, he waved his hand, and saw that the space above the ancient demon-controlling tower began to distort, and then the spiritual power at the top of the ancient tower began to collapse, and then a mottled and broken ancient square appeared in everyone's eyes. "What is that?" Many big guys were shocked. In their eyes, there was a figure standing in the center of the square. It was a man wearing a green shirt, but on his face, he wore a somewhat ferocious green dragon mask, making it difficult for people to see his face clearly. However, he just stood there, but there was an evil aura emanating from his body that seemed to trample the whole world under his feet. That aura made all the big guys present couldn't help but widen their eyes. After the old man Tianji and several elders of the demon clan glanced at the figure in green, the spiritual energy in their bodies suddenly became violent, and a mouthful of blood spurted out, and they immediately looked away with a look of horror on their faces, not daring to look directly at it. That figure. Just one look can make them hurt. What kind of terrifying power is this? With that kind of power, even Qin Wai, who had survived the third tribulation of the three spirits tribulation, could feel the riot of spiritual power in his body. He was obviously shocked by the aura emanating from this figure. It took a long time for someone to gradually wake up. Then who is that? Some trembling voices sounded, and the aura of the green dragon figure was so ancient that when they spoke, they couldn't help but have a hint of awe in their eyes. These are the top beings on the Xuanbei continent. At this moment, he was deeply shocked. Only Lin Changfeng, whose body was taken over by the sword master, was still looking blankly at the figure in green in the broken space, the evil aura, the ferocious green dragon mask, and the majestic and tall figure. How is this possible? Senior brother of Qinglong sect. He is not dead. This is absolutely impossible. The sword master was so overwhelmed that his palms couldn't help but tremble, and then he hurriedly rose into the air, trying to get a clear look at that figure. It was also at this time that he discovered that the figure in green clothes had been standing there for a long time, and there was no movement after a long time, and under his feet, it seemed that he was stepping on a half-foot-sized head. The bones under the head were all rotten, but it was this head that was about to rot that caused the sword master, Qin Wai and others to change their expressions drastically. On the head, between the eyebrows, everyone can even see a particularly ancient rune imprint. The rune is simply a smaller version of the ancient rune on the ancient demon taming pagoda, and it is similar to the ancient demon taming pagoda. The mysterious runes outside are exactly the same. Obviously. That's what's used to control the ancient demon taming tower. From ancient times to the present, there is only one person who can control the ancient demon taming tower. So that head. Is it the demon slaying emperor? Boom. Everyone's heads exploded, and the whole world seemed to fall into deathly silence at this time. Everyone stared blankly at the figure in green and the head at his feet, obviously unable to accept this scene. According to legend, the demon-slaying emperor who suppressed countless evil spirits actually died in the ancient imperial weapon he refined, the ancient demon-controlling tower. Gulu. Many people swallowed deeply. That figure in green clothes seems to be lifeless. Someone finally spoke up first. The sword master controlled Lin Changfeng's body and gritted his teeth and said, "All the inheritance of the demon-slaying emperor is in the head at his feet. As long as we get the head, we can control the ancient demon-conquering tower and use the ancient imperial weapons, destroy that green-clothed figure." It seems that the demon-slaying emperor must have died together with this evil spirit. The man who once dreamed of defying heaven is now a withered skeleton in the tower. The eyes of many powerful men flickered. That is the lifelong legacy of the demon-slaying emperor. That kind of temptation is enough to make any powerful god emperor lose their mind. Who wouldn't be tempted? In that case, let me try it first. When many strong men were about to make a move, Qinhuai said lightly, then took a step forward, and the vast sword energy surged. However, just as his sword energy approached the ancient demon-taming tower, Qinhuai's pupils suddenly shrank. In his eyes, next to the figure wearing the Qinglong mask, another figure in white appeared at some unknown moment, standing quietly. Who? Qinhuai's eyes jumped. The next second, a slender hand stretched out, and under everyone's gaze, picked up the rotten head, then squeezed it gently. The head was broken, and an ancient talisman fell into the palm. Without you, it would be really difficult to get this thing. A faint lazy laugh came. Old man Tianji and Sword Master widened their eyes at the same time and shouted in horror. That's Su Ming. Chapter 327. He is indeed the man I like. The whole world seemed to be silent for a moment. That white-clothed figure, who else could it be if it wasn't Su Ming, the senior brother of the seventh peak of Shenyang sect? Seeing the demon-slaying emperor's inheritance talisman fall into Su Ming's hands, the faces of the four demon clan elders were filled with gloomy expressions. Junior, you are so courageous. Jian Tiangong, the leader of the Tiangong sword sect, appeared in an instant, with a stern gaze, and his whole body of sword energy exploded, turning into a shadow of the sword god, and directly took action to snatch the inheritance talisman. Su Ming smiled jokingly. Gently pinching the talisman with his palm, the demonic energy raged behind him. The demon-slaying emperor's inherited talisman suddenly surged with terrifying spiritual power. The spiritual power rushed into the ancient demon-controlling tower, and then melted into countless demonic dragons, roaring rushed down violently. Indescribable horror and violence swept down from the sky. The next moment, countless demonic dragons penetrated directly through the phantom of the sword god. At the same time, the ancient demon-taming tower in the sky suddenly fell. Jian Tiangong was like an ant in front of this behemoth, without any resistance, and was suppressed directly into the ground by the ancient tower. Old man Tianji and the others stared at this scene dumbfounded. Su Ming grasped the palm of his hand, and the huge ancient pagoda quickly shrank. In just a few seconds, it turned into the size of a palm and fell into his hands. The purple magic dragon followed and coiled behind him, roaring ferociously, making he look like he was filled with demonic energy. The tragic situation of Jian Tiangong made everyone on the opposite side feel numb. The leader of the Tiangong sword sect, his whole body's spiritual veins exploded at this moment, and even the soul in his head was crushed alive by the ancient demon-taming tower, not to mention his body had long been crushed to pieces. Only a few fragments remain. Tisk, tisk, it's my first time to use this thing, and I didn't control the strength well. Su Ming sighed. After all, it was a sacrifice to the 9th-level god emperor, so it was really a waste. Old man Tianji's mouth twitched. The next second, Su Ming's dark eyes turned to the top experts present. His eyes were very calm, and everyone who came into contact with his gaze could not help but feel a chill in their hearts. From the moment I arrived here, I felt an extraordinarily powerful aura hidden nearby. It seems that it must be you. Qinhuai stared at Su Ming and spoke lightly. While speaking, he suddenly caught a glimpse of the petite figure of not Yuan Jiyu Zhenming. He frowned when he saw that the latter's face was as pale as paper, without a trace of blood, and his whole body could not stop trembling. Shocked, Qinhuai walked over and patted her shoulder. Jiyu Xingxin gritted his teeth in humiliation, and tears seemed to well up in his eyes. Qinhuai said warmly, "As long as I'm here, you don't have to be afraid." Brother Qinai Jiyu Zan was trembling and speechless, because she saw Su Ming's eyes finally glanced at her, and he smiled at her, but that smile was the same as when he bullied Sister Shui. They were so identical that her heart nearly suffocated. Then Su Ming raised his head again and looked at the sky. Lu Muxian frowned deeply, but under the thin veil, there was a faint wave on her beautiful and cold face. Aha! Su Ming's figure suddenly appeared on the white jade spirit boat, and the elders of the Lu clan looked shocked. Lu Muxian's eyes were clear. Su Ming smiled slightly and said, "What happens here has nothing to do with the Lu clan. Lu Muxian and Lu Hanyan are sisters, one is righteous and the other is evil. They are not walking the same path. Lu Muxian is more inclined to the right path, while Lu Hanyan does things more as he pleases. However, the two of them have the same background, and they are both close relatives of the ancestor emperor of the Lu clan. This ancestor emperor and the purple-robed chess sage Ziwuji are from the same era, and their cultivation is bound to be no worse than Ziwuji." "I've seen you," Lu Muxian said softly. The voice coming from under the gauze had a touch of coldness, but it was also particularly pleasant to hear. Su Ming was curious. I went to the forbidden area of the immortal prison to practice. At that time, you were imprisoned in the forbidden area by Han Yan, but you didn't find me. I see. When the space there was split into countless pieces, Su Ming didn't notice that she was normal. It was just that Su Ming felt a little uncomfortable when he saw this woman wearing a gauze on her face all the time while talking. The next moment, the wind howls in the palm. Lu Muxian's delicate body trembled slightly. And as the wind from his palm blew up the tool, Su Ming's fingertips quietly passed over the smooth jade cheek in front of him, and directly pulled off the veil. You. The cold touch on his cheek caused a flash of shame and anger in Lu Muxian's eyes. The beautiful cheeks exposed to the air are 56 times similar to Lu Hanyan, but the charming look in her eyes is almost completely different from Lu Hanyan. Looking at the veil falling in Su Ming's hand, Lu Muxian seemed to be stunned. Although her eyes were ashamed and angry, a blush gradually appeared on her fair cheeks. The people below were stunned by the sudden amorous feelings. Seeing the shame and anger rising on Lu Muxian's cheeks, Su Ming played with the fragrant veil in his hand and said with a smile, "Looking at it this way, it's much more pleasing to the eye than before." Lu Muxian's pretty face turned red and she stared at him with some annoyance. An elder from the Lu clan behind said with a strange face, "Mr. Su, the eldest lady once made an oath when she entered the cultivation path. If anyone takes off her veil, he will marry her but you and the second lady." The second young lady in his mouth was Lu Hanyan. Su Ming's palm stiffened slightly and he glared at the elder. "What age are you now, and you are still doing this?" This was indeed something he hadn't expected. Lu Muxian bit the silver teeth, still staring at Su Ming angrily, thinking that her veil was torn by this guy's domineering. Her mood seemed to be disordered, but this guy was the person she liked by her sister. Ah. No such thing. She gritted her teeth. "Miss." Boom. The elder was pushed back by her palm. Su Ming randomly put away the veil at will, with a calm face. "Just don't, where can there be so many rules?" Lu Muxian was angry again. "My Lu people will not intervene in your affairs with these people, but the magic ancient tower in Lin Changfeng, I must take it away." Hearing, Su Ming's eyes narrowed slightly, and he smiled and shook his head. Lu Muxian's cold and beautiful eyes glanced at Su Ming's hands in the hands of the magic Gouda, and said coldly, "What are you required? You can mention it." Su Ming still shook his head. Lu Muxianbei bit his red lips tightly. How can she be so tolerated if this guy is not like Han Yan? Alas! Qin Huai's body flashed. The elders of the four demon clan followed, and they stared at Su Ming with a good look. In the eyes of the four, the cold flashed, and the magnificent spiritual power made the space there that distorted. The four top strong men released the pressure at the same time, which was terrible. The elderly of the heavenly machine plundered beside the four body and looked at Su Ming. "This ancient emperor soldiers are the things of heaven and earth. Your life is not only controlled by it, but it will also be bullied by it. You get rid of the control of the corpse and the devil, let you restore your mind." Quote. "Help me." Su Ming was funny. "You are not incurable now, think about your master, and the brothers and sisters of your Shenyanzong. Did they want to see you become this look?" The old man of Tianji still advised. The smile on Su Ming's face gradually became evil. He suddenly realized and nodded and laughed. "You don't say that, I almost forgot. I have become like this now, but it's all for them. Whatever you do with him, see the old man destroyed him, and then take the emperor back." Elder Lei Peng's ethnic group, Layla, whispered, really looked at this Su Ming's not pleasing to the eye, and his eyes flashed. The vast spirit of the body swept out at the next moment, and his body was plundered. Boxing, tearing the air directly, and blasted at Su Ming fiercely. A fierce punch torn a huge crack on the ground below, and Su Ming, located in the center, was going to be swallowed up by violent spiritual power, but his body remained motionless. Alas! Next second, Su Ming took a half step, and Lili's heart suddenly emerged with a strong uneasiness. However, when he looked up, he found that one palm seemed to penetrate the space, and he silently pressed on his head. Essence. In the palm of his hand, a horror suction broke out, like a black hole, swallowing his whole body spirit. Refine the soul prohibited curse. You are from the temple of royal temple. Lei Li's face changed madly, and he wanted to retreat. The answer is right, there is a prize. Su Ming's dark eyes flashed in the dark eyes, and then the palm of his heart spit out, and he pressed suddenly. Bang! Lili's 9 emperor's body started directly from his head, together with the soul, was instantly pinched. Between half of his breath, a 19th emperor who passed the second robbery of the Sanyang robbery was completely wiped out. Such a ruthless means made people bold. The elders of the other 3 major demon clan are like seeing a ghost. That Lele was still sucked into the spiritual power before death. On the dark mountain peak behind, a 9-tailed fox was holding the small head, staring at Su Ming's body as if the demon descended to the world. It is worthy of being a man who looks at the fox, so handsome. However, she spit out her tongue, turned her head to look at the green dragon mask in the center of the square, and the quiet green shirt figure became complicated and hesitant in her eyes. Don't let him know the truth of Qing Longzong, so entangled. Chapter 328 Su Shi, you have entered the demon. The destructive attack in the sky made everyone's scalp numb. Even old man Tianji did not expect this scene. He was obviously shocked by Su Ming's ruthless methods. Donor, it's safe to turn around. The Buddha's light shines all over the sky, and the ancient Tuosh Buddha from the ancient Buddhist sect descends. His body is covered with golden light, and the Buddha's light shines in his eyes. With one finger, a rotating golden seal instantly envelopes Su Ming. Su Ming patted his sleeves and glanced at the golden seal hanging above his head. This, ancient Buddhist Buddha Sutra, is the best technique in ancient Buddhism that is closest to the divine level. The suppressive power in it is quite a bit good. On the other side, considering the importance of the ancient demon-taming pagoda to the Son of Destiny, Tuosh ancient Buddha directly stated his attitude. If Benefactor Su hands over the ancient demon-taming tower, we will forget about today's incident. Then he added, Tiankui, which confuses people's hearts. Donor Su's mind is not strong. It is normal to be affected by her. When my Buddhist disciples save her, I hope that Donor Su can return to the right path. After the words fell, he clasped his hands together, closed his eyes slightly, and murmured Sanskrit sounds in his mouth. Suddenly, golden Buddha light came out from his body, and the spiritual power filled with Buddha light gradually covered his skin with a layer of golden light. Behind him, a huge golden Buddha shadow condensed out, causing the Buddha's voice to murmur from heaven and earth. Then, the ancient Buddha Tuosh opened his eyes, and in his eyes filled with golden light, a beautiful figure in blue seemed to appear. He turned directly to look at a certain mountain peak behind him. Look at me, I will save her. Clap it with one palm. In order to harness the astonishing spiritual power, I wanted to kill the witch Tian Kui first. But the next second, Tuosh ancient Buddha was suddenly startled. A figure appeared in front of him, looking down at him. Tuosh ancient Buddha looked upward and blinked in confusion. How is it possible? With his cultivation level, he didn't even see when Su Ming came to him. Donor Su, you have become a demon. This demon girl is your demonic obstacle. I will help you get rid of the demonic obstacle and return to the right path. Su Ming shook his head, with a smile on his face, but this smile made Tuoshi Jiu Buddha feel a little scared. From Su Ming's smile, he seemed to have gotten the answer. Stubborn. Tuosh ancient Buddha shouted coldly. The Buddha's light on his body became more and more dazzling, and the phantom of the golden Buddha behind him violently pressed down on Su Ming with a palm. The vast spiritual light suppresses the world. Bang! But the next moment, the whole world seemed to be silent. I saw the huge Buddha's palm suspended in midair. The body of Tuosh ancient Buddha was stiff, and his bald head was grasped by a slender hand at some point. Thinking of the tragic appearance of Layla, the great elder of the Lei Peng tribe, Tuosh ancient Buddha broke out in cold sweat. Su Ming will not let go of anyone who has murderous intentions towards Tang Qingyan, not to mention that these bald donkeys were the culprits who helped Lin Changfeng kill Tang Qingyan in the fifth life. Thinking of this, he tilted his head slightly. Bang! A torrent of demonic energy surged directly down the palm of his hand. The demonic energy passed by like the sharpest blade, leaving shocking scars on the body of Tuosh ancient Buddha. Even the spiritual veins in his body were here. Under the wash of demonic energy, it broke every inch. The ancient Tuosh Buddha trembled crazily. He stared at Su Ming with bloodshot eyes. The phantom of the golden Buddha behind him was torn to pieces by the demonic energy, and finally exploded. There was a crash. There is no way to fight back. No, it should be said that in front of Su Ming, he, an eminent monk from ancient Buddhism, had no power to resist. Su Ming's body landed, still holding the lingering body of the ancient Tuosh Buddha in his hand. Rear. Lu Muxian looked at the ancient Tuosh Buddha that was defeated in an instant. His beautiful eyes trembled slightly and he couldn't help but stare at Su Ming for a second. His pretty face was full of confusion and confusion. Thoughts were surging in her heart, and her heart was trembling slightly. Compared with this guy, Qin Wai, the little sword fairy, or the arrogant monster on the dragon and phoenix list, were probably nothing in front of him. At this time, she finally understood why her cold-tempered sister fell in love with him and even gave up a mortal prison for him and returned to the Liu clan to inherit the throne. Snap! Su Ming casually threw the body of Tuosh ancient Buddha away, then lightly stepped on his head, and raised his head to look at the people opposite. The sword master had a serious look on his face. The elders of the three major demon clans had gloomy faces. Old man Tianji took a deep breath, and finally said those shocking words in front of everyone. Everyone in the world says that Lord Yu Tianji is an old monster who has lived for thousands of years. Now it seems that even the old man was wrong. The Void Sword Master suddenly turned his head, with a look of horror on his face. Old man Tianji, what do you mean? What he means is, you're stupid. Su Ming's sarcastic voice and joking laughter made the Void Sword Master even more angry. If it weren't for the tragic situation of Natuo Shi ancient Buddha, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to help but take action against this shameless guy. This time, everyone discovered it. The dark and huge corpse demon altar in the sky began to slowly descend from behind Su Ming at some point. The demonic energy that corroded the heaven and earth made them feel resistance and disgust from the bottom of their hearts. The sword master's face was extremely ugly. He still couldn't believe what old man Tianji said, but everything that happened in front of him showed that it was impossible for old man Tianji to lie to them, and all of this was just designed by Su Ming. In order to snatch the ancient imperial weapons from their hands, they also killed all the most powerful people in Xuanbei continent. Absolutely impossible. How could the Xuanbei dynasty allow him to do this? The sword master gritted his teeth and said, Su Ming, this is all your plan. From the moment we stepped into the Shenyan sect, we became your tools, using us to seize the ancient imperial weapons for you. Even I was deceived by you, what a good trick. The sword master seemed to be trembling in his heart. No one knew how shocked he was now. When he and Lin Changfeng set foot on the Shenyan sect, he personally investigated those who have surpassed Su Ming's soul. Cannot believe how a boy who is less than 20 years old has reached this point. Compared with him, Lin Changfeng is nothing. Su Ming stepped hard. The pained voice of Tuosh ancient Buddha suddenly came out, making Zhanzun and others' faces twitch. Lu Muxian took a deep breath, her plump chest rising and falling. She suddenly came into contact with Su Ming's deep black eyes. For some reason, she felt panicked, and then she hurriedly looked away, not daring to look at him at all. She bit her red lips lightly, hesitated for a long time, and finally said to Su Ming, taking Lin Changfeng away as the intention of the ancestors. My master must have his reasons for doing this. Su Ming smiled indifferently, then let him do it himself. Lu Muxian choked, my master said that it was because of your relationship with Han Yan that I helped you avoid disaster. Don't you know a good heart? Su Ming was too lazy to pay attention. Kick out. The body of Tuosh ancient Buddha directly scraped the ground and was shot backwards. Then it was violently swept out by a demon dragon that appeared in the ancient demon taming pagoda, tore up into the sky, and was thrown into the corpse demon altar. Lu Muxian gritted his teeth and felt slightly angry. Chapter 329 Ben Fox has 9 lives. At this moment, a white boy in front of him seemed to make everyone feel strange from the heart. I don't know if it's the illusion. Several old men of Zhanzun and Tianji actually discovered that the magic chi from Su Ming's body and the breath of the man who was standing in the center of the square was very similar. Feel. Jian Zun shook his head and suddenly controlled Lin Changfeng's body to rush into the air. Take a shot together, Qin Wai's Zaicho sword can kill the demons. I wait for him to help him, first win this. Purple Dome Tianjian, a sword coming out, all magic destroy. It is the nemesis of all demons. At this moment, Jian Zun faintly understood that when he first saw Su Ming, he would have a strong sense of rejection of this teenager. The destiny. The two of them are destined to be contrary to destiny. Lin Changfeng is the son of destiny, and Su Ming is an indispensable stepping stone on his growth. Among the two, only one person can live anyway in the end. But Jian Zun firmly believes that destiny returns. Su Mingruo dares to resist his destiny. His end will be the same as the brother Qinglong Zong thousands of years ago. Su Ming, what is the doomed by God, can you change it alone? The sword Zun operating spiritual power, A long sword descended from the sky, and the moment he mastered the horn handle, he seemed to return to the peak era that was once frustrated. Seeing this, the rest of the people converged the shock in their hearts, and they also started to act. The elders of the other 3 demon clan rushed, and the whole body's spiritual power gathered, and behind him, he turned out the demon emperor's body, and directly pinched his fist at Su Ming's head. As soon as the old man gritted his teeth, the seal of the ancient spirit was knocked out in his hand. Hundreds of seals were condensed in Su Ming Zhou. The horrible sealing power cracked the space of Su Ming's body. Alas! Qin Huai finally started, and the purple sword swept the void, and he was like the emperor in the sword, his body rises, his eyes point to Su Ming. Purple dome. Under the guidance, the purple light blooms, and the magnificent sword torrents pour out from the sky, run through the void, and shrouded Su Ming's body fiercely. The sword gas screamed, and the magnificent sword was collided with the spiritual power of heaven and earth, making a harsh sound. Qin Huai's figure flashed on the sky instantly. Obviously, he didn't intend to give Su Ming a chance to return his hands. He had a knot again with both hands. I saw the heinous sword behind him rolled again. The next moment, a shocking dragon sounded. Roar! Dragon cut. In the sword of the dragons, 1,000 shadows in the dragon armor suddenly emerged. As soon as the dragon shadow hand was held, countless swordsmanship turned into a huge virtual sword on his hands, and then a sword was cut off. The sword chi, cutting the whole space above Su Ming's head into 2, and then the power is not reduced. Many top strong men shot at the same time, plus Qin Huai, which is likely to pass through the 3rd robberies, and the offensive. I am afraid that even a half-holy person is here to avoid the 3 houses. The violent spiritual fluctuations raged crazy, tearing the space of Su Ming's body out of the huge cracks. Under his feet, the earth collapsed, and the cracks of the end could not be seen, just like the abyss spreading towards all directions, like cracks in the sky. The 9-tailed fox's face was suddenly white, looking at the offensive of those people against Su Ming, the degree of attack, even if the people who were powerful, couldn't bear it, especially watching Su Minggulu before the altar, it was before the altar. The thin figure twitched her heart fiercely. These damn guys. Su Ming just wanted to live, just like everyone, to protect the person he wanted to protect the most. These are the most damn guys. Boom. The 9 tails behind you bloom. Her body disappeared in place. Su Ming's space was surging, and the 9-tailed fox suddenly came out. She glaring at Qin Huai on the sky with her teeth. If this guy was not followed, how could those people play Su Ming? Her 9-tailed fox's body turned out to use her body to use Qin Huai's destruction offensive. This operation made Su Ming a little bit. What are you doing? Su Ming couldn't help looking at her. The 9-tailed fox roared him rushed. You are stupid, I help you block this person, you kill all other people. Su Ming. Is this little fox? He laughed. Aren't you afraid to die again? Fox's teeth. Ben Fox has 9 life, can't die. Su Ming knew's mouth. If there are so many lives, the first few generations will not die. Next second, the 4 legs of the fox suddenly hung up. She flushed a few times in the air, and finally stared at Su Ming, who hugged her with one hand. What are you holding me? Su Ming played her fox head. You foxes are all mine, treat me honestly. The fox is anxious, and the eyes are a little red, but you will die. Behind the Qin Huai people, the people behind the clan are the divine realm. With the current cultivation of Su Ming, it is also confronted with the rules of this world. Die. Su Ming let go of her and then raised his eyes slightly. Wherever he looked, the world was in chaos, and all the spiritual power around him was like a pool of stagnant water in the hundreds of spiritual erase seals of old man Tianqi, unable to absorb anything. Spiritual power. The space in front of him collapsed bit by bit, all spiritual power stopped, and the world seemed to become gray. For the ordinary villain Booz, this scene might really feel like the end of the world. In the strong wind that roared in front of him, Su Ming could even feel the power of the great Tao that exterminated evil spirits contained in it. This was because God was helping Lin Changfeng. The cold shouts of the elders of the 3 demon tribes came. We, the strong men of the righteous way, if we can't defeat a mere evil demon of yours, if word spreads in the future, what will be the face of our righteous forces in Xuanbei continent? Really? Su Ming looked over with a smile. The 3 people's eyes suddenly shrank, and the next moment there seemed to be a shadow behind them, and they turned back suddenly. Boom! 3 dark, strong and ferocious figures appeared in their eyes. Before the three of them could react, three ferocious palms covered with veins suddenly pressed on their heads, knocking them out of the sky like cannonballs. Just press it. Boom, boom, boom. Three huge deep pits were instantly smashed into the ground. Qin Huai's eyes twitched and he said in shock, "The corpse demon emperor. Those three burly and ferocious figures, what are they if they are not the corpse demon emperor? Or three corpse demon emperors who were extremely powerful in ancient times. And there were 9 such corpse demon emperors in ancient times. What about the other 6? Qin Huai was startled and looked down hurriedly. Sure enough, in front of Su Ming, he saw 2 burly and ferocious dark figures tearing through the space. They used the 2 corpse demon bodies to resist all their attacks. Qin Huai. These corpse demon emperors would only obey the orders of the corpse demon empress. How could they listen to Su Ming? He seemed to sense it and turned his head suddenly, a ferocious face appearing in his eyes. Bang! Qin Huai's body hurriedly retreated, and he managed to avoid the terrifying fist of the corpse demon emperor in a somewhat embarrassed manner, but his heart was still in turmoil. These corpse demon emperors are obviously terrifyingly powerful. The old man Tianji and the sword master were not so lucky. The speed and physical strength of the corpse demon emperor were already at the top level in this world. Before they even had time to react, one of them was penetrated by the ferocious palm of the corpse demon emperor. Lin Changfeng, who was controlled by the sword master, had his head pinched by the corpse demon emperor, and the spiritual power in his body collapsed. Seeing the instant defeat of these powerful men of righteousness, the 9-tailed fox's big eyes widened. Then she rushed to Su Ming's side and looked at the burly and ferocious corpse demon emperor with a curious look on her face. Su Ming put away the ancient demon control tower and raised his fingers towards the corpse of the demon emperor in the sky. The corpse demon emperor held Lin Changfeng's head and fell in front of him. Su Ming, you can't kill me at this moment. Lin Changfeng finally felt the aura of death that he had never experienced before. He had just witnessed Su Ming's brutal methods and truly knew that this person who had always been against him, he is a cold-blooded and cruel madman. Su Ming. Lu Muxian gritted her teeth. Although she was also shocked by Su Ming's methods, it was a matter of Lin Changfeng's life and death, as well as the emperor's entrustment. She could not just sit idly by and ignore it. Chapter 330 The Truth of the Emperor of the Sus, The Truth of Qinglongzong. Lu Muxian came forward, and the elders of the Lu clan naturally stood behind her. Although they were helpless, they had to bite the bullet and save Lin Changfeng. After all, they did not dare to disobey the order of the ancestor. Su Ming stared at Lu Muxian. Being looked at by Su Ming like this, Lu Muxian felt a little panicked, but she also knew that Lin Changfeng could not die, otherwise the ancestor would definitely show up. She knew very well how terrifying her master's cultivation was. Once he showed up, I am afraid that the man my sister likes will really die. At that time, Han Yan would also hate her sister. Lu Muxian was very torn in her heart. On one side was the emperor's order, and on the other was the man that her sister liked. No matter what she did, she would only offend the other person. The ancestor emperor has been planning for so many years, and only Lin Changfeng, the destined person, can let the cold smoke activate the ancient imperial bloodline of the Lu clan. Once they become emperor, their bloodline of the Lu clan can break through the shackles of this world, and countless gods the emperor can become a saint instantly and lead them back to the vast starry sky. This was what the ancestor emperor told her. Although she didn't know what the vast starry sky was, the hot yearning in the ancestor emperor's eyes made her know that it was probably something more important than their lives. There was one more thing Lu Muxian didn't say. The ancestor emperor asked her to take Lin Changfeng back because he actually wanted Lin Changfeng, the destined person, to marry her sister Lu Hanyan. The ancestor emperor said that only in this way could her sister inherit the throne without any hindrance. Otherwise, he needs to accept the test of 9 deaths, and the ancestor obviously doesn't want to take this risk. Only she and Zhu Huang know about this matter now. If Lu Hanyan finds out about it, given her sister's temperament, she doesn't know what will happen. Lu Muxian's voice fell. The whole space seemed to become silent. Su Ming did not speak. Lu Muxian bit her red lips tightly. The next second, Su Ming's indifferent gaze swept across. The corpse demon emperor held Lin Changfeng's head and lifted him up. Immediately, boom, it hit the ground hard and blood flew out. Painful wails resounded from the ground. Lu Muxian was startled for a moment, then his pretty face turned pale. If it weren't for the sake of my sister's relationship, I wouldn't have told you so much and attracted my master here, you will regret it. Su Ming squeezed his palm, and the terrifying spiritual power poured out towards the woman in an instant, directly crushing all the spiritual power in her body. So much nonsense. Poof! Lu Muxian spat out a mouthful of blood, her pretty face instantly turned pale, her spiritual aura weakened even further, and her whole body suffered severe injuries. The expressions of the elders of the Lu clan changed and they suddenly became anxious. However, Su Ming glanced over and they didn't dare to move at all. These elders did not expect that Su Ming, their eldest lady, was so beautiful as a fairy, that he would show no mercy and directly attack the eldest lady. How could the second lady fall in love with such a cold-blooded and ruthless person? Su Ming smiled lightly, it's much quieter. At this time, the corpse demon emperors lifted up the blood-soaked bodies of the three demon clan elders. The three people's breaths were sluggish, and the divine emperor's spiritual veins in their bodies were abruptly cut off by the corpse demon emperors. They were like useless people at this moment. Su Ming snapped his fingers. The fiery red spiritual power behind him soared into the sky, and the huge burning heaven cauldron floated out and landed on the corpse demon altar. Many elders of the Lu clan looked at the sky with stunned expressions. The burning heaven cauldron was simply indescribably huge, as if it could refine the world. Then they were even more shocked to see the bodies of the three demon clan elders being thrown directly into the burning heaven cauldron by the corpse demon emperor. Boom! Suddenly a huge red light swept down from the sky, and the painful and shrill voices of the three people resounded in the sky. They seemed to have suffered some huge fear and pain. The souls inside were frantically hitting the furnace, and the piercing screams spread from the furnace, "Come out!" Looking at the movement that was getting weaker and weaker during the impact, even Lu Muxian found it difficult to maintain his cold attitude after these scenes. The huge cauldron was filled with black and red flame patterns, and the fluctuations radiated out, as if it could burn even the sky, not to mention that there were only 3 9th-level god emperors who had survived the second calamity. That turned out to be. Is it also an ancient imperial weapon? The ancestor spent his whole life and spent countless time and energy to be able to possess one ancient imperial weapon, but this Su Ming actually possesses 2 ancient imperial weapons. Lu Muxian didn't know how to describe the shock in his heart. He only knew that with 2 ancient imperial weapons in his possession, Su Ming would probably become the target of public criticism even if he took control of the Yudian palace. Buzz. Just when her heart was filled with emotions, there was no movement inside the burning heaven cauldron. 3 faint spiritual power light groups fell into Su Ming's hands. They were the purest spiritual power in the bodies of the 3 demon clan elders. Unfortunately, without the Holy Spirit pill, it is impossible to refine 100% spiritual power. This time, it was only about 30% refined. Su Ming shook his head, feeling rather regretful. Then he squeezed it gently with his palm. The 3 groups of spiritual power were shattered, and the purest spiritual power among them poured into his body along the palm of his hand. Although it is a pity, if you do not rely on the burning heaven cauldron and only use the spirit refining method to absorb spiritual power, you will not be able to absorb even 1/5 of it. Lin Changfeng had an expression on his face as if he had seen a ghost. Those were 3 living 9th-level god emperors that had been refined by Su Ming. The fear in his heart made his whole body tremble. The thought of being refined by that furnace was alive, and thinking of that kind of pain, he felt that he was about to suffocate. Su Ming took a breath. The smile on his face became evil, and his eyes slowly fell on the elders of Lu Muxian and Lu. All the elders were so cold in an instant, and their bodies couldn't help taking a few steps back. Lu Muxian looked coldly, "You are no different from the demons. This world will not tolerate you. I said that you will regret it." The words fall. She took a deep breath, looked up at Qin Wai, who was embarrassed in the body of the corpse demon emperor, and then looked at the bloody forest Long Wind, and the disciples who had already fallen into dullness and fear in the rear. Finally, they determined. Slowly raised his right hand, "In the palm of your palm, with a bright blooming spiritual flower bloom." Om. Next second, the spiritual power swept, and the spiritual flowers were broken. The space suddenly solidifies. The moment. The sky above the head suddenly shook violently, where the space there was slowly broken. A long growing hand was built and penetrated from outside the space. Under the breath, even if it was still a strong corpse emperor just now, the spiritual power of his body shook at this moment, and all the corpse devil looked up at the sky, as if he was in the enemy. Boom! When Shu's long growing hand came, the space seemed to be giving him away for him. For a moment, he grabbed Lin Changfeng, Luxian and the elders of the Lu people into his hands and brought it to the sky. All the elders of the Lu people felt this atmosphere, they were happy, they hurriedly kneeled down, we welcomes Lord Emperor. Ancestor. In that legend, the person who created Xuanbei mainland in one hand. In the eyes of Lin Changfeng and many elders, the space in the back saw the space slowly, and the space fragmented into the torrent of the sky was washed out. At the end of the space collapse, a figure stepped on the space fragments, stepped on the steps, stepped on come. Is this the Emperor? When Lin Changfeng saw this figure, he only felt the breath of this person, as if the sky was falling, he had a stable like mountains, and the sky was not surprised. Next second, the faint laughing came down from the sky. Oh, Mazan is not given at all. The words fall. The figure directly penetrated the space and appeared in front of Lin Changfeng and Luxian. He looked extremely young, but the atmosphere of Yuyu, but no one would really think it was his true age. Master. Luxian rushed. The man nodded, his eyes turned to the forest long wind, and a smile on his face showed a smile. Speaking of which, I should send you to your mother earlier. Let you meet with cold smoke earlier. My mother. Lin Changfeng froze. Seeing his appearance, the man shook his head and didn't say anything more, and then slowly turned his head, looked down, and laughed towards Su Ming. The means of Demon Zun are really extraordinary, but my Xuanbei continent there are so many people who are strong, you can't let you refine it all. Quote. After speaking, he looked at Qinhuai and Ji Yuyan, and finally fell on the mottled and crushed square, staring at the figure wearing a green dragon mask, and finally a touch of shock and complexity flashed in his eyes. The man sighed, and suddenly looked up at a certain position in the distant sky, where it was the place where the sage of the Zhongzhou mainland. Since it's here, why don't you show up? For thousands of years, I think, you have always wanted to see him, right? The words fall. The crowd suddenly shocked, and hurriedly looked up at the sky. I saw the space there began to break. A woman wearing Fengshaxian skirt stepped on space fragments and slowly appeared in the eyes of everyone. This woman's silver-haired pupil is like a fairy in the scroll. She obviously dressed up for someone to see someone. Even if she had seen countless fairy maiden, they couldn't help but watch at this moment. Qinhuai was shocked. At first glance, he couldn't help but rush to the sky, and hurriedly kneeling on one knee, respecting his voice, Qinhuai, see the female emperor. However, the woman seemed to have not heard his voice, and she ignored anyone. She just landed quietly on the mottled and crushed square, and came to the blue shirt. A pair of phoenix eyes stared deeply at he wanted to stroke his palm, but in the end, he trembled and stopped in the air. Seeing this woman, the nine-tailed fox who had been next to Su Ming instantly became irritable. She stretched the fox's paw and pointed at the woman, gritted her teeth and said, Su Ming, she is her. Failure also hurts you by the people in the gods. As soon as he said, the fox suddenly reacted, and hurriedly covered his mouth with his paws, and dared not say it anymore. Su Ming. Failure to cross the robbery. He squinted at the fox. I don't know anything, the fox was crying, and she missed what she saw in the reincarnation mirror. If Su Ming knew the truth thousands of years ago, he still used the snow so much. The emperor will definitely die. Chapter 331. This woman is the worst. On the sky. The ancestor of the Lu nationality looked at the back of the silver-haired woman and shook her head and sighed. I did not expect that after thousands of years, you came to collect the corpse for him. The words fall. Everyone could only see the woman's delicate body trembling slightly, and then her jade hand that raised her to touch the blue shirt finally fell down lightly, touched the latter's face with a mask very gentle. It's been so long, are you still blaming me now? The woman murmured to herself with red eyes. In her phoenix eyes, she seemed to be endless tenderness, which made people can't help but intoxicated. Her movement was very gentle and soft, and her fingertips gently scratched the mask in front of her, like stroking the most precious thing. On the other, faced with Su Ming's eyes, the nine-tailed fox stopped talking. She wanted to say, but dare not say that after all, Su Ming's incidents did not know that Mu Qingyan and Su Ming's master by Qingshan and others would become now. This is because I watched the reincarnation mirror. The reincarnation mirror was obtained from the elder brother Qinglong Zong when she was trapped in the secret situation of Tianfeng. The appearance of the nine-tailed fox made Su Ming even more doubt, but just faced him. The fox face was innocent, and finally he just shut up directly, and he refused to say more. Su Ming glanced at her, and did not plan to delve into it now. Then she turned her head and looked at the air. Mazan is really a good means. On the sky, the ancestor emperor of the Lu people smiled blank, raised his eyes and glanced at the hot breath with the hot breath in the air, faintly. But if you want to break through Tiandao, it seems that something worse is worse. The second is the second. The most important thing is the life robbery on Su Ming. He enlisted with the magic. If he wants to be sanctified, unless he spends this life robber, it is impossible for Tiandao to break. And Su Ming's life robber is naturally the witch of Tiankui. Instead, the ancestral emperor now wants to know how Su Ming will choose, whether to abandon Tang Qingyan, get rid of his own life robbery, or want to practice sanctification, which attracts the arrival of the gods of the gods. If such a choice is put on Lin Changfeng, he will definitely choose the former without hesitation. After all, the destiny will never lack a woman around him, killing a female proven, which is the way he will go to practice in the future. However, although Su Ming, although he practiced the demon heart, he could not do the courage of Lin Changfeng, so this is destined to be his weakness. The emperor's body came to the square and watched the modeled ancient spiritual traces in this square. He walked to the center of the square with his hands, and his eyes became extremely deep. Qing Longzong no longer exists, his body, you take it back. Hearing, the silver-haired woman did not speak, but slowly retracted the palm of her hand. The pair of phoenix eyes moved away from the figure in front of her, looking at the ancestor on the side. There is any tenderness in the eyes, only the cold and noble of all things. Next second, her eyes slowly crossed the ancestor emperor, and the cold phoenix eyes stared straight at the back, and the eyes finally fixed on the nine-tailed fox. Did you take him? The cold and majestic voice spread slowly. The look in her eyes became cold and stubborn, and her long silver hair danked with the wind. The terrible breath was swept towards the nine-tailed fox as if suppressing the heavens and the earth. Even the Lu emperors on the side felt an indescribable terror pressure in an instant. His face was slightly condensed. This woman's cultivation is obviously more scary than before. The nine-tailed fox, who was the first, became pale in an instant. She did take the reincarnation mirror of brother Qinglong Zong, but it was given to her by the master, not her stolen. I didn't take it, she gritted her teeth stubbornly. After speaking, the fox's body hid directly behind Su Ming. The two fox claws hugged Su Ming's arm tightly and said to Su Ming, "This woman is the worst. You tens of millions of can't forgive her, it's better to kill her, otherwise she will definitely hurt you." Quote. Su Ming looked back at her. The fox's expression of resentment is not as if he is talking about false words, but Su Ming also knows that the creatures such as the fox will be born, especially the nine-tailed fox who can understand the people's hearts. He pulled the fox from himself. "What are you doing?" The fox looked up at him, and his two claws hugged him tightly without letting him pull him. Su Ming. This small thing is the main way to fight customers. Mazan is going to go to the first nine-tailed fox. The ancestral emperor of the Lu nationality stared at Su Ming's deep eyes and said with a smile, "She has not been eliminated, and she sneaks the artifact of ancient Qing Longzong. Give her to me and let her practice 1,000 years under the throne, which can not only eliminate the suffocation, but also let her return to the Tianyu family, how about?" Quote. Su Ming was facing the fox. I won't go anywhere, I will follow you, you are not allowed to give me away." The fox stared at Su Ming grievously, the big eyes were full of grievances, holding Su Ming's two claws even more exercise. Oh, the magic Zun can know that the nine-tailed fox is the guardian beast selected by Tiandao. Their mission is to follow the destiny. The emperor is also kind. You fart, I will follow whoever I like, and you don't need to worry about it. The fox yelled directly, which was in huge contrast to the elegant look he used to have in front of Su Ming. This look was obviously that of an angry little girl. Look. The ancestor's eyes narrowed. He turned to look at the silver-haired woman, shrugged and said, "In that case, I will not interfere in his affairs." At this time, Su Ming suddenly laughed. He reached out and flicked his sleeves, with a careless smile on his face. He looked up at the Lu clan's ancestor emperor and said jokingly, "I've admired the name of the ancestor emperor for a long time, but since I'm here today, stay and do me a favor." Oh. Zhu Huang narrowed his eyes. Su Ming stepped forward slowly and stepped into the mottled square. As he stepped onto the square, everyone in the world suddenly felt that an indescribable terrifying aura swept out from the depths of the square beneath his feet. The next second, everyone was even more shocked to see that behind Su Ming, vast spiritual power suddenly condensed on the square, and then those spiritual powers transformed into towering dragon peaks with no end in sight. These dragon peaks floated in the sky, covered with it has ferocious blue cracks, and the cracks are winding and entangled, like ferocious green dragons. And above these ferocious dragon peaks, there is a shadow in a green shirt, standing on the dragon's head, with a look of indifference. This moment, even the ancestor emperor's expression changed instantly. He looked at the phantom in blue shirt standing on top of the ferocious dragon peak with his feet on the dragon's head. He looked at that domineering and indifferent attitude that had the whole world under his feet. He couldn't remember how long it had been since he felt the terror of this man. Already. Chapter 332 Frozen Spirit, the Empress, Love and Sorrow. The domineering and indifferent breath sweeps the whole sky. Under that breath, everyone trembled. Countless young Tianzhou figures outside the territory flew, including Lin Changfeng and Qinhuai and others. The eyes are full of shock. What's the situation? Everyone was terrified. The space of the virtual shadow suddenly distorted, and an irresistible terrible force penetrated out of his body, and then he was indifferent, and the 5 fingers revealed, and gently gripped. Boom! A huge light shot from the sky, and then turned into a dragon column, and nailed the emperor into the ground fiercely. Boom! The dark spiritual power swept crazy from the dragon pillar, and the ground cracks the black cracks, where the breath of any ancestor could not even feel. Everyone was stunned. How is this possible? The ancestor of the Lu nationality, was he a second? Wait until the dark spirit gradually dispersed. Blow the wind. Silence was silent on the square. Emperor Lu's ancestor covered his chest in one hand, panting, and coughing with blood. He even couldn't believe it. He looked at the blood stained with his palm slightly dull. The whole world, the needle is heard. Su Ming's face was relaxed. In the expression of the little fox's face, he pulled the fox's paws of this little thing. Don't move, you can pinch your legs when you are tired. The little fox picked him up. Su Ming coughed. The emperor coughed again with blood. At this time, he had lost the wind and light and clouds. Instead, his original calm eyes stared at Su Ming with some shocks, gritted his teeth. The supreme dragon Jew of the Qinglong evil sect. The emperor suddenly realized that he was deeply exhaled. It turned out that the Mazan and Qinglong evil sect had such a relationship. However, it was a price to violate the destiny and walk the wrong way. Destiny. Su Ming laughed, maybe, but I have never believed in life. Yes, Ben Fox is not convinced. The 9-tailed fox resentful, what kind of shit and fate, why can't our destiny be controlled in his own hands? The guy surnamed Lin, he is a wretched and greedy big fool, the fox is not convinced. When I heard this, I felt that the weird eyes of the crowds were projected suddenly, and Lin Changfeng's face was green instantly, and he was almost angry. He gritted his teeth. The fox sneered, why, I'm not right. Mom to you. Lin Changfeng was scolded and felt the weird eyes of Ji Yuyan and Lu Muxian. He felt that his face was lost in front of the beauty. Damn fox. At this moment, Lu Muxian saw the appearance of the emperor, and the next second, she couldn't help but look up at Su Ming. Seeing the man's back, a heart trembled fiercely. As the only disciple of the emperor, only she knew how powerful her master was really cultivating, but this was the case, but it was still not the opponent of Su Ming. The belief in her heart seemed to be beginning to collapse. Master. Lu Muxian descended to shape, hurriedly stretched out his hands, and the spiritual power in his body was healed by the emperor. However, in the body of the ancestral emperor, her eyes suddenly stunned and trembled. Master, your ancestor. The emperor shook his head and stopped Lu Muxian for healing. Did you even lose the master? Lu Muxian's eyes were reddish, and she was always cold. For the first time, she felt the deep despair and weakness from the bottom of her heart. At this moment, she also knows that this kind of confidence has long been defeated by the man. Lu Muxian gritted his teeth, and suddenly looked back at Lin Changfeng coldly. It's for you. What kind of destiny? If it wasn't for you, my master would not be the enemy with him. Lin Changfeng Huo ran was shocked and retreated in a hurry. Girl Lu was injured, the ancestor of the ancestor. He was the culprit. Lu Muxian's eyes are still cold. Lin Changfeng's eyes widened, and finally he couldn't help but scold. You are not his opponent, just take me to get angry, right? Give you to him, the master can live. Well. With a pointer, a horrible spiritual power instantly crossed the space and turned into a strong wind on Lin Changfeng. Lin Changfeng was hit, his blood sprayed, his body flew down, and the ground smashed a deep pit. His stern voice came out of the deep pit, and his bones of his body were interrupted by Lu Muxian, leaving only a breath and screaming there. Everyone around took a breath. Seeing such a cold Lu Muxian, they were full of unbelievable hearts. The fairy of the Lu nationality turned out to be so merciless. The ancestral emperor sighed and smiled bitterly. Move him, you can know what you are waiting for you. I have told you before, destiny, it is not contrary. Lu Muxian gritted his teeth. Master, I also want to tell you, I don't believe in destiny. Little Xian the emperor froze. He did not expect that an apprentice who had always been obedient would one day boldly hit him like so boldly. On the other, when Su Ming's eyes fell on the silver emperor, he found that the latter had a pair of phoenix eyes, but he didn't know when he was watching him dumbly, his eyes were slightly reddish. Su Ming clapped his hands and smiled slightly. So, the Slash also intends to intervene in Xuanbei mainland. The woman didn't seem to hear Su Ming's voice at first, and she didn't react until a few seconds later. In a pair of beautiful eyes, it seemed to reflect Su Ming's figure. She shook her head gently, then stared at Su Ming, and murmured with red eyes, I know you are back, you are still blaming me, right? Su Ming glanced at Qinhuai. Qinhuai was horrified. Lady Emperor. What happened? At this time, even the ancestor emperor was a little puzzled. The emperor of the sage, Jiyu Qinghuan, was a well-known iron-blooded wrist, Lengao and noble. When did someone see her like this for a man? Suddenly, the emperor laughed, and the beautiful arc of lips rose was so amazing, just such a beautiful smile that made people look so sad that people couldn't help but hurt. You asked me before, would you regret it for what you did, but do you know that for thousands of years, I have been regretting it? The emperor shed tears, and there was a depth in his eyes. Deep pain. For thousands of years, she has been unable to control her emotions for the first time. Next second, everyone suddenly saw that from the feet of the goddess Jiyu Qinghuan, the spiritual power began to freeze suddenly, and finally, together with the green shirt in the center of the square, frozen in the ice spiritual power, turned into two lifelike ice sculptures. Is this the technique of frozen spirit? Su Ming frowned. Frozen spiritual technique, which belongs to one of the 8th ban on the 8th National Congress, is forcibly frozen the two people in the ice spiritual power. Through the spiritual power as a medium, one of them has passed the vitality of one of them to the other. In the legend, this is a evil surgery that can make people eternal. So, do you want to resurrect the blue shirt? Only. Su Ming can feel that the shadow of the blue shirt has long been gone. Even if this kind of evil technique, it is impossible to let him survive. Lady Emperor Qinhuai trembled and came to the two ice sculptures, feeling the vitality of the emperor's body was quickly lost, and he was stunned. Boom! Immediately afterwards, the horrible ice spirit was completely sealed in the center of the square, and Qinhuai was directly expelled by the spiritual power. The emperor was brought back to Lingzhou by Lu Muxian. He stared at the two ice sculptures with a complicated face. He seemed to think of a certain ending in the meditation, and finally smiled, I still can't escape the destiny. As soon as he looked up, he saw Su Ming holding the nine-tailed fox, and he was walking on the top of Lingzhou, staring at them with time. Chapter 333 Despair. This battle. The forces of righteousness were defeated, and they were completely defeated. The emperor has nothing to say. Just seeing the trembling bodies of those young prodigies from outside the region under the spirit boat, he sighed deeply in his heart. If someone dares to use his power to do something against heaven, I am afraid that in this world, only the senior brother of Qinglong's sect from thousands of years ago and the man in front of him can do it. Zhuhuang waved his palm lightly, and a chessboard appeared on the tea seat not far away. With Lu Muxian's support, he sat down next to the chessboard. Skills are inferior to others. If I lose, I will lose. But today, for the sake of the people of Xuanbei continent, I cannot admit defeat. He looked at Su Ming with burning eyes, stretched out his hand and made a gesture of invitation. Demon Lord, do you dare? Using the world as a chessboard and all living beings as bets, this may be the last thing he can do for Xuanbei continent. Su Ming did not speak, but his every move undoubtedly affected the hearts of everyone below. Amidst the frightened expressions of those foreign geniuses, he slowly stepped forward and reached out to pick up a sunspot. And his playful gaze was directed at Lu Muxian beside the ancestor emperor. Suddenly meeting Su Ming's gaze, Lu Muxian's delicate and elegant face was a little flustered, and her heart was filled with uneasiness. Of all the men who had been in contact with her before, no one had ever dared to treat her like Su Ming. But it was precisely because of Su Ming's domineering and evil nature that she felt a strange feeling in her heart when she faced this man. She didn't know what it was, but that feeling made her panic and confused. Fear. At this time, Su Ming spoke. His voice was calm, but behind the calm was a fear that chilled everyone. Bang! As the sunspot landed in the center of the chessboard, Su Ming's voice reached everyone's ears. First son. With a faint smile, he looked at the young prodigy of a certain demon clan in the distance. Huo. After receiving the order, the corpse demon emperor's burly and ferocious body directly turned into a thunderstorm, flashed above the heads of these geniuses, and then pressed down with a palm. Several heads exploded instantly, and even the souls were torn out by the corpse demon emperor. Throw it into the burning heaven cauldron. Wow! Everyone turned pale with shock, and the faces of the few demon prodigies who were close were as pale as paper, and they were frightened to the point of losing their minds and trembling. The ancestor's eyes narrowed. What does the demon lord mean by this? Then he saw Su Ming's smiling eyes, and he instantly understood what Su Ming meant. The demon lord had agreed to play chess with him, but every time he made a move, he would lose one side on the Xuanbei continent, power until he defeats Su Ming. What a cruel heart. The palm of Zhu Huang's hand holding the white piece couldn't help but tremble. At this moment, the white piece in his hand actually didn't dare to fall. What? Su Ming smiled indifferently, picked up a sunspot again, and looked over with a smile. The ancestor has no confidence in himself. The ancestor emperor raised his head and looked at Su Ming, looking at his deep and playful eyes, as if everything that happened today was under the control of this demon lord, which made him feel a little shaken in his heart. Of course he knew Su Ming's intention. But those are the lives of the people on Xuanbei continent, and he cannot afford to lose any of them. He turned to look at the people below who were staring at him with fear, as if he was their last hope. At this moment, even though he was the ancestor emperor of Xuanbei continent, his fingertips holding Bai Zi were trembling slightly, and he did not dare to let them fall down. Boring. Su Ming chuckled. The ancestor's eyes were full of bitterness. He clearly said that he would not give up for the sake of the people of Xuanbei continent, but at this moment, he lost completely. Snap. The white piece at your fingertips fell onto the chessboard. The next second, the entire chessboard turned into powder. I lost. The moment the words fell, the young face of the ancestor seemed to have aged countless times. The elders of the Lu clan landed on the spirit boat with dejected faces. They stood behind the ancestor emperor, and no one said a word. Lu Muxian's face turned slightly pale. Seeing her master become like this because of Lin Changfeng, she couldn't help but feel a little painful, but there was a cold look in her eyes. Su Ming crushed the sunspot on his fingertips into powder, raised it slightly, and sprinkled it from the spirit boat, then waved his hand. Dark spiritual power surged crazily behind him, the sky and the earth changed color, and the huge corpse demon altar descended from the sky as if it was destroying the world. Only then did everyone see clearly. On top of the huge corpse demon altar, stone pillars dripping with blood stood on it. There were thousands of stone pillars. On each stone pillar, a figure covered in blood was tied with ferocious chains. And these figures are all the most powerful figures from various top forces on the continent, including the patriarchs and elders of the four major hegemonic clans, the supreme elder of Tiandao Academy, the holy lord of the holy land of Taichu, and the 9 ancestors. There are also the holy son Ji Yu Mu of the holy land of Taichu, as well as the heads of countless top sects, the emperors, generals and heirs of the dynasty. See this scene. Everyone's scalp was numb, and the whole world was dead silent. The oppressive dark spiritual power made them feel suffocated and desperate. Until this moment, the ancestor's face was frozen, and he finally understood that there was no room for redemption at this point in what happened today. Su Ming gently stroked the little fox's soft hair with his palms, and the expression on his face became gentle and elegant again. He took a step forward, and his body seemed to turn into a phantom and just disappeared, as if he had never appeared on the spirit boat. Lu Mixian reacted. Mu hurriedly looked under the Lingzhou, but found that Su Ming's figure had not moved from beginning to end. She trembled fiercely in her heart. When the master played against, he hadn't moved. This man is so powerful that she is deeply unconfident. Could it be that no one in the world can deal with him? Lu Muxian turned to Qin Wai. When I came into contact with her cold and deep gaze, Qin Wai was shocked. At this time, the name of the little sword fairy and the head of the sacrifice, that's all virtual. Tampered. Isn't that to die? Brother Qin Ji Yu Yan also looked at Qin Wai with the same face. In her heart, the real strength of Brother Qin, even if he could not deal with that demon, it would definitely not be much worse. Qin Wai. He wanted to scold his mother in his heart. Doesn't this want his life? He went up purely, and the emperor was almost the same, but now the female emperor and the blue shirt are frozen into ice sculpture. Who dares to do it? Qin Huai stopped talking. Everyone who saw him saw that he was scared, and Ji Yuyan's little face suddenly dimmed. She was desperate, and suddenly didn't know where the courage came from. Sister said, she said, you have a lot of evil, and someone will defeat you sooner or later, I'm not afraid of you. Quote. At this time, how much she hoped that Sister Shi Yu said in her heart, she could save them as if he was like a god of heaven and to save her and Sister Shi Yu, but she also knew that the sword fairy was on the distant continent. On the other side, it was just her extravagance. She shed tears in her eyes, and she killed Sister Shi Yu, and she wanted to avenge Shui Yu's sister. Qin Huai was suddenly horrified, and hurriedly wanted to stop the ancient Yinyan. Ji Yuyan gritted his teeth and said with red eyes, you are afraid of him, I'm not afraid, even if you die, I will see Sister Shi Yu. She looked like a dead sword, and she pulled out her long sword, her body was surging, and her face rushed towards Su Ming. Alas! However, the next second, when the sword tip was about to touch Su Ming's back, the spirit sword in her hand was fragmented, turned into a fragment, floating in the air. Ji Yuyan's face was pale. At this moment, she was finally dead. In the face of the man's strength and horror, she was full of despair, unknowingly, tears dripping. Sister Shi, I'm sorry for you. Chapter 334 Forbidden Temple, Ancient Dragon Court. Soon, Yutian Temple subverted the entire Xuanbei continent. It almost passed on to the various continents of the Beibei realm in an instant. It not only triggered a stir, but also set off a stormy wave among countless top power. Countless strong men were shocked, and they were scared by the cruel means of Yutian Mazan. You know, it may be easy to subvert a force, but to subvert a mainland, how terrible and powerful can you do it, is it the enemy of the entire continent? Intersection. And this scourge made countless monks sigh. Although Xuanbei continent belongs to the end among all mainlands in the North Lingjing, there are top powers such as the Lu family and the Xuanbei dynasty. Is this power helpless? However, when someone came out, countless sanctuary ancestors in the mainland of Xuanbei all united to deal with the magic zone of the emperor, but all the holy places were covered by a huge man with a giant hand. For the ruins, like a catastrophe. Faced with this catastrophe, countless monks trembled, scared. The monks on the other mainland were even more horrible, and they passed the news of the hearing into the family, which once again caused a stir. Tianyuan Sea, in Tianyuan City. As the most central city in the Tianyuan Sea, it is also one of the orthodox gates of the 9 Avenue Gate in the entire sea area. The largest cities in nearly hundreds of thousands of miles nearby, Tianyuan City has almost 90% of the top forces above the sea area. In the center of Tianyuan City, there stands a statue of a man in white clothes with an immortal temperament. Although the face of the statue cannot be seen clearly, giving people a hazy feeling, the majestic aura that suppresses the world makes everyone know his identity. Swordsman in white. Since there is a sword fairy sitting in the town Tianyuan, none of the surrounding demons dare to commit crimes. All the forces are united and spontaneously give the statue of the sword fairy for the one people to worship. Now that the news of the Xuanbei continent has passed, everyone in Tianyuan City is silent. They remembered the dark period that was previously dominated by the High Mo. Is it the same? Call out. Countless flowing lights rose into the sky, and in the air into a strong atmosphere, they were all the top strong men in each force. They each looked at each other, and then the eyes of all the strong people were facing the Tianyuan Li family with the Tianyuan Li family. Look at that position. Among the many strong people of the Li family, I saw a proud beautiful woman in her body. After learning about the news of Xuanbei mainland, the whole person was as if she was hit by a thunderstorm and stunned in place. Little Wind. This beautiful woman is Lin Changfeng's biological mother, Li Shuiyan. Her eyes were a little red, her teeth bite red lips tightly, and her body trembled slightly. With the help of a purple girl next to her, she stood reluctantly. Finally, she hurriedly turned to look at a family of the family, and her sorrow. Lao, Zhaofeng is still in Xuanbei mainland. He has the purest sacrament of my Li family. I am going to pick him up to the family. Hearing, the old man who was called the old man just stared at her, and then slowly shook his head. Now the Sword Fairy Festival is a big event. The swordsters of the swordsters bless me. When you appear soon, you must not break my family's affairs for your selfish desire. Quote. Li Shuiyan gritted her teeth tightly. Lin Changfeng was her biological flesh. Now she feels that Lin Changfeng is in danger. How could she not be heartache as a mother? Suddenly, in front of the statue of the sword fairy on the sky, the space spirit is surging. Several men in a white robe, and a long sword man with a long sword appeared. They embroidered a quaint long sword on the robe. That was Zheng Zheng. It is the logo of Zhanxian Pavilion. Well, throughout Tianyuan City, all the strong men boiled instantly. Li Shuiyan also looked at the figures dull. She had seen the white swordsters of the white in Li Jiazhu. The breath of these people was exactly the same as that of the swordsmen. Even their ancestors of the Li family were not as good as them. Celebrate the sword immortal messenger. Countless strong people's eyes were hot, and rushed to respect. Aunt Yin, are you okay? Behind Li Shuiyan, the purple woman asked her. Li Shuiyan quickly converged her mood, and she slowly shook her head. Zishan, if you let you go to Xuanbei mainland with Aunt Yin, can you be willing? Now, in addition to Zhanxian Pavilion, the only girl who can save Lin Changfeng may be the girl next to her. This is the best furnace that she has chosen for her own wind. If she is combined with Zhaofeng, she can completely activate the sacred pulse in Zhaofeng's body. At that time, there will be countless old monsters in the heavens and earth. Maybe Zhanxian Pavilion will also look at the talent of small winds. How dare to move her wind? Hearing, the purple girl was silent. Li Shuiyan did not notice the cold at the bottom of the girl's eyes, but rubbed her head with a bitter smile. Zhaofeng is the closest flesh of Aunt Yin in this world. All of them are the closest and dearest people. I believe Aunt Yin, Zhaofeng will be good to you in the future. Aunt Yin knows him, he is a good child. Quote. The girl still didn't speak. Li Shuiyan may see something, but she didn't say it, but she just reached out and rubbed the girl's hair, and then turned to look at the distant sky. On a beautiful and mature face, her look became cold. Who dares to hurt my wind, even if it is Yutian Temple, I can't spare you. Alas. Next second, she has the ultimate ice spiritual power on her body. She is actually a cold physique, attracting countless strong men around her, and her eyes are surprising. Now her biological and flesh is being persecuted by the power of the magic. As a mother, she must not watch her child being bullied. The person who hinders her son's destiny, she will pay this person to pay 100 times and thousands of times the price intersection. Hehe, I heard that the Li family had a bloodline flowing on the Xuanbei continent. Now it seems that this is not like a rumor. At this time, the sound of a pleasant silver bell suddenly sounded in the air. Over the city of Tianyuan, the eyes quickly moved along the sound, and then they saw countless flowing lights flying from the ground. It was a large number of guards in ancient armor. A stunning girl wearing a red soft armor and a sloppy posture. The girl's soft armor is close, and the hot body that outlines out is extremely sexy, which has attracted a lot of attention. Her appearance is very beautiful. The red hair with a slightly curved curly drooping her waist, but the look on her face is charming and touching, and the heroic and charming atmosphere of the heroic posture emitted on her body made many men see it. Heart bears. This aunt is here again. Many men in the sky were moving, but they couldn't help grinning. At the same time, the eyes were full of fear. They can't afford this woman. It is hundreds of thousands of miles away in Tianyuan Sea. In the restricted area of the restricted area, the most loved little daughter of the ancient temple hall is the most proud disciple of the ancestor of the ancient temple. The dragon girl dragon poetry in the ancient Longting, but also called the two fairy in the penalty area. Whoever can get such a beauty is just one step climbing to the sky. Unfortunately, I heard that the dragon girl in the ancient dragon Ting had already booked a relative with others, and the dragon emperor acquiesced in this matter. Tame. It is said that she was in White Sword Fairy. I came to Tianyuan Sea 3 times, but I didn't see Zhanxian's side. She didn't give up, and ran again. Hearing the whispering of the crowd around, behind Li Shuiyan, the purple girl was also a little surprised to look at the woman. Li Shuiyan was a little wrong. How can outsiders know about her son Lin Changfeng, except for the ancestors in the family? And this woman did not care about them anymore, but slowly walked under the statue of the sword fairy in white, and a pair of beautiful eyes slowly lifted up, staring deeply at the statue, leaving everyone a slender and beautiful back. Chapter 335, Heart-to-Heart Talk with the Beautiful Master. Shenyan Sect, 7 Peaks, Peak Lord Pavilion. A young man in white clothes like snow was drinking tea leisurely, while a mature beauty with black hair and a white dress sat in front of him with her chin in her hands, staring blankly. Looking at his face. Master, do you know everything about today? Su Ming put down the teacup and looked at the beautiful master in front of him, only to see her 3,000 black hair falling under the hem of her skirt, revealing a pair of beautiful snow-white legs that are unique in the world. And on top, he was actually not wearing any shoes or socks. Su Ming's eyes darkened slightly. Bai Qingshan ignored it. She didn't want to mention what happened today. She just stared at Su Ming and slowly shook her head. Her voice was gentler than ever. I only know that you are my Ming. Su Ming sighed, gently holding the teacup with his palm, and said to himself, now everyone is avoiding me, and there is no force that doesn't hate me. In the eyes of Master, can such a disciple be considered competent? Bai Qingshan was stunned. Su Ming looked from her beautiful and mature face all the way down to the proud place, and finally stopped at those charming white legs. He gently stretched out his hand, brushed his fingers from the edge of the skirt, and picked up a piece of clothing next to it, fallen leaves. Master, if you want to leave, you can do so at any time. I won't stop you. Of course, you can't take Lin Changfeng with you. Bai Qingshan came back to her senses. She bit her lip suddenly. Her beautiful eyes were angry. Who said I would take him away? I came here just for the ancient imperial soldiers, and now you are fighting against the entire continent alone. Even if there is Yutiandian will help you, but do you know how worried I am about you? Really? Su Ming's eyes remained calm. He obviously didn't believe Bai Qingshan's remarks. Bai Qingshan looked at Su Ming's handsome face close at hand. Her heart beat faster. She kept reminding herself that this was her apprentice, but she couldn't control the feeling of accelerated heartbeat. Ming-er. Bai Qingshan panted slightly and slowly closed her beautiful eyes. Her cold and beautiful face was full of seductive blush, like a pregnant girl, shy but full of some kind of expectation. Su Ming stared at her, his clear and deep eyes reflecting the figure of his beautiful master. Looking at the intoxicating blush on her pretty face, his palms slowly moved up, and finally, from her rosy face, caressed and caressed. What happened in the past? Su Ming naturally couldn't let go. But in this life, he did find some changes in his master. At least, she would not trust him like in previous lives. Shaking his head and smiling, Su Ming stood up. Bai Qingshan suddenly opened her eyes and looked at him. For some reason, an inexplicable emotion welled up deep in her heart. She felt a pain in her heart, and suddenly stretched out her long, white and delicate hand, and suddenly grabbed Su Ming's palm. She held on tightly, feeling full of guilt and apologies for the apprentice she had single-handedly raised. Under these emotions, there was a feeling that she had suppressed deep in her heart and never dared to show to anyone. Strong possessiveness. She knew very well that this might be her last chance to open her heart to Su Ming. If she could not untie all the knots between their master and disciple, from now on, her Ming-er would never belong to her again. When Su Ming looked down, but he saw that his master's beautiful phoenix eyes were filled with crystal tears, as if all the emotions buried in his heart burst out at this moment. Perhaps it was the emotion deep in her heart that she could no longer hold back, which made her make an impulsive decision without regret for the first time in her life. Ming-er, I just want you to know that no matter at any time, Master, you will always be the only one in my heart. She bit her seductive full red lips lightly with her teeth, her eyes seemed to become blurred, and then she approached Su Ming with a strong look, and her seductive red lips gently fell on Su Ming's lips. Feeling the sweet and hot breath on his lips, Su Ming felt a little ups and downs in his heart. He didn't even know what to say to his beautiful master. Even after cultivating several divine bodies, Su Ming felt that he could no longer suppress a certain sword body in his body. Smelling the unique body fragrance of Bai Qingshan, Su Ming gently broke free from the restraints with one of his palms, reached out, and landed on the master's round and delicate body. Bai Qingshan's body was naturally extremely sensitive after decades of self-protection. When had she ever been so intimate with a man? She let go of Su Ming's lips, stared at him with her beautiful eyes, and her breathing became more and more rapid. She liked the smell of Su Ming very much. This is why Su Ming often went to her room to sleep with her when he was little, but she never refused. Even when Su Ming grew up, the smell still fascinated her. Su Ming coughed and tried to calm down. Bai Qingshan's pretty face was confused, and she put her lips to Su Ming's ear and said softly, "My master has never thought about saving Lin Changfeng. On the contrary, I wish I could kill him with one knife and cut him into pieces." Over the years, I just didn't dare to face you, so I deliberately avoided seeing you countless times. Don't you know, Ming-Er, every time I see you, I can't help but miss you. I even secretly drew a portrait of you. I'm not a good master. I'm afraid you will be disappointed in me after knowing this. At the end of the sentence, she shed tears in her eyes. In this world, how could a master fall in love with the disciple he had brought up since childhood? That was not allowed by ethics. But when she was young, she had an inexplicable feeling for this disciple. She just did not dare to face it, dare not deepen this feeling, and even thought of to escape. So severe, I dare not see him countless times, pretending to be indifferent to him. Hearing here, Su Ming was silent. He has thought about many reasons, but he never thought about it. The beauty of his own beauty turned to him. Bai Qingshan looked lonely and smiled bitterly. Now, do you think Master is a shameless woman, and he has that idea about his apprentice? Su Ming looked up. I just wanted to talk, but I seemed to feel something. Looking at the sky, I saw a red light fell from the sky. A charming woman with a wife, rich and charming, wearing a red dress, was walking forward, stepped forward, looking straight at him and Bai Qingshan. Send your apprentice, you are indeed a shameless woman. Hong Yu sneered at Bai Qingshan. Hearing, Bai Qingshan's soft and comfortable jade hand held Su Ming's palm tightly. She raised her cold phoenix's eyes and looked at Hong Yu. What about you and Ming-Er? If in the past, she naturally had to worry about the relationship with Su Ming in front of outsiders, but now she is open with Su Ming, and she will no longer suppress her feelings. Naturally, she will not care how others think of their teachers and apprentices. Chapter 336 The Witch Spirit Clan Humiliates the Fairy. In front of the Peak Master's pavilion, there was obviously something wrong with the atmosphere between the two women. Su Ming did not expect that his beautiful master would be so bold now. You should know that Bai Qingshan in the past would never do such a thing to him in public. The next second, when he saw the two women's resentful eyes falling on him, Su Ming remained calm. He came to the Peak Lord's pavilion tonight mainly for the sake of the ancient Bai tribe behind Bai Qingshan. The ancient Phoenix clan and the ancient Dragon Court were equally famous beings with transcendent powers. There must be real old holy monsters in his clan, and now that the demon-taming ancient tower is in his hands, it is inevitable that these old holy monsters will not keep an eye on the Xuanbei continent. When will Master plan to go back? Su Ming gently let go of Bai Qingshan's jade hand, then rested his head on his hands, looked at the sky lazily, and asked slowly. Bai Qingshan glanced at Hong Yu, then stared at her apprentice with some sadness. Do you really want me to leave? It doesn't count. Su Ming shook his head and looked at Bai Qingshan. It's just that some things always have to be solved. While speaking, he slowly stood up and turned to look at the seductive Hong Yu next to him. Her plump red lips pursed slightly, and she glanced at Bai Qingshan with her beautiful eyes, then stretched out her jade hand and hugged Su Ming's arm. Bai Qingshan was stunned for a moment, and her phoenix eyes instantly turned cold. Hong Yu curled her lips and felt the aura on Su Ming's body, so she couldn't bear to let go. Not only did she not let go, she even deliberately moved closer to Su Ming. Ignoring Bai Qingshan's cold gaze, she looked at Su Ming with her beautiful eyes without blinking, then she leaned into his ear and blew softly. I have done everything you asked me to do, but a few elders from Shofeng said they wanted to see you. Su Ming nodded. Will you see him then? Hong Yu asked him. Su Ming said nothing. Bai Qingshan bit her red lips tightly. Her pretty face turned red, her beautiful eyes stared at Hong Yu, and she said angrily, you shameless. Yo! Hong Yu raised her eyebrows. I didn't know who it was just now, seducing my apprentice in broad daylight. Boom! The terrifying ice spiritual power was instantly released from Bai Qingshan's body. Su Ming raised his hand to stop him. Bai Qingshan's breath froze, and her heart suddenly hurt. Ming-Er. Su Ming exhaled. Since Master doesn't want to leave, then just stay at Kaifeng. To be honest, Su Ming didn't know much about the background of the ancient Bai clan, and it wasn't mentioned much in the original plot. However, there is no doubt that the ancient race that can be passed down to this day in the restricted area of life has a strong foundation. Even the Zhiches Saint Ziwuji is particularly afraid of the ancient Bai tribe, and the ancient imperial soldiers are their targets. Now that they have the demon-taming ancient tower and the burning heaven cauldron in their hands, it is inevitable that they will not attract the old monsters from the Holy Realm. It stands to reason that it is impossible for the ancient races in the restricted area to know about such a thing happening in Xuanbei continent, but no one from that race has shown up yet, which is naturally a bit unreasonable. There is another thing that Su Ming only found out through the system today. The senior sister Lin Shui of the Holy Land of Taichu is actually a candidate for a saint from an ancient race in the restricted area of life. This is the sole search of an ancestor of the Holy Land of Taichu. The secrets found out at the time. Even Lin Shui herself doesn't know that as a candidate for the saint of these ancient races, to put it nicely, she is the future saint. To put it more simply, it is the training cauldron selected by each ancient race for their clan members. That's all. In this way, righteous forces like the Holy Land of Taichu are just tools to cultivate cauldrons for the proud descendants of these ancient races, and these ancient races in the restricted life zone are the real ones of the entire northern spirit realm. The one in control. Perhaps even the Queen Mother of the Xuanbei dynasty was not aware of this. They only knew about the Saint clan and the Kangming divine sect, and they probably never thought about it. These ancient races, who were barely born, were the ones secretly controlling everything. The protagonist. At the same time, in a certain attic on the 9th peak of Shenyan sect, Fairy Shui, who was admired by countless male cultivators on the Xuanbei continent, was now standing in front of the bronze mirror beside the bathing pool. She loosened the bun on her head and took off her clothes, revealing her smooth and jade-like body. Her usually cold eyes stared blankly at the body reflected in the mirror, and then she bit her lower lip gently. Her pretty face lost focus for a while. She thought about killing herself, but the man's cruel methods frightened her. She was afraid that Jiyu Minmin would also suffer such humiliation, and that the entire disciples of the Holy Land of Taichu would face annihilation because of her. In her mind, she unconsciously thought of what she had experienced last night. The less she wanted to recall it, the more she tried desperately to recall the memories in her mind. Lin Shui's delicate body trembled, and the pain seemed to make her suffocate. The next second, the bronze mirror in front of her suddenly shattered into countless pieces. Her face was cold, but 2 lines of clear tears slowly flowed down her pretty face. Tisk, are you so angry? Lin Shui's heart trembled, and she suddenly looked back. And the man she wanted to kill with her own hands appeared behind her at some unknown time, looking at her calmly with his deep black eyes. Lin Shui suddenly gritted her teeth. As for Zan Dian, you promised me you wouldn't hurt her. Su Ming smiled, picked up a piece of thin clothing on the ground, and walked straight towards the beautiful figure in front of him. Lin Shui felt that her heart became inexplicably panicked. She instinctively wanted to stop Su Ming, but in the end she couldn't say anything. Finally, Su Ming came to her. I saw this man who hated and disgusted her, revealed a generous palm, gently put the thin clothes on her body, covering the white and seductive scenery. Lin Shui's brain suddenly became blank. She has seen this man's domineering and cruelty, but when has seen him as warm as he is now? When he returned to God, Lin Shui pressed a certain emotion in his heart, and he stared at Su Ming coldly. Su Ming reached out and stretched out a little moist silk, and then gently lifted her chin, staring at her beautiful and touching face. Lin Shui also stared at Su Ming with the same stunning, but the next second, her expression suddenly became painful, and her body veins in her body had a severe pain in the heart, almost tearing her entire body. Her pretty face became pale instantly. I saw the smooth and white abdomen center, which actually had an extra dull evil pattern that emerged, and the evil pattern was even engraved with a weird spirit eye. Su Ming looked down. That spiritual eyes were also staring at him. Lin Shui gritted her teeth, and her huge shame made her hated Su Ming even more. She didn't know what the devil did on her body. I instinctively want to break away from Su Ming. But in the next second, Su Ming was calm and a little moist, but slowly passed into her ear. This thing has been planted on you from an early age. Are you curious? Where did the maiden before you go? Puff. Lin Shui spit out a purple and black spirit blood. She clenched her teeth and didn't believe Su Ming at all. This cruel and ruthless demon could not do anything, but she wanted to lie to her. Su Ming shook his head and smiled. Lazy explain. Just a touch of darkness flashed in his eyes. Laugh. The spiritual eyes seemed to suffer any huge pain, and the evil pattern began to evaporate out of thin air. In the end, a cold sound that penetrated the void came from Su Ming's ear. Junior, I really underestimate you. Su Ming looked up. In the void, the lingering eyes were scattered a little bit, and at the end of the collapse, it seemed that a purple-robed woman appeared through the void, staring at him coldly. The woman's eyebrows also had the same spiritual eyes. Behind her, she also set up a young man in white. Ding, detected the witch spirit gods. The spirit eyes were completely dispersed, and the scenes in the void also dissipated. Su Ming frowned slightly. The atmosphere of the woman in the purple robe is incompatible with the entire North Spirit realm, and the so-called witch spiritual clan is in the restricted area of life. Like the ancient Bai tribe, an ancient race inherited for tens of thousands of years. Therefore, the forces such as Taichuan Holy Land are just the tools for these priests to cultivate furnaces for the pride of the family, and Lin Shui has been the furnace of the Wuling gods from an early age. No wonder in the original plot, the ending of her lucky female lead did not mention much. Once it became a furnace of others cultivated, it can be imagined how miserable the ending will be. Maybe, it is even more miserable than her. And the rest of the Firelord leader, which is not on the way to kill the female lead, so all the heroines in this world are the same, but they believe that the male lead from beginning to end is really ridiculous. The evil pattern on Lin Shui completely disappeared, and her body gradually returned to normal, but her heart was still humiliated, and she had a bone to Su Ming. Su Ming glanced at her lightly. Lin Shui gritted his teeth, leaning his head and not looking at him. Su Ming smiled and turned away. Put your clothes up to Tianfeng. Chapter 337 Lost Girl. Shenyang Sect, on top of Tianfeng Peak. The girl in a light white dress was standing here, with a pair of crystal clear eyes, looking uneasily at the two ice sculptures frozen in the center of the square under Tianfeng. Affected by the ice spiritual power, no one can get close to these two ice sculptures. Master, does he care about us at all? The girl's eyes gradually became wet and red, and she stretched out her hand to wipe her tears. No, why should I call him master? Obviously I already know the truth. He only regarded me as a sacrifice from the beginning. He never treated me sincerely. In an instant, countless past memories seemed to flood the girl's thoughts. In her mind, she couldn't help but think of the man with a gentle face who brought her to the Shenyang sect. Ning Xiaoxiao shook her head hurriedly, trying to get the man out of her mind. Her eyes were red, and on her white palms, strange purple lines gradually spread, and within those lines, there was actually a powerful spiritual energy seeping out. She opened her palms, and a transparent spirit pill condensed in her palms. Have you thought it through? Suddenly, an illusory and pretty figure wearing a purple robe appeared behind Ning Xiaoxiao. There was a strange pattern between the woman's eyebrows, and in the center of the pattern, there was a spiritual eye. The spiritual eye seemed to have wisdom. General, also staring at Ning Xiaoxiao. It turns out that the so-called witch spirit clan has long been eyeing Ning Xiaoxiao, a person whose fate is in jeopardy. Hearing what the purple-robed woman said, Ning Xiaoxiao choked with red eyes. No matter what, he saved me, I can't. You have no choice. I know you don't want to harm him. This witch spirit pill will only make him lose all his spiritual power and imprison his body when he goes through the tribulation tomorrow. When the time comes and he fails to overcome the tribulation, he will still be yours. Master, he is not the devil you saw. Really, you didn't lie to me. Ning Xiaoxiao wiped her tears and asked tremblingly. The woman smiled slightly and said, of course, I have lied to you before, but he is on guard against everyone now, so naturally he won't believe you. You have to find a way by yourself and feed him the elixir yourself. But, if you don't want your master to become a big devil that everyone hates, just listen to me. Don't worry, I know you are more worried about your master than anyone else. This elixir is colorless and odorless. No one can detect it. As long as he takes it, your mission will be completed. I guarantee that your master will be fine. In the void, the purple-robed woman smiled coldly. The young man in white standing behind her with his hands behind his back said indifferently, this loophole in the way of heaven is more terrifying than the elder brother of the Qinglong sect 3,000 years ago. Although he has not become a saint, I have a hunch that once he succeeds in overcoming the tribulation, the world of God's tens of thousands of years of planning may come to nothing. Hear the words. The purple-robed woman's eyes flickered, and she said coldly, can't even Lord Yang Emperor see through him? The young man in white was silent. After a long time, he shook his head gently. The woman looked indifferent, he just had better luck in this life. He got the inheritance of several ancient emperors from the immortal prison of the Lu clan and fought hard. Be careful. This Su Ming is different from the previous reincarnation bodies. Even I am a little afraid of the divine body he has cultivated now. But as long as he takes the spirit-breaking pill, he will only be in our hands. Quote. After tomorrow, let's reshuffle the cards in the northern spirit realm. As for Ning Xiaoxiao, a person whose fate is in jeopardy, there is no need to keep him. The words fell. The purple-robed woman's eyes were shocked. Then, he respectfully said to the young man in white, "Yes." Ning Xiaoxiao walked down Tianfeng in despair. She knew that her master was also here. When she reached the peak master's pavilion halfway up the mountain, she stood outside the attic and saw the ferocious demonic pillars rising from the ground. My heart couldn't stop shaking because of nervousness. At this time, waves of shrill screams could be faintly heard from above the sky. "Su Ming, you despicable and shameless devil, you will die sooner or later. If you have the ability to let us out, I will cut you into pieces." "Ha ha ha, Su Ming, your death is not far away. Do you think that by refining all of us, you can fight against the law of heaven? You are wishful thinking." All kinds of hateful words circulated from those ferocious demonic pillars. Ning Xiaoxiao stared blankly, but he saw on the edge of the cliff not far away, a beautiful woman wearing a long black dress, indifferent, standing there silently, with a sad back. Sensing Ning Xiaoxiao's aura, Lin Shui did not look back. She just stared at the miserable appearance of those Taichu Holy Land disciples in the sky. She looked pale and smiled miserably. Lin Xiaoxiao trembled and wanted to call her. Lin Shui gritted her teeth slightly, then said softly, "He's inside." After saying this, Ning Xiaoxiao was startled and looked back at the attic behind him. She hesitated for a while, then made up her mind, stepped forward cautiously, stretched out her jade hand, and gently opened the door. In the heart of the palace, candlelight flickered. And the figure that made the entire Xuanbei continent tremble was standing in front of the innermost mural with an indifferent expression. "Disciple, pay homage to master." Ning Xiaoxiao stepped forward and bowed down, not daring to look directly at Su Ming's seemingly calm back. Su Ming did not respond. Ning Xiaoxiao's breathing became uneasy, she clenched her pink fists tightly, and there was a lot of cold sweat on her white and tender palms. Su Ming still didn't respond. In other words, at this moment, all his attention was on the mural in front of him. In the center of the dilapidated, ancient and even yellowed scroll, there were 11 ancient and majestic figures engraved on it. Opposite these 11 figures, it is the man wearing a green dragon mask, with his feet in the sky, and a green shirt. This scroll was obtained from the ancient demon-taming tower, and although Su Ming did not recognize the 11 figures on the scroll, the young man in white on the far right was not the person behind the purple-robed woman from the Wuling God clan. In the center of his eyebrows, there is also a spiritual eye pattern emerging. Su Ming frowned. Above these 11 figures, the aura of spiritual power is incompatible with the entire world. That sense of oppression, just a wisp of aura, can make countless strong men from the outside world tremble and kneel down. The day recorded on the scroll is the day when the senior brother of the Qinglong sect will overcome the tribulation. Tomorrow, it will be his turn to overcome the tribulation as well. This is a blatant divine sanction. What's ridiculous is that one person can't defeat him, but 11 ancient emperors attack together. This doesn't give the Qinglong sect any way to survive. "Master," Ning Xiaoxiao called out again tentatively. When she saw that Su Ming was just staring at the scroll in front of him and not paying attention to her, she gritted her teeth and then took off her clothes little by little, revealing her white and smooth shoulders. "Have pink arms." Finally, she mustered up the courage to put the pill in her mouth, and then gently pulled up her hair with a jade hairpin. Her snow-white neck suddenly appeared, and she came obediently and respectfully behind Su Ming, raising her delicate face. The cute little face looked at his master weakly. Su Ming seemed to feel something. As soon as he turned around, Ning Xiao's petite body was trembling slightly, but she still threw herself into his arms, holding his waist tightly with her two small hands. Su Ming glanced down and saw the pitiful girl, her eyes filled with tears. She raised her little head and stared at him weakly. Suddenly she stood on tiptoes, and her plump little mouth was directly pressed against his lips. She even trying to pry open. Chapter 338 The Emperor of the Temple, on the eve of the holy robbery. The girl's movements were particularly raw and childish. It was obviously the first time she had done such a thing. Plus, she was nervous, and her whole body was trembling slightly. Su Ming's expression remained unchanged. He gently raised his hand and pinched the girl's chin. Ning Xiaoxiao didn't dare to move or even look at Su Ming. She lowered her head tremblingly and even her breathing became rapid. The next second, he was pulled away from his body by Su Ming. She knelt down in panic. In the main hall, one master and one disciple, one kneel and one stand. The atmosphere seemed eerily quiet. Master Ning Xiaoxiao's voice was choked with sobs. At this moment, she felt pain in her heart. For her, Su Ming was the master who saved her from the darkness. But on the other hand, she didn't want to see it even more. His master turned into a heinous and evil villain who was hated by everyone. Su Ming said nothing and tapped his fingertips lightly. Around, transparent elixir suddenly flew out of Ning Xiaoxiao's body. He spread out his palms, placed them in his palms, and looked at the girl in front of him quietly. Ning Xiaoxiao's red lips trembled slightly, and her whole body was stunned. "Put your clothes on first." Su Ming sighed indifferently. After saying that, he turned around and left the hall without looking at Ning Xiaoxiao again. Ning Xiaoxiao's tearful eyes stared at his back. After an unknown amount of time, she finally collapsed to the ground with tears streaming down her face. Outside the main hall, on the edge of the cliff, a cold figure in a black dress sneered without looking back. "Even my own apprentice hates you so much, but I feel that you have failed in life." After not getting a response from Su Ming for a long time, Lin Shui frowned and looked around, only to see this man slowly raising his head and staring at a certain mountain in front of him. The look inadvertently revealed in his eyes made her heart tremble. "Why, you are hurt by being betrayed by your own apprentice, do you also have a heart?" In Lin Shui's heart, how could a cold-blooded and cruel person like Su Ming change because of the betrayal of a disciple? He was already hopeless. Su Ming glanced at her and said, "I want to ask you a question." Lin Shui was surprised. Su Ming stepped forward and stared at her. "How old are you?" Lin Shui was stunned for a moment, then suddenly gritted her teeth. "None of your business." "It's nothing." Su Ming smiled. "It's just that at your age, you probably haven't been in love yet, right?" Lin Shui, "What on earth do you want to say?" She was a little flustered. Su Ming shook his head and said nothing. After a few seconds, he said, "Forget it, you can leave if you want. There is no value in staying here anyway." Hear the words. Lin Shui was suddenly startled, and then she fell silent. It was clear that Su Ming had promised to let her go, but in her heart, she felt inexplicably depressed because of Su Ming's words. "What, you don't want to leave?" Su Ming found it funny. Lin Shui raised her head, her cold and beautiful eyes staring deeply at Su Ming, but she did not move. It was obvious that she would not leave until she saw her junior sister Ji Yu Minming. "That's up to you." Su Ming shrugged, turned and left Tianfeng. Buzz. In the sky, dark spiritual power surged, and 3 ferocious demonic shadows descended from the sky, staring at Lin Shui with indifferent expressions, sealing off the spiritual power around her body. Lin Shui bit her red lips tightly, her beautiful eyes cold. What does this bastard mean by letting these 3 corpse demon kings look at her after he promised to let her go? The first peak hall. When Su Ming came here, he saw a beautiful figure in green sitting quietly on a mountain in front of the hall, beside the blue rocks on the cliff, with green silk hanging down like a waterfall, dancing gently in the breeze. It looked very moving. Su Ming stepped forward. Sensing his breath, Tang Qingyan tilted her head slightly and looked at him without blinking. The afterglow of the setting sun poured down, seeming to make her already bright eyes even more tinged with a moving light. "Wow, looks extremely beautiful. Are you willing to come to me now?" Tang Qingyan puffed her lips, snorted slightly, and then turned away from Su Ming. Su Ming hesitated for a moment, then slowly walked forward and sat down next to her. "Go away, stay away from me." Su Ming was amused. He looked at the girl next to him. From Tang Qingyan's eyes, he could clearly see a particularly rare softness, and this softness would make his heart flutter at any time. "Talk back." Su Ming pretended to hold her hand. Tang Qingyan pushed him away. "How many other things are you hiding from me?" Su Ming fell silent. Although he didn't know how much Tang Qingyan knew, there was something obviously wrong with the expression on the girl's face. He was clearly beside her, but the deep reluctance and worry on her face seemed to be more than before. Su Ming stretched out his hand to scratch her nose and said with a smile, "Don't you know everything about me?" "You are lying." Tang Qingyan slapped his hand away. "Master told me that what you are going to do will provoke the saints and countless forces in Zhongzhou continent. Do you know that I am worried about you?" Indeed, since the incident in Xuanbei continent, all the powerful people in the outside world can clearly feel that not only Zhongzhou continent, but also the 9 regions and the Tianyuan restricted area, countless top forces seem to have made some moves. Among them, the biggest mover should be the Saint clan. After all, the Empress of their Saint clan is still in the Xuanbei continent. It is not known who spread this news. With the emergence of the ancient imperial soldiers, the old monsters of the Saint clan are completely unable to sit still. There is even news that the Saints will unite with the Sword Immortal Pavilion in the 9 temples in the Kangming restricted area to help all the righteous forces in Xuanbei continent to completely eradicate the Yudian temple. Su Ming didn't want to talk to Tang Qingyan about this. His eyes slowly swept on the girl's exquisite and delicate body. And this unscrupulous gaze made Tang Qingyan flush his face slightly, but then glared at Su Ming, a little annoyed. "What do you see? I'm telling you about it." Su Ming stared at her a little funny. Tang Qingyan thought about it, and then the flawless syringic hand like sheep fat and white jade gently put it on Su Ming's palm. She said, "If in the end, there is really only this choice, then I will accompany you." Her soft voice slowly spread to Su Ming's ears, as pleasant as heaven, and she could invade Su Ming's mind, let him feel the tenderness and love of the girl from the depths of the soul. Su Ming shook his head. Tang Qingyan stared at him, grabbed his hand and took a bite. "Big liar, not allowed to reject me." In the first few generations, he lived enough pain. In this life, Tang Qingyan only hoped that even without her, Su Ming could live happily. She gently leaned her head on Su Ming's shoulder, showing a bright and charming smile on her face, sticking to Su Ming. "Like today, I can be around you, and I can lean in your arms. Yes, Su Ming, you won't forget me in the future, right?" Quote. Su Ming frowned and couldn't help pinching her pretty nose. What kind of nonsense? He won't, I will stick to you every day in the future, so don't say annoying." Su Ming reached out and grabbed Zhao's body. He looked slightly, watching the happy smile on the girl's face, and couldn't help but income the beautiful scene in front of him. Of course, he knows that maybe a long time later, he may forget a lot things, but in front of this scene, he will be permanently remembered. And at this time, not far from Xuanbei continent. Boom! The dazzling brilliant silver light rolled up a continuous horror thunder, and the huge thunderbolt, like a long ancient anger dragon, whistled in the air. Above the sea, the thunder is turbulent. The overwhelming silver thunder is like Tianwei descended. Vaguely, a silver ancient palace emerged from the thunder. Around the palace, there are thousands of thunder ladders. And a figure wearing a silver thunder was walking out slowly. As he fell every step, the space there seems to be distorted. The thunder figure raised his eyes and looked towards a certain direction of Xuanbei continent. In his silver eyes, there was a hint of teasing. The reincarnation bodies of these 2 generations are always a little disobedient. The space suddenly trembled. Behind the thunder, a strange spiritual power came out, and finally turned into a young man wearing a white clothes and engraved with evil spirits on his forehead. Feeling the familiar fluctuations, the thunder smiled lightly. "How, can't believe it." The young man in white glanced at him indifferently. Then he turned his head to look at Xuanbei mainland, gently. "Don't forget that 3,000 years ago, you looked like you were in front of him." The thunder was silent, and then his voice was cold. "This time, the emperor will pinch his head in person. Don't just make a joke." The young people in white looked indifferent. The 9 major temples were shot at the same time, and he was abused like that. The last time he had not used the snowman's woman, I am afraid he would hit the god of God. "The woman of the snow. She is still alive." The young man in white nodded. "Then the emperor will catch her again. It's useless." The young man in white shook his head and flickered. Of course, he knew that Su Ming had little contact with the Snow Emperor, but the Witch of Tiankui was his life. Only with this woman can he let him capture. 3,000 years ago, the tragic battle and price, he now remembered that he was worried, but he didn't want to experience it again. Just in the conversation between the two, there was a buzzing sound of spiritual power again in the sky, and then a body shrouded in the red robe, emerging from the void. It was a quite rough middle-aged man. The heaven-like flame tattoo seal flashed with violent and domineering light. The thunder shadow looked at the middle age of the red robe and frowned. "Why, did you get the order?" The Temple of Yan, like the Thunder Temple, is in the restricted area of life, and has been dominant for the ancient forces of one party tens of thousands of years ago. The owner of the Temple of Yan, Emperor Yan, is ancient, and an ancient emperor who has a well-known side in the restricted area of life. To some extent, the restricted area of life is a passage of the North Lingjing connecting the world, but in the entire North Spirit realm, there are only a handful of people who know the news. Everyone thinks that the restricted area of life is just a place where life is prohibited, but I don't know that there are the hubs in charge of the entire northern spiritual realm through the 9 god temples and the 3 great ancient gods. The only channel in the world. And the scholars are just one of their representatives in the North Spirit. As for the reincarnation body, it is a variable that cultivates the Son of Destiny in the God of God. It is also the loopholes of the Baidongjing Tiandao. Every 3,000 years, the reincarnation experience has reappeared the world. For tens of thousands of years, countless reincarnation bodies have wiped out. However, the elder brother Qinglongzong 3,000 years ago was the existence of the whole world of the Kangxian gods and the ancient priests. But now Su Ming seems to have let them see the shadow of the senior brother of the Qinglong sect. Those in the Kangming god realm may not be able to sit still. I heard that the reincarnation body this time has not even become a saint. Are those guys in the Kangming god realm afraid? With this level of cultivation, I can crush him to death with one hand. The middle-aged man in red robe looked at him. He glanced at the young man in white and said calmly. Hearing this, the young man in white shrugged, then you go and try. Gug was silent. Thinking of the embarrassing appearance in front of that man 3,000 years ago, he touched his nose and said, let's take action together. He must not be allowed to survive the holy tribulation. There is no need for these forces in Xuanbei continent to exist anymore. That Lin Changfeng can be thrown into the Tianyuan Sea. The holy war in the god realm is about to begin. This time, the Shira imperial clan seems to have cultivated 3 sons of the emperor. If we in the northern spirit realm cannot produce a son of destiny, then the holy emperor Kangming will be blamed and no one will be able to escape. Chapter 339 The Emperor of the Corpse, the Last Reincarnation. This is a dark world that reached out without seeing the 5 fingers. The boundless dark spiritual power eroded the world, and under the darkness that could not see the end, a huge black tower, the chain wrapped around the dark spiritual power, wound. The hanging down. The ancient and huge black chain seems to be sealed with a dark throne, and on the throne, there is a slender figure. Essence. Time passes. I don't know how long it has been, the dark spirit between the heavens and the earth is crazy, and the shadow on the throne, even at this time, slowly opened the eyes of the eyes, the eyes of the eyes, the dark ice and coldness in the eyes. Deep in the bottom of the eyes, it seems like a white figure, gradually emerging. Brother Su Ming. Boom. The terrible coercion that made the heavens trembled out from the woman's body, and the crazy sweeping the whole world. The woman also opened her eyes completely. She stared at the throne in a dumbness, and the young man who slowly came over. It was her brother Su Ming, the most sorry person in her life. Brother Su Ming, are you still blame? The woman looked at the young man in white, his eyes gradually became red. Dao, you have grown up, why are you crying like when you were a child? The gentle voice seemed to be echoing in her ears. Zhou Yan saw the gentle smile on his brother Su Ming's face. She didn't respond for a long time, until one palm was gently placed on her head, and she was particularly gentle. Rubbing her hair. She smiled instantly. Brother Su Ming, I know you will forgive me. She smiled into the man's arms, and her face was revealed with a happy smile on her face, holding her brother Su Ming tightly, as if afraid of losing him again. However, the space suddenly set at this moment. Zhou Yan's face was blank, and she hurried back. But when I saw the throne, a slender black shadow was sitting elegant and sitting, and those deep black eyes were staring at her with deep meaning. Zhou Yan stunned. The two looked at each other. In Zhou Yan's eyes, it was a woman wearing black slender and soft armor. A long black hair poured down, her face was exquisite. Although a pair of eyes were dark, they were not evil at all, but they looked deep. She remembered that before coming here, she was sent into a dark space full of killing by elders, but she didn't know how to come here suddenly. The woman in front of her, she had seen a totem about her in the killing space. She was the corpse witch in the world. Why am I here? Zhou Yan stared at the woman in black in front of her. She subconsciously wanted to grab her brother Su Ming's hand, but found that brother Su Ming behind him seemed to have become a person. Looking at the woman calmly. Unexpectedly, tens of thousands of years later, we would meet in this way. Su Ming smiled at the woman on the throne. Hearing. The original cold cheeks of the corpse witch finally fluctuated. Her pair of black eyes looked deeply at Su Ming. After a long time, she said softly. Speaking. Zhou Yan was surprised. The corpse witch sighed for a long sigh, and then said, it seems that at that time, the master expected what was going to happen today. After 1,000 years, have you ever thought that if you fail, only all the calamities are not repeated? Su Ming shrugged, maybe. You still have not changed at all. The corpse witch got up from the throne and came to Su Ming step by step. The cold deep black eyes slowly became tender. Zhou Yan was a little blank. Brother Su Ming, what are you talking about? The corpse witch was funny, and looked up and down at a glance, then said slowly, he is not your brother Su Ming, don't recognize people. You are nonsense, you lie, he is obviously brother Su Ming. Zhou Yan was stubborn, how could she admit the wrong person? Su Ming didn't speak, but just stretched out his hand and rubbed Zhou's small head gently, and then his eyes drooped slightly, looking at the corpse witch emperor, and said calmly, this may be the last time. As the last reincarnation, the corpse witch was surprised. She was silent, and then said, at the beginning, the brother burned the reincarnation, so he won the opportunity to survive. Don't plan to let us go. Her eyes were cold, in the eyes of those people, we slaves should not have the life of resistance. Boom. She pinched her palm, the dark spirit swept crazy, and the heavenly earth trembled. But who said that in this world, those people can control our destiny? Wait until the spiritual power of sweeping gradually calmed down. The corpse witch only converged. She thought about it and sighed, but the reincarnation body of the master this time, even the holy robbery did not go through. Even if she passed the 9 heavy robber 3,000 years ago, she was defeated in the end. If the last time, it may be more difficult than the last time. Isn't there still you? Su Ming laughed slowly. The corpse emperor suddenly looked up at Su Ming, and the corners of his lips lifted slightly. In this way, the brother agreed with my decision, wouldn't you get angry? Su Ming's face was calm and nodded slowly. Then, the eyes of the corpse emperor slowly fell on Zhou Yan, and the look on her cheeks seemed to have a moment of momentum, and then stared at Zhou Yan with interest. Boom. An extreme terrifying atmosphere suddenly swept out from her body, and then the terrible powerful spiritual power was actually directly into the body of Zhou Yan. When the latter had not responded, a huge was huge. Memory rushed into her mind. Brother Su Ming, the severe pain made Zhou Yan instantly scared. But at this time, a mild spiritual power followed her into her body, which relieved her pain a little bit. Zhou Yan looked up. The man who looked like her brother Su Ming in front of him smiled gently at her, then spread out his palm. The bright spiritual power gathered towards his palm, and finally condensed into a gray spiritual bead essence. Help me bring this thing to brother Su Ming, okay? The gentle voice spread in my mind. Zhou Yan nodded, and she didn't know why she agreed, but the voice seemed to be full of magic, making her unconsciously attracted and could not refuse at all. What is this, is it brother Su Ming? Zhou Yan took the spiritual beads. When your brother Su Ming gets it, he will naturally understand everything. Zhou Yan nodded gently. Next second, the figure in front of me was scattered. The scene in front of her eyes turned around, and all the crazy and raging dark spirits gradually faded away. When she opened her eyes again, she found that she was standing in front of a hall. In front of the main hall, there is a mural painted with the dark throne. In the murals, on the throne, a shadow of black clothes, sitting elegant and sitting, jade hands holding cheeks, deep black eyes staring at the front, as if watching, looking at it she. Zhou Yan's face was complicated. She took a deep breath, and then raised her palm and looked at the spiritual beads in her palm. Behind him suddenly, there was a spiritual vortex surge, and the elders of the ghost emerged from the vortex. He was surprised. Do you get the inheritance of the emperor so soon? Zhou Yan did not return, and did not speak, maybe even the elderly herself did not know. Among the inheritance totem of the corpse witch, the elder brother Taixianmen stayed tens of thousands of years ago. A ray of residual souls. The breeze passed by, and a strand of hair brushed through Zhou Yan's cheeks. She gently reached out to put her hair behind her ears, but the pair of clear and moist eyes, at this time, gradually became deep and cold. Between the eyebrows, the expression of the body on the wall of the painting wall was similar to 7 or 8 points. Chapter 340 Emperor Kang, the son of destiny 3,000 years ago. In the dark night sky, as the spiritual power spread little by little, a mysterious light water mirror condensed and formed, and the picture in the water mirror was frozen under the night. There, Tang Qingyan nestled quietly in Su Ming's arms. The two of them stayed together quietly, letting the breeze blow and their clothes fluttering. Looking at such a picture, under the Shuangguang water mirror, the delicate body of the woman in white dress trembled slightly. She clenched her jade hands and stared at the two people in the picture with a pair of cold phoenix eyes. There was something unconscious in her eyes. Sour. Buzz. However, the sadness in her eyes only lasted for a few seconds, and Bai Qingshan's expression gradually became indifferent. Behind her, dark spiritual power shrouded, a strange space that seemed to separate the world from the world. Along with the halo of spiritual power shrouded layer by layer, the entire attic was covered. There were ripples in the space, as if there were a particularly old figure emerged from the darkness. The ancient imperial weapons fell into the hands of your traitor. You have disappointed me for so many years. The old figure walked out of the darkness, his turbid eyes stared at Bai Qingshan angrily, and his voice shook the space. Hear the words. Bai Qingshan raised her head and glanced at him coldly, and said lightly, I don't know what you are talking about. Bai Qingshan, don't forget your identity. The ancient emperor's weapons are of great significance to our Bai clan, but you gave them up to that traitor. Don't think I don't know. You have countless opportunities to take the ancient emperor's weapons away from him. Come here, the old figure said sternly. Bai Qingshan's beautiful eyes were cold as she stared at the old man. Su Ming has nothing to do with this matter. He also grabbed the ancient imperial weapons by himself. You have no right to interfere. Really, you still want to protect him now? The old figure said angrily with a cold face. You awakened our clan's divine veins, but you sealed them, secretly practiced the method of sacrifice, and wanted to sacrifice the divine veins to he. Where did you place the taboos of our clan? Awakening the divine veins, you could have become the goddess of our race, with an extraordinary status. You could stand out from all races, gain the qualification to go to the gods to practice, and get a glimpse of the peerless grace of the gods, sons. But you, when you went to the lower world, you forgot our clan's teachings, fell in love with that traitor you picked up from nowhere, and even harmed your own divine veins by trying to help him practice. How can you, the ants from the lower world, get your hands on the blood of my Bai clan? Bai Qingshan gritted her silver teeth and said coldly, this is my business and has nothing to do with you. The old figure sneered, I'm not afraid to tell you that your rebellious disciple is disobedient to the gods and is just an ant in the lower realm, but he wants to defy heaven and become a saint. He will not survive tomorrow. Your mission ends here. Follow me and return to your clan. Boom. As soon as the old figure finished speaking, Bai Qingshan's complexion suddenly became extremely cold, murderous intent surged in her eyes, and a forbidden spiritual power swept out of her body. Even the dark space around her was filled with this spiritual power. Underneath, there seemed to be signs of brokenness. Bai Qingshan, do you want to rebel against the clan? The old figure noticed this aura and shouted angrily, don't forget, the blood of your clan is all in my hands. I can make you fall with just one thought. They are worse off than dead, and there is also that traitor of yours. If I take action, I will destroy him. Bai Qingshan took a breath, suppressing the surging murderous intent, but still stared at the old figure with cold eyes. You don't need to threaten me. Over the past 10 years, I have already made clear my relationship with those people, but if you dare to hurt my Ming-Er, don't blame me for being unkind. You are so brave. The old figure was furious, and there was a terrible aura stirring all over his body. The aura seemed not to belong to this space, and even the surrounding space spiritual energy was trembling crazily. You can give it a try. Bai Qingshan was happy and not afraid. In other words, for Su Ming, she was ready to abandon everything. The identity of the ancient Bai people and the goddess of the gods. In her eyes, not even a hair of her Ming-Er could compare to her, superior. While speaking, a shadow like an ice phoenix from ancient times quietly appeared in her eyes. The ice phoenix's sharp eyes froze the surrounding space instantly. The old figure was so angry that he couldn't speak. He pointed at Bai Qingshan with trembling fingers. After a long while, he gritted his teeth and said, you have indeed sealed the divine veins privately. No wonder you can't even suppress the cold poison in your body. Bai Qingshan, you disappoint me so much. Unlock the divine vein seal. No one in the northern spirit realm is your opponent, but you gave up the ancient imperial weapons to that traitor. Even I can't intercede for you. You and your traitor are waiting for the clan to let's go to trial. When the last word fell, he waved his sleeves and the dark spiritual power suddenly surged in the space behind him, wrapping his body in it and disappearing from the world in an instant. As the old figure disappeared, Bai Qingshan raised her head and looked deeply into the sky. Then she raised her right hand and opened her sleeve. She saw that the ancient Bai clan seal originally engraved on her right arm suddenly shattered into pieces. A speck of spiritual power suddenly disintegrated. Poof! She spurted out a mouthful of blood, and her whole body suddenly withered. She collapsed on the cold attic, but there was a hint of relief in her eyes, and she murmured with a smile, Ming-Er, from now on, in this world, Master, you are the only one who respects me. For Su Ming, she chose to abandon everything. And at the same time, in a dark, ancient and unfamiliar space, inside the magnificent hall. As the old figure sitting in the main hall slowly opened his eyes, his expression suddenly became extremely ugly. The ancient demon-controlled tower has fallen into the hands of an ant from the lower realm. Bai Qingshan sealed the divine veins and practiced the method of sacrifice privately, refusing my recall. The words echoed through the hall. Below the main hall, a figure stands. And at the top position, there was a man in a golden robe with a dull expression, holding his chin in one hand, sitting there lazily, playing with the puppet in his hand. There seemed to be no spiritual energy fluctuations around him, but when everyone in the entire hall faced him, their faces unconsciously showed a sense of deep awe. Even the old figure did not dare to stand alongside him. Hear what the old man said. The man in the golden robe smiled lazily, with an indifference in his eyes as if he didn't care about anything. He looked down and said with a faint smile, my hard work has paid off. The old man was instantly frightened and hurriedly stood up and saluted, it is what I should do to share your worries with His Highness. The man he called His Highness slowly put down the puppet in his hand. He raised his eyes and glanced at the distant sky outside the main hall, and then his eyes seemed to penetrate the void, penetrating through layers of time and space obstacles, and he saw a mottled and broken square. In the center of the square, two lifelike ice sculptures, the figure wearing a blue dragon mask and the Saint Empress, stood quietly. 3,000 years have passed and you still can't forget him. The usually calm eyes of the man in gold robes finally showed a trace of ripples, and the next second, he squeezed with his palm. Boom! The entire ancient hall trembled. Your Highness, calm down. Everyone in the hall, covered in cold sweat, hurriedly knelt down on one knee, lowered their heads and trembled. This is the son of destiny who walked from the northern spiritual realm to the god realm 3,000 years ago. Now he is the emperor of the Kangming god clan. Everyone knows his relationship with the Holy Clan Empress. Now he suddenly comes and brings the Kangming messenger and Zhu Ming. The great emperors of the temple, I am afraid, just want to settle something that happened 3,000 years ago. When the terrifying spiritual power dissipated, the man in golden robe stretched out his hand and rubbed the center of his eyebrows, and said indifferently, the divine veins of the Bai clan are originally the sacrifice of my Kangming god clan. How much is this sacrifice of your Bai clan? Somewhat disobedient. Your Highness, Bai Qingshan secretly sealed the divine veins and practiced the method of sacrifice. She wanted to sacrifice my Bai tribe's divine veins to the ants in the lower world. Su Ming was even more ridiculous. An ant actually wanted to defy heaven. When I send someone to kill them when master and apprentice are captured, they will be brought to His Highness personally. The man in gold robe waved his hand and smiled indifferently, no need. His golden eyes opened and closed with a joking look, after the reverse vein in the lower realm is dealt with, I will make her unable to live or die. Chapter 341 Why did he fail? At the same time, deep in the northern wasteland far away from the ancient Bai people, in the ancient space, in front of a chessboard, a middle-aged man in purple clothes seemed to be pulled by some kind of force. He suddenly opened his eyes and looked in the direction of the ancient Bai people. There is the life-restricted area of the entire northern spirit realm. The people from the god realm are here after all. The man in purple shook his head and sighed, then waved his hand, and his body turned into a spiritual light and escaped into the space. Shen Yan sect. The space behind Su Ming suddenly tore apart, and the figure of Zi Wuji, the purple-robed chess saint, emerged from it. His face was solemn and he said to Su Ming, if I had known that your plan was like this, maybe I would have stopped it from the beginning. You. Su Ming raised his eyes and glanced at him. Zi Wuji smiled bitterly, you are too impulsive. Su Ming frowned. You should know that the reason why I stay in the northern spirit realm is actually to protect Lin Changfeng, the son of destiny, and to protect him from growing up in the northern wilderness territory until he leaves the northern spirit realm from the Xuanbei continent. This was the beginning of the Kangming god realm. The task assigned to me. Now that you have suppressed all his destiny and luck, he has become a useless person, but you may not know what consequences this will bring. Su Ming smiled lightly and said, let's talk about it. Zi Wuji glanced at him deeply, and then his body swept into the space. Follow me. Su Ming looked at Tang Qingyan beside him, who smiled gently at him and said, I'll wait for you. Su Ming nodded. The body swept into space. The two figures appeared on Tianfeng Square at the same time. Zi Wuji put his hands on his back and stared at the two ice sculptures in the square below. To be precise, he stared at the figure in blue. Do you know him? Su Ming looked at Zi Wuji. Zi Wuji nodded lightly. I know you. Not only do you know me, but I was also severely punished by him. He is such an unruly person. It's a pity. Su Ming smiled and said nothing. Zi Wuji turned to look at him. You have known for a long time that Lin Changfeng has destiny and is the destiny son of the Northern Spirit Realm. But now he has become an abandoned son of the God Realm. Do you know what this means? Su Ming didn't say anything. Zi Wuji murmured to himself, if a world loses a child of destiny, another child of destiny will appear. You probably don't know what happened 3,000 years ago. At that time, except for the elder brother of the Qinglong sect, the gods the world also spent countless resources to cultivate a son of destiny from the Northern Spirit Realm. The two of them are just like you and Lin Changfeng, one is evil and the other is righteous, and they are naturally opposed to each other. But now, 3,000 years have passed, the elder brother of the Qinglong sect has died, and the destined son has already grown into the emperor of the Kangming God Realm. The 9 emperors who control the 9 temples in the restricted area, and hundreds of millions of creatures from countless ancient races, we in the Northern Spirit Realm are nothing more than a tool in his hands to cultivate sacrifices and furnaces. Quote, all the people in the lower world are just humble slaves in the eyes of the powerful people in the God Realm. Even those ancient races are just tools to cultivate divine veins for them. People with divine veins will be used for their cultivation and enjoyment. It's ridiculous, right, but it's the truth. If I hadn't obeyed those people's orders, I would have died 3,000 years ago. Lin Changfeng is the son of destiny that they fancy. His pure yang body can be cultivated into the ancient divine yang body of the ancient times, and his talent is even more promising to compete for the position of Emperor Kangming's son. But now, something has appeared. This is your accident. The previous son of destiny, now the son of Emperor Kangming, has arrived in this world, and all the destiny and luck that originally belonged to Lin Changfeng will be transferred to him, because he himself was born 3,000 years ago. The son of destiny, and now, he is coming to find you. Hear this. Su Ming finally understood that the truth about the mainland told by the 3 Empress dowagers of the Xuanbei dynasty were actually just lies fabricated by those in the God Realm. The so-called truth is that in the eyes of the powerful people in the God Realm, the entire Northern Spiritual Realm is just a lower realm, or a tool, for them to cultivate cultivation sacrifices and furnaces, and all the ancient races are these powerful people in the God Realm. Slave. This is really a bit ridiculous. For tens of thousands of years, they were willing to be other people's slaves and cultivate cultivation cauldrons for others. During this time, all those who wanted to rebel against the God Realm were labeled as villains by them and they fought together. Su Ming, it's too late for you to stop now. Zi Wuji had a solemn look on his face. Maybe you don't know the difference between the divine realm and our lower realm, but as long as you know, even if a truly powerful person in the holy realm arrives in the divine realm, he is just at the threshold of cultivation in the divine realm. In other words, those who are powerful in the holy realm are only the lowest beings in the God realm. What's more, under the suppression of heaven, your holy calamity will be indescribably terrifying. It is impossible to break through the holy realm, and how can you come into contact with the more illusory realms above the holy realm? I can sense that several great emperors from the 9 temples have arrived, and they will follow the order of the Son of Destiny 3,000 years ago to deal with you. Now you take the witch below and go to the border city in the Tianyuan Sea. From now on, ask about the world, maybe I can help you one more time. The words fell. I haven't heard Su Ming's voice for a long time. Zi Wuji frowned at him. However, he saw that the expression on Su Ming's face was still calm as usual, and there was no wave in his deep black eyes, as if he had already predicted these situations. Your personality is really similar to that person. Zi Wuji shook his head and smiled hard, and couldn't help looking at the blue shirt body wearing a green dragon mask below, standing in the center of the square. Su Ming smiled slightly and asked, why did he fail? Everyone has a weakness. Zi Wuji said, are you not the same? He is strong enough to be afraid of him, but the final failure is also avoided, so I hope you can listen to me and go to the boundary city of Tianyuan Sea. Quote. Speaking of which, Zi Wuji was silent for a while, and then he took a deep breath, raised his head suddenly, and his eyes flickered. Of course, you have another choice. If you are willing to listen to the advice of these people, This is the reason why he lasts the failure of the 10th holy robbery, and your life robbery is now here. Su Ming's eyes swept away indifferently. Zi Wuji gritted his teeth. This seat has been enough to be the slaves of that group. Not only me, for thousands of years, I don't know how many strong men have swallowed their dignity by those people. Killing the life robbery, the opportunity to pass the holy robbery will be improved infinitely. At that time, this seat will call all those people for you and let you send it. Quote. Su Ming, other than that, you have no choice. Zi Wuji's palm tightly pinched. In the eyes of outsiders, he was the purple-clothes chess saint with unlimited scenery and famous continent, but only he knew that he had been humiliated for thousands of years, and in the group of high-profile gods. In his eyes, he is just a humiliated slave. How uncomfortable to taste. And Su Ming's life robbery is the witch Tang Qingyan. As long as he kills this robbery by himself, he can crack the heavenly suppression. But he has known Su Ming for so long and knows how much Su Ming's character. This boy can be ruthless to anyone, but that witch is his only weakness. Really? After his words fell, Su Ming just looked ahead. The expression in his eyes was particularly indifferent, and then glanced at his eyes. Boom. The stunned and horrible spiritual pressure was directly blessed to Zi Wuji. The coercion actually contained the atmosphere of countless ancient gods. The degree of horror, even Zi Wuji, the feet fell to the ground, all over the body, 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 all of which cold sweat. Your cultivation. Zi Wuji was shocked. Without the holy robberies, Su Ming has such terrifying power, and it is not even weaker than the original brother of Qinglong Zong. I'm afraid it is a real disaster. No wonder the group of guys in the gods can't sit still. They never want to see a person who is even more terrible than brother Qinglong. Chapter 342 The Power of Ants, Delusions that Defy Heaven. Hey, stinky guy, this is what you want. This girl consumes 90% of the spiritual power for refining it, you have to compensate me. In the center of the snow field, the spiritual square of Chenxuelo, at this moment, the disciples of the ancestors of the Dongshuan Shuiyu are crowded. All of them came to Chenxuelo to take refuge. Because Yudian Temple searched the countless power of Xuanbei mainland, but the snowy side did not move Chenxuelo, which caused countless disciples to come here crazy. Since the last incident, everyone knew that Chenxuelo was backed by the Black and White God Palace, and the Black and White God Monarch was sheltered, and Yudian Temple did not dare to move them. The three masters of the snowy territory, and the elders of the main hall of all parties, even the ancestors of the 19th emperor who were not born all the year round, all gathered to Chenxuelo. Qian Shuilo was too old. Qian Shirong touched the white beard, and took Chenxuelo's high-level high-rise, and he was standing behind a white man. He was next to his red skirt. Sun Shuiyan's pretty pale face was a little pale. She glanced at Su Ming, who didn't speak in front of her, and couldn't help but mutter, "Go back, don't care about it, love if you love." When he said, he was about to put the Holy Spirit in his hand, but Su Ming raised his fingers and drank Ling Dan into his hands. You don't want it. Sun Shuiyan hummed coldly, "Say hello first, you have to compensate me." Su Ming smiled, and his face was very gentle. He rubbed his hand in his hand and felt the pure and horrible spiritual atmosphere. Then he held his palm gently and put away the spirit. "Can't you even say a word?" Sun Shuiyan's beautiful eyes were resentful. She thought about it, and then she was carrying her hands and boldly followed Su Ming. Su Ming paused, and his eyes noticed that Sun Shuiyan seemed to be a little different today, and he was a little more feminine on his body. Su Ming raised his eyes and looked towards the rear. Chenxuelo's senior officials include Tai Shang elder Qian Shirong, as well as the 9 emperor ancestors with countless power. If it weren't for the blessing of the prince, they would have been captured by the imperial temple, and they would naturally be off from the heart. When Su Ming glanced at him, he saw a big black silk beauty who was combing his wife and moving, and he was staring at him without blinking. It is the wife of the president of the Kyushu Chamber of Commerce, Mrs. Han Yunjin, a beautiful wife. What Su Ming didn't expect was that Han Yunjin stared at him without anyone like that. A pair of round and soft bright eyes were extremely charming, and his posture was even more proud. Just then, next to it was a cold and grieving gaze swept over. Sun Shuiyan sneered and his tone was a bit sour. Su Ming looked back and looked at Sun Shuiyan at a glance. "You are also good." Sun Shuiyan's cheeks suddenly became red. She gave Su Ming a white look, and then said in a righteousness, Although the Holy Spirit Dan has been successfully refined, this great elixir is particularly strong. Don't use too long. Quote. Also, don't go to the North Wilderness anymore, there are now all people in the temple of Utian. I heard that the big demon head of Utianmo also caught all the strong power on the mainland, you can't go. Are you worried about me? Oh, just can't go anyway. Sun Shifeng thought suddenly, his eyes stared away, and said seriously, do you want to find that big demon? Su Ming shook his head and smiled. In the next second, he stepped forward, and his body slowly integrated into the space, turning into a spiritual light spot disappearing. Looking at the place where he left, Sun Shuiyan sighed, but a pair of beautiful eyes couldn't help but worry about it. She knew that Su Ming was very powerful, but she went to the North Wasteland alone, and she couldn't beat so many people in the Emperor Temple. Essence. The prince is gone. Qian Shuilo blinked at the high level of Qian Shuilo, and didn't understand how the Master of God appeared to leave for a while. The ancestors of the 19th Emperor of many forces couldn't help but regret that they wanted to take this opportunity to be almost close to the Master of God. The young disciples of countless forces in the square, especially those wonderful women, looked at Su Ming's departure, and they felt a bit empty in their hearts. After all, the adults of the God of God borrowed their disciples of so many forces, but they even said in a word. Without talking to Lord Shenjin, I was a little lost. Sun Shuiyan glanced at Han Yunjin. She snorted softly and just wanted to turn around and leave. However, on the sky above her head, Lei Yun suddenly gathered. In the horrible thunder spirit, a bloody old figure was like a broken line. The kite shot out like this, just smashed in front of her, smashing a huge deep pit. Sun Shuiyan suddenly stunned, and she looked at the deep pit. The next second, when she saw the figure in front of her, her eyes turned red instantly. Grandpa. Isn't the old figure in the deep pit, isn't it her grandpa? But isn't her grandfather who appeared here in the mainland of Zhongzhou, how could it appear here? Boom. The thunderbolt on the sky was turbulent, and in the horrible thunder spiritual power, a thunderbolt turned out to be revealed by the spiritual power, and did not give Sun Shuiyan any chance to resist. Zhao's body mentioned in the air. Sun Shuiyan, who is pregnant with a fate, but helps to abuse, and refine the Holy Spirit for the inverse pulse. This is a day, the Emperor is punished. The magnificent and indifferent sound, mixed with thunder Tianwei, was so rumbling in everyone's ears below. On the thunder sea in the sky, a magnificent shore wrapped around the thunder of the sky, slowly stepped out of the void, and appeared indifferently in the eyes of everyone. Boom! The horrible thunder emperor came down. The sudden scene shocked everyone below. The senior officials of Chenchuelo, including the elders of the elders and all the power of all the forces, under that thunder, everyone only felt that the spiritual power in their bodies seemed to be in shaking, the feeling of fear made them melt down, full of fear. This what kind of breath is this? So horrible breath, just to bear that coercion, I feel that my body is going to explode. Numerous strong men trembled, even the ancestors of the 9 heavy emperors were shocked. And Sun Shuiyan, who was pinched in the air by the thunderbolt, broke his spirit veins, and the blood of a mouthful of blood spit out. His face was so dull that his vitality was quickly lost. Then the Lei Ting's figure appeared indifferently in front of her, engraved with the eyes of purple and black lightning, as if looking at a small ant, staring at her without any emotional colors in her eyes. Your sin is punished. Boom! A thunderbolt, split. Sun Shuiyan screamed in his mouth, soaked her clothes with blood, and her body pulse collapsed under the thunder. Boom! The power of the ants, delusional against the sky, is ridiculous. Thunder's eyes spicked at all the trembling people below. This place, it should be reshuffled against the sky. He fingered, and the horror thunder filled with death was actually condensed into a huge thunderbolt, and he descended from the sky and wanted to extinct all the creatures below. Sun Shuiyan trembling her body. Her thin figure was so small under the thunder, her body was broken, but she still gritted silver teeth. Close your eyes in pain, waiting for the arrival of death. However, maybe the illusion before death is at this last moment. However, she seemed to feel something, trembling and opened her eyes, and a long palm of the faint purple thunder suddenly appeared in her eyes. The ultimate power seems to be distorted as if there is no space. Boom! 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 The thunderous roar rang through the sky, and the shadow of Thunder Ting turned into a black light directly, poured out fiercely, smashed hundreds of snow peaks below, and then smashed into a lake, aroused the wave of thousands of. In this way, everyone below shocked the people below. And in the shocking eyes of everyone, Sun Shuiyan looked at the white figure that came down like the god of heaven in front of him. In the red eyes, there was a splash in the red eyes. Spit out the blood, and even the sound can't get out, it seems extremely beautiful. Su Ming stretched out his arms and gently grabbed the latter's slender willow waist, gently poured into the palm of his hand, and condensed the injuries in her body. Sun Shuiyan gritted the silver teeth, and she looked up at Su Ming with her head hard, and was hoarse, "Why are you back?" Su Ming didn't speak, and looked down at her large blood stained with a large piece of blood on her cheeks, gently reached out, wiped the blood on the corner of her mouth, then landed down and put her back to the ground. Sun Shuiyan stared at him. But when he saw Su Ming turned his face expressionlessly, the deep black eyes looked at the thunder that recondensed towards the sky, and in the eyes, his expression was funny. Chapter 343 The so-called gods are nothing more than that. Laugh. The violent thunder spiritual power spread from the sky. The terrifying aura of thunder finally condensed into a figure standing in the sky. A pair of eyes filled with purple thunder patterns glanced downwards with some uncertainty at this moment. His eyes were fixed on Su Ming, and then he raised his palm to look at the faintly dissipated spiritual power in his palm. His thunderous eyes gradually became gloomy. The next second, he squeezed his palm, and thunder flashed in his palm, and the collapsed spiritual power was restored again. The Thunder Emperor stared at Su Ming with gloomy eyes, and said indifferently, "Those who disobey this emperor are seeking death." Boom! The moment the words fell, violent thunder echoed throughout the sky. Even the sky and the earth began to vibrate under the terrifying pressure. All the strong men below had palpitations on their faces and their bodies were shaking. The Thunder Emperor's eyes were indifferently locked on Su Ming, and he struck without any hesitation. He swung his thunderous palm in the air and tore the void directly. He appeared in front of Su Ming in the blink of an eye, and with the extremely violent thunderous palm, he struck out for Su Ming's head. Bang! Thunder flashed across, but Su Ming's body turned into a phantom. The Thunder Emperor narrowed his eyes, turned around suddenly and punched out. Laugh! The violent fist filled with thunder tore through the world and came with a crash. However, it was caught by a slender hand that was also filled with purple and black thunder patterns. The ancient Thunder Emperor pattern, "This is my emperor's thing." The Thunder Emperor's eyes were filled with anger, and he was even more confused in his heart. He simply couldn't understand why this abandoned son of heaven would actually use his Thunder Emperor pattern. Thinking of this, the murderous intention in his heart became more intense. This abandoned son of heaven must not be kept, otherwise it will be a disaster to the divine world. Cold light surged in his eyes, and the violent thunder behind him surged crazily, and then poured into his body. All the thunder spiritual power swept towards Su Ming like an overwhelming force. Boom! Boom! Punch after punch. The world shook. The Thunder Emperor's fierce offensive actually caused a strange phenomenon in the world, as if even the heaven and earth could not withstand his attack. Every punch was enough to tear apart a strong man in the Holy Realm. However, even in the face of such a fierce attack, Su Ming did not dodge or evade, and hit him hard with every punch. Bang! Bang! In the sky, two figures filled with thunder collided together like a storm. Each collision would cause a deep sound that shocked the world, and the violent spiritual power rippling during the collision formed a wave visible to the naked eye. The shock wave shook the space between the two of them and distorted it. Below, countless eyes were looking at the two figures colliding together in midair. Such a level of confrontation made them feel frightened. Many of them were even more shocked and opened their mouths unconsciously. Such terrifying destructive power. Seeing the distorted and shaking space, countless people were dumbfounded. Even the ancestors of the 9th-level God Emperor had eyes full of disbelief. Then the fear in their hearts when faced with the thundering figure dissipated in an instant. Many people stared at the figure of the young man in white in the sky. If Lord Shenzhen hadn't come back, they might have died in the hands of that thundering figure. Although they didn't know who the thundering figure was, this Lord Shenzhen really protected them. And this also made the enthusiasm and admiration for this Divine Lord in the hearts of countless young disciples below seem to reach a new height in an instant. On the sky, the two fists containing terrifying power struck together again. Shock waves erupted, and the sky cracked. Under this impact, the Thunder Emperor's figure exploded out, and a deep mark was torn on the ground. Finally, his soul sank into the ground, scraping against the ground and shot backwards for hundreds of feet. Stabilize your body. On the other hand, Su Ming's body remained motionless and he just retracted his fist indifferently. The Thunder Emperor looked down at the faintly disintegrating thunder spiritual power in his hand. His heart was no less shocked than those below. He was a genuine emperor. Although he was not a real person from the God realm, he had cultivated half of the spiritual power of the God realm. A single move is enough to destroy a small world. But now, in front of this abandoned son of heaven who has not even passed the holy tribulation, he is still at a disadvantage. How can this guy's body be so terrifying? Thunder Emperor was a little unbelievable. You must know that even the elder brother of the Qinglong sect 3,000 years ago, who practiced the ancient body-forging dragon art and had a body comparable to that of a divine beast, was not as good as the one in front of him. This guy must be so scary. Also, he couldn't understand at all why Su Ming would use his Thunder Emperor mark, which was left behind by a former master of the Thunder Temple. The Thunder Emperor mark combined with Su Ming's terrifying physical strength, then such a terrifying increase, ordinary Saint Realm experts would probably be killed by him instantly. It really surprised me. Lady said indifferently, "You are indeed different from those guys before. No wonder those people above are so afraid of him. If he is allowed to survive the holy tribulation and lose the plane's suppression, the Emperor's son and God's son may not be enough in front of him. At that time, it will be a real disaster for the God realm." Ah! Under the gaze of countless eyes, the Thunder Emperor squeezed the thunder in his hand, and the soles of his feet that were deeply sunk into the ground slowly pulled out. His body was suspended in the air again, and he took a deep look at Su Ming. The look in his eyes gradually turned cold. The brief confrontation has made him understand how tricky this heavenly abandoned child is. His seemingly thin body contains the power that is more horrible than the body of the beast. Perhaps this guy has known from the beginning that the spiritual power is suppressed by the heavenly path, so that the body has to repair the physical strength. This kid is more tricky than the previous reincarnations. Lady stared at Su Ming, and once again had a sharp thunder in his eyes. He suddenly squeezed his palm, and the furious thunder burst out from his body. The thunder clouds on the sky rolled, but it seemed to have a faint way behind him. The huge shadow of purple and black thunder emerged. The thunderous shadow held a thunder stick, and when it appeared, the indifferent eyes were full of the violent thunder, and the position of Su Ming was locked directly from the sky, and the thunder sounded through the sky. A powerful spiritual coercion spreads from the sky. The terrible breath is like a heavenly punishment. 9 heavy thunder prisons, throw. Lady's eyes became deep and indifferent, and the eyes were like a thunder in the sky, and the spiritual power rules of the Fangtian and earth began to become transparent in his eyes. Even Su Ming's spiritual power was seen. One clear. Su Ming Zhou, the thunder torn the void, blocking all the space around him, and in the thunder, countless dark light rainbow burst out. In the dark light rainbow, it was actually a huge thunder chain. The chain is covered with ancient thunder runes. These runes are not affected by the rules of the spiritual power of the world. As soon as these thunder chains appeared, the space of Su Ming's body was instantly covered, and then the chain of the chain shot towards Su Ming. First, he wrapped his spiritual power and wrapped around his limbs and body. It's over, anyway. You who have not been exposed to the holy robbery are not the opponent of the Emperor. Lady's eyes were indifferent, and under the guidance. The huge thunderous shadow behind him suddenly raised the thunder stick in his hand, leading to the dark thunder above the 9 days, and the dark thunder outside the void, and it was thoroughly split. Laugh. The huge thunderous thunder tears the void, and the horror at the same way can see everyone below. And many people are pale. Next is a scene that makes them even more shocking. I saw Su Ming raised his head, and his face was still calm as usual, and then the teasing voice slowly came out of his mouth, the so-called Protoss, but so. When the last word fell, Su Ming made a one-handed print, and the palm of his palm changed into a shadow. The moment when the printing was formed, the sky under his feet was a wave of spiritual power. The huge spirit array appeared in the eyes of everyone so shocking, and those thunder chains that burst over, after contacting this spirit array, they directly converged the spiritual power, quietly hanging around his whole body to survive all over his body. Essence. The 9-day thunder that dropped on the sky was turned into a mini version of the thunder dragon under Su Ming's India. As if at this moment, he was the real controller of light in that day. Everyone suffocated. Lady's indifferent face became shocking instantly. Chapter 344 Inches The Emperor of the Protoss. Ancient God Slaying Array. Have you practiced the ancient forbidden curse? The Thunder Emperor's eyes widened, as if there were stormy waves in his eyes. His eyes were changing, looking at Su Ming, who was covered with purple thunder patterns. At this moment, Su Ming, like the god of thunder descending into the world, is actually more proficient in controlling the thunder of heaven and earth than he, the Thunder Emperor. As for the legendary formation that can kill the gods, except for the one from the Taishan sect in ancient times and the immortal god king, there is absolutely no way that a third person in the world can successfully practice it. At this moment, the Thunder Emperor's eyes were icy cold, and murderous intent surged. Without any hesitation, he moved and his body turned into a thunderstorm, piercing the sky. The vast spiritual power suppressed Su Ming fiercely. With the Thunder Emperor's wrath, the world seemed to collapse at this moment. However, in the face of his violent offensive, Su Ming's black eyes slowly raised, and purple lines flickered in them, which was extremely strange. Tisk! Thunder surged around him, and then he formed a seal again, and that somewhat indifferent voice came softly from his mouth. Next, it's time to kill the gods. The moment the words fell, Su Ming's eyes seemed to be filled with purple thunder. He tapped his fingers lightly in the air, and the huge spiritual array under him suddenly activated. The thunder chains tore through the space and twisted together, twisting the entire body together. The whole world is completely blocked. Then in the spiritual array, the purple thunder seemed to give birth to a death-like aura. Just when the Thunder Emperor rushed to the edge of the spiritual array, the purple spiritual power exploded. The whole world lost its color in an instant. The space there seemed to be torn apart by a spiritual power that did not belong to this world. The terrifying shock wave ravaged the Thunder Emperor. In an instant, all the defenses on his body formed by the thunder spiritual power directly collapsed. Everyone below was stunned. Wait until they come to their senses. In the sky, among the rolling thunder clouds, the Thunder Emperor's eyes were blank. He stared blankly at the pieces of thunder spirit power falling off his palms, and the corners of his mouth twitched fiercely. He couldn't remember how many years it had been, and he hadn't been beaten so badly by others. The last time it was like this was more than 3,000 years ago. Lady looked down, and when he saw Su Ming's calm face, a chill suddenly filled his heart. This guy is scarier than all the previous reincarnations. At this time, Lady suddenly thought of what Emperor Yan and the guy from the Wuling God clan said. Both of them said that this generation of reincarnations is not so easy to deal with. At the very least, they have to wait for the arrival of the 9 great emperors from the 9 temples. Later, when he is going through the holy tribulation, it will be the best time to deal with him. The Thunder Emperor originally scoffed, but now, he really regrets it. Why, are gods afraid? Su Ming sneered. The Thunder Emperor looked extremely ugly. And in the next second, his pupils suddenly shrank, and he saw the space in front of him rippling, and a slender finger glowing with purple thunder and lightning penetrated the space and appeared in front of him without any warning, and the fingertip fell on his above the eyebrows. There is a death-like aura in the fingertips. Thunder Emperor's 2 palms suddenly solidified. Su Ming's figure appeared in front of the Thunder Emperor. He looked at the latter with a calm expression, and his finger happened to land on the center of the Thunder Emperor's eyebrows. The Thunder Emperor stared at Su Ming. Although his imperial body was powerful enough, the thunder pattern between his eyebrows was his weakness. At this moment, he had no doubt that the thunder spiritual power in Su Ming's finger would be his head exploded instantly. Su Ming said calmly, "I want to ask you a question." Lady took a deep breath, and then he said coldly, "You can't win. You won't know until you try it whether you win or not." Lady shook his head, "Do you really think you can kill me?" Su Ming smiled lightly, "You can try it." The Thunder Emperor was furious. However, the next second, the thunderous spiritual power from Su Ming's fingertips instantly shot out a beam of light, penetrating between his eyebrows. Lady's eyes widened, "How dare you laugh?" The spiritual energy in his body surged wildly, and his body turned into lightning. He wanted to escape into the space, but he could not break through the space barrier at all and was directly bounced back by the barrier. How is it possible? This is impossible. Lady finally panicked. He looked at Su Ming, who had a joking face in front of him, and his voice trembled for the first time. You did it on purpose. You knew that I would come to the snowy land, so you were here on purpose. Wait for me." Seeing the panic on the Thunder Emperor's face, a smile appeared on Su Ming's always calm face. Then he slowly formed seals with his hands and smiled at the Thunder Emperor in front of him. "This emperor body of yours, I won't be polite." His gentle voice, coupled with the smile on his handsome face, clearly gave people a sense of harmlessness, but for some reason, the chill in Lei Di's heart suddenly spread all over his body. What do you want to do? The Thunder Emperor retreated violently. However, when he reacted, he realized that he had fallen into a spiritual formation. He turned around suddenly and held his head down with a slender hand. In the palm of his hand, the terrifying power suddenly crushed the thunder pattern between his eyebrows. You deserve to die. This emperor will not let you go. The Thunder Emperor's soul was violently distorted, and some extremely weird spiritual power invaded his soul tyrannically, swallowing his soul alive. After a few minutes, the sky became completely silent. When Su Ming's figure slowly descended, everyone below couldn't help but swallow. The elder Qian Shirong of Qian Shuilo looked at the sky that was raged in front of him, hurriedly rushed to Su Ming's position in the direction of Su Ming, and said, Master God, the man just now. Su Ming glanced at him and didn't speak. Everyone did not dare to pant, and dare not ask again. When Su Ming fell in front of Sun Shuiyan, there was a touch of concern on the pale face of the latter. Are you okay? Su Ming shook his head, then he turned back to look at the sky in the distance, penetrating the space, seeing the void outside the mainland. The thunder gathered, a thunderous figure was filled with the whole body, and his face appeared indifferently. Su Ming's eyes flashed. Ding! Spend 20,000 anti-deductible value. Use the ancient mantra of ancient souls, this time manipulating the body, the Protoss Lei Di. As the sound of the system falls, Lei Di's dark eyes slowly opened, and then he pinched his fist and felt the violent thunder spirit in the palm of his hand. I can barely use my half of my body strength. Quote. Lei Di's divine soul has long been crushed by Su Ming. At this moment, the body of Lei Di was just controlling the system through the system. His body flashed and turned into a thunder. Mainland China. When Su Ming controls Lei Di's body to emerge in the air, the guards of the countless scholars below are rushing to the sky. When they see the appearance of Lei Di, they are all stunned, and then all the guards hurriedly one knee. Kneeling, off face stubbornly open. I waited for the sacred mountain guard, I have seen Lord Thunder. Su Ming's palm stretched out. A Shengshan guard was directly pulled by the thunder spirit and fell into his hands. He squeezed the latter's neck, and the thunder eyes were indifferent. The guard was trembling, and his eyes were scared instantly. Call out. But at this moment, there were two light and shadow shot outside the holy mountain. It was two girls in purple clothes, beautiful appearance, long hair shawl, and strong spirit. Class. Aware of Su Ming's eyes, the two women didn't know what to think of. In the cold and beautiful eyes, they passed a touch of humiliation, and then stopped in the air and performed a gift towards Su Ming respectfully. His Royal Highness has a order, after you come back, go to see him first. Quote. Chapter 345 Don't follow your taste. The His Royal Highness in the two women should be what Ziwuji said. The son of the destiny 3,000 years ago, but he was lucky than Lin Changfeng. At that time, he broke through the cricket and walked out of the northern spirit realm. Son. When the two women saw the appearance of the Emperor Lei in front of him, although he was reluctant, he still gave Su Ming a little humiliated. Lord Lei Emperor, you can go to Wanxianchi to take a bath and dress. His Royal Highness is waiting for you in the Emperor's palace. Quote. Deep in the holy mountain, Wanxian Pond. The water mist is surrounded by thunder in the water. The two girls had changed into the purple tulle yukata, standing aside, gritting their teeth and staring at Lei Di, who leaned at the water by the pool water. In fact, Su Ming was not bathing. Instead, the thunder spiritual power in the body is gradually integrated. This Thunder Emperor's spiritual power is indeed not comparable to ordinary people. Although he is only a half-god family, the spiritual power he cultivates is definitely better than the spiritual power of the northern spiritual realm. There are countless times. When Su Ming opened his eyes, Lei Mang was surging in his eyes. As soon as he turned his head, he saw the two girls standing timidly. Su Minjiang watched the past. The two women had removed the road, and the 3,000 green silk was scattered down, hanging down to the slender waist, and under the bathrobe, the white slender legs were together, and the crimson cheeks were extremely humiliated. The two daughters are the sirloin cultivated by the Holy Clan. From a young age, they have been planted by the priests of the Kangli gods. Their fate of their future can only be reduced to the furnaces and cultivation of the fakes of the gods. His Royal Highness gave them to the Thunder Emperor, and they long ago expected their miserable humiliation in the second half of their lives. But they dare not resist. The marks of the priest-slave will torture them to be painful, and even death will become a luxury. This was the first time they served this Thunder Emperor. Although on the surface, they couldn't wait to kill these high-profile priests. Su Ming gathered on the cheeks of the two girls, and then looked down at the body of the Thunder Emperor who was bathing in the pool water. Although the control of the Emperor was not perfect, at least at this moment, the Thunder Emperor was originally the original, 90% of the power. After thinking about it, he hooked his fingers towards the two women behind him, and his voice was indifferent, "Come here." The two women's hands squeezed nervously, and their teeth gritted the silver teeth tightly, and they looked painful. However, despite how to resist the heart and how to disgust the man in front of them, they still dare not have the slightest violation. Because of any trace of reluctance, the marks of slavery in their bodies will cause them to bear the pain of their heartbeats, which is far beyond the extreme pain that the body can withstand. At that time, they will be even more miserable. In the end, the two women endured humiliation, took a long white beautiful legs, and walked slowly. But, just as the tip of the two women approached Su Ming, his pale arms wrapped around the thunderic arms directly, grabbed the aura of the two women, and dragged them into the water. When the two women were suffocating, they instinctively wanted to use spiritual power to resist. But in the next second, they froze. When they opened the beautiful eyes a little scared, they saw that the Thunder Emperor had left the pool, and the thunder flickered on his body, and the water on the robe was evaporated. Laugh. The pool is still full of horrible thunder, but the spiritual power does not seem to hurt them, but instead put a little bit into them. When the two were shocked, their instincts looked at each other, and when they saw that the corners of their lips had gone with dark blood, the body tortured their painful slave marks from an early age. Many. They suddenly looked up and looked at Lady in a row. Inside their emotions, they couldn't believe it. These have always regarded them as slaves. Is he really Lady? Until Su Ming left Wanxianchi, both women couldn't return to God for a long time. On the other, Su Ming controlled Lady's body towards the center of the sacred mountain. With the sight of the sight, the magnificent ancient hall was crossed in front of the front. Standing. There are dozens of tens of thousands of palace pillars in this palace, each of which seems to be like the pillar of Qingtian, so that the guards standing outside the hall look small as ants. Today, because of the disappearance of the Emperor, there will be a large number of teams in armor from time to time on the sky. Below the armor, those guarding sharp eyes are very vigilant, and it should be the law enforcement team. However, when they saw the Raidi controlled by Su Ming, everyone consciously did not dare to approach, and did not dare to come forward to ask. Women's Palace. When Su Ming's sight fixed on a palace below, then his eyes glanced at the depths of the hall, then he dropped his body and raised his feet and walked inside. With the footsteps entering the main hall, he discovered that the entire hall was covered with ancient runes. These runes obviously did not belong to this world. Under the blessing of ancient runes, the hall seemed to become indestructible. There was a thunderous spirit condensed on his feet. Su Ming raised his feet and gently stomped. Laugh. The indestructible floor was shocked, and he stomped a huge dark crack. All guards outside were shocked, and then twitched. Su Ming looked faint. Those guards kneeling directly, I have seen Lord Lei Emperor. Ignoring it, Su Ming walked straight into the hall. Just entered. At the top of the hall, on the throne of the Saint Empress, a figure in golden robe was supporting his head with his hands, lying on his side and dozing off. Although his eyes were closed, Su Ming could feel a sense of prying eyes. The intention came towards him. Behind the man in gold robes, two old men in brown clothes stood indifferently. Their eyes were dull, and a heart-stopping aura faintly emanated from their bodies. That aura is much deeper than this Thunder Emperor's. Emperor Kangming's son, and the Kangming messenger he brought. Su Ming remained calm and glanced at the figures standing in the hall. There were 9 thrones above, and on the throne on the far left, he saw the Emperor Yan whom he had seen in the scroll. It was a middle-aged man wearing a red robe. He must have been one of the 9 great emperors on the scroll, and his spiritual aura was obviously much more powerful than the Thunder Emperor he controlled. This guy was probably one of the 9 great emperors. Among them, they are all considered top-notch. Apart from this, the other thrones are all empty. Not far below Emperor Yan, dozens of elders from the Holy Clan and palace masters from all sides stood in a row. Everyone did not dare to take a breath. In front of the many palace masters, there was a stunningly beautiful woman wearing a blue robe with a sexy and hot figure. As Su Ming walked into the hall, everyone's eyes fell on the Thunder Emperor. Then they saw the Thunder Emperor's indifferent gaze sweeping over. Their hearts trembled and they hurriedly saluted respectfully, "We have met the Thunder Emperor." Quote. Su Ming walked towards the Thunder Throne step by step and sat indifferently under everyone's gaze. "Are you hurt?" On the throne, the red eyes of the Flame Emperor fell on the Thunder Emperor controlled by Su Ming, and then curled his lips. "I have warned you a long time ago. Have you forgotten how you were tortured 3,000 years ago?" Su Ming glanced over, thunderous spiritual power surged in his eyes, and the entire hall began to tremble. "You talk too much. Lord Thunder Emperor, please calm down." Countless elders of the Saint clan below knelt down directly. In front of these moody gods, they were the only ones who were injured in the end. "Ha, are you angry?" Emperor Yan mocked. Then he shook his head and said indifferently, "I found 2 cauldrons for you. They are both Tianian spiritual veins cultivated by the saints. They can heal your injuries." The cauldron he mentioned was naturally the 2 girls in purple clothes just now. "I just didn't expect that this guy didn't touch the 2 women." "What, it's not to your taste?" The words fell. Su Ming didn't answer, just glanced around, then raised his palm, and the thunderous spiritual power swept out, directly pulling the beautiful woman in green robe below him, pinching her chin, and the beautiful woman felt a little humiliated and painful. In his expression, he raised the corner of his mouth and said, "A woman who is too young is boring." Time. All the Saint clan elders and palace masters below suddenly gritted their teeth. However, facing the teasing gaze of the Thunder Emperor and the extremely terrifying pressure, they did not dare to resist at all. Chapter 346. Don't worry, I have a backup plan. That coercion enveloped the world and directly caused the spiritual power in all of them to slow down. Even some of the supreme elders who had survived the tribulation of 3 spirits had their expressions changed dramatically. This Thunder Emperor is so terrifying. Now that the Empress is away, they have no doubt that if the latter takes action, the entire Saint clan can be overthrown in an instant. Everyone felt humiliated, but they dared not speak out in anger. "Okay, let's get down to business." Emperor Yan waved his hand, and the flame spiritual power rolled up the beautiful woman in green robes and threw her down. He looked at the sky in the distance, where the space began to distort, and then a figure emerged from the distorted space. Stepping out of the air, the man was dressed in a dragon robe, and his courage was astonishing. Emperor Yan's eyes narrowed. Although the figure was only standing in the sky, it seemed as if the spiritual power of the entire world was tilted towards him. Everyone in the Saint clan below could feel an irresistible sense of oppression. That kind of dragon power made it impossible for them to straighten their backs. Because that is a super strong man who can rival the gods. Ancient Dragon Court, Dragon Emperor. This Dragon Emperor's name is Long Xing. Since ancient times, he has led all the powerful dragons in the ancient Dragon Court to live in seclusion in the Tianyuan restricted area. They do not belong to the gods, and similarly, they do not belong to the northern spirit realm, but belong to this piece of heaven and earth. Neutral force. Even this figure is here. Look, Lord Yandi has gone up. Doesn't the God clan want to take action against the ancient Dragon Court? Many Saint clan elders were in an uproar. On the sky, Emperor Yan stared at the dragon-robed figure opposite him and was the first to say with a smile, "What, have you thought clearly?" The Dragon Emperor's eyelids drooped slightly, but in his pair of dragon eyes, there seemed to be endless cold light surging. He stared at Yan Emperor without a trace of emotion, and said indifferently, "You are looking for death." Tisk tisk. Emperor Yan shook his head and smiled, "Don't be so pedantic. The Emperor likes your daughter's blood. If the 2 of them are combined, it will be a match made in heaven. I believe the Holy Emperor will agree. Your Dragon Emperor's daughter is qualified to accompany the Emperor. Beside me. Besides, what's so good about this poor place like Bailing Realm? Isn't it enough to stay here for thousands of years? If she follows the Emperor to the God Realm, I'm afraid she won't even think about coming back." Hear the words. The Dragon Emperor's heart sank. He glanced at the golden-robed man sleeping on the Queen's throne in the main hall below, and then glanced at the Thunder Emperor sitting indifferently on the Thunder Throne, although he was confident that he could deal with the Flame Temple in front of him. Emperor Yan, but if the 2 great emperors take action together with the Thunder Emperor below, he will only be defeated in the end. Emperor Yan advised, "The gods have taken a fancy to you, ancient Dragon Court, and now they want to ask me, the 9 gods' temple, to take care of you and hand over your daughter. At the very least, you can cultivate a relationship with the Emperor for a few days, right?" Boom. The Dragon Emperor pinched his palm, and the terrifying dragon power tore the sky apart. Then his body suddenly flew in front of Yan Emperor, and with a punch of violent dragon power, he hit Yan Emperor's head hard, knocking the latter from the sky, into the ground. I'm against your mother. The murderous intent surged on the Dragon Emperor's face, and he turned his palms into claws. The terrifying spiritual power that was enough to tear apart the space crashed onto the Yan Emperor. Boom, boom, boom. The violent spiritual power exploded, and the entire holy race was trembling. On the ground, Emperor Yan stretched out his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, and his red eyes became slightly solemn. Has the strength of this Dragon Emperor improved so much compared to thousands of years ago? HMPH. He snorted expressionlessly, levitated his body again, and sneered, think clearly, if you declare war on our god clan, you, the ancient dragon court, may not be able to withstand the wrath of my god clan. The Dragon Emperor's eyes were violent. You bitch, if you dare to touch my daughter, I will tear you alive even if I only have one breath left. Emperor Yan's face turned gloomy. Facing his daughter, slave Dragon Emperor, if he had been alone, he might not have been able to win today, but now he was not the only one. He rubbed the scars on his face that were still in severe pain, and Emperor Yan turned his head and looked down. Stop watching the show, let's take action together to deal with him. The Dragon Emperor's expression changed, and he also turned to look at the Thunder Throne below. He saw the Thunder Emperor sitting on the throne, and a pair of thunder eyes seemed to be staring at him, but that look made him feel familiar. The Dragon Emperor frowned. The look in the Thunder Emperor's eyes was somewhat similar to that of the brat from the human race who had seduced his daughter. For a long time, Emperor Yan didn't see Thunder Emperor take action. Emperor Yan was startled. What are you doing? I'm injured, I don't want to move. Lady patted the non-existent dust on his robes with a calm and indifferent expression. All the strong men from the Saint clan were filled with astonishment. Then the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. This Thunder Emperor really did whatever he wanted. Emperor Yan's face darkened. What do you mean? Lady nodded, literally. Emperor Yan, Dragon Emperor. He finally noticed something was wrong and saw that the Thunder Emperor below did not take any action. His body moved and the space shattered. His figure appeared directly behind Yan Emperor, his palms turned into dragon claws, and one claw even distorted the space around Yan Emperor. Boom! Emperor Yan's figure exploded down again, smashing into a holy mountain, and gravel flew out. Countless Saint clan powerhouses below looked horrified. No one could have imagined that this ancient Dragon Emperor had such terrifying power. Although the Flame Emperor had not really taken action yet, not everyone could defeat him. Buzz. In the cracked holy mountain below, the spiritual power of countless inscriptions engraved with flames was burned, and the flame showed a strange color, and in the flames, it seemed to be mixed with countless species of the entire world. Flame attributes. The flame flowed, and the sky rose. A terrible fluctuations that exudes almost burning the heavens and the earth. Emperor Yan also appeared in the flame. Dragon Emperor's face was slightly condensed. The next second seemed to feel something. Huo Ran turned his head, but saw that Lei Guang flickered behind him. Thunder Emperor who was sitting on the Thunder Throne, I didn't know when it appeared there. Come on. Bang. Dragon Emperor punch it. The spiritual shock wave visible to the naked eye swept away from the fists of the two, and the spiritual power exploded, and the two bodies shot out. The Dragon Emperor wiped the air to stabilize the lower body. Opposite, the bodies of Lei Emperor and Yandi were suspended, and their eyes locked him. Lady said, don't think about escape. Although our goal is not you, but the inverse pulse of the North Wilderness, it is equivalent to solving the ancient dragon court in advance. Your daughter, I will take care of you. Dragon Emperor gritted his teeth. He originally thought that now the Sus is only coming to Yan Emperor. Who knows that the Emperor Lei came back so fast. He was not afraid of one-on-one, but he had to deal with two, but it was almost impossible. I vomited deeply. The Dragon Emperor's hands were stamped, the space behind him was torn, and his body directly turned into a dragon spirit, plundering into the space. Emperor Yan smiled indifferently, want to run. One palm was put on his shoulder, and I saw Lady shook his head, staring at the sky deeply, he couldn't run away. Oh, do you have a backhand? Emperor Yan was interested, and his flame spirit was scattered. But seeing Lady's deep eyes stared at the distance for a long time. 10 seconds later. There is no spiritual atmosphere there. Emperor Yan's mouth pumped, he ran. Lei touched his chin. It shouldn't, I stayed in my hand. Yan Emperor's eyelids jumped madly, looking at the sky of empty, almost exhaled blood, and couldn't help scolding, what about your backhand? It was able to completely solve the hidden danger of ancient longing. Now it's good to be good. As a result of this guy, not only let the Dragon Emperor run away, but also hurt him twice. Chapter 347 The High Priest of the Gods. The second most important thing is that he spent a lot of money this time. He used a trace of the ancient fierce dragon spirit from the dragon realm of the god realm and the matter of the Dragon Emperor's daughter to get him out of the way. It was brought out from the ancient dragon court. Originally, Emperor Yan had planned everything. When Dragon Emperor showed up, Emperor Thunder just happened to come back after handling the matter. He and Emperor Thunder joined forces. Even if they couldn't kill Dragon Emperor, they could at least severely injure him, causing the ancient dragon court to lose one person. Super strong. As a result, Lei Emperor's casual attitude really made him angry. I finally managed to lure him out, and you let him go on purpose. Emperor Yan's face was cold. The Thunder Emperor flicked his elastic robe, and his eyes filled with dark purple thunder patterns narrowed slightly, and thunder flashed in his eyes. Are you questioning this Emperor? Emperor Yan's eyes darkened, and he was confused. Today, Emperor Lei's behavior was obviously a little strange, but he sensed it and found that the aura on Emperor Lei's body was exactly the same as before, and there was nothing strange about it. Below, countless powerful saints were trembling in their hearts, not even daring to take a breath. Emperor Yan snorted coldly. At this time, the golden-robed figure sitting on the queen's throne finally spoke slowly. I don't want to get involved in the fight between your Thunder Temple and Flame Temple, but if anyone messes up the affairs of the gods tomorrow, you should go to the High Priest to make amends. The High Priest of the God Clan, the first person under the Holy Emperor, and the first Emperor Master of the God Clan in tens of thousands of years, she is in charge of all the 9 emperors of the 9 temples. And now, the High Priest of the Gods is the Master of the Emperor. As he spoke, the man in golden robe slowly opened his eyes, his gaze slowly fixed on Emperor Yan. His golden pupils were as mysterious and strange as the vast void. Master Yan, I am right. The 9 temples have always been fighting each other, and this plan against the ancient dragon court was also planned by Emperor Yan. In addition to eradicating the hidden danger of the ancient dragon court for the gods, the main reason is that he needs the ancient dragon court. The hearts of hundreds of millions of dragon people are used to refine the Emperor's heart flame. Therefore, the Thunder Emperor did not take action, which was in line with his character and was expected. These guys don't have a fuel-efficient lamp, and no one will suffer. Now that the plan was ruined, Emperor Yan had a gloomy look on his face. He glanced at the back of the Thunder Emperor in front of him and waved his sleeves. Since the Emperor has spoken, I will put aside the matter of the ancient dragon court for the time being. The man in golden robe smiled faintly and glanced outside the hall casually while observing Lei Emperor's every move with his peripheral vision. Seeing that the expression on Lei Emperor's face did not change, his golden eyes flashed slightly. Immediately afterwards, his indifferent and calm eyes fell on the great elder of the Holy Clan at the bottom of the hall, and he smiled and said, Elder Holy Spirit, you are well. Hear the words. The great elder of the Holy Clan had a complicated face. He couldn't help but think of some memories from the past. At that time, the Emperor Kangming was just a disciple of a small sect on the Zhongzhou continent. He was favored by the Empress, and then he was able to join the Holy Clan. However, now, he is the high-ranking son of Emperor Kangming. With a single thought, he can decide the life and death of everyone in the lower world. The man in gold robe sighed, I haven't been back for a long time, but this place is exactly the same as before. He felt the warm breath left on the queen's throne with his palms, and could smell a very familiar woman's fragrance between his nose. It was a smell that he missed so much. 3,000 years later, he still remembered the figure of that woman in his mind. When he came to the lower world this time, he actually didn't have to come in person, but he felt a little unhappy about what happened 3,000 years ago. He couldn't stand the girl who was like a white moonlight in his heart, but in the end she abandoned him and fell in love with the one from the Qinglong sect. Evil creature. That's the only stain on him. His Royal Highness the son of the Emperor has come to the Holy Clan, but the God Clan has new orders. The Empress has not returned since she went out. Now, all matters of the Holy Clan are handled by me alone. The great elder of the Holy Spirit said with his fists clasped. Everything in the Holy Clan remains as usual. Once I finish dealing with the reverse vein, I will make my own arrangements. The man in golden robe stood up from the throne, then looked at Thunder Emperor and Yan Emperor. You two, come with me. Quote. Emperor Yan nodded, looked at Thunder Emperor and said, not long ago, the High Priest's heavenly sacrifice technique predicted that the woman from the Snow Clan was not dead and should be buried deep under the Snow Palace. If she is not completely wiped out, she will become a woman in the future. The variables in this world. Snow Tribe woman. Could it be the Snow Emperor who was tricked by him into taking the Holy Spirit's heart? Su Ming felt a slight movement in his heart. In this case, the Snow Emperor might have had some relationship with the senior brother of the Qinglong sect 3,000 years ago. Seeing Lei Emperor nodding, Emperor Yan snorted coldly. The underground of the Snow Palace has been sealed by the Qinglong sect's counter vein with its life. Except for those who are close to the Snow Clan woman, everyone else will be blocked by the seal, including us. But now that 3,000 years have passed, the power of the seal has weakened, and the two of us, together with the Son of God, can break the seal. Quote. Seeing Thunder Emperor's indifferent expression, Yan Emperor gritted his teeth angrily. Just to wait for you to come back to deal with Dragon Emperor, I put the matter of the High Priest on hold for the time being. Obviously about what happened just now. Emperor Yan was still worried. However, breaking the seal of the Snow Palace still requires the Thunder Emperor to take action, otherwise his temper will not be so easy to talk to. Lady glanced at him and said, that mouth of yours still likes to talk nonsense. Emperor Yan's palm suddenly squeezed. The man in golden robe waved his hand and stepped into the void first. I can't bear the High Priest's blame. I can't bear it. You two, you should deal with the matters ordered by the High Priest first. A flash of light flashed, and the three bodies disappeared into the void. Everyone in the Saint clan below breathed a sigh of relief, and many found that their clothes were soaked with sweat. Snow Palace, deep underground. In front of an incomparably huge bronze gate, three figures emerged. Looking forward, they saw that the bronze gate was particularly illusory, but it exuded a terrifying sealing power. On top of the giant gate, it seemed that there are also traces of sticky blood, and those blood traces contain powerful spiritual power fluctuations. They are obviously left by some people with strong cultivation base. When Su Ming entered the underground of the Snow Palace, he had naturally seen this giant bronze door, but the seal of the giant bronze door seemed to have no effect on him, allowing him to enter the Snow Palace without any effort. Su Ming felt strange at that time, but now that he thinks about it, there seems to be some reason for this. Let's take action together. The man in golden robe flashed his cold eyes. Boom. The three people raised their palms, and the terrifying spiritual power blasted directly towards the giant bronze door. The powerful spiritual power shock wave raged, and the whole world seemed to be shaking. As the thunderous spiritual power flashed, the top of the bronze giant door also appeared. Cracks spread like they were overwhelmed. Boom. The seal finally broke. The golden-robed man's body flashed and fell into the ground. He sneered in his heart, today he would personally tear apart the woman whom the Qinglong sect loved the most. Under the huge snow palace. There was no life inside, and in the deepest part of the snow palace, an ice crystal coffin was quietly suspended. The man in gold robe waved his hand. The coffin is opened. But inside, where is the Snow Emperor's figure? The bodies of Emperor Yan and Emperor Thunder landed, and Emperor Yan frowned. How is it possible? The High Priest's heavenly sacrifice technique has never gone wrong. How could she wake up early? The man in golden robe also frowned, and then squeezed his palm, and the ice crystal coffin in front of him was instantly crushed and shattered by spiritual power. His eyes were cold. The High Priest can't make mistakes. I can feel that her breath is still in this world. She can't run away. Buzz. Behind the three people, a touch of golden spiritual power suddenly appeared out of thin air. Then the spiritual power surged and gradually transformed into a mysterious light water mirror. The man in gold robe seemed to be aware of something. He turned around quickly, clasped his fists and said, Master. Emperor Yan's eyes were shocked, and then he also cupped his fists and said, I've seen the High Priest. Lady also looked up, only to see inside the Shuangguang water mirror, in the void and under the starry sky, was an extremely magnificent golden spiritual array. The spiritual array used the starry sky as its eyes, spanning the entire sky, and a group of people dressed in the beautiful woman in a plain white dress is quietly kneeling and sitting on the starry sky loft. Her green hair was draped, and her whole body seemed to exude an innate aura of indifference. In front of her, there was a star and moon chess map. In a corner of the map, Su Ming looked at when it comes to the three big gray characters, Bei Ling Realm. Chapter 348 Kang Yu. The High Priest of the Gods. Through the Thunder Emperor's consciousness, Su Ming was actually able to detect a ray of spiritual power from this woman. It was a starry sky spiritual power that did not belong to this world, and was extremely vast and domineering. Moreover, under the cold and plain aura of this woman, there was an indifference that despised the world. This indifference was the strongest among all the women he had ever seen. From the moment this woman appeared, the starlight in the entire sky seemed to dim, and there was an indescribable majesty about her that was calm and indifferent. Emperor Kangming lowered his head. Even if the high priest was his master, he did not dare to raise his head and look directly at this person. In the void filled with golden spiritual power, the beautiful woman in the white dress lowered her beautiful eyes, then slowly stretched out her slender hand, and gently touched a certain spiritual seal on the star map in front of her with her long fingers. Buzz. The starlight flowed around the woman, as if billions of spiritual seals suddenly flashed. Each spiritual seal contained the terrifying spiritual power of the starry sky. As she moved her fingers, all the spiritual seals changed their positions. All of a sudden, the scene in front of the three people was spinning, and the surrounding time and space seemed to be regressing rapidly. The ice crystal coffin crushed by Emperor Kangming was actually recovering bit by bit. After a while, the backward time and space was frozen. Below the three of them, deep under the snow palace, a picture suddenly appeared. In that picture, Su Ming, dressed in white, was standing in front of a crystal coffin. Inside the coffin, a beautiful woman with white hair shawl, her hands folded, stacked and fell asleep quietly. This is the star apocalypse technique of the high priest. Emperor Yan looked shocked. Star apocalypse is the supreme divine art of the gods. Only the high priest of the gods can practice it. Not only can it control time and space, peek into the past, but it can also predict the future and change the world. Sure enough, he woke up this woman in advance. Emperor Kangming's face was cold, staring at Su Ming's figure in the picture below. This was something that had happened in the past, and was restored by his master's apocalypse technique. Suddenly, his eyes he was filled with murderous intent, just like that evildoer from Qinglong's sect. He is really annoying. Upon hearing the words of Emperor Kangming's son, Emperor Lei's expression changed slightly. Then, his thunderous eyes scanned down. But at this time, a cold and majestic voice slowly came down. There are really some variables in this kid. In the Shuangguang water mirror, the woman in the white dress could see a pair of beautiful eyes wrapped in the light of the stars, exuding a cold and majestic aura. She tapped her fingertips, and then the picture below slowly collapsed into fragments of spiritual power that filled the sky. High Priest, the Thunder Emperor once disobeyed his orders and fought with him in advance, but was defeated by the counter-pulse. Emperor Yan said suddenly, his eyes filled with gloating. A deep and beautiful starry sky slowly rested on the Thunder Emperor. Thunder Emperor. The High Priest of the God Clan, named Kang Yu, is the most talented person in the God Clan in the past tens of thousands of years. He is also the first emperor of the God Clan. He has trained countless emperors for the God Clan. Everyone who comes out of her hands, the emperor's son, must be the pinnacle existence famous in the entire God realm. Lifting the Kang Yu jade finger lightly, through the Shuangguang water mirror, the spatial spiritual energy around the Thunder Emperor suddenly seemed to be directly extracted by something, and even the thunder surrounding him became dim in an instant. Su Ming's eyes flashed. System, has this woman noticed my identity? Ding, host, don't worry, this system produces a 100% perfect takeover, there is no possibility of being noticed. Close black lens bracket. 100%, and the takeover is perfect, then he is no longer a taker. Su Ming couldn't help but complain, if this Thunder Emperor had a wife and children. Ding, you can also take over. Close black lens bracket. Not talking nonsense with the system, Su Ming tried to operate the divine veins in the Thunder Emperor's body, but found that under the pressure of the spiritual power of the stars, the operation was very obscure, as if he could not even use the spiritual power. It was true that his spiritual power was unavailable. Su Ming then controlled the Thunder Emperor's body and looked up, only to find that the woman in the white dress was also staring at him with a pair of starry eyes. The latter's beautiful eyes were particularly calm and indifferent, with a twinkling look in her eyes. Unreal starburst. The spiritual power of the starry sky is superior to all spiritual powers of all attributes. It is another kind of supreme spiritual power. It is born with absolutely terrifying suppressive power against any spiritual power. Like the Thunder Emperor's spiritual power of thunder, in the face of the spiritual power of the starry sky, it can't stop it. It is extremely difficult to operate. According to the system's understanding, in this world, from ancient times to the present, apart from the great priest of the gods, I am afraid that there are only the immortal God King and the nine heavens' mysterious Queen 10,000 years ago who have practiced in the entire world. The spiritual power of the starry sky has been released. Kang Yu's eyes were calm and indifferent, just flicking her finger. Laugh. The spatial spiritual power that had been completely extracted from the Thunder Emperor's body and began to expand suddenly buzzed and trembled, and suddenly shrank and blessed his body. That kind of terrifying power, even if the Thunder Emperor used the thunder spiritual power to temper the Emperor's body for thousands of years, the skin also cracked as if overwhelmed, and blood flowed. I don't want a second time. The ethereal and indifferent female voice echoed in Lei Emperor's mind. Immediately afterwards, she spoke to Emperor Kangming's son Mo Sheng. The northern spirit realm has lost its destiny and has become an abandoned realm. Lin Changfeng cannot be nurtured. The ancient battlefield of the god realm is about to begin. You should deal with the matters in the lower realm as soon as possible and rush back to the god realm. I still have something to tell you. Disciple, you obey. Emperor Kangming's face straightened and he said respectfully. In front of this master, he did not dare to show the lazy look of the emperor just now. Kang Yu nodded gently. Then those cold stars fell on Lei Emperor and said calmly. Useful and useful. Lei Di exhaled deeply, and the kind of horror pressure in the whole body slowly dissipated. It wasn't until the black mirror on the sky disappeared, and the thunder spirit above Thunder's body reappeared. Su Ming checked the injury. 1. Starry sky spirit, really scary. Huh, it turned out that the old man had already reached everything, and the backbone couldn't turn his body. Emperor Yan also exhaled, and after the pressure on Kang Yu's body, he was a lot easier. Then I looked at Lei Emperor, jokingly, well, the little queen of the Su family, but the old man was specially selected for an elder of the Protoss, but it was cheaper at the moment, but the woman was not very good. Tame, otherwise the emperor go for you. Quote. Lady glanced at him. Puff. A thunderbolt dropped from the sky, fell directly on Emperor Yan, and blasted him out. Yan Emperor smiled and filmed the dust. I'm abused. Emperor Kang Shuan looked at Lei Emperor and said lightly, the master of the Lei Temple, you should understand the temper of my master, whoever does not do well, it is not you today. Thunder's palm pinched, the thunder to tear the space behind him, condensed into a space vortex. He glanced at Emperor Yan, faintly, idiot. Emperor Yan frowned, what are you talking about? But when he saw that the emperor had torn the void, his body stepped into the space vortex disappearing, and then Yan Di reacted. He was scolded by Lei Di. Intersection. Emperor Kang Yu glanced at him weirdly. Emperor Yan's face was as dark as the bottom of the pot. Ling Ling, wait for the emperor to become an emperor's heart inflammation, the first one to find you with the Temple of Thunder Temple. Nympho. On the other. Chenchuelo, the attic. Su Mingwo opened his eyes. He spit out for a long time, got up and pushed out the door. The dark eyes looked at the sky in the distance. Star sky spiritual power. The great priest. So what he had noticed before, the spiritual power that had not been awakened in the depths of Feng Qing's spirit, was the spiritual power of the starry sky. In this way, in fact, after 9 days ago, I already had the strength to fight against the divine realm. Leaving Feng Qingling's little Nizi, it is still a bit useful. Chapter 349 I wonder how many punches the desolate emperor of the desolate temple can take. God's king is going to leave the snow areas. Sun Shuiyan's grandfather, with the help of Chen Shuiluo's maid, coughed and walked behind Su Ming. How about Sun Lao's injury? Su Ming looked back at the sanctuary of the sage. Sun Wuming smiled bitterly, you can't die, but it takes some time to restore the spirit veins. Su Ming glanced at the latter's body, and his hair must be white, his eyes are old and turbid. Essence. What's more, what Sun Wuming is really good at is a spirit doctor. In his realm, his accomplishments in medical roads and alchemy, I am afraid that no one can compare him to him. Sun Wuming stared at Su Ming with a burn, as if thinking of something in his mind. After a long time, he took out a bronze token and said, the prince of the gods saved Shuiyan, and the old age is grateful. This is a demon emperor. Give a token of the old age 1,000 years ago. Quote. The demon emperor's grace of the old man may help God's arms. Su Ming took the token. Sun Wuming sighed. After joining the classes, the old man knew that it was that I thought of the group of heights. Sun Lao didn't plan to go back. Su Ming held the token with palm and smiled. Sun Wuming took a sigh of relief, and then suddenly hugged Su Ming. The old Sun Wuming, the Forbidden Clan Sun's family is the owner, and now lead the children of the whole family. Su Ming was silent. After a while, he nodded gently and put away the bronze token. There is no major hindrance, the damaged spirit veins can be repaired for her, just. Su Ming looked at it. Sun Wuming sighed, heart disease is difficult to do medicine. She has learned medicine with me since she was a child. Although she has a more arbitrary temper, she has always regarded the sage as a goal. However, now I know that in her heart, she has been regarded as a holy tribe who has been regarded as faith and goals since she was a child. I'll go and see her. Su Ming said. Nympho. In the room. Sun Shuiyan sat on the bed to regulate the spiritual power and opened her eyes, but when she opened her eyes, she saw Su Ming sitting beside the table opposite her, just staring at her with the whole time. Seeing this guy's eyes staring at herself, Sun Shuiyan glanced down and found that he only wore a thin shirt. The white skin was seen by Su Ming. Live at Su Ming, what to see, haven't you seen this beauty? The beauty has seen a lot, and occasionally changing the taste is good. Su Ming laughed. Sun Shuiyan gave him a white glance, looking for me. I like to find you too. Who wants you like it? Sun Shuiyan unconsciously rushed into a trace of joy, but her mouth was still hard. Su Ming got up. It looks good, there should be no big deal, then I am gone. Sun Shuiyan drummed his mouth, and his eyes stared at Su Ming quietly. He had a taste in his heart and blurted out. Are you going to find Bai Junyi? Didn't you say you don't like her? Su Ming. Girl, your thoughts make me feel a little dangerous. Sun Shuiyan turned his head not to look at him, and snorted coldly, the scum, you will leave. Nympho. Her good injury. After leaving this sentence, Su Ming turned and pushed the door out. Sun Shuiyan's eyes widened, stinky guys, you really go, don't come back if you leave, who is rare. Nympho. In the northern wasteland, on the altar of the corpse. Su Ming appeared. Naturally, he can't stay in the snow area. Through Lady, he has mastered some of the situation in the divine realm. The 9 temples are both camps. He shot when he crossed the holy robbery. The 9 emperors of the 9 temple, coupled with Emperor Kang and the messenger who had not yet shot, and the ancient races in the penalty area. Among them, a random shot was probably able to flatten the existence of the lower bounds. And tomorrow, they will appear in the north wasteland. Think of this. Su Ming's eyes moved. Boom. The burly figures of Judao fell from the sky and fell on the altar. 9 Corpse Devil. The spiritual power of the Corpse Demon Emperor is not outstanding, but the physical strength is extremely powerful. Su Ming beckoned and saw a mixture shot from the sky and suspended in the front of the 9 Corpse Demon Emperors. There was a small light and shadow plate sitting, exuding a breath like Julo. Ghost magic. This magic body, but Su Ming spent a large price from the system, which is comparable to the ancient god. The 9 Corpse Devil glanced at each other, and then the most cultivated Corpse Demon who passed the 3 spiritual robberies took a step forward, and the palm of his hand was put on the Dark Lotus. The remaining 8 Corpse Demon Emperors, the burly body burned the purple flame in an instant. In the burning of the flame, the 8 Corpse Emperors turned into a dark light rainbow, and they rushed directly into the Corpse Demon in the front. Inside the Emperor. Boom. As the ghost magic in front of him was absorbed by a little bit, the Corpse Emperor suddenly opened the dark red eyes, and a strong storm that even Su Ming was a little shocked, and it broke out from its body. At this moment, Ghost Corpse Demon Emperor was born. The breath of its body seemed to weaken a lot, but replaced it, but it was a Ghost Emperor who suppressed the heavens and the earth. Yuju, I have seen you, your majesty. The Corpse Demon Emperor spoke hoarsely towards Su Ming. His eyes flashed with true wisdom, and he was naturally absolutely loyal to Su Ming, the person who created it. Su Ming took a look and looked at the terrifying fluctuations emanating from the Corpse Demon Emperor's burly body. This kind of fluctuations was not inferior to those of powerful gods like the Thunder Emperor and the Flame Emperor. The slender palm gently placed on the Corpse Demon Emperor's shoulder and patted him. His physical body was truly incomparable, at least twice as powerful as the Thunder Emperor. Huchi. At this moment, a wisp of black spiritual power appeared out of thin air behind Su Ming. The spiritual power dissipated and turned into an old man in black with a piece of cloth covering his eyes. Gui Lao's heavenly nightmare demonic body has actually become a master of cultivation. Su Ming said with a smile. The ghost elder said respectfully, if I didn't have your majesty, I wouldn't be where I am now. Su Ming glanced at him, then glanced back slightly. Buzz. Dark spiritual power swept across the sky. Suddenly, there was a clear and pure sound of swords resounding through the sky, and a ray of green sword light came through the air, descended directly, and landed next to the ghost elder. When the green light dissipated, it was a young man dressed in green clothes with sword energy all over his body. He carried a Qingfeng long sword behind his back, cupped his fists towards Su Ming and said, I have met the pavilion master. Tianyuan sword saint, Jian Qingfeng. At the same time, he is also the only powerful man in the Tianyuan Sea area who has become a saint with the sword. He is now the deputy master of the Sword Immortal Pavilion. He was found by Su Ming in the Tianyuan restricted area. After being cultivated with countless resources, his cultivation level is now at least he can also fight against an emperor from the 9 temples. After Jian Qingfeng appeared, above the sky, space surges again. 3 more figures emerged. Black and White Demon Palace, Demon General Shu Tianyuan. Yutian Palace, Lord of Dragon Palace, Immortal Dragon Girl, Leng Shi. Lingman, Emperor I Demon Ancestor. The ghost elder's eyes covered with cloth slowly looked towards the sky. Behind the cloth, his eyes filled with turbidity flashed faintly, Your Majesty, the Dragon Emperor of the ancient Dragon Court was blocked by the saints and met 2 gods from the gods. Great Emperor, luckily he escaped. The Dragon Emperor's cultivation level is not inferior to mine, so he can be used. Su Ming nodded. The Corpse Demon Emperor's dark red eyes looked at the sudden appearance of so many figures with terrifying auras and whose cultivation levels were not even inferior to it. It turned to glance at Su Ming and saw that the Emperor ignored him. His burly body moved towards the ghost elder. The man crossed his fists and grinned. Jian Qingfeng glanced at him, Big guy, what are you doing? Suddenly catching Su Ming's gaze, the Corpse Demon Emperor smiled innocently, scratched his head and said nothing. The ghost elder smiled at Jian Qingfeng and said, Don't underestimate it. This guy's physical strength will definitely surprise those guys from the God clan. I don't know how many punches the abandoned temple emperor, who is known as the #1 in body refining, can receive from it. Chapter 350 I like senior brother. Told closed cabinet. Capture. The door was pushed away. In front of the incense burner, I saw a petite and exquisite girl kneeling on the ground. When she heard the sound of opening the door, she seemed to feel a trace of warmth behind her, and she turned her head to look at it.